Upon returning to the Carrington family, Ming reverted to her original name, Loxis. After 3 years of diligent study, the 11-year-old received a letter delivered by Owl, heralding the commencement of her journey to Hogwarts. Regardless of who it may be, a child born out of the bounds of a plan, a child not conceived from love, is a burden to anyone. In a moment of recognition, the two, one large, one small, unexpectedly glimpsed their own reflections in each other's eyes. Snape. Loxias. Snape, she knows. Loxias, should I admit that I know? Chapter 1. Rather than burdening oneself, it is far better to burden others. From the earliest moments of her memory, Ming was aware that apart from her given name, she possessed a lengthy and unwieldy foreign name, Loxias Lilith Carrington. This was something her peers did not share, it was solely hers. In the game of I have what you do not, this name often aided her in securing victories. Yet she found no joy in I, to be candid. Ming harbored a strong dislike for this name. She even wished that Ming were her only name. The reality, however, was that the name Loxias had been bestowed long before Ming was ever conceived. She belonged to the Carrington family, an enigmatic lineage from England that she had only heard of through the whispers of adults. When the time came, she would be taken away by the Carrington family to England, a place she had never set foot in, a land shrouded in her memories. They sent her away to shield her from external threats and internal strife, promising to return her once the dust had settled. She understood this was for her protection. Though Ming was uncertain of when that day would arrive, she fervently wished it to be delayed, indefinitely, that if she could, she would selfishly hope that day would never come, for she was deeply attached to her current life, to her older brother, her beloved nieces and nephews. Her days were filled with joy and happiness. In her small world, the people and things around her constituted her entire existence. One day, the obedient Ming, adhering to her routine, went to bed early. When she awoke, she was met with a throbbing headache, the world spinning around her. Was she ill? Did this mean she could afford a day of leisure and avoid her studies? During the summer holidays, what well-behaved child studies every day as if it were a regular school day? Oh right, that would be her, this good child. With a hint of mischief, Ming pulled the blanket over her head, intending to feign misery and summon Qing. However, she suddenly realized that the small blanket she had once covered herself with had transformed into a vast comforter. And in the midst of summer, where had such a large blanket come from? Disregarding her dizziness, Ming threw off the covers and sat up, straining to survey her surroundings. She found herself in a strange room, immense and adorned in classic European decor, with exquisitely crafted furnishings, though some appeared to bear the marks of age. A brief glance revealed a balcony nearby, which seemingly offered a delightful view, but she was still clad in her favorite summer nightgown. What could possibly be happening? Had she been abducted? Miss has returned. Ah, the esteemed young lady has returned. The old master has been waiting for the young master's return. Welcome back, dear young master. Before Ming could comprehend the unfolding events, a small sprite appeared beside her, speaking in an incomprehensible English with an expression of sheer excitement. Then, a cacophony of footsteps erupted as a throng of people entered her room. Miss Loxias. It is Miss Loxias. Miss Loxias has returned. Our master has come back. The tumult only exacerbated Ming's headache, which was already throbbing from her dizziness. Fortunately, she recalled how to pronounce Loxias, her own name. Most of what the crowd uttered revolved around Loxias. Thus, while she did not grasp everything, she understood they were calling her name. The expressions on their faces led her to deduce that they recognized her, and at the very least, she was safe. Ming decided against straining herself further and lay back down, as her head spun even more violently than during her childhood games of rapid spinning. She needed to take a moment to recuperate. Ming's mind was compelled to ponder her predicament, and a vague sense of foreboding began to rise within her. As she reclined once more, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent. Miss. Oh dear, Fickney, come quickly and see the miss, the foremost woman exclaimed, noting Ming's pallor and making a swift decision. Following this, an elderly gentleman emerged from the throng, approaching Ming's bedside. He then administered a sweet-tasting potion into her mouth, alleviating her headache and dispelling the dizziness. Is this Carrington, at merely 8 years of age, having been exposed to English for only 2 or 3 years and possessing a rather poor command of the language, Ming managed to string together a sentence with the scant words at her disposal. Yes, my esteemed miss, this is the Carrington family. I am your most loyal servant, and I extend the warmest greetings from the Fife family, welcoming you back. Louise responded with a sincere smile, executing a complex bow before Ming. Warmest greetings and welcome back. Subsequently, those behind Louise also bowed and offered their greetings. Ming was momentarily taken aback by the display. Even in her own family, she had never witnessed such a spectacle. Thank you. That was all Ming could muster in response to their salutations. As for Louise's elaborate reply, she only comprehended that she was indeed within the Carrington family, and that she was being welcomed back. Ming gazed at the array of British faces, hesitating before making a decision. Rather than complicate her own existence, it was far better to complicate theirs. Can you speak Chinese? Her question reverberated through the crowd like a thunderclap. For a group of native British individuals living in the 20th century, they simply could not. Perhaps some among them spoke German, Italian, or even Austrian, but how could they possibly know the language of such a distant and mysterious land? Of course, they quickly understood one critical fact from her question. Gu Ming did not speak English. What then would they do to communicate? A myriad of glances exchanged among them, they found themselves at a loss. The once crowded room now lay in an eerie silence. Chapter 2. The internet-addicted youth is physically cut off from the network. Ultimately, it was Louise, the foremost among them, who devised a solution. I recall that the head of the family, the matriarch, is of Chinese descent. Kiltshire, the family patriarch, must be acquainted with her, having lived in China. Moreover, the portrait of the family head is conveniently awaiting his return in the hall. Louise's plan garnered unanimous approval. Under her guidance, Gilly procured fitting attire for Gu Ming, while the others orderly vacated Gu Ming's room, each attending to their respective duties. After Gu Ming donned the new clothing, she followed Louise through the dimly lit corridor, traversing an unknown number of rooms and ascending countless steps, until they finally arrived before a portrait. The painting depicted a benevolent elderly man with white hair and blue eyes, who awaited her arrival with a spirited demeanor. After greeting Kiltshire, Louise exited the hall, leaving the space for the reunion of grandfather and granddaughter. Gu Ming had seen similar portraits during her time in China, though the artistic styles were markedly different, perhaps a reflection of the divergence between traditional Chinese painting and oil painting. Regardless, their purpose remained the same. May Merlin bless you, dear child. Time has accurately brought you back, he greeted warmly. Hello, I am Gu Ming. Greetings, I am Kiltshire. Your grandfather. Gu Ming, what a lovely name. Did they bestow it upon you? Indeed, grandfather, Gu Ming replied, unabashedly embracing the title. Kiltshire regarded Gu Ming with a kind gaze, scrutinizing the child he had sent away shortly after her birth. Gu Ming reciprocated by examining the portrait of Kiltshire. After a prolonged silence, Kiltshire inquired, do you have any questions for me? Gu Ming had indeed been pondering a few matters. Why was my return so abrupt and silent? I scarcely had the chance to bid them farewell. This had been a puzzlement for Gu Ming since her arrival. It was merely a farewell, nothing of great consequence. Why must I be transported in the dead of night, while I was still asleep? They didn't even wake me. What kind of magic is this? How wondrous. I must learn it. Kiltshire did not respond directly, but instead countered. How much do you know about our family? Gu Ming recounted what she had been told. They informed me that we are an ancient, hidden family within the British wizarding world. Kiltshire continued, indeed. We are an ancient hidden family in the British wizarding community. We chose this path of obscurity, even using aliases when venturing into the outside world. Do you know why? Gu Ming inquired with genuine curiosity. Why? Kiltshire smiled as he answered, because our lineage carries the power of the divine. At this point, a glimmer of pride illuminated Kiltshire's aged face, and his voice rose in fervor. Our family's original ancestor was the god of time and space, and thus we have naturally inherited a portion of his power, enabling us to foresee the future and traverse time. To safeguard our secrets, we chose to remain hidden. Gu Ming remained perplexed. What does this have to do with my silent return? Kiltshire offered an awkward yet courteous smile. Because I utilized time-space magic to send you there. And a minor mishap occurred during the spell. An ominous premonition intensified within Gu Ming. What sort of mishap? Well, to put it simply, the location was correct, but the timing was slightly off. I inadvertently sent you approximately 30 years into the future. Fortunately, I had a contingency plan in place, establishing a return protocol. And the magic that delivered you there safely brought you back. 30 years into the future. Indeed. Is that why you never visited me? I regret to say, child, that is indeed the case. At this moment, Gu Ming connected the dots. I wondered why I seemed to be of a higher generation than them. It turns out I was mistakenly sent back through time as a relic of the last century. Sent back through time. Does this mean I can never see them again? No, wait, I can still meet them when I'm in my 30s. But by then I'll be a mother, and they'll still be mere children. With this realization, Gu Ming's dissatisfaction surged, and she unleashed her fury. The young girl felt as if the very sky was collapsing around her. Who could understand? What child could accept that the same friends they played with yesterday would now be calling them auntie today? Kiltshire feigned nonchalance, shrugging his shoulders, yet his gaze wandered, avoiding contact with Gu Ming, betraying his discomfort. Well, not entirely. You see, I mentioned that our bloodline possesses the power over time and space. As you reach a certain age, this power will manifest. Once you fully master it, You will be able to embark on spontaneous journeys through time. Gu Ming challenged. You have the audacity to look me in the eye and say that? Then when will that day come? I can only assure you it will be before you reach adulthood. But that still gives me 10 years. In fact, it is 8 years here. We consider 16 as adulthood. Soon, Gu Ming realized the crucial detail she had overlooked. Wait, what year is it now? Kiltshare in the painting replied truthfully, 1988. 1988. The last century. And in that year, there are no smartphones, no tablets, only brick phones and computers. And no internet. At 8 years old, Gu Ming had already been captivated by the wonders of the internet and animated series, and she felt as if she had been physically severed from the online world. With a slight internet addiction creeping in, Gu Ming, accustomed to an hour of smartphone time on weekends, found this unacceptable. Because tomorrow is the weekend. She had diligently studied for 4 days of her summer vacation, completed her assignments, practiced piano, engaged in calligraphy, and previewed the next semester's lessons, all while attending English tutoring, eagerly anticipating this weekend. Observing Gu Ming on the verge of madness, Kiltshare instinctively took a step back within the confines of the painting. Although it was a significant movement for him, it amounted to nothing in the reality experienced by Gu Ming. Kiltshare inquired, what are smartphones, tablets, brick phones, and computers? Gu Ming, incredulous, replied, you don't know what a computer is? What a brick phone is? If you don't know about the other things, fine. But how can you not know these two? Kiltshare hesitated. Am I supposed to know? I've been dead for 3 years. Shouldn't you know? They've been around for over a decade. And you don't know how you've been communicating with others? Surely. A hidden family wouldn't be so isolated as to have no social connections, no friends, and be completely out of touch with the world. Kiltshare answered, I use owls. Gu Ming recognized owls from extracurricular readings, recalling that they were mentioned in her second year. However, she questioned the legality of using them for messaging. Owls. Like the messenger pigeons of ancient China? Kiltshare, having heard of this, nodded in affirmation. Gu Ming expressed her confusion. That was ages ago. And considering the time difference, they likely stopped using animals for messaging by now. Kiltshare smiled. But here everyone uses owls. We must follow the trend. But aren't they protected animals? Isn't that illegal? Kiltshare appeared puzzled. What do you mean illegal? The Ministry of Magic has no such regulation. Gu Ming sighed, never mind. Sensing the cultural divide between nations, young Gu Ming decided to bypass that issue and return to her primary concern. She raised her hand, pointing at the pitch-black surroundings. So? Does this mean there are no electronic devices in this house? Not even electric lights? Kiltshare nodded. If you are referring to the inventions of Muggles, then indeed. It is so. Gu Ming replied with a hint of frustration. The backwardness of the British magical community is appalling. They might not even have electricity here. Feeling somewhat powerless, Gu Ming continued. So was the Industrial Revolution ultimately what left you antiquated relics behind? Kiltshare responded, what? You needn't concern yourself with such matters. After all, you are the master here, free to reshape this place as you wish. This was the only comfort Kiltshare could offer Gu Ming. Gu Ming said, let us hope so. With a smile, Kiltshare deftly sidestepped this unpleasant topic. Now, do you have any further inquiries? Gu Ming's expression turned grave. Then where are my parents? This was a heavy subject for Kiltshare. As he broached it, his demeanor visibly darkened, and even within the confines of the painting, Gu Ming could feel a profound sadness emanating from him. In that moment, Gu Ming had already begun to surmise the answer. The sudden shift in someone's expression seldom heralds good news. Death had taken them away from me. It began with my wife who succumbed to illness, and I, defying ancestral edicts, sought to alter her fate. Alas, I found myself following in the footsteps of my forebears, failing in my endeavor, and succumbing to the ravages of a curse. It took me a long time, wandering in a haze, to emerge from the grief of her departure. By the time I realized the gravity of my situation, it was already too late. That period was shrouded in darkness for me. Even now, I can still feel the weight of my regret and sorrow. At that time, a Voldemort had emerged in the wizarding world, which posed no real threat to us. However, Amabel, your cousin, was betrayed. The traitor schemed against him, leading to his demise at Voldemort's hands. My son, unable to bear the loss of his own child, was taken away by Amabel. This chain of events caught me off guard, and I immediately thought of Lilith, your mother. The traitor, indifferent to his machinations against Amabel, would certainly not miss any opportunity for gain. He revealed Lilith's whereabouts and tricked the unsuspecting Lilith into consuming the poison he had concocted, suppressing her magical powers. In the end, my daughter Lilith, in a bid to protect her friends, did not manage to escape and was killed by Voldemort. In a single night, I lost everything. I yearned to harness the powers of my bloodline to return to the past and rectify this tragedy, but as the head of the Carrington family, I was acutely aware of my responsibilities. Two paths lay before me. One, to return to the past and alter the present, a path I knew was destined to fail. And the other, to utilize the family's secret arts to birth a new bloodline and ensure the family's continuation. Reason and duty compelled me to choose the latter. Thus, you were born. Kilcher's sorrowful words recounted the essence of that tumultuous time. By the end, his voice even quivered with emotion. Ming, gazing at the tearful Kilcher within the frame, felt an overwhelming wave of grief. Those relatives, whom she had never met yet were bound to her by blood, had already departed. After a long silence, Ming posed a question. So have Voldemort and that traitor perished? Kilcher's eyes within the frame flashed with ferocity. The traitor paid for his transgressions with his life, mourning my Ixion, Lilith, and Amabel. However, by that time, my body had already been weakened by the curse, and I was preoccupied with your safety, still an infant. Thus, I could not exchange my life for his and could only repel him and his Death Eaters. Later he was vanquished by the savior of the wizarding world. Yet, there are still whispers that he may return. And indeed, I have glimpsed a future where such a day arrives. However, by the time that prophecy unfolds, I will be exceedingly frail and unable to preemptively eliminate him. If that day does come, and you have grown immensely powerful, I hope you will seek vengeance for us, ensuring your own safety above all. Remember, only undertake this when your own escape is assured. After all, you are the sole Carrington of this era, and your safety is paramount. Ming gazed intently into Kilcher's eyes within the frame, solemnly vowing, I shall. With that, Ming naturally sought clarity. Additionally, I wish to inquire about the curse and the secret arts you mentioned. Kilcher nodded, ready to elucidate. The curse, indeed, is something you must understand. It pertains to our family's abilities. While we possess the foresight to glimpse the future and traverse time and space, we are incapable of predicting any Carrington's future. The prophecies we make are of futures untouched by any Carrington's interference, or rather, one possible outcome. Moreover, our time traveling must adhere to a crucial stipulation. Once we return to the past, known events cannot be altered. Should we disregard this rule, we will face backlash, be cursed, and ultimately perish under the weight of that curse. Our family comprises 158 members, nearly 90 of whom have succumbed to the curse. Thus, I implore you to heed this warning and not tread the same path we did. Chapter 4, Heritage 2. Ming, somewhat perplexed, asked why? If you all knew you would be cursed, why did you still choose to disregard the rules? Kilcher chuckled candidly. In my youth, I too pondered this question and deemed them foolish for knowingly flouting the rules, ultimately reaping the consequences. Now, I can only say that human regret lingers in the past, because some beauties exist solely within that realm. Even when aware of the dire outcomes, the desire to change them remains irresistible. In that instant, Ming understood. Still quite young, she did not grasp those profound truths. Yet, she recognized that it was akin to her fondness for cake. Because she loved it, she wished to save it for a better tomorrow, only to forget it in the refrigerator, causing it to spoil and be discarded. She felt a natural sense of regret, wanting to return to the day before to savor that cake. Faced with a delectable cake, she had such thoughts. How could she not have similar sentiments for the people and matters of utmost importance? And when those individuals and matters became too significant, how could she, possessing the ability to change them, refrain from doing so? Thus, the Carringtons, endowed with the power to revisit the past, naturally became enamored with the warmth of yesteryears, ultimately succumbing to the curse. Those ensconced in the narrative cannot escape its confines. Kilcher spoke with profound meaning. The children of time wield the powers of time, but should they exceed their bounds in exercising these powers, they will inevitably face punishment. Ming nodded, comprehending Kilcher's intention to wield her abilities with caution. I understand. Now, let us discuss the matter of your birth. Since the inception of the Carrington family, our members have been prone to falling in love with peculiar beings. Thus, our ancestors included gods, humans, wizards, dragons, fairies, and an array of other strange creatures. This complexity made it challenging for us to bear offspring. To ensure the survival of our lineage, we devised an alchemical process capable of generating new life. By combining rare materials, Carrington blood, and the blood of another person or creature, we could create new members. Moreover, children born through this method are indistinguishable from those born naturally. You were brought into existence in this manner, using Lilith's blood, which is why she became your mother, and I became your grandfather. Ming, this is truly a wondrous magic. You have shared so much, but tell me, who is my father? In the painting, Kilcher clasped his hands, his fingers fidgeting unconsciously. What can I say about your father? He is unaware of your existence. Gu Ming immediately deduced. So he is still alive? Kircher's gaze wandered slightly. That is indeed the case. Observing the guilt written across Kircher's face, coupled with his previous statement, Gu Ming speculated that Kircher must have engaged in some morally ambiguous actions. Curiosity piqued, she inquired. What have you done to feel such guilt? Kircher stubbornly retorted. What have I done? I have nothing to feel guilty about. I have done nothing. It was merely a transaction. A transaction. One he is unaware of, a most advantageous one. Though perhaps inappropriate, her inquisitive nature made Gu Ming yearn for a refreshing slice of watermelon. She had pleaded with Gu Qing just yesterday to procure a large seedless one. Alas, she would not taste it now. Her grand watermelon, after all, was seedless. Gu Ming swallowed hard. What transaction? Kircher replied. I saved his life and took a drop of his blood. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? I simply did not disclose it to him. Gu Ming nodded. It is indeed a bargain, but you failed to inform him of your intentions for that drop of blood. Were it to create a child, I suspect most would hesitate. No wonder you feel such guilt. Would you say he gained from this? Indeed he did. Yet, what compelled you to engage in this transaction with him? Kircher sighed, expressing the turmoil within him. Because not everyone is worthy of Carrington's lineage. Thus, during the final stages of my alchemical pursuits, I found myself troubled by the choice of your father. Selecting someone from our affiliated families seemed a viable option. Yet choosing one would imply favoritism towards that particular family, which would hinder their unity. For the sake of their cohesion, this was evidently not the optimal choice. I had no recourse but to cast my gaze elsewhere. Among my acquaintances, most of their younger generations had already established their own families. To pursue this would mean dismantling their households. A most unethical endeavor. Just as I was at my wit's end, I encountered that man. Kircher paused before continuing. When I found him on the brink of death, I was reminded of Amabel, and thus I saved him. Afterwards, I utilized my abilities to glimpse into his past and future. He stood at the crossroads of light and darkness, a somewhat contradictory individual, yet fundamentally decent. I recognized him as a worthy candidate, endowed with considerable talent and capability. Hence I chose him. What say you? If you wish for my support in your choice. The revelation struck Gu Ming profoundly. She fell silent for a moment before responding to Kircher. Perhaps it is best to forego this notion, regardless of who it may be. A child conceived outside of love is a burden to anyone. Kircher gazed intently into Gu Ming's eyes, earnestly stating, Loxis, Gu Ming, listen closely, you are not a burden. You were born from our aspirations. A child we have long envisioned and brought into existence. You are immensely precious. A warmth blossomed within Gu Ming, and a smile graced her lips. I understand. To be candid, Gu Ming was not faring well at all. After all, everything had transpired so unexpectedly. She had never imagined she would suddenly return to England, nor that she would uncover such truths. Yet, fortunate was she that her prior education enabled her to regain her composure swiftly. What she required now was merely time to accept it. Chapter 5. Restricted Freedom. This time, it was Gu Ming's turn to pose a question. Those are my inquiries. Is there anything else I need to know? Kircher, having raised children before, understood what Gu Ming most needed at this stage and knew he could not rush her. Moreover, he discerned from her demeanor that she had received the Carrington family's heir education. This implied that he need not elaborate much. She understood her obligations. In truth, there remains much for you to learn, but those will gradually unfold in your future studies. What you need to know now is, you are a Loxis, the master here, and no one shall oppose you. You are the supreme ruler. Gu Ming's expression remained unchanged as she continued Kircher's train of thought. Power corresponds with duty and responsibility. To become the master here also signifies that I must bear the corresponding obligations and responsibilities. Kircher nodded. Yet all you need do is ensure the family's continuation, grow strong, and protect yourself as you mature, offering shelter to the affiliated families when necessary. Nothing more. Gu Ming maintained her vigilance. She had learned that there is no such thing as a free lunch, and sometimes taking advantage may not be a good thing. This sounds like quite a favorable arrangement. My only additional task is to provide protection to the affiliated families when required. Kircher nodded affirmatively. Indeed, their strength is granted by us. We made a covenant before the divine, and they follow us with absolute loyalty, while we bestow upon them strength and necessary protection. Gu Ming expressed her astonishment. If that is the case, it does seem a reciprocal transaction. Additionally, there is something I must inform you of. What is it? Once you are prepared, you will begin your studies in the history of magic, alchemy, and how to wield magic. Gu Ming immediately thought of attending school. You mean going to school? No, I shall hire a specialized master to guide your learning. As for school, you must pass an examination, and only before you turn 11 will you be permitted to attend Hogwarts. For we must ensure you possess the strength to guarantee your own safety. Beyond this castle, there exists no place that is absolutely safe for you. Guarantee my safety? Indeed. After all, you are the sole Carrington at present. Furthermore, I must inform you that should you perish before bearing a new Carrington, our covenant with them will cease, and the power they gained from us through that covenant will dissipate. Thus, they will value you far more than you can imagine. Gu Ming fully grasped the significance of her existence to them. It had escalated to the point of restricting her freedom. She was their source of power. Those who have tasted power would hardly settle for mediocrity. Among those who have wielded wizardly power, how many would willingly choose to live as a muggle? Gu Ming felt she bore little difference from a national treasure panda. Though perhaps there was some distinction. At least she was rarer than the panda, being the sole one of her kind. Suddenly, Gu Ming pondered a contradiction. I am quite curious. Given my value as such a precious entity, how did you persuade them to allow me to grow up in Hogwarts? Kircher shook his head. It was not I who swayed them. The Carrington family has always been the object of their loyalty. Our actions do not require their consent. It seems you still do not grasp the nature of our relationship. Gu Ming calmly analyzed. For according to your assertion, for my safety, they would even impose restrictions on my freedom. This transcends mere subservience and veers into the realm of constraint. In truth, this is a family rule of the Carrington family during exceptional times. A guideline to follow when the Carrington bloodline dwindles. They are merely enforcers of this rule. Gu Ming, intrigued, asked, can the family head not contravene family rules? No. The family rules are the accumulated wisdom of generations of Carrington heads, and thus cannot be breached by their successors. Gu Ming then conceived a new thought. Can the family head amend family rules? Kircher smiled with satisfaction and replied earnestly, oh my dear child, that is an excellent notion. However, you must at least obtain the consent of half of the Carrington family. Although we have already been hung upon the wall, there are times when we still hold some significance. Gu Ming gazed at the elderly figure in the portrait with a hint of exasperation. Very well. It appears that matters concerning my safety are not open for discussion. Not entirely. Generally speaking, members of the Carrington family possess immensely powerful talents, particularly in the realms of alchemy and magic. Who knows, your abilities might swiftly manifest during the assessment. Gu Ming displayed a determined glint in his eyes. I believe I shall. Can you accept this arrangement then? What choice do I have? It seems I am left with none. Thus, welcome back, Loxis. Gu Ming, no, it is Loxis now. Loxis accepted Kilter's welcome with an inscrutable expression. Then, please arrange for an English tutor for me. Certainly, I believe Louise has already taken care of everything. Loxis now only wished to find a space to properly digest the information she had received, and she promptly concluded her conversation with Kilter. Is that so? If there is nothing further, I shall retire. Did you see the box beneath my frame? Kilter pointed downwards. Loxis followed his gesture, and beheld a quaint little box. She did not approach it immediately. What is this? Kilter explained. It is the family ring of the Carrington lineage, imbued with the power of generations of heads of the family. It is rightfully yours. Remember to wear it when you venture out, as it will provide you with necessary protection. With her curiosity piqued, Loxis stepped forward, opened the box, and slipped the ring onto her left index finger. It was adorned with a silver-white diamond, and the moment Loxis donned it, it magically adjusted to fit her finger perfectly. This pleased Loxis immensely. After all, being able to wear it on her finger meant she would not have to transform it into a necklace to hang around her neck. Observing this scene, Kilter gently remarked, Go rest, child. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to summon the house elves. They will cater to your every requirement. Loxis remained silent as she turned to leave, retracing her steps back to the room, devoid of any lingering sentiment. Chapter 6, Transformation. Upon returning to the room, Loxis buried herself beneath the covers, savoring a moment of tranquility. In Hogwarts, she had undergone air education alongside her nephew. She understood that from this day forth, she could no longer indulge in capriciousness. She had to shoulder her responsibilities. This was also why her demeanor shifted during her conversation with Kilter, transforming from a sullen, petulant child filled with complaints into a composed air capable of measured discourse. Loxis gazed at the ring on her left index finger for a long while, letting out a soft sigh. Once she had processed her emotions and absorbed the knowledge she had acquired, a delayed sense of hunger washed over her. At that moment, Loxis recalled the house elves Kilter had mentioned. She wondered if they understood Chinese. Probably not. Having not eaten since waking, Loxis did not dwell on this predicament. What she needed now was sustenance to fill her stomach. Thus, she set out to find a house elf. But how was she to locate one? In the Gu household, there were only servants, not house elves. Yet, Loxis remembered that Kilter was referring to the creature that had first appeared in this room. Recalling the manner in which the house elf had initially manifested, she tentatively spoke into the air. Jilly? In the next moment, the very house elf that had graced Loxis's presence before appeared before her. Is my little master calling for Jilly? Jilly's eyes widened in excitement as he fixed his gaze on Loxis. However, Loxis could not comprehend his words. Ultimately, she awkwardly uttered 2 words to convey her need. Food. Hungry. Oh. It is all Jilly's fault. Jilly has made the little master feel hunger. With that, Jilly proceeded to bash his head against the wall in Loxis's sight. Bang. 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 Witnessing the ruckus caused by Jilly, Loxis, who was unfamiliar with house elves, recoiled in shock, her eyes wide. But soon, she regained her composure and rushed forward to halt Jilly's self-harm. Stop. Loxis called out urgently. Oh, the little master is telling Jilly to stop. The little master is so kind to Jilly. But it is Jilly's fault that the little master is hungry. After saying this, Jilly once again hurled himself against the wall. Seeing Jilly resume his self-destructive behavior after uttering words she could not understand, Loxis helplessly initiated another round of persuasion. After much effort, Loxis finally enjoyed her first meal since arriving in England. No, according to the local time, it should be her first lunch. Loxis had thought that Jilly would be the last entity to exhaust her patience that day. Little did she know. The English dish served to her would bring her to the brink of despair. Especially the much-discussed Stargazer pie. How did this make its way onto the Carrington family menu? She could not fathom it. She had heard tales of this place being a culinary wasteland, and as the family heir, she had assumed she could at least find a chef to remedy the dining situation. But, alas, she had arrived in 1988. A time when the flowers had yet to bloom in Huazi. Moreover, she had not anticipated that the one cooking for her was not even human. Even more surprising was that the language barrier became an obstacle to her mealtime, for she could not articulate her desires to the cook. Thus, with tears in her eyes, Loxis consumed her first Western meal. Truly, it was dreadful. The food enthusiast Loxis thought to herself, she truly did not wish to be the head of this family. On her first day away from Huagua, the Huaying mixed blood, Loxis longed for home. After this day, Loxis embarked on her arduous journey of learning English. To be candid, Loxis's struggles with English as a Huaying mixed blood were not without reason. Firstly, there was her aversion to returning home. Secondly, she initially believed herself to be a genuine Chinese person, merely possessing a foreign name. Look, she had black hair, black eyes, spoke fluent Chinese, and lived in Huagua. How could she possibly be a foreigner? As a Chinese individual, it was only natural that she would struggle with a language that was not her mother tongue. Therefore, she harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards the notion of studying English, which added to her academic burdens. Even when her perspective shifted, and she recognized that she was indeed an outsider, making foreign language acquisition essential, her English had already fallen beyond salvation. Thus, even though the Gu family had pursued Loxis since she was 3 to teach her English, she barely managed to scrape by with passing grades in first grade, a stark contrast to her perfect scores in other subjects. Ultimately, Loxis dedicated a year to mastering seamless communication in English, and independently reading advanced magic texts written solely in English. Over the course of that year, her English proficiency surged to an astonishing level, leaving even Loxis herself astounded. Indeed, the potential of a person is limitless. And it was the unpalatable food and the language barrier that had driven her to unlock her potential. After bidding farewell to her 7th English teacher, Loxis successfully parted ways with her private English tutoring sessions. She had effectively mastered her second language. However, during that year, Loxis did not merely acquire a language. She also studied the etiquette of the British magical community from the medieval era to the present day, along with the entirety of magical history. Furthermore, she worked to alter the status of house elves within the Carrington family, who existed in a society of servitude. Although the little elves still regarded the situation as rather unfortunate, they had complied with Loxis's requests and received their wages according to a merit-based system. They were also granted weekends off and various benefits. Naturally, her meals had been replaced with authentic Chinese cuisine. Chapter 7. Gellert Grindelwald. In addition, she had electrified the eerie Carrington castle, introducing light bulbs and computers. Consequently, the castle became the brightest spot in the vicinity by night. Had it not been for the muggle-repelling charms and other spells that concealed the castle, the other members of the Carrington family, already hung on the walls, would have remarked that they had never seen their home so brilliantly illuminated. Their past lives had never been so vibrant. Indeed, it seemed that the family thrived on fresh blood to remain interesting. Hey little Lock, back from your morning exercise? Good morning, fishies, I'm back from my workout. Oh look, it's our lovely little Lock. She appears to have grown taller and more beautiful, like a doll. Thank you, you still look splendid, Hill. To be honest, Lock, could you turn on the television while you study today? We would like to watch Tom and Jerry. It's rather dull staying in the frame reading the same book. Shall I also bring over a few larger frames to make your space more comfortable? That would be wonderful. You are truly thoughtful. Thank you, little Lock. As Loxis ascended the stairs after her morning exercise, she adeptly greeted and conversed with her ancestors. Their presence made living alone in the vast castle far less daunting. After all, with nearly 300 portraits of the Carrington family, including their companions and some of their companions' parents, she could summon them every night if she wished. By the way, little Lock, Kilcher wants you to visit him in the study after breakfast. He has something to discuss with you. Alright, I'll go after I finish eating, grandmother. Loxis smiled gently at the beautiful and kind Eastern beauty in the portrait. Gutao returned the smile warmly. When Loxis arrived at the study, Kilcher's portrait had already been positioned by Jilly, and Kilcher had been waiting for her for quite some time. Loxis stood before Kilcher's portrait. Grandfather, what did you want to see me about? Even as a portrait, Kilcher remained deeply concerned about Loxis's academic progress. I heard from Louise that you have mastered English, completed your studies in the history of magic, and are currently self-studying spells. You are also learning Muggle economics in preparation to take over the family business? Loxis nodded, unsurprised that Kilcher was aware of her progress. Yes. Kilcher smiled, generously offering his praise. I must admit, Lock, your aptitude for learning is among the finest in our Carrington family. You truly possess remarkable talent in every realm. In response to Kilcher's commendation, Loxis displayed no pride or arrogance. Humility was a constant thread throughout her life. You flatter me. In truth, I still have much to improve upon in every aspect. Kilcher shook his head, sincerely addressing Loxis. Lock, there's no need for excessive modesty. You are indeed exceptional. Enough of that. The reason I called you here today is to inform you about your upcoming studies. You will be learning spells and alchemy with a teacher I have arranged for you. This means that your schedule will become quite demanding, as these subjects are significantly more challenging than the history of magic. Loxis had anticipated this day arriving soon, so she readily nodded. Alright, I will manage my time accordingly. Then Loxis changed the subject. However, why do you need to find me another teacher? After all, the Carrington family is renowned for these very subjects. I would think even in their portraits, you would be more than capable of guiding me. Loxis could not fathom why he sought to hire another teacher, when the walls were adorned with masters of spells and alchemy. Was it not sufficient to teach her as he had with the history of magic? Why waste money on a new instructor? Though the Carrington family was affluent, such extravagance seemed unnecessary. If they are all hanging on the walls, why can't they still contribute to save the Carrington family some funds? Kilcher, I fear that in trying to save, we may end up with no Carringtons left at all. Kilcher explained, we certainly can teach you, but for your safety, I believe you require a living teacher. After all, there have been many masters in wizarding history who have met Merlin due to errors in spellcasting and potion-making. Loxis countered, but I have had no mishaps while self-learning magic before. Kilcher patiently replied. Yet, you must understand that what you will be studying cannot always be the most basic of magic. You will need to learn various forms of destructive spells. Recognizing that Kilcher was not misleading her, Loxis conceded. You have a point, fine. But why am I going to the teacher instead of the teacher coming here? Kilcher's expression grew somewhat complex at Loxis's question. He prefers not to leave his premises. In any case, his situation is rather complicated. You can use the key on the desk to visit him. And who might he be? Gellert Grindelwald. You have studied the history of magic. You should be familiar with him. So my next place of study is a prison? The ever-ambitious Loxis. I never imagined I would need to attend classes in prison for no fault of my own. Kilcher remained silent for a moment. That is not entirely inaccurate. But tell me, do you think he is formidable? Loxis responded with exasperation. He is indeed powerful. But have you considered that I will be attending Hogwarts at age 11, where the headmaster is Albus Dumbledore, the very man who defeated him? Kilcher smiled and waved his hand dismissively. In truth, if you do not mention it, who would know? Besides, even if Albus were to find out, their relationship isn't as adversarial as history suggests. Loxis retorted. So am I studying from a false history of magic? Following this, Kilcher returned to his duties. and with the assistance of the house elf Raka, he resumed a significant portion of the Carrington family business. Loxis, citing her busy study schedule, returned all family enterprises, aside from the new Muggle ventures she had developed, to her ancestors on the walls. The ancestors remarked, "Oh, we never anticipated that hanging on the wall would result in more work." Those ancestors lacking a flair for business were overjoyed. Once all these connections were established, Loxis finally enjoyed a long-awaited respite. Chapter 8. The Audacious Loxis. On a non-holiday, while sipping afternoon tea and indulging in sweet delicacies in the garden, Loxis reflected on how delightful such days were. Embracing the joy of leisure, Loxis decided to entrust the family business to her ancestors on the wall. After all, her study of Muggle economics was merely a passing fancy. A few enterprises to practice with sufficed. Moreover, the Carrington family was not financially strained. As long as she conducted timely inspections of the family businesses to ensure they did not falter, satisfying her own indulgences would be sufficient. After a relaxing non-holiday, Loxis donned warm clothing and the following day, used the key to venture to Nurmengard. The moment she arrived at Nurmengard, Loxis was enveloped by an icy chill, prompting her to cast a warming charm upon herself. She then began her search for Grindelwald in the desolate and frigid confines of Nurmengard. Eventually, she located him in a room atop a building. To be honest, had Loxis not known that the figure before her was the Gellert Grindelwald of magical history, she would have found it hard to believe. Upon witnessing him for the first time, Loxis might have believed he was merely a wretched old man, appearing destitute and forlorn. After all, the annals of magical history depict Gellert Grindelwald as a master of dark arts and a linguistic sorcerer, a figure once renowned and feared in his era. Yet, the elderly gentleman before her, with his white hair and bowed head, sat in a corner of the castle, exuding an aura of desolation and solitude. Had he not lifted his gaze to meet hers with his piercing, distinctive heterochromatic eyes, Loxis would have been unable to discern any trace of his former grandeur. Rising from his corner, Grindelwald loomed over Loxis, instilling a palpable sense of intimidation within her. To speak candidly, had she not undergone years of tutelage as an heir, she might have instinctively chosen to flee. The first to break the silence was Grindelwald. "You must be Loxis, the young scion of the Carrington family? It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." "Greetings, Mr. Grindelwald. On behalf of the Carrington family, I extend my most sincere regards." "I look forward to your guidance in the future," Loxis replied, executing an intricate gesture indicative of ancient wizardly respect. Observing her adherence to the customs of the Carrington lineage, Grindelwald bestowed upon her a knowing smile. "It seems you have fully embraced the family's traditions." Loxis, however, remained unfazed. "After all, I am a Carrington." Grindelwald scrutinized her. Several years prior, when Kilter had approached him to serve as a mentor to his granddaughter, he had been reluctant. After all, what business did a man like him, a convict, have with students? What would Al think of such a decision? Ultimately, Kilter had persuaded him. Leveraging a debt owed to the Carrington family, and the potential for future opportunities, he had agreed to teach Loxis, though he had not anticipated the lengthy interval before her arrival. Now Grindelwald regarded Loxis, who barely reached his elbow, a mere 9 years of age, yet possessing an air of composure that suggested she would be a manageable pupil. She was likely to be his first and perhaps his last student in this lifetime, and he hoped she would not disappoint him. "I presume Kilter has informed you of your purpose here." Grindelwald's aged voice resonated in the chill of Nurmengard. Loxis replied, "To learn spells and alchemy." "Excellent. To what extent have you progressed?" "Just begun." This unexpected response caused Grindelwald to furrow his brow in mild disapproval. Is it not customary in the Carrington family to begin learning magic and alchemy from the moment one learns to write? How can you be at such an early stage? Loxis shrugged helplessly. "In truth, Kilter's magic encountered some issues, and he only brought me back last year. I spent the entire year studying English and the history of magic." Grindelwald, taken aback by her answer, inquired, "So you had no exposure to magic prior to this?" Loxis explained, "I did have some exposure, but I was not of age. The laws there do not permit the allocation of wands to those underage. Moreover, the regulations are far stricter than here. There are no unclaimed second-hand wands. When a wizard of the older generation passes, their wands must be surrendered for disposal." Grindelwald, well versed in the world, fell silent. In his recollection, no European nation's Ministry of Magic enforced such stringent rules, requiring the surrender of a deceased wizard's wand. Furthermore, those wizards adhered to this decree. Had he been imprisoned in Nurmengard for so long that the outside world had transformed beyond recognition? "You are not speaking of a place in Europe, are you?" This was the only conclusion Grindelwald could draw. Loxis nodded. Upon seeing her affirmation, a glimmer of understanding crossed Grindelwald's eyes. Very well, then I shall start from the beginning. For now, demonstrate the magic you have learned. Time flew by. And 2 years later, Loxia celebrated her 11th birthday, along with the arrival of her acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Under Grindelwald's rigorous instruction, she not only successfully passed the Carrington family's tests, but also achieved a level of magical proficiency akin to that of an average adult. She could even independently create various intricate alchemical products. Based on her rapid progress, it was estimated that within 2 more years, her abilities would rival those of most masters in alchemy. You have received your acceptance letter from Hogwarts, Loxias remarked as she arrived at Nurmengard through the key. Upon entering, she discovered Grindelwald bent over his desk, penning a letter. This was a scene she had frequently encountered, yet she had never witnessed a response from the recipient. Through their 2 years together, she had also come to understand the nature of her teacher's relationship with her future headmaster. She truly believed she had studied from a fraudulent history of magic. The thoughts that crossed her mind upon realizing they were, in fact, a pair were indescribable. Loxias refrained from responding to Grindelwald's words, but instead countered, "Gellert, are you still writing to your old flame?" She glanced at Grindelwald, and casually settled onto a nearby sofa. Over the course of 2 years, she had grown quite familiar with her teacher, Grindelwald. Although he was somewhat reluctant, her gradual efforts had transformed Nurmengard from its former cold prison-like state into a more inviting environment, complete with a fireplace, woolen carpets, a coffee table, a writing desk, a bookshelf, and particularly comfortable leather sofas. Loxias quipped, "One must endure hardships, but not at the expense of oneself." As for whether the guards outside had any objections to these changes, the supervising saint merely remarked, "No changes here." Thus, over the course of 2 years, Grindelwald's quality of life had significantly improved. Chapter 9, Diagon Alley. Seeing that Grindelwald remained silent, Loxias boldly continued, "If he does not reply to your letters, why persist? If I were you and found it difficult to let go, I would simply go and see him. It has been half a century. What grudges remain? If neither can move on, what is there that cannot be discussed?" With a swift motion, Grindelwald tore a piece of paper, calmly crumpled it into a ball, and cast it into the fireplace before retrieving a fresh sheet. He reminded himself that this was his only student, and he could not afford to further irritate Al. He could not resort to the Avada Kedavra. Thus, the only one to suffer was that piece of paper. Upon witnessing the paper's fate, Loxias wisely fell silent, realizing that her audacity might elevate the day's learning from a hellish level to one of purgatorial severity. Not only the paper would suffer, but she would too. Once Grindelwald completed the letter and entrusted it to an owl, he turned his gaze toward Loxias, his eyes narrowing slightly, exuding authority. "Loxias, you seem rather idle today." Loxias immediately shook her head vigorously. "Then you should practice your magic." That day, Loxias, due to her own recklessness, found herself too exhausted to even eat. After the session, contemplating her predicament, and realizing she had already suffered enough, she decided to speak a few more words before leaving. So with the key in hand, she mustered her courage and said, "To be honest, Gellert, do you truly have no intention of leaving here to see him? You wouldn't he understand? I made a mistake. He would not wish to see me. I must atone here." Observing Grindelwald, who despite his age still held a straight back, Loxias began to comprehend his steadfastness on this matter, and realized she could not sway him. "School is about to begin. Before Christmas, this should be my last visit here. Speaking of which, this will be my first time attending a magic school. Gellert, aside from what is mentioned in the admission notice, what else should I bring?" With a sudden shift in conversation, Loxias posed an entirely different question. "This is something you ought to ask your knights. My academic experiences from a century ago will not be of assistance." Grindelwald paused momentarily upon hearing Loxias mention that she would not return before Christmas. Loxias flashed a cunning smile, suggesting, "What do you think of me bringing a muggle camera to capture and document my life at school?" Grindelwald's response remained remarkably nonchalant. "That is a splendid idea, should you desire it. Just wait for my owl, and I shall send you my photographs." Without waiting for Grindelwald's reply, Loxias activated the door key and vanished. Once back in her own chamber within Carrington Castle, Loxias exhaled a deep sigh, releasing the tension that had built up within her. To be candid, the pressure her instructor, Gellert, exerted upon her at times felt almost unbearable, particularly when she had engaged in questionable deeds. With only a month remaining until the commencement of the school year, she had deliberately set aside this time to purchase her school supplies in Diagon Alley, and planned a visit to the Muggle world to manage her burgeoning enterprise. After all, the laborers were Muggles, the contacts were mute, and neither Louise nor the portraits at home had ever been involved. She needed to make arrangements in advance. By the time Loxias concluded her affairs in the Muggle realm and returned to the Carrington family estate after a shopping spree, less than a week remained until her school term began. This was Loxias's inaugural visit to Diagon Alley, so she chose to accompany Louise and her daughter, Betty Pfeff. She had also opted for the alias Loxias Pfeff, identifying herself as a distant relative of the Pfeff family while attending Hogwarts. As the school year approached, the already narrow streets of Diagon Alley became congested with wizards. Observing the throngs, Loxias instinctively furrowed her brow. I should have come to Diagon Alley earlier, she lamented internally. Betty, ever observant, noticed Loxias's expression. Loxias, you seem to dislike this place. Loxias replied candidly, it's not that I dislike it, rather, I find the sheer number of people overwhelming. Today's shopping excursion is likely to be quite arduous. Betty wholeheartedly concurred. That is indeed the case. But with the school year looming, it is unavoidable. Thankfully, we have already procured most items in advance. Our sole objective today is to find your wand. After all, to find the perfect wand, one must make the journey oneself. None among us possess wandcraft skills that rival Ollivander's. Well, ladies, since the wand shop is currently unoccupied, we should seize the opportunity and proceed, shall we? Louise suggested with a smile. With a clear goal in mind, the trio made their way to Ollivander's wand shop. Upon entering, Loxias beheld the quaint and somewhat cramped establishment, its walls adorned with boxes containing wands, some of which seemed perilously close to toppling. They were fortunate. Apart from themselves, no other patrons occupied the shop. Good day, Mr. Ollivander. Oh, greetings, Mrs. Pfeff. I remember the wands of you and your daughter. Yours is made of mahogany. Before Ollivander could complete his thought, Louise interjected with a smile, Sir, we are here today to select a wand for this young witch. Ah. Very well. Ollivander ceased reminiscing and turned his attention to Loxias at the counter. I have encountered a few individuals like you. The last was over 20 years ago. Loxias speculated he was referring to her mother or cousin. Sir, your memory is remarkable. Of course, I recall every wand I have sold. Now, young lady, which hand do you prefer to use? My right hand. Very well, let me ponder. This one might suit you. Cedar, with a unicorn hair core, measuring 9 inches. Give it a try. Loxias accepted the wand and gave it a wave, causing a gust of wind to sweep through the room, dislodging several precariously positioned wands that fell to the floor, effectively executing their escape plan. No, not this one. Let us try this instead. Ollivander shook his head and turned to retrieve another wand from a different shelf. He paid no mind to the fallen wands, as if they were not even part of his establishment. After several attempts, none of the wands proved suitable for Loxias. Oh, another discerning young witch. Yes, this one. It must be this. Ollivander handed her a wand that appeared somewhat rigid, large, with a unicorn hair core, 10 inches in length. The moment Loxias grasped it, she felt an undeniable connection with the wand. Oh, this is it. It will undoubtedly elevate you to unprecedented heights, and your talents will flourish because of it. Just remember not to use it for dark magic. 7 galleons, please. Loxias tucked the wand away and produced 7 galleons from a small pouch, which she had enchanted for concealment. After departing from Ollivander's wand shop, Loxias, adhering to the notion that she had come all this way, took Louise and Betty's suggestion to visit Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor and Leadenhall bookstore. She indulged in a delightful ice cream treat, albeit a low-sugar version, and purchased a few frivolous books to add a dash of flavor to her otherwise mundane life. After all, such humorous yet nutritionally devoid books were absent from the Carrington family's library, and Loxias doubted they would be found in the Hogwarts library either. Subsequently, Loxias, along with Louise and Betty, exited Diagon Alley and returned to Carrington Castle via apparition. After escorting Loxias back to the castle, Louise concluded her day's work and departed with her daughter. As for Loxias, she was greeted by a gathering of ancestors. Upon her return, they swarmed around her, crowding into the frames closest to her. Portrait 1. Oh, little Loxias, let us see your wand. Loxias produced the wand she had stowed in her bag. It is large, with a unicorn hair core, 10 inches long. Portrait 2. Large. I had thought you would have an applewood wand. The unicorn hair is reminiscent of Lilith. But with this, you will find it difficult to wield dark magic. Our Carrington family is well versed in both dark and light magic. That's all right. We may not have much, but we certainly have an abundance of wands. Just look at all of ours. Choose whichever wand you find comfortable to use. Having multiple wands at your disposal during duels is never a bad idea. Portrait 3. Although I do not particularly care for this fellow's style, he speaks the truth. A wand is essential for a wizard, Until you master wandless magic, it is wise to carry several wands, lest you find yourself disarmed. Loxias felt somewhat exasperated. All right. I will. At that moment, one of the portraits remarked, which house do you think little Loxias will be sorted into? This question sparked lively debate among the portraits. She will surely be a Ravenclaw. Just look at how clever little Loxias is. Not necessarily. I believe little Loxias must be a Hufflepuff. Lilith was a Hufflepuff. And just look at how much she enjoys food. It perfectly complements the badger. Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff. As the two sides continued to argue, a cool voice interjected, in my opinion, she is undoubtedly a Slytherin. Oh, Selena, little Loxias is certainly not a Slytherin. I understand that you wish for our child to join Slytherin because of your own affiliation. But one must consider the facts. As Selena spoke up, a portrait that had remained silent throughout the discussion, Kilcher, paused from her tasks to listen. She mused. Perhaps she truly is a Slytherin. What are you implying, Kilcher? Look at the multitude of us in the family. Only a handful have ventured into Slytherin, while the numbers belonging to Ravenclaw are the most abundant. She undoubtedly belongs to our Ravenclaw. An interjection from a nearby Gryffindor broke the conversation. Why can't she be a Gryffindor? Please step aside. Our Slytherin contingent far exceeds that of Gryffindor. The Gryffindor, unwilling to concede, retorted. So what if there are more? Gryffindor is the finest house. Our headmaster is from Gryffindor. Clearly, it is Slytherin. No, it is Ravenclaw. It is Hufflepuff. Observing the quarrel amongst the portraits adorning the walls, Loxias quietly stepped back 2 paces and, seizing the moment while they were distracted, made her escape. Upon returning to her room, Loxias reflected upon this discourse, contemplating the emblematic attributes of each house. The bravery of Gryffindor, the wisdom of Ravenclaw, the loyalty of Hufflepuff, and the cunning of Slytherin. She mused that she ought to be a Slytherin, even though she harbored no personal ambition, solely wishing to grow stronger, and then retire in leisurely disdain. However, the Carrington family, in this era, required a head who could adeptly weigh the pros and cons and safeguard their interests. To embrace the cunning of Slytherin was undoubtedly her most prudent choice at present. On the day of the school opening, Loxias, unaccustomed to arriving on time, arrived at King's Cross Station as platform 9.5 hours early. At this hour, several compartments on the train remained unoccupied. After boarding, she parted ways with Betty, casually selecting a compartment towards the rear where she stowed her luggage, and settled in to admire the scenery outside while awaiting the train's departure. Before long, a group of second-year badgers entered her compartment, greeting Loxias with remarkable friendliness as they introduced her to Hogwarts. They generously shared the food they had brought along. In return, Loxias graciously offered an assortment of snacks from the trolley. Wow! With so much pocket money, you can indulge in countless delicious treats, exclaimed one of the badgers, expressing envy over the abundance of delectable offerings. Loxias smiled politely, refraining from comment. Truth be told, having witnessed the wealth of the Carrington family, she realized that her lineage was far from unmerited. Oh, it was a fortune that filled 3 rooms with gold and various gemstones, nearly blinding Loxias with its brilliance. Moreover, this was merely a fraction of the Carrington estate. This revelation left Loxias, who came from a family of significant lineage, and was accustomed to receiving red envelopes during the new year, utterly satisfied, as she had felt the burdens of life at such a tender age. Chapter 11, Hogwarts. Loxias felt particularly elated in the company of the badgers. She picked up a box of chocolate frogs and opened it with a decisive motion. Unexpectedly, a frog leapt out. One of the badgers skillfully caught it for her, saying, "Here you go." "Thank you," Loxias replied, taking the frog and carefully observing how the badgers consumed theirs before cautiously taking a bite herself. It was overwhelmingly sweet. Loxias was relieved that her initial bite had not been too large. At that moment, she finally comprehended why her house elf responsible for procuring snacks never purchased treats from outside. It was not merely due to the elf's nutritional knowledge deeming them junk food, but rather because they were aware that such sweetness would be entirely unpalatable to her. Frowning, Loxias glanced at the black chocolate frog that bore the mark of her bite. To discard it would be a waste of food, a disgrace. Yet to keep it would be a torment. The badgers tilted their heads, observing her discomfort. "What's wrong? I'm not quite used to this level of sweetness." "What a pity. But don't worry, Honeydukes has other candies with varying levels of sweetness and flavors. Although we can only visit Hogsmeade in our 3rd year, they do accept orders, albeit requiring a substantial quantity for each order." After expressing their regret, the badgers began recommending their favorite candy shops to Loxias. She nodded, determined to annihilate the chocolate frog piece by piece later, while also making a mental note of the candy shop they had suggested. To be honest, she quite enjoyed chocolate. provided it were not so excessively sweet. Loxias then lowered her gaze to the box containing the chocolate frog. The lid bore the image of Dumbledore along with his past accomplishments. Noticing Loxias' intrigue with the chocolate frog card, the Badger recalled that this was her first encounter with a chocolate frog, and, suspecting she might be a Muggle-born wizard, decided to continue her introduction. Oh, this is the chocolate frog card. Each box contains one, featuring different individuals. Many attempt to collect the entire set, though few succeed. You've drawn Dumbledore, our headmaster. His card is the most common. Hearing this explanation, Loxias understood that her first gift to Numungard had found its destination. Gellert would surely appreciate it. In the light-hearted atmosphere, Loxias and the Badgers reached their destination. After bidding farewell to her second-year companions, Loxias joined a throng of first-years following Hagrid onto the small boats. Seated alongside her were Hermione and two other girls. Hello, I'm Hermione Granger. Perhaps due to their shared seating, Hermione chose to greet Loxias. Loxias politely responded, hello, I'm Loxias Fate. Are you also Muggle-born? No, I am half-blood. Although Loxias was unaware of the circumstances surrounding her estranged father, she knew that among her known ancestors, regardless of their wizarding status, the non-humans were numerous. Though outwardly she presented herself with the identity she had chosen, she felt no inclination to claim pureblood status, let alone declare herself a pureblood wizard. Upon hearing that Loxias was not entirely Muggle-born, Hermione realized that Loxias must possess some knowledge of Hogwarts, and her excitement surged. To be honest, I never expected to be a witch. Initially, I thought it was some sort of superpower. It's truly amazing, she continued, her face brimming with excitement, pride, and eagerness. Loxias could sense her enthusiasm and listened intently. Honestly, it was rare for any young witch to not feel exhilarated during their first day at school. Loxias herself could not help but feel the same, especially after the considerable effort she had invested to attend school and finally pass the family test. Though she did not display it, it was merely because she had undergone the education of an heir, where emotions must remain concealed, and thus maintained a facade of calmness in public. Once Hermione had finished speaking, Loxias began. The adults say that Hogwarts is the best school, but I believe we must experience it ourselves to truly understand. As for your concerns about adapting, I wouldn't fret too much. In the wizarding world, young witches are generally not exposed to magic too soon, so your start won't be drastically different. As their conversation flowed, the little boat carried them to Hogwarts. It was a castle entirely distinct from Carrington Castle in style. After disembarking and traversing a narrow, dark pathway, they finally arrived before Hogwarts. Gazing at the magnificent structure before her, Loxias suddenly paused. She envisioned the adventures she would share over the coming year with Hermione, the Savior and the red-haired Ron, as well as the eventual encounter with Quirrell and Voldemort. Loxias lowered her gaze, concealing the emotions welling within her eyes. She had not anticipated that her talent would manifest at this moment. However, considering the passage of time, it was rather expected. There were numerous matters pertaining to the place she had foreseen that required her to calm her thoughts, but evidently, this was not the appropriate time. Loxis collected her thoughts and rejoined the main group, which had fallen a few steps behind. As she entered Hogwarts and ascended the grand staircase, she encountered a tall, dignified witch clad in a green robe, Professor McGonagall, who exuded both authority and grace. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here, McGonagall acknowledged with a nod. Very well, Hagrid replied before departing. McGonagall then addressed the gathering of young witches and wizards below. Ladies and gentlemen, please adjust your attire and wait here for a moment. Following this, McGonagall exited the scene, leaving the group of unrestrained young wizards to grow increasingly restless. Hermione, standing beside Loxis, continued to chatter away. This time, Loxis chose not to respond, instead opting to listen with a smile. Yet, her attention was soon captured by the commotion ahead, and she found herself multitasking. Truth be told, she had foreseen this very scene, but observing it from a third-person perspective was a distinctly different experience compared to witnessing it from an omniscient viewpoint. Chapter 12. The Sorting. Hello, I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. The moment Draco finished speaking, laughter erupted from a boy in the stillness of the night, which was anything but friendly. In fact, it bordered on impolite. Influenced by his father, Draco, who already harbored a disdain for the Weasley family, could not contain himself any longer. He turned to Ron, who had laughed and scoffed. Is it really that amusing? Let me guess, with that red hair and tattered robes, you must be a Weasley. After this, Draco glanced back at Harry and extended his hand, ready to launch into his customary remarks. Naturally, Harry opted to decline. To him, the lofty Malfoy was far less approachable than Ron, who had already become a friend while sharing snacks on the train. Furthermore, having insulted Ron, Harry had no desire to befriend him. The Savior's rejection clearly irked the young heir of the Malfoy family, and thus, their tangled story began. Yet, even though their conflict had begun today, their entanglement concluded at that very moment, for Professor McGonagall had returned. Under the watchful gaze of the professor, no one dared to act out of line. They were about to enter the Great Hall. Loxis, who felt slightly disheartened that the spectacle had not reached its peak, remained unperturbed. After all, she had a full 7 years before graduation. At least throughout their first year, Malfoy and Potter would remain in opposition. The real drama was just beginning. Upon entering the Great Hall, Loxis caught sight of Dumbledore at the staff table, her teacher's beloved partner, and the world's greatest white wizard. However, her gaze lingered only briefly on Dumbledore before shifting to the other professors. Out of courtesy, she spent little time observing each of them, including the focus of her attention, Professor Quirrell. In no time, the Sorting Hat had concluded its unsightly song, and the sorting commenced. Due to her surname, Loxis was called relatively early, with only a few students having gone before her. Loxis FEF, came the announcement. Stepping forward, she allowed McGonagall to place the Sorting Hat upon her head. In an instant, darkness enveloped her, and the only sound that remained in her mind was that of the hat. Let me see, it mused. How curious indeed. I sense a deep conflict within you. You possess the wisdom of Ravenclaw, yet lack a thirst for knowledge. You harbor little ambition. But you are prudent and adept at weighing pros and cons, a clever little witch. Oh, kindness and sincerity. Hufflepuff would be a fine fit for you. But where shall I place you? This is quite challenging, Ravenclaw? Slytherin? Or Hufflepuff? Wait, what do I see? Without a doubt, you belong to Slytherin. As the word Slytherin echoed, McGonagall removed the hat, and Loxis was once again bathed in light. After descending, she made her way to the Slytherin table, casually selecting a seat. One by one, more students were sorted into Slytherin. Once the majority had taken their seats, one of the few unfamiliar faces at the table inquired, Miss FEF, are you pure blood? No, I am half-blood. Upon hearing this, those seated around Loxis subtly shifted away from her, while the questioner displayed a look of disdain. Loxis mused to herself, realizing that Slytherin's aversion to Muggleborns extended even to half-bloods. Yet, this was somewhat advantageous, as it would likely deter unwanted attention in the future. Once the sorting concluded, Dumbledore delivered his classic remarks. Fools. Crybabies. Dregs. Twist. Finally, the tables were laden with food. Faced with an array of British cuisine, Loxis felt a tinge of exasperation. Fortunately, Gilly had also arrived at Hogwarts, and she could indulge in seconds after the meal. Famished, Loxis opted for a chicken leg, and a steak that appeared reasonably appetizing. The chicken was decent, but the steak was far too rare. There would not be a second chance. Following the meal came the time for the traditional song. Loxis thought, is this an annual occurrence? Oh, how I long for the harmonious choral performances back home. Afterward, the head of Slytherin summoned the new students, stating, follow me, Slytherins. To be honest, the Slytherin common room was not far from the Great Hall. They arrived in no time, barely matching Loxis' post-meal strolling standards. Pureblood. Upon entering the command, the passageway to the common room opened, and the young serpents followed their head. This was the directive for the week, which changed every 7 days. The head explained as they walked. Upon reaching the common room, they remained gathered in a circle. Loxis had heard from Selena that this was a Slytherin tradition. On the first day of school, new students elect a prefect. The prefect symbolizes authority, responsible for overseeing the entire year's students, managing points deductions, and leading collective activities as well as attending classes. It sounded quite burdensome, and Loxis felt that managing her own household was already troublesome enough. Moreover, these little brats did not appear to be the type to follow orders, so she declined the position. When Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, arrived, the atmosphere became charged with tension. Seizing the moment while attention was diverted, Loxis discreetly repositioned herself to a less conspicuous yet advantageous spot for viewing. The first to step forward was Draco Malfoy, clearly eager for power, possibly due to his lineage as a Malfoy. Loxis found herself intrigued by this scene, one she had not foreseen. If the setting were more appropriate for snacking, she would have been munching on sunflower seeds. What was this? Was it the aspirational workplace version of the arrogant young master's ascent to power? Or perhaps the vengeful love-hate narrative of today you ignore me, tomorrow I shall make you regret it? Oh, the latter seemed far more entertaining. The former was a bit of a test for one's literary skills. Chapter 13. The first lesson. The most formidable first-year student, Loxis, did not take the stage. And the final selection for prefect was undoubtedly Draco Malfoy. Once the prefect was chosen, they dispersed cheerfully, without any unnecessary verbosity. Loxis happily retreated to her single dormitory. Slytherin dormitories are typically shared by two, yet for Loxis, residing alone poses no difficulty. Among the three prominent affiliated families, one serves as a Hogwarts governor. Thus, discreetly maneuvering matters is hardly a challenge. Upon arriving at her quarters, she found that Gilly had already arranged her room and prepared dinner, neatly set upon the table. "Thank you, Gilly." "Oh, no need for thanks. It is my duty," Gilly responded, suppressing her impulse to scream in excitement as she maintained her polite demeanor. Having been influenced by Muggle television, she adeptly embodied the role of a Muggle house elf, finding it rather impressive. After a proper dinner, Loxis freshened up and tended to her skincare routine before retiring for the night. Subsequently, it was time for her to attend classes. Initially, adhering to her principle of maintaining a low profile and avoiding trouble at the beginning of the term, Loxis opted to join the larger group for breakfast in the Great Hall after her morning exercises for the first 2 days. This decision, however, left her feeling quite famished long before lunchtime. After all, her penchant for noodle dishes was unmet by the Hogwarts breakfast offerings. Fortunately, Gilly had prepared some snacks for her, sparing her the need to endure hunger. The first class for Slytherin was Charms. For a novice like Loxis, who had already been practicing nonverbal spells, this introductory course proved to be a torment. Although she was the first to complete the exercise and earn 10 points for Slytherin, Loxis resolved to apply for an exemption after this week. To her surprise, before she could approach Professor Flitwick, he called her aside. "Miss Fay, I have observed your performance of the levitation charm. Your skill seems to have reached exam standards." "Indeed, Professor Flitwick," Loxis replied with a smile, raising her wand slightly, causing her textbook to levitate from her desk and fly into her hands. "Ah, a commendable silent levitation charm and summoning charm, Miss Fay. I believe, should you wish, you may apply for an exemption, and I shall approve it," Professor Flitwick praised. Loxis smiled in response. "In fact, I intend to apply next week." Flitwick nodded. "Very well. Should you have any queries, feel free to ask me." "Thank you, Professor. Now if you will excuse me, the next class is about to commence. Off you go." Slytherin's subsequent class was herbology, and Loxis approached this unfamiliar subject with utmost seriousness. As for lunch, having denied herself breakfast, Loxis resolved not to compromise her midday meal. She basked in the radiant sunlight and decisively chose to enjoy her lunch on the lawn by the Black Lake. However, midway through her meal, she was approached by a group of eager Hufflepuffs, drawn in by the enticing aroma of her food, led by Cedric Diggory, a third-year Hufflepuff. He was gently nudged forward by a few younger Badgers, serving as a diplomat to engage with the Slytherin. "Hello, I'm Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff. May I inquire what it is you are eating? It smells delightful, and we haven't seen anything like it in the Hogwarts kitchens." With a hopeful glint in his eyes, Cedric conversed with Loxis. "This is Chinese cuisine, prepared by my house elf. I was raised in Hogwarts and find it difficult to acclimate to the local fare," Loxis replied, glancing at the half-eaten bento in her hands. Cedric looked somewhat disappointed. Observing his disheartened expression, Loxis, who held a fondness for Hufflepuff, retrieved some spicy snacks and pastries from her bag. "This is part of my lunch, and while I've already begun eating, I have some treats from my house elf for you to sample." "Really? Is that permissible?" Loxis nodded. "Help yourselves. I have plenty. However, do be cautious. The snacks are a bit spicy, and the pastries are tailored to my taste, so they aren't overly sweet." "Thank you," Cedric exclaimed before returning to his fellow Badgers with the goodies. Loxis then heard their excited exclamations, and when she turned to look, they had all turned into rosy-cheeked apples. How adorable! Such a charming group of Hufflepuffs was hard not to like. Unfortunately, her cheerful mood from lunch was shattered by the afternoon class schedule. Loxis's next class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, taught by the garlic-scented Quirrell, who was rumored to have once sought the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, but was denied. Was this not a peculiar realization of his ambition? Though she understood his true aim was the Philosopher's Stone, making it unlikely he would cast Avada Kedavra upon the young witches and wizards before him. Especially with several children from his Death Eater family present, Loxis still felt it prudent to keep her distance. The Defense Against the Dark Arts course successfully made its way onto Loxis's exemption application list. Yet, she had no intention of discussing this with Quirrell. She planned to approach Dumbledore directly over the weekend, confident that he would find her prophecy intriguing. During class, Loxis swiftly took a seat in the last row. However, she was unprepared for the overwhelming scent of garlic that emanated from Quirrell. Even from her distant position, she could not escape it. Strangely enough, Loxis had a fondness for garlic shrimp and garlic eggplant. Yet the pungent aroma of pure garlic was unbearable. After class, she even suspected that she had absorbed the scent. She had just washed her hair yesterday. Was it true that Voldemort, in his spectral state, was immune to the odor of garlic, thus able to tolerate it? Based on her predictions, Loxis surmised that Voldemort existed in some liminal state between life and death, drawn to Hogwarts by the allure of the Philosopher's Stone, seeking to reclaim life. Furthermore, she was certain that he posed no immediate threat to her safety. This realization solidified her decision to remain at Hogwarts instead of abandoning her studies on the very first day out of fear. Chapter 14. Undoubtedly, Loxis was now equipped with several protective alchemical items, a marked improvement from the previous day, thankfully being sorted into Slytherin, an elite house filled with young lords and ladies. Her adornments did not stand out amidst the array of opulent serpents. In fact, one could argue that her ensemble was quite fitting. That evening, after finishing a light meal in the Great Hall, Loxis returned to her dormitory to complete her assignments and practice alchemy, all while remembering to send a dozen chocolate frogs to Gellert. Thus, her first day at Hogwarts came to a close. The next day, Loxis had classes in Transfiguration and History of Magic. For her, Transfiguration was manageable, yet the History of Magic, which she could recite backward, prompted her to submit her exemption request immediately. She simply could not bear to endure another lecture on the subject. It was worth noting that during her first year, she was subjected to various portraits continuously replaying the material around the clock, whether she was eating or sleeping. Loxis had truly reached her limit. Nevertheless, she resolved to attend classes for the first week, considering it a courtesy to the professor. After all, the ghostly professor enduring the trials of teaching was far worse off than she. Loxis reassured herself. In Transfiguration class, she watched as Professor McGonagall transformed from a charming cat back into her human form, eliciting astonished gasps from many students. Loxis recognized this as the animagus transformation, a feat of considerable difficulty that could result in losing oneself entirely during the first attempt. Few in the wizarding world managed to achieve it. She yearned to learn this skill. She recalled that her instructor, Gellert, was a renowned master of transfiguration. When she studied under him, they had only delved into optical charms and alchemy, yet she had yet to learn his transfiguration techniques. If she expressed her desire to learn, Gellert would surely not refuse. After all, mastering the art of becoming an animagus would provide her with an additional means of self-preservation. He would likely be pleased to see his pitiable student acquire such a skill, wouldn't he? Speaking of which, she was quite curious about what animal her animagus form would be. If it were a creature with fur, that would be splendid. She adored anything fluffy. Moreover, transforming into a plush being and snuggling under the covers during winter would surely be delightful. With this thought, Loxis mused that perhaps in a few weeks she could ask Gilly to bring Tom along. While not furry himself, having a plush companion to sleep with wouldn't be too shabby. As for Tom, he was a birthday gift from Louise and the others. As they knew of her fondness for Tom and Jerry, she had named this feline after the cat in the show. Upon starting school, the notice had stated that students could bring a pet, and considering the need for an owl, she had opted to leave Tom at home to catch mice instead. As for the owl that would have to fly to Numungard and back, you'd be better off bringing that cat. To be honest, this didn't seem entirely rational. Even though wizards possessed magic, there were still a few mice lurking within the expansive, enchanted Carrington castle. She could only wonder how her ancestors managed. It was one thing not to have invented a spell for the instant extermination of mice, but quite another not to have kept a cat to catch them. As for why she planned to wait a few weeks before asking Gilly to bring Tom, Loxis felt that once the initial sensitivity of the school year had passed, it would be perfectly acceptable to introduce another pet. To her knowledge, Hogwarts lacked the tradition of checking dormitories. Moreover, it was not uncommon for students to have more than one pet residing at Hogwarts. Bringing an additional pet wouldn't be a problem at all. Lost in thought for a while, Loxis returned her focus, grasping her wand and gazing at the matchstick on her desk. The concept of becoming an animagus felt too distant for her. Today, she needed to learn how to transfigure a matchstick into a needle. Following Professor McGonagall's instructions, Loxis envisioned the shape of the needle while reciting the transfiguration incantation. Soon, with a solid foundation in charms and a comprehensive understanding of transfiguration theory, Loxis succeeded in transforming the matchstick before her into a slender needle after several attempts. A commendable transformation, earning Slytherin 5 points. As the second successful young witch, Loxis received an additional 5 points from Professor McGonagall. She felt that had she not been distracted and wasted time, she could have been the first to succeed, thus awarding Slytherin 10 points. Next came the monotonous history of magic class. Having already memorized the history of magic, Loxis managed to add a few points to Slytherin. However, that was merely at the beginning. As the lesson progressed, she found herself drowsy under the professor's hypnotic voice. Even so, Loxis was still the student who accrued the most points in that class. In fact, she felt as though she had transformed into a relentless point-accumulating machine since her arrival at school. Thus, the day's lessons passed in an uneventful manner. The only novelty that piqued Loxis's interest in campus life was the appearance of new little badgers inquiring about her lunch. Akin to some sort of task waiting to be triggered, she continued to offer them spicy strips and pastries. Well, who could refuse such adorable little badgers? Certainly not a certain Slytherin snake. The joy of feeding these small creatures was utterly delightful. Simultaneously, Loxis decided to ask Gilly to prepare a lunch for her. After all, if more little badgers appeared, she couldn't keep giving them the same food. She was the player. If they didn't show up, she could simply heat up her leftovers for dinner. Nothing would go to waste. Chapter 15. Potions Class 1. At last, Loxis found herself approaching Potions class. This was the lesson of their head of house. To be honest, having only seen Snape on sorting day, Loxis did not hold a strong impression of him. She only remembered him clad in black robes, striding with an air of authority, his voluminous cloak billowing behind him, quite imposing indeed. And there was also what Betty had mentioned when introducing the school. He was an exceptional potions master, with a sharp tongue that matched his prowess, known for favoring Slytherin and maintaining a stringent demeanor. However, Loxis did not concern herself too much with these details. She merely wished to avoid incurring his ire. After all, the Carrington family was not devoid of individuals who were passionately devoted to potions and dedicated their lives to it. Yet among the 158 Carringtons, every single one had excelled as a master of charms and alchemy around the age of adulthood, but none had emerged as a master of potions. It seemed that their talents had been entirely exhausted in the realms of charms and alchemy, as well as the passage of time. Due to the peculiar lineage of the Carrington family, each member inherited not only the family's abilities, but also randomly acquired the capabilities of other ancestral bloodlines. Loxis believed that only through marriage to a partner endowed with potion-making talent could their family's potion-making prowess be improved. Yet after so many generations of free love, they had yet to encounter anyone with a talent for potions to become their partner. This was one of the reasons Loxis did not harbor particularly high expectations for Potions class. Her path had already been attempted by others before her. Talent dictated the limits of one's potential. Regardless of how hard she tried, she would merely produce a potion that was barely acceptable, much like her ancestors. Rather than relying on herself to concoct a superb potion, it would be wiser to depend on her galleons and the Ficnay family's resources. What is there that cannot be purchased with money? If something exists, it must be that one does not possess enough funds. As for the possibility of falling in love with potion making after trying it out and deciding to dedicate her life to it, that would be a narrative for another time. Post-adulthood. Consequently, on this day, Loxis arrived at the potions classroom at the usual hour. Perhaps it was because it was their head of house's class. But the Slytherin snakes were particularly enthusiastic. When Loxis arrived at the classroom at her customary time, the Slytherin seating area had only the last row remaining. All the Slytherins, save for her, were already seated. Noticing her tardiness, Draco, as the head boy, even turned to cast her a disapproving glance. Loxis glanced over at the relatively vacant Gryffindor seating area, and thought to herself, didn't he arrive late or anything? Amidst the awkwardness, Loxis settled into the last row. She was quite content with her choice of seat. Being in the last row should keep her out of the professor's line of sight. As long as she behaved and followed the rules in brewing potions, she should avoid being met with his venomous remarks. Furthermore, according to her predictions, Draco and the hero of the story would have an unexpected interaction during this class. Although the hero, Harry, would likely become the target of the professor's scrutiny and point deductions, the points deducted would not be from those she had worked hard to earn for Slytherin. As Loxis flipped open her potions textbook to prepare, the class period began, and Severus Snape appeared promptly at the classroom door. He walked from the last row to the front, his presence commanding, his robes trailing behind him in a particularly stylish manner. Loxis pondered how, aside from when she sprinted, she could never quite achieve such a dramatic flow with her own robes, and she felt a slight urge to inquire if he had cast a spell on his attire. Snape stood at the front, looking down upon the group of newly enrolled young witches and wizards, and began his first lesson of the year with a measured tone and elegant diction. In the pauses of his speech, Severus Snape's gaze scrutinized the young wizards below. Some bore expressions of indifference, while others appeared spirited. Yet amidst the throng, his attention was immediately drawn to the unconventional Harry Potter, who was scribbling something with a quill. His disheveled hair was reminiscent of his father, equally loathsome. Those distinctive eyes, the only trait resembling Lily, were obscured by thick glasses. He had also inherited that bothersome short-sightedness characteristic of the Potters. Thus, once Snape concluded his opening remarks, he called upon Harry to commence his classic trio of questions. Bewildered, Harry rose and responded with his signature ignorance, even daring to retort. Hermione had been persistently raising her hand. Surely she knew the answers. Why not pose the question to her? At that moment, the onlooking Lucius Malfoy could not help but admire Harry Potter's Gryffindor courage. Lucius even considered that labeling him with the commendatory term courage tarnished the very essence of bravery. This was nothing short of recklessness. Or did the title of the Chosen One instill in him a sense of entitlement to be the center of the universe? Perhaps their education had diverged significantly. Lucius could only ponder. He recalled his primary school days when students who dared to respond to a teacher's query without a clue were virtually non-existent. The wisest course of action was undoubtedly to lower one's head and await the teacher's questions to pass. After all, this was the inaugural potions class of the term, and ignorance of the relevant knowledge merely indicated a lack of preparation. Typically, teachers would not create undue hardships. At most, they would critique one for not having prepared. However, to retort was to convey two things: a clear admission of one's lack of preparation, coupled with an assertion of innocence, that, in turn, signaled a troubling attitude toward learning. For most educators, it was permissible to be uninformed, but one's attitude toward learning must remain impeccable. As anticipated, after Professor Snape revealed the correct answers, the sound of points being deducted from Gryffindor rang out. Potter, for your insubordination towards the professor, 3 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. Following a theoretical lesson, the students were met with the task of pairing up to brew potions. Lucius glanced at the paired Gryffindors, then at the solitary Slytherin. Oh, she mused. Why are they seated in pairs? Am I to be left alone? Nevertheless, although Carrington lacked a natural aptitude for potions, she could still produce competent brews through diligence. This lesson, she presumed, would not be a failure. However, she could no longer afford to be complacent. Following the instructions on the blackboard, Lucius meticulously crushed the snake fangs, preparing various ingredients. Finally, she cautiously added them to the cauldron in the prescribed order, and at the designated intervals. Throughout this phase, Lucius's hands remained steady. Alone at her cauldron, she adhered strictly to the required steps. It was only during the stirring process that, observing the potion's gradual transformation, she instinctively felt compelled to stir an additional 14 times. Her intuition had always been remarkably accurate, thus she complied with her instinct. Chapter 16, Potions Class 2. Gazing upon the potion she had successfully brewed, which appeared quite satisfactory, Lucius felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Had she truly accomplished such a feat on her first attempt? Was it not said that the Carrington family lacked any aptitude for potions? Could it be that her grandfather had indeed encountered someone with a talent for potions? Wait. She could not dwell on that thought any longer. What if she stumbled upon the truth? Just as Lucius was lost in contemplation of her potion, Snape's voice suddenly resonated behind her. Since you have successfully brewed your potion, why have you not poured it into a vial? Or are you waiting for your esteemed professor to assist you with this final step? Lucius startled, turning to find Snape standing behind her, unbeknownst to her. Regaining her composure, she exhaled a breath of relief and carefully transferred her potion into the vial. Once she completed her task, Snape's emotionless voice echoed once more. Now, Miss FEF, could you enlighten me as to how many times I instructed you to stir? Lucius stood, looking up at Snape. 3.5 times, Professor. And how many times did you stir? 14 times beyond 3.5. Can you explain why you chose to stir those additional 14 times? Lucius hesitated momentarily to gather her thoughts before responding. In truth, I observed that with each stir during the final phase, the potion's state appeared to improve. Upon reaching 3.5, I sensed I should pause, yet I inexplicably felt that a bit more stirring would enhance the potion further. So I acted upon my instinct. Upon hearing Lucius's explanation, Snape scrutinized her intensely for an extended period, to the point where she felt quite anxious under his gaze. The sensation of being watched by a teacher is quite unnerving, Lucius thought. 10 points to Slytherin for being the first to brew a potion successfully. After uttering this, Snape shifted his focus to other students. Therefore, her actions were not misguided, were they? Points had been awarded. Lucius returned to her seat feeling a surge of joy, her lips curving into a smile. Could it be that she possessed a latent talent for potions? Perhaps destined to become the first potions master in the history of the Carrington family? As she swayed her short legs in delight while tidying her desk, Snape cast a fleeting glance back at her. A Slytherin with a modicum of talent in potions, unafraid of him. This was Snape's initial impression of Lucius. Fool. As she recalled Snape's voice, Lucius suddenly remembered something she had overlooked. She foresaw that a little lion would require a visit to the infirmary, due to a mishap. No matter. That was beyond her reach, and she could truly offer no assistance. She hoped his injury was not severe. Just as Lucius silently prayed, she heard Snape's voice deducting points once more. Due to your blunder, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. Potter, because you failed to intervene promptly. Another 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. Potter, for your insubordination toward the professor. Yet another 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. How terrifyingly severe the deductions were. In that moment, Lucius felt a wave of gratitude for being sorted into Slytherin. According to Betty's descriptions of Snape's favoritism toward Slytherin, at least she would not have to experience such drastic point deductions. The weekend soon arrived, and Lucius finally had the opportunity for a private audience with Professor Dumbledore. Mr. Dumbledore, I extend the most sincere greetings from the Carrington family. After using the password to enter the headmaster's office, Lucius stood before Dumbledore and, adhering to the Carrington family's customs, offered her greetings. Dumbledore, with a smile, replied, "Ah, Miss Carrington, you have mastered your family's etiquette remarkably well. However, here, such formalities are unnecessary." Lucius nodded. "Considering this is our first private meeting, it is prudent to maintain a degree of formality. Please have a seat. Would you care for some sweets?" As he spoke, Dumbledore pushed a pile of confections toward Lucius, having previously overlooked the sugary offerings on Dumbledore's desk. Lucius's expression stiffened at the sight of the heap of cockroach clusters. "Thank you, but I shall pass. However, Mr. Dumbledore, might you kindly put that away?" Dumbledore's face was filled with confusion. "Why, I find the aroma of the pile of cockroaches rather delightful. Would you care to try it?" Lockhart hesitated, grimacing as he suppressed his revulsion towards the cockroaches, tremblingly raising his wand. "In truth, Professor Dumbledore, are you familiar with this creature known as the cockroach? I have delved into the matter within the Muggle realm, and have even encountered the cockroaches from the southern regions of China. Their living conditions are abysmal, often feasting upon human excrement, and the cockroaches from southern China are even capable of flight. My aversion to such creatures is exceedingly difficult to contain. Merely seeing one invokes a desire to eradicate it, perhaps with a swift slap of a slipper. Although I am perplexed as to why the wizarding world produces such peculiar confections, if you do not dispose of them, I fear I may lose control." Dumbledore glanced at Lockhart, who was poised to cast a spell, and then at the pile of cockroaches, ultimately conceding to put them away. At the very least, he could still enjoy them later. "Thank you very much." Lockhart retracted his wand and donned a polite smile once more. Dumbledore nodded. "Oh, it is nothing. Would you care for some tea?" "Certainly, thank you." After having declined once, Lockhart felt remiss to refuse a second time, and accepted the red tea offered by Dumbledore. Upon taking his first sip, Lockhart immediately regretted it. It was even sweeter than chocolate frogs. Forcing down that mouthful of tea, Lockhart set the cup down. Yet the cloying sweetness lingered stubbornly in her mouth. She resolved that she would likely abstain from sweets for the foreseeable future, even foregoing sweet and sour pork. Chapter 17 Dumbledore. Dumbledore initiated the conversation. "Child, may I refer to you as Lockhart?" "Of course. How has your school life been?" Lockhart replied honestly, "Quite well. Although there are a few subjects for which I intend to apply for exemption. Those would be history of magic and charms, I presume? I recall that Eden Lilith and Amabel also sought exemptions in their time. It appears to have become a tradition in your family." "Indeed. But I also need to add a defense against the dark arts class." A flicker of surprise glimmered in Dumbledore's cerulean eyes. "Oh." Lockhart did not leave him in suspense but extended her right hand. "I believe this is not your first encounter with our family's abilities. It seems you have foreseen something." Understanding crossed Dumbledore's gaze as he placed his hand upon Lockhart's right hand. She closed her eyes, channeling the vibrant energy within her, transporting both herself and Dumbledore to a wondrous realm. They beheld the future that Lockhart had foreseen. Aware that knowing too much can sometimes be detrimental, she only revealed the final segment of her vision to Dumbledore. Afterward, Lockhart opened her eyes, a mysterious silvery light shimmering within them. She withdrew her hand, instinctively reaching for the cup of red tea on the table. Taking another sip, she thought, splendid, she would not indulge in sweets this month. She must remember to rinse her mouth upon returning. With a smile, Lockhart placed the red tea back in its original position. In that brief moment, Dumbledore had gathered his thoughts. So the mysterious one is now inhabiting Quirrell. Yes. That is also the reason I wish to apply for exemption from defense against the dark arts. After all, you are aware that the futures we prophesy are those that occur without our interference. I originally foresaw that there would be no student casualties at Hogwarts, excluding the trio of saviors, of course. Her avoidance of the defense against the dark arts class is purely a desire not to meddle with the unfolding of the future. Certainly not due to her inability to tolerate the garlic odor emanating from Quirrell, Lockhart mused. Dumbledore contemplated for a moment before acquiescing. After all, he had surmised that if he refused, the child would likely consider dropping out. The Carrington family certainly had only one gem. Dumbledore held a degree of concern for the child of a friend, and he inquired, "What about your defense against the dark arts class?" "No worries. During my study of charms, I have already acquired a considerable number of defensive spells. I merely lack some theoretical knowledge. Self-study poses no significant issues. If necessary, I can also seek your guidance at school, can I not?" Dumbledore nodded. "That is indeed a commendable approach." Lockhart smiled as she articulated her request. "By the way, aside from the defense against the dark arts class, I have already discussed the other subjects with the professors. I would appreciate your assistance in facilitating my exemption for the defense against the dark arts class." Such a minor task was certainly one Dumbledore was willing to accept. "Oh, then leave it to me." Lockhart then posed a lingering question regarding her prophecy. "By the way, that chamber housing the Sorcerer's Stone, and the subsequent trials, were they specifically devised by you for the saviors, Professor Dumbledore? I recall you specifically cautioning against venturing to the fourth-floor classroom at the beginning of the term." Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed, I hope you can keep this confidential." "I shall, for after all, the Carringtons are quite tight-lipped, provided it is not something they wish to disclose." Following this, the two exchanged pleasantries. As Lockhart prepared to depart, she could not help but inquire of Dumbledore. "Though it may be somewhat impolite, I must ask, Professor Dumbledore, are you not concerned that there might be a genuine cockroach among that pile?" Dumbledore blinked, a hint of mirth flitting across his eyes. "It seems Miss Lockhart truly harbors a deep aversion to cockroaches." Lockhart chuckled helplessly, recounting her own experiences, for when those flying cockroaches take to the air, you can never predict where they, having feasted on excrement, shall land next, on the ground, on the walls, or perhaps upon you. With that, Lockhart turned to leave. After all, the outcome of her aversion to such things mattered little to her. She merely wished to tease. Once Lockhart had departed, Dumbledore fell into contemplation as he regarded his pile of cockroaches. "Dumbledore, should I consume the cockroaches that have dined on excrement or abstain? Perhaps I should conjure a detection spell? But would that not be overly cumbersome?" Meanwhile, Lockhart exited the headmaster's office only to encounter her housemaster, Professor Snape, around the corner. "Professor Snape," Lockhart greeted obediently. Snape cast her a sidelong glance, his brow furrowed. "Miss Fay, what brings you here? This does not seem to be a suitable place for you." Lockhart smiled and replied, "I am submitting an exemption application to the headmaster." Snape narrowed his eyes. "An exemption application?" Lockhart elaborated. "Yes, my progress in charms, defense against the dark arts, and history of magic has far surpassed that of a first-year student, so I am here to submit my application for exemption." Snape paused, clearly taken aback by this unexpected revelation. A substantial portion of Slytherin had received pure-blood aristocratic education, advancing beyond their peers, yet few had reached the point of applying for exemptions. Hence, when Flitwick had mentioned a particularly talented young witch in Slytherin, he had dismissed it, assuming it merely a result of early education under pure-blood tutelage. "If there is nothing else, headmaster, I shall return to the common room," Lockhart stated. Snape nodded, his expression tinged with complexity. A student who was exceptionally gifted in many respects, polite, and unafraid of him. This was Snape's second impression of Lockhart. Chapter 18, Flying Class. Finally, after several weeks, Lockhart awaited her flying class with great anticipation. She arrived eagerly at the designated location for the lesson. Not that she held any particular fondness for flying, nor for the broom she had previously used for sweeping during her elementary school days. Lockhart, a broom is meant for sweeping. Moreover, in contrast to soaring through the air atop a broom, Loxis preferred to glide through the skies standing upon a sword, much like Gu Qing, ethereal and graceful. It was undeniably enchanting. Alas, Diagon Alley offered only brooms and no swords. If only she could procure one. The Carrington family was so affluent. Why not engage in international trade? But such items are heavily regulated by the state and prohibited from exportation, rendering her, as a foreigner, unable to acquire one. She often pondered how much she would need to spend to obtain a single sword. Sigh, yet another day filled with rebellious thoughts of changing her nationality. With these regrets in tow, Loxis awaited the live performance of the proud young Master Savior's tumultuous love-hate saga. As their flying instructor, Madame Hooch, made her entrance, the curtain officially rose on the scene of the proud young Master Savior's love-hate tale. Everyone stand beside your broomsticks, extend your right hand, and place it upon the broom, then say. A chorus of somewhat disjointed exclamations rang out repeatedly. The moment Harry and Draco called for their brooms, they soared into their hands. Loxis attempted thrice or 4 times before her broom finally flew into her grasp. By now, the majority had seized their brooms. Once everyone had secured their brooms, Madame Hooch began instructing them on the correct posture for writing. After ensuring everything was in order, she commenced a countdown. However, before Madame Hooch could sound her whistle, someone had already mounted their broom and ascended into the air, with both he and his broom continuing to rise. Loxis had no connection to him, yet she recognized him. He was one of the Gryffindors who, aside from the Savior, had accrued the most demerits in potions class for his frequent blunders. Silently, Loxis drew her wand, recalling that he would eventually plummet from his broom and land in the hospital wing. A cushioning charm might ease his fall, and true to form, he did fall and ended up in the hospital wing. It was hardly a significant change, nothing of great consequence. Thus, when Neville fell directly from his uncontrollable broom as foretold, Loxis seized the moment to cast a cushioning charm. Madame Hooch hurried over to assess Neville's condition. He seems fine, but after falling from such a height, a visit to the hospital wing is still necessary. Miss Fay, for your cushioning charm, Slytherin earns 10 points. I shall escort him to the hospital wing, and all of you are to place your brooms securely on the ground. If I catch anyone riding their broom while I'm absent, prepare for expulsion. After ensuring everything was settled, Madame Hooch took Neville to the hospital wing, marking the official commencement of the proud young Master Savior's love-hate narrative. Draco watched Madame Hooch depart before picking up Neville's memory ball that had fallen to the ground, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Look, what is this? What do you think would happen if I placed it atop a tree? To be frank, Draco's actions were far from commendable. However, Loxis had no intention of intervening. After all, the Savior Harry would undoubtedly step in to thwart him and successfully retrieve the memory ball, thus earning a spot on the Quidditch team. The outcome was favorable, and there was no need for her to get involved. She was content to observe from the sidelines. Loxis quietly retreated a few steps, unnoticed in a corner, and retrieved the sunflower seeds she had brought along with a small box prepared for the shells. As anticipated, Harry emerged from the Gryffindor ranks. Malfoy, that is Neville's memory ball. You cannot do that. Upon seeing Harry, Draco might have initially had no other intentions than to jest. But now he was undoubtedly poised to act. His expression shifted, and he tossed the memory ball in the air, grasping his broom with the other hand, eyebrows raised. Come and take it, Potter. Hearing Draco refer to him as Potter, Loxis felt an inexplicable weight of emotion in those 2 syllables. A blend of affection and animosity. Truly, he was quite enamored. Subsequently, Draco mounted his broom and soared away. Harry, undeterred, followed suit. Observing this, Hermione hastily attempted to intervene. You'll get expelled for this. Harry naturally ignored her and flew off on his broom. As the performance concluded, Loxis stowed her seeds, applauded, and rose to her feet. Noticing Hermione's anxious demeanor, Loxis recalled this fellow Gryffindor who had shared a journey to Hogwarts with her. She approached Hermione, following her gaze towards the retreating figures of Draco and Harry. Do not fret, they will be fine, and Gryffindor will not incur any penalties. However, Hermione evidently did not catch Loxis's words, turning her head to inquire, What? Loxis replied, No, it's nothing, they will be safe. With that, Loxis turned to depart. After all, there was no longer any necessity to remain for this class, and she intended to use this time to ponder the challenges she had encountered the previous night. Yet little did Loxis, who was unaware of her future, know that her first major hurdle at school was about to unfold. Resolving this obstacle did not require an inordinate amount of effort from Loxis. However, it was precisely due to this incident that no one in Slytherin dared to disturb her any further. On this day, Loxis returned to the common room from the library as usual, only to discover that the password had been changed to a new one. This was peculiar, as it was not the usual time for a password change. Loxis recalled that passwords were typically altered weekly, with the last change occurring just 2 days prior. There were no pressing matters at Hogwarts that would necessitate an urgent change of the password. Loxis pondered this, arms crossed. At that moment, she recalled what Selena had mentioned, that some pureblood members of Slytherin held themselves in high esteem, looking down upon half-bloods. Particularly when a half-blood inadvertently offended them, they would target them, setting traps and creating difficulties. Loxis reminisced about the disdainful glances directed at her, and the malice she had encountered in flying class after casting her cushioning charm. She began to piece together the puzzle. So they were targeting her. A playful smile flickered in Loxis's eyes, and a genuine smile graced her delicate features. How intriguing, truly fascinating. It had been ages since anything had piqued her interest so. Chapter 19, A Complete Victory. Loxis closed her eyes, immersing herself in the flow of time, witnessing its reversal and the last password uttered by the final entrant, glory. The common room door swung open, and Loxis tucked away her textbooks and grasped her wand. Chest out and chin up, striding into the common room like a warrior. Inside, several individuals were seated, including Pansy Parkinson and several upperclassmen from Slytherin. Upon seeing Loxis enter, their faces were filled with astonishment, clearly unprepared for this eventuality. In their minds, Loxis should have been locked outside, shivering in the cold, begging them to let her in. So, it's you who are targeting me. First years, fourth years, fifth years. Ah, how splendid it would be if the first years were replaced with seventh years. If they were seventh years, after this encounter, she wouldn't need to engage in any further disputes before graduation. She was a good child, detesting conflicts above all else. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Loxis gently caressed her wand, surveying the individuals before her. Dirty half-blood, who allowed you to enter here? Seeing that she had successfully entered, Carlo, who had been boasting moments earlier, was now visibly flustered and in a fit of anger, drew his wand to point at Loxis, casting a spell. Tarantaligra. Loxis sidestepped with a smile, evading Carlo's spell and countering with her own. Rapid binding. The remaining few swiftly drew their wands, and chaos was about to ensue. Bodies lay sprawled on the ground, armor shimmering, flames raging, all succumbing to petrification. Loxis unleashed spells as if they were free, one after another. Yet none could penetrate the protective armor that enveloped her. The enchantments they cast upon themselves proved utterly futile, shattering like glass before the onslaught of Loxis's fiery magic. Before long, everyone in the common room was brought low by Loxis, rendered immobile under the effects of petrification. Draco emerged from his dormitory to witness this spectacle. Loxis stood at the center of the common room, her wand in hand, her robes billowing slightly with her movements, resembling a victorious general, exuding a strikingly commanding presence that starkly contrasted with the 7 disheveled Slytherin students sprawled on the floor. Draco paused, momentarily taken aback, not by Loxis's striking appearance, but because he had a faint inkling of Parkinson's intentions for the day and chose not to intervene. After all, such altercations were not uncommon in Slytherin. He intended merely to remain a bystander. The situation, however, suggested that Parkinson had failed. Draco instinctively took a step back. Loxis cast her gaze in his direction. So you are with them as well? Draco shook his head vigorously no. Upon receiving his answer, Loxis nodded and strode toward him. As she approached, Draco felt his heart leap into his throat. At that moment, he perceived Loxis as utterly fearsome. Don't come any closer. If you harm me, my father will not let you off easily. Just as Draco braced himself for an impending attack, Loxis bypassed him entirely and made her way back to her dormitory, letting out a soft laugh as she passed. It took Draco quite some time to regain his composure, his face flushed with embarrassment as he muttered through clenched teeth. I will tell my father. Soon enough, news of the incident spread throughout Slytherin. Loxis found herself receiving numerous overtures from the younger students, with some even inviting her to accompany them to class. Following her display of power, Loxis's status within Slytherin soared, and she was no longer the invisible figure she had once been. However, Loxis remained indifferent to this newfound attention. The honor of the Carrington family had never been defined by such trivialities, but rather by mastery over time, the invention of spells, advancements in alchemy, essentially the surpassing of predecessors. Loxis continued her life as before, yet she responded politely to those who sought her favor. According to the unspoken rules among Slytherin students, internal disputes would not be reported to the head unless they escalated beyond acceptable bounds. Nevertheless, Severus Snape eventually became aware of the situation. The reason was simple. Draco had informed his father. The astute Mr. Malfoy approached his longtime associate to inquire about this student who had begun to shine within Slytherin, assessing her worth and potential for alliance. After all, within Lucius Malfoy's network of connections, he could uncover no information regarding Loxis, neither in the wizarding world nor the Muggle realm. It was as if she had materialized out of thin air, compelling Lucius to take notice. This indicated that Loxis was likely backed by a formidable force, one that even the Malfoys could not reach. Severus, to be candid, your fireplace is in dire need of cleaning. Lucius, having traversed the Floo network to 19 Spinner's End, performed several cleaning charms before pausing. On a rare day off, Snape wished to encounter no one. He desired only to immerse himself in his potions. He did not even glance at Lucius as he spoke in a cool, detached tone. "What brings you here?" Knowing that Snape was not interested in idle pleasantries, Lucius cut straight to the chase. "What is your opinion of Miss Loxis Faith?" Surprised by the unexpected mention of her name, Snape halted his work. "What do you wish to know about her? In truth, those students may not have troubled you. A few days ago, Miss Faith dealt with several who challenged her, single-handedly defeating 7. Snape showed little reaction. "I think you can ascertain that she possesses some talent for spells, and has successfully applied for exemption from classes. Defeating 7 trolls is hardly noteworthy." Lucius replied, "But what if 3 of those 7 were 5th-year students, one of whom is your prefect?" Snape was aware of Loxis's talent, yet he had not anticipated it being so formidable. "I do not know much about her. If I must say, she is talented in many areas and differs somewhat from other Slytherins of her year." "In what way does she differ?" Lucius pressed. Snape simply stated, "You could say she is exceptionally mature, not in personality, but in her conduct and decision-making." Lucius appeared puzzled, "But I heard from Draco that she tends to keep to herself." To Lucius, from Loxis's perspective, most Slytherin students were either wealthy or powerful, and befriending them seemed advantageous. Yet Snape chose not to respond to this. With a fair understanding of the conversation, Lucius took his leave. Once Lucius departed, Snape reflected on Loxis's modus operandi and smirked lightly. Rather than being solitary, it would be more accurate to say she has isolated everyone. Chapter 20, A New Round of Feeding. In the past few days, Draco found his circumstances rather bleak. Firstly, Potter had not been expelled and remained at the school, even having been granted an exception to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. An unusual feat, as students were typically not eligible until their 2nd year. Secondly, he had lost face that day with that half-blood Faith. Ideally, he should have sought to regain his dignity. However, his father had instructed him to befriend her. If he could not do that, he should at least avoid antagonizing her. How was he to reclaim his honor under such conditions? Lastly, he had deceived Potter into a duel, hoping he would be caught while sneaking about at night, leading to Gryffindor losing points to vent his frustration. To his dismay, Potter had evaded capture and remained unpunished. Draco was furious, to the point of nearly snapping the fork in his hand. He cast a glare at Gryffindor's Harry before pivoting to glare at Slytherin's Loxis. However, he soon discovered that Loxis was absent from the Great Hall. This only added to his ire. Resolutely determined to find someone to glare at, Draco resolved to wait until class. No, it was the weekend and there were no classes. He would glare at her during lunch. He thought grimly as he devoured his breakfast. "I will glare at her during dinner." He thought with equal ferocity as he consumed his lunch. When he did not encounter her at noon, he made a point to arrive at the Great Hall early for dinner. Yet even as the house elves cleared away the dishes, Draco still did not see the person he had been waiting for. "No matter, I still have tomorrow." Yet the next day Draco's thoughts were, "No problem. Surely I will see her in class." The result was that at breakfast, Draco still did not catch sight of Loxis. When it was time for class, well, Slytherin's Monday morning schedule included charms, followed by defense against the dark arts in the afternoon. Loxis had applied for exemptions from both classes. Once again, Draco found himself without the opportunity to glare at her. He felt as though he might explode from frustration. Crabbe and Goyle, bewildered by his demeanor, instinctively distanced themselves from him. Crabbe, "What's wrong with him?" Goyle, "I don't know, but this happens a few days every month." Finally, Draco caught sight of the object of his ire in Transfiguration class on Tuesday. Arriving 10 minutes early, Loxias remarked, "Isn't this a potion class?" After class, Draco remained fixated on Loxias, his curiosity piqued by how she had spent the past 3 days. He had not seen her in the Great Hall, nor had he spotted her in the kitchens guarded by Goyle and Crabbe. Even during breakfast, she was conspicuously absent. Surely, she couldn't have been subsisting on mere air. In pursuit of uncovering Loxias' secret, Draco resolved to forfeit his lunch. At last, he beheld Loxias dining upon the grassy banks of the Black Lake. This sight alone did not perturb Draco. After all, witches and wizards require sustenance. What truly astonished him was the sight of a cluster of Hufflepuffs gathered around Loxias, sharing a meal that he surmised was provided by her. Was she a Slytherin or a Hufflepuff? He felt compelled to inform his father. As Draco momentarily vacated the thought of informing his father, his attention was once again drawn to Loxias. The reason was simple: he was hungry, and the aroma wafting from her direction was irresistible. It was a scent unlike anything he had encountered before, and judging by the Hufflepuff's enthusiastic manner of eating, the food appeared delectable. Draco pondered whether there was still food left in the Great Hall at this hour. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Loxias finished her meal and bid farewell to the little badger. In truth, she had long since noticed Draco's presence. While she was uncertain of his intentions, she doubted they were malicious. Observing his expression, she surmised he had likely discovered her absence from the Great Hall, and had followed her to see what she was up to. Loxias was indifferent to whether he knew. What did it matter? Hogwarts had no rule mandating that students must dine in the Great Hall. Thus, as Loxias departed, she thoughtfully handed Draco a surplus pancake, tucking it into his arms as she passed by. Caught off guard, Draco felt as though he had received a scalding hot potato. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed. Loxias shrugged nonchalantly. "Aren't you hungry? Please do have a taste." Draco stubbornly refused to indulge in such an unfamiliar delicacy, despite his stomach's protestations. "Suit yourself," he retorted. And with that, Loxias continued on her way toward the common room, leaving Draco in an awkward predicament. Should he eat or not? Before long, the pancake captivated a little snake. "I absolutely did not initiate this," Draco declared. Loxias, observing from a distance, mused, so this is the reaction to feeding a little snake. From that day forth, Loxias found herself the owner of a hesitant little serpent. Wow, so feeding a snake elicits this response. I wonder what would happen if I tried feeding a little eagle or a little lion. Ultimately, it was Draco who sought out Loxias. "I assure you, I did not come just to sample that delicacy again. My father insists I forge a good rapport with you. By the way, what was that delightful treat you gave me the other day? It was quite delicious. Yet why is it that even Hogwarts house elves cannot make it?" "Oh, that was a pancake. Hogwarts house elves do not make it because it is not native to this country," Loxias replied calmly. "Then how did you come by it?" "My house elves can certainly make it," Draco asked, perplexed. "Why is it that your house elves can create such delicious fare?" Loxias tilted her head, noting the questions etched upon Draco's face, and matter-of-factly explained. "I grew up in Hogwarts and returned only at the age of 8. Upon my return, I found the local cuisine difficult to adapt to, so my house elves took it upon themselves to learn." Draco reflected upon the monotonous meals served at his home for decades. While refined, they lacked variety. He felt an inkling of jealousy. "Your house elves even seek to learn new skills?" "Because I pay them," Loxias stated. However, she chose not to elaborate further. Ever since she became aware of the actions of the pureblood families, she understood that certain topics were best left unspoken in their presence to avoid unnecessary conflict. She could not alter their views and would not waste her breath. Chapter 21. Halloween. After that, Draco, under the guise of friendship, frequently sought Loxias's company at mealtimes. Yet he never took advantage without reciprocating. Each visit he brought along sugar-reduced cookies and chocolates crafted by Narcissa, and occasionally some cakes. Loxias mused unexpectedly, "This is rather delightful." The culinary exchanges between Loxias and the young heir fostered a burgeoning camaraderie. As time passed, Loxias became accustomed to life at Hogwarts, eagerly anticipating her first Halloween there. Unlike her peers, who labored to concoct whimsical costumes, Loxias felt no trepidation regarding her attire. She had long decided to portray a vampire, even going so far as to have Gilly transport a portrait of her vampire ancestor from the Carrington family to Hogwarts. The vampire ancestor lamented, who could fathom it? A proud descendant of vampires questioning how to dress as one for Halloween. What a misfortune. As a vampire, I cannot even produce vampires. Woe is me. Now, Loxias found herself troubled by whether or not to caution Hermione to be vigilant. Although the prophecy indicated she would remain unharmed, what if? What if the Trolls Club veered off course and struck her? What if Harry and Ron arrived too late? But if she intervened? Perhaps she should confide in Professor Dumbledore? After all, he bore the responsibility of safeguarding the students of Hogwarts. Yet, if she altered the future, what consequences would arise? If she changed Hermione's fate, she would likely lose the ability to foresee any events related to her for some time. Would Hermione's future worsen? Loxias, distracted, glanced up at Hermione, who sat across from her. What was she to do? Hermione, having noticed Loxias' preoccupation, raised her head from her book and quietly inquired, "Loxias, what troubles you? You've seemed distracted these past few days. Do you need assistance?" Loxias shook her head. "It's nothing. But Hermione, do you wish to alter your circumstances? Or rather, do you seek friendship?" Ultimately, unable to remain indifferent, Loxias resolved to honor Hermione's wishes. She thought that perhaps a subtle correction would allow the situation to unfold differently without deviating from the main storyline. Wouldn't that suffice? What? Hermione clearly did not grasp Loxias' meaning. "I mean, do you wish to change your situation in Gryffindor?" Loxias absent-mindedly toyed with the corner of her book. Fortunately, The tome was thick enough to withstand her unconscious fidgeting without any visible damage. Upon hearing the question, Hermione's demeanor turned somber. Her experience in Gryffindor was far from pleasant. In truth, within the entire expanse of Hogwarts, Loxias was her only friend with whom she could genuinely converse. Yet they belonged to two distinct, even opposing houses, and their interactions were limited to rare moments in the library during their few shared free periods. Alone, she felt quite out of place in such an environment. I don't care about that, Hermione insisted, though she resumed reading, her tone betraying her discomfort. Loxias gazed at Hermione for an extended moment, ultimately offering a subtle reminder. If possible, it might be prudent to keep your distance from the girls' lavatory for the time being. With that, Loxias proceeded to gather her belongings in preparation for departure. She resolved to avert her gaze and seek distraction elsewhere. Whether it be in the company of Draco or the Hufflepuffs, she simply needed to divert her attention. Prolonging this inner turmoil would likely drive her to madness. What? Hermione furrowed her brow, sensing an oddity in Loxias' demeanor today, as she uttered words that eluded her comprehension. It's nothing. I'm heading back to the common room to work on my alchemy. Farewell. Loxias did not reiterate her words, swiftly collecting her items and leaving Hermione in a state of bewilderment. Before long, Halloween arrived. Loxias, donning a meticulously crafted vampire costume, sat in the great hall, savoring pomegranate juice. Beside her, Draco, clad as a horned demon, remarked, "Your vampire costume is remarkably convincing. Of course, to achieve authenticity, I even sought the counsel of an actual vampire," Loxias replied, swirling the pomegranate juice in her goblet, her face radiant with confidence. "You actually consulted a vampire?" Draco inquired, intrigued. "Indeed, my family has a few connections." However, this mattered little to Draco, whose gaze remained fixed on the liquid in Loxias' hand. It bore no hint of alcohol, but rather an inviting sweetness reminiscent of a certain fruit. "What is this?" "Another delicacy that I, a gentleman of refined tastes, have yet to experience? Care for a taste of pomegranate juice?" Loxias offered. "Duindulge." Draco followed her lead, having discerned her palate well. Any flavor that could find its way to her lips was worth his exploration. Loxias retrieved a large bottle of pomegranate juice from her small pocket, and poured a measure into Draco's empty goblet. "This seems to be a fruit. The flavor is pleasant, though not as delightful as green apple," Draco concluded after sampling. "Would you care for another helping?" Loxias inquired generously, noting the modest amount of pomegranate juice in her possession. "If you find it agreeable, drink up. Pouring it out would be wasteful, and I have no desire to rise in the middle of the night for a bathroom trip. Nestling under the covers is the true delight of this season. Let us have another." Loxias handed the bottle to Draco, allowing him to manage his own portion. After all, he would not finish it alone, and there were still Goyle and Crabbe to consider. This evening, she need not fret about overindulging in liquids and the consequent nocturnal interruptions. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was adorned exceptionally for Halloween, buzzing with a festive spirit, prompting Loxias to arrive early to this seldom visited venue. Naturally, she barely touched the spread of food upon the tables. After some time, students and professors alike filled the hall. The students frolicked and laughed, their merriment unimpeded by the professors, resulting in an unusually lively atmosphere. Loxias glanced towards the Gryffindor table, still failing to spot Hermione, her intuition already aware of the events that would unfold that day. The hour was drawing near. Her gaze shifted to the staff table, where sat, apart from the troll, the evening's singular actual victim. Loxias mused, having intervened when Neville fell from his broom, and having cautioned Hermione against the troll. Surely, another intervention would not be amiss. After all, the injuries inflicted by the three-headed dog would take considerable time to heal, even with potions. She could not show preferential treatment merely because Professor Snape held a faculty position. Despite his notorious severity, even a Slytherin like her held a certain fear of him. The Basilisk King was indeed formidable. As for whether the subsequent events would lead the trio of saviors to misdirect suspicion regarding the stolen Philosopher's Stone, Loxias believed that Professor Snape's actions towards Gryffindor were no different than that of a villain. Thus, her own actions could hardly be deemed a deviation, correct? Furthermore, with so many others intervening, it would weigh heavily on her conscience to refrain from assisting Professor Snape, given that his injuries deserved attention. With her resolve firm, Loxias stood, grasping the small basket resting on the table. "What are you doing?" Draco inquired, sipping his pomegranate juice. Loxias revealed her fanged grin, her crimson eyes glinting with mischief. "Trick or treat." Draco blinked, momentarily taken aback, before fishing a handful of sweets from his pocket and depositing them into Loxias' basket. "Who are you planning to ask for candy?" Loxias pointed towards the staff table. Shall we? Draco shook his head, clearly disinterested. I think not. Then I shall, she declared, turning away without a backward glance as she approached the professors. Trick or treat. The first to greet Loxias was the nearest, Professor Snape, with an impassive expression. He regarded the diminutive vampire, aware that students often solicited sweets from the professors at this time of year, yet none had dared to approach him directly. This marked the first time in his tenure that a student had boldly asked him for candy. For a fleeting moment, Snape found the experience rather novel. Observing this Slytherin student, whom he deemed satisfactory in potions class, he resolved to grant her request. However, Snape was not accustomed to purchasing candy, so he cast a spell, deftly retrieving a handful of sweets from Dumbledore's plate, which subsequently landed in Loxias' basket. One can perform such a maneuver? Loxias exclaimed, her eyes alight with wonder. Thank you for your generosity, Headmaster. Having accomplished her objective, Loxias smiled as she proceeded to the next professor. Draco, who had been observing this spectacle, was utterly flabbergasted. Wait. You actually dared to ask the headmaster for candy? You must be a Gryffindor. He had known the headmaster for many years, and had never once dared to be so audacious in his presence, let alone request sweets. And yet, the headmaster had acquiesced. Trick or treat. Flitwick, seemingly oblivious to Snape's actions, cheerfully offered a handful of candies into Loxias' basket. Oh, Miss Fev, your spell work has shown remarkable improvement lately. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. Next in line was Headmaster Dumbledore, prompting Loxias to discreetly assess her basket before approaching him. After all, she bore the responsibility of distributing sweets to her teachers. Though no explicit request had been made, she was certain they would appreciate receiving treats from a beloved student, even if they were excessively sweet. Trick or treat. Clad in a vibrant red robe adorned with whimsical decorations, Dumbledore smiled as he deposited his candies into Loxias' basket. Following this, Loxias continued to solicit sweets from the remaining professors, her once empty basket now brimming with an abundant assortment of candies. After completing her rounds, she returned to her seat in Slytherin, careful to separate the candies given by Dumbledore from the others. After all, if they became mixed, she would have no choice but to send them all to Gellert and risk a toothache for him. This venture of trick-or-treating yielded Loxias not only an impressive array of sweets, but also an opportunity to place a defensive alchemical product on Snape, all while securing Gellert's Halloween confections. Truly a trifecta of success. Loxias returned to her seat, elated. You actually asked the headmaster for candy, Draco exclaimed, astonished. Loxias, perplexed by his reaction, responded, Is there anything surprising about that? The headmaster may seem stern, but I find him to be quite amiable. Draco merely stared in disbelief. In a short span, numerous students approached Loxias, forming an orderly queue to deposit candies into her little basket. It was evident that they had noticed Loxis, who was approaching to ask for candy, and assumed she had none to offer. When Loxis turned to express her gratitude and decline, she was surprised to find that the ones before her were Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws she had previously fed. Moreover, the candies they held included chocolates, which were precisely to her liking. At that moment, Loxis understood their intentions, making it difficult for her to refuse their offerings. Loxis inquired, So, am I to be the one receiving treats now? Draco, still recovering from Loxis's statement, found himself engulfed in confusion. Why were there so many Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws voluntarily giving her candy? Especially the Hufflepuffs. Were they not the ones most fearful of Slytherin? The other Slytherins, unable to taunt Loxis and under the watchful gaze of the professors, could only glare in frustration. Why are they giving you candy? Shouldn't it be you causing mischief for them instead? Draco pondered aloud, perplexed. Perhaps they think I have no sweets? Loxis replied with a hint of resignation. Well. In truth, I have fed them before. They are merely returning the favor, she stated with a nonchalant shrug. Draco, feeling a mix of emotions, responded, It's complicated. Goyle and Crabbe chimed in, So many candies. Can you share some with us? The commotion quickly captured the attention of the faculty, with Professor Sprout being the first to notice the ruckus. Having been attentively observing her little badger, she naturally took note when her badger experienced a sudden influx of companions. The next to notice was Professor McGonagall, who, engaged in conversation with Sprout, momentarily lost track of the dialogue and followed her gaze towards Slytherin. A line of badgers and eagles delivering candy? And at the end of the line, a small snake? Oh, it's Miss Loxis. What a delightful child, then all is well. They're truly adorable, Pomona. Indeed, Minerva. What are you two discussing? Albus Dumbledore, realizing the topic had shifted unbeknownst to him, inquired with a hint of confusion. Weren't they just talking about candy? How had they suddenly moved on to discussing cuteness? McGonagall gestured toward the scene. Dumbledore turned to observe. Little badgers and eagles delivering candy to a small snake? How curious. The snake is Loxis? Oh, then all is well. Their child certainly attracts both badgers and eagles. Oh. How charming. Soon, the phenomenon of contagion began to unfold. Severus Snape was the last to notice the commotion, remaining the only one uninfected by this wave. Little eagles and badgers delivering candy to a small snake? The snake is Loxis? This child seems to possess quite the social aptitude, Snape thought. His perception of Loxis evolving yet again. Chapter 23. The Mirror of Erist. Ultimately, it was Professor Quirrell, rushing in from outside, who brought the feeding frenzy to a halt. There's trouble. A troll. A troll in the dungeons. What? Exclaimed a badger. A troll. Shouted an eagle. What? A troll. Echoed another badger. In an instant, the great hall descended into chaos. A serious Dumbledore rose to his feet, amplifying his voice with a flick of his wand. Silence. Under Dumbledore's authoritative command, the hall quieted. Loxis finally lowered her hands from her ears. Prefects, escort the students to their dormitories. Following this, as Loxis had foreseen, the prefects ushered the students back to their houses. Seizing the opportunity amidst the distraction, Snape discreetly exited through the faculty passage. Observing Snape's departure, Loxis briefly shifted her gaze to Dumbledore, but after a fleeting moment, she reclaimed her focus and joined the mass exodus. Upon returning to her dormitory, Loxis adeptly activated her abilities to commence a live broadcast. Hermione has been rescued by Harry and Ron. And Professor Snape's leg is unharmed. Perfect. Ending the broadcast, Loxis began to sort through her candies. Dumbledore's candies would be sent to Newmontguard via Jerry. The ones to her taste would be kept, while the others would be given to Goyle and Crabbe the following day, should Draco wish to partake as well. As for the Slytherin girls, they would likely refrain from indulging to maintain their figures and prevent breakouts, so she decided against sharing with them. Once everything was settled, it was finally time for Loxis to relax. The next day, Loxis made a point to visit the Great Hall. Confirming that Hermione was unharmed, and that Professor Snape's leg was also fine, she felt a profound sense of relief. With Halloween behind them, winter had fully arrived. Loxis had long since switched to the male student uniform trousers back in September, a decision made when she discovered that the girls' attire consisted solely of skirts. Though they possessed magic, Loxis could not psychologically endure the thought of not wearing pants during the autumn and winter months, even with warming charms. She sought physical warmth. Despite the magical warmth preventing her from feeling cold, it left her feeling as though she were merely enveloped in air. She was determined to eliminate any possibility of suffering from chronic cold legs, addressing it from every angle. Thus, when November arrived, Loxis added a pair of fleece-lined thermal pants to her wardrobe. Then came the Quidditch Cup at Hogwarts. Loxis knew that the match concluded with Harry catching the golden snitch, leading Gryffindor to victory over Slytherin. Amidst incidents such as Harry's broom being controlled and Hermione igniting Professor Snape's robe. However, all in all, it was a thrilling spectacle without major peril. Loxis held no interest in Quidditch, and had no desire to brave the cold winds. As for Slytherin's defeat, she was not even a player. What assistance could she provide? Thus, she had no intention of attending the Quidditch match. Her focus lay on her alchemical studies. Soon after, Christmas arrived as expected. Although Loxis had no family left, as the head of the household and a member of the ancillary family, she felt compelled to return home. Moreover, few from Slytherin House remained at Hogwarts for the holidays. What purpose would she serve by staying alone? Therefore, 2 days in advance, Loxis began to gradually pack her belongings. Suddenly, she found herself tumbling to the ground. A wave of discomfort washed over her, as if her very being were being torn apart, and her magical energy surged uncontrollably. Gasping for air, Loxis curled up on the floor. After what felt like an eternity, during which her clothes became soaked, she finally managed to regain her composure. She understood the implications of this episode. Every member of the Carrington family underwent such an ordeal during their growth. During this period, their magical power would surge uncontrollably, sometimes reaching a level their physical bodies could scarcely endure. Thus, they required a potion to enhance their physical well-being, alleviating the discomfort experienced during this time. This phase would occur 3 times before adulthood, with each episode lasting anywhere from 6 months to a year. Simultaneously, it also signified that her time-traveling journey was imminent. With the surge of magical energy, the time force within them would begin to stir, ultimately transporting them to the past for a temporal expedition during an uncontrollable moment. Loxis remained on the floor for quite some time before finally rising to continue her packing. That day, After completing her packing, Loxis did not immediately retire to bed. Instead, she embarked on her first nocturnal exploration. The reason was simple: curiosity. Curious about what she might glimpse in the mirror of Ariste. She found herself yearning to see those she longed for, her former family. Following her premonition, Loxis arrived at the forsaken classroom, and indeed, there stood the mirror of Ariste. She lifted the veil that shrouded the mirror and gazed into its depths. To her delight, she beheld a vision of herself, matured and empowered. Having retired and returned to her family in Hogwarts, they appeared just as they had when she had last departed. Gathered together, they were enjoying a reunion feast, celebrating the arrival of the new year. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Loxis's cheeks. "Do you see those whom you miss?" came Dumbledore's voice from behind her. "Yes," she replied, her eyes brimming with tears, yet her face bore a blissful smile. "The mirror of Ariste reveals our innermost, most fervent desires. Loxis, these are merely your yearnings. Do not be overly sorrowful. As you mentioned, it is but a short time before you can reunite with them again, is it not?" Dumbledore gently patted Loxis on the shoulder in comfort. "I know, I just miss them so much. Let me gaze upon them just for today," she implored. "Rest assured, I will not become enraptured by this. I can distinguish between reality and illusion. The training I have received as an heir includes measures to prevent obsession." Dumbledore chose not to respond further, standing beside Loxis, both of them entranced by the mirror of Ariste, which held their desires. The room fell silent. "Professor Dumbledore, do you have someone you miss?" Emerging from her emotions, Loxis recalled a prior prophecy in which Dumbledore had mentioned seeing himself with a pair of thick woolen socks. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "How could I not?" Dumbledore's azure eyes reflected sorrow, longing, and pain. "Will you ever see them again?" Loxis asked, gathering her courage. Dumbledore remained silent, diverting the conversation instead. "Loxis, on Halloween, Severus informed me he was attacked by a lethofold. Yet the area where he should have been injured was unscathed, shielded by a magical barrier. Was that your doing?" Loxis did not deny it. She nodded. "Yes, I cannot simply stand by and watch those I know suffer." His words reminded Dumbledore of Kircher. "It seems all Carringtons are like this. Excessive compassion and tenderness, which we refer to as the Carrington curse," Loxis explained. Dumbledore shook his head, refuting her assertion. "No, Loxis, this is your kindness and sincerity. It is not a curse, but rather a precious attribute of yours." Loxis had no response to that. Whether it was a curse or a treasured quality, the Carrington lineage had yet to unravel the truth after millennia. "Well, although the holidays are approaching, you still have class tomorrow, your headmaster's potions class. It is getting late. You should rest." Dumbledore concluded the conversation, urging Loxis to retire for the night. She nodded and bid him farewell. As she made her way back to Slytherin, Loxis gazed at the silvery moonlight spilling through the corridors, murmuring, "I truly do not understand adults. You love him, he loves you. Why can't you meet?" Even without Dumbledore's response, Loxis, drawing on her understanding of him, surmised the answer. The absence of a reply suggested that there were those one wished to see and could, as well as those one wished to see but could not. The possibilities were too many to articulate. A centenarian, having tasted the bittersweet flavors of life. Where was there not regret? The following day, after her potions class, Loxis set off on her journey home. Though she was unaware why she had to wait for the express train to allow Gilly to use apparition to take her away, it did not dampen her spirits. "Loxis, do you have time to come to my house for the Christmas ball?" Draco extended an invitation. Eager to stay home, Loxis promptly declined. "Why would I attend a ball? After finally getting a holiday to rest at home for Christmas, why would I exert myself to attend some ball? If you don't want to come, that's fine. Just remember to send me a Christmas gift. I want that spicy snack gift pack." Loxis, who had no interest in celebrating Western holidays, replied dismissively, I know. By the way, just have the owl drop it off at my dormitory. My home has a magical barrier, and owls can't get in." Draco's expression soured. "Why does your home still have such a magical barrier? It's not a special period, and what if someone urgently needs to reach you?" Loxis shrugged and did not answer. Up until she disembarked, Loxis received numerous invitations to Christmas balls, all of which she declined without exception. Are you pure-blooded nobles afflicted with some ailment? Why host so many balls during Christmas? After finally returning to the vast Carrington castle, she was greeted by the portraits of her family. "Loxis, little Loxis has returned. Hello. Everyone, I'm back." Loxis greeted them with warmth and grace. "Welcome back." After exchanging pleasantries, Loxis got to the point. "A few days ago, I entered the awakening phase." "The awakening phase. That is not to be taken lightly. Remember to drink the strengthening potion." Upon hearing this, all the Carrington portraits clamored, each one advising Loxis in turn. Okay, I will, she assured them. On her first night home, she attended a dinner gathering with the members of the affiliated family. We can't have them working during Christmas, so I'll take on the burden myself. Loxis, who was not fond of overly formal occasions, made a brief announcement about her awakening phase and some simple work arrangements before casually conversing and starting the evening's dinner. Soon after came Christmas. Out of respect for her mentors, Loxis asked Gilly and the others to prepare a rather sumptuous dinner in accordance with Grindelwald's taste. Subsequently, she used her door key to bring the meal to Nurmengard. Why not go at noon? Because in winter, she loved her blanket too much, remaining inseparable from it until noon. On the first day of the holiday, I slept until noon. After rising, she needed to leave Carrington Castle to deliver Christmas gifts to her classmates. I'm exhausted. How could there be so many gifts for people? Luckily, I don't have to fly from England to Nurmengard today. She prepared jewelry and treats for her close friends in Slytherin, while more casual acquaintances received token jewelry. Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor were all given food. For her professors, she selected gifts she deemed suitable for them. To Dumbledore, she bestowed an abundant assortment of sweet treats with extra sugar. To Professor McGonagall, she offered a hairpin that matched her demeanor along with a selection of Chinese desserts. To Professor Flitwick, she gifted a carefully crafted copy of advanced spellcasting notes from a Carrington. To Professor Sprout, she presented a rare magical plant obtained through Carrington family connections, and the same desserts as Professor McGonagall, out of affection for the adorable badger. To the esteemed headmaster, she bestowed a plethora of rare potion ingredients, for Lockhart believed that a person of Snape's caliber would find little else to captivate his interest beyond the realm of potions. To all the other professors and staff who had imparted knowledge upon her, including Professor Quirrell, she generously offered a selection of traditional Chinese sweets as Christmas gifts. Lockhart mused to herself, given the wealth of the Carrington family, one should either refrain from giving or extend gifts to all. Thus, by the time Lockhart had dispatched her gifts, evening had fallen, prompting her to choose to visit an elderly recluse and share the festive cheer. Chapter 25. Lockhart's Christmas Holiday. Merry Christmas, Gellert. Upon her arrival at Nurmengard, Lockhart called out exuberantly for Grindelwald. Why are you here instead of celebrating Christmas at home? Upon hearing the voice that often caused him distress, Grindelwald reluctantly descended from his upstairs quarters. I am here to celebrate Christmas with you, Lockhart declared, raising a box of provisions with a radiant smile. You could spend it with your knights. I am certain they would be more than willing, Grindelwald replied, dousing her enthusiasm with indifference. He had no desire to encounter the little nuisance on such a splendid day, as he still needed to craft items for his beloved Albus. One pair of woolen socks was hardly sufficient. Lockhart shook her head. Forcing others to work on Christmas seems rather inhumane, don't you think? And yet you have your teachers working on Christmas as well, Grindelwald retorted, with a smile. Lockhart placed her carefully prepared Christmas gift into Grindelwald's hands. Would you be willing to work overtime? Grindelwald opened the box to reveal a collection of photographs of Dumbledore, each one taken in various settings around Hogwarts. Lockhart had even gone to the Great Hall during dinner on occasion to capture these images, partly for the photos and partly to maintain her figure. Grindelwald chose to ignore her, turning to ascend the stairs once more, clutching the photographs of Dumbledore. Lockhart shrugged nonchalantly. She had long since grown accustomed to his demeanor. Subsequently, Lockhart expertly arranged her dinner and cast the preservation charm, ensuring that even the guards working outside the castle received a portion. After all, the meals provided by the ministry left much to be desired, and the benefits for the guards were not publicly acknowledged. Once everything was prepared, Lockhart settled at the dining table with a book, awaiting Grindelwald's return. Nearly an hour later, he finally descended from the upper floor at a leisurely pace. Lockhart glanced at the clock, bemused. This is true love. One can spend an entire hour merely gazing at photographs. Once seated, Grindelwald inquired, what plans do you have for Christmas? Nothing in particular. I merely wish to attend classes. However, I would appreciate a few days to relax. No, to rest, Lockhart articulated her request. Grindelwald nodded. Very well, beginning tomorrow, I shall assess your academic progress during this interval. Should it fail to meet my expectations, you shall continue your studies until the term resumes. Lockhart replied with a reluctant, understood. Oh, how she longed for a delightful holiday. After all, Hogwarts did not celebrate the Lunar New Year. Afterward, Grindelwald handed her a small box. Your Christmas gift. What is this? Lockhart inquired, opening it to discover a pair of earrings that appeared to require no piercings for wear. Grindelwald explained, it is an alchemical creation of mine. capable of warding off the majority of curses. Lockhart examined the exquisite piece in her hand. But why did you choose to craft it as earrings? Grindelwald replied with a hint of disdain. Is there anywhere else on your person to adorn with such trinkets aside from your ears? Lockhart glanced down at her attire. She wore a brooch that could repel the killing curse, a necklace that counteracted most poisons, a signet ring of the Carrington family on her left hand, and a bracelet that protected against toxic spells. Even her headband offered defense against various enchantments, and her belt was capable of warding off dark magic. Admittedly, her right hand remained unadorned, but wearing something there would hinder her dexterity in writing. Thus, in terms of aesthetics, it seemed her ears were the only suitable place left for embellishment. Yet even so, Lockhart felt akin to a foolish heir, bedecked in opulent jewelry that loudly proclaimed her wealth and invited theft. She affixed the earrings, saying, "Thank you for remembering my reluctance to pierce my ears due to fear of pain." Together, the two solitary souls spent a rather heartwarming Christmas. Following that day, Lockhart returned to her demanding routine until the final day of the holiday, when Grindelwald granted her a solitary day off. However, she would have to return to school that afternoon, leaving her with merely half a day to enjoy. Lockhart remarked, "This is hardly different from having no time off at all. I still wish to watch television. Hogwarts is wonderful, but it lacks electronic devices." Upon returning to school, Lockhart wasted no time and began her gift unwrapping endeavor. Thankfully, she had already sent gifts to those she had previously fed, or she would have felt quite remiss. Her Christmas gifts had accumulated into a mountain within her dormitory. It was evident that many had bestowed gifts upon her. To facilitate the process, Lockhart had even sought out a gift unwrapping charm invented by one of her ancestors. After a night of tireless effort, she finally managed to sort through all the gifts, collapsing into a state of exhaustion yet happiness as she fell asleep. In stark contrast to Lockhart's blissful slumber, Quirrell was grappling with insomnia, having finally secured a break from his duties, but now unable to find rest. No, to be precise, he had not enjoyed a single good night's sleep since Christmas Day. Initially, it was the necessity of keeping watch over the nocturnal Quirrell that robbed him of sleep. Later, however, it was the unwelcome revelation he had received that rendered him restless even after digesting the information. What news could have driven him to rely solely on the elixir of life for a fleeting moment of peace? It was the sudden discovery that this solitary professor, who had remained unwed for over 30 years, had unexpectedly acquired an 11-year-old daughter. In the days that followed, he found himself unable to sleep or care for his potion-making, a matter that demanded his attention. The use of a mind-blocking spell merely provided temporary escape, prompting him to abandon the spell altogether. Thus, his mind was consumed with thoughts. Was the news he received truly authentic? Had he genuinely gained a daughter? Or was she merely one of his students? If it were true, how would he navigate his relationship with this child? Should he seek to acknowledge her? Could he even fulfill the role of a competent father? What if he proved to be as poor a parent as Tobias had been? Would that child come to despise him? Consequently, Severus Snape, having finally secured a few days of respite, found himself tormented by sleepless nights. Chapter 26, Secrets 1. The time had come for Snape to depart Hogwarts on the day of the Christmas holiday. As he left, the evening sky was shrouded in gloom, mirroring his own less than joyful disposition. For Snape, Quirrell's departure from Hogwarts, akin to a headless chicken, had finally ceased, allowing him a moment of respite after days of relentless toil. Naturally, Snape opted to return to Spinner's End, for the school's trolls held no allure for him. The Slytherin students had all returned to their respective homes, alleviating him of the burden of overseeing their welfare as headmaster. However, before heading home, he made a stop at a Muggle supermarket to procure some sandwiches. In Spinner's End, there was no sustenance to satisfy his hunger. Damn it. He ought to have eaten before returning. However, before Severus Snape could reach his destination, a few members of the Carrington family, who were obliged to work overtime, appeared before him. "Mr. Snape, I have a proposition I wish to discuss with you." Grayselwyn, who had just emerged from the pureblood ball, smiled broadly as he intercepted Snape. To be frank, he could have avoided this extra shift, but the first-generation Selwyn had drawn the short straw during the lottery, landing the visible representative position. Their family required a public figure of influence within the wizarding community to handle diplomatic and social affairs, ensuring they did not become entirely estranged from the outside world. It was also the only position necessitating collective overtime with the risk of sacrifice. With the shifting political landscape, they had become one of the 28 pureblood families. Over 2 decades ago, for various reasons, they were compelled to join the Death Eaters and were branded with the Dark Mark. Although the head of the Kilcher family had provided them protection at that time, and had tampered with the Dark Mark, It could not withstand Voldemort's madness. He would occasionally cast the killing curse. Now, even though Voldemort was no longer present, on holidays like Christmas, they were still obliged to attend the balls of other pure-blood families. To avoid standing out, they also had to host their own. Such a cursed existence. He truly wished to escape. It was Christmas after all. They had such an extended holiday, yet he, with his wife and eldest son, was forced to work overtime. Even the generous overtime pay could not mend their sorrowful hearts. The only sliver of joy for Grazelwyn this year was that the Fickney family also required overtime. After all, he was the only potions master among them, and the head of the family was currently in a state of awakening. For the safety of their leader, they finally had others from different families to accompany them in working late. As for today, it was merely a routine task amidst the overtime. They sought to invite the renowned potions master to concoct a strengthening potion for their leader. However, this potion required an extensive brewing time, and was exceedingly complex. Even with Fickney's speed, he could only brew 2 batches simultaneously. Their leader needed to consume 3 vials each day, and even with a stockpile, it wouldn't last long, necessitating the request for outside assistance. "I'm afraid I must decline." Exhausted, Snape responded without a moment's hesitation. Grazelwyn's expression remained unchanged as he cast a Confundus charm and a silencing charm before presenting his offer. "Take a look at the compensation I'm offering." Snape furrowed his brow, reluctantly accepting the proposition. It included a handsome sum of galleons and some rare potion ingredients. Snape felt a flicker of temptation. "What do you require?" Grazelwyn handed over a parchment detailing the strengthening potion recipe. "At least 1 vial a day, to be delivered by the end of the month. And this is to be a long-term arrangement." Snape scrutinized the unfamiliar method of potion-making presented to him. After a rough calculation, he chose to decline once more. Although he was indeed tempted, he simply lacked the time. And this potion was incredibly time-consuming, with a substantial quantity required. "The quantity you demand is too great. I refuse." Grazelwyn maintained his smile. "The remuneration will be doubled, and I will provide the materials." Snape was very nearly swayed. As Selwyn was offering invaluable potion ingredients that no potions master could easily turn down. Yet, just as the agreement was on the tip of his tongue, Snape recalled his additional responsibilities at Hogwarts. "Damn Quirrell. It's not about the money. I simply do not have the time." Given the sincerity of the other party, Snape could only suppress his growing irritation and articulate his reasons for rejection. Grazelwyn paused momentarily. "In addition to what I have mentioned, I can offer a secret. One that concerns Mr. Snape." Hearing this, Snape's demeanor shifted to one of impatience, a sardonic smile crossing his face. "Selwyn, we appear to have no acquaintance. What secret could you possibly possess that pertains to me? Even if you do know, why would you presume I would be interested enough to agree?" Grazelwyn gazed steadily at Snape, his tone resolute. "No, you will agree. I can bind you with an unbreakable vow. Should you refuse after learning the secret, I will not disturb you again, and regardless of your decision, you must not divulge this secret to any unrelated parties." Snape scoffed. "Mr. Selwyn, setting aside my lack of interest in your proposal, why on earth would I agree to bind myself to an unbreakable vow with you? Have you been perched upon your high horse for so long that you've forgotten your true standing?" Grazelwyn paid no heed to Snape's derision and countered. "Approximately 12 years ago, or rather 11 years and 7 months ago, did you not suffer a near-fatal injury, only to be saved by an unknown benefactor?" Snape's expression grew serious, the mockery fading from his face. "What are you implying?" "The secret I speak of is connected to that event. The one who saved you is my true master. Despite joining the Death Eaters, I have served him faithfully all these years." In that moment, Snape realized he had no choice but to uncover this secret that was intimately linked to him, one of which he had been unaware. It was not solely due to the life debt incurred 11 years prior, but rather because he sensed from Selwyn's words that this secret seemed to bear profound significance to him. That individual must have done something beyond merely saving his life. Snape cast a glance at the passing muggles. "This is hardly a suitable place for such a conversation. Of course, please follow me." Grazelwyn's tone grew lighter. He could confidently claim that his principal task for this Christmas was already halfway accomplished. "Before we proceed, let us bind our unbreakable vow." "Agreed. If you don't mind, let my house elf serve as our witness," Grazelwyn suggested. "As you wish." Snape had no objections to this. After they had sworn the unbreakable vow, Snape followed Grazelwyn to the castle where the Selwyn family resided. The castle was warmly decorated, yet Snape, being a first-time visitor, had no inclination for sightseeing. Who would have the leisure to admire the scenery when one was compelled to work as soon as a holiday presented itself? "I trust, Mr. Selwyn, that you will not waste my time?" Grazelwyn smiled. Please follow me. He then led Snape toward his study. Upon opening the study door, Snape was greeted by a portrait. The figure depicted being Kilcher. Kilcher, I have brought him to you, Greyselwyn said respectfully as he approached. Kilcher nodded. Thank you, Greysel. You may take your rest now. Then I shall take my leave. With that, Greyselwyn gave a nod to Snape, exited his study, and closed the door behind him. At that moment, the spacious study was left with only Snape and the portrait. Snape regarded the unfamiliar painting before him, certain he had never encountered this individual. Kilcher, hands clasped, smiled. Greetings, Mr. Snape. Kilcher's salutation did not elicit a response from Snape. However, as a mere portrait, Kilcher felt no embarrassment and continued. It seems this is our second meeting. Although you may not recall our first. Snape was disinterested in engaging with someone who had long since passed and held little relevance to him, particularly when it encroached upon his precious rest. He cut to the chase. You were the one who saved me all those years ago? Kilcher nodded, recounting the details of that fateful day. Years ago, not far from Spinner's End, I found you on the brink of death and rescued you. Your wound was located near your heart on the left side. After rescuing you, I took a left turn outside Spider's Tail Alley and booked a month-long stay at the second hotel, room number 507, where I placed you. The moment Kilcher revealed the specific address along with the location of his wound, Snape was entirely convinced that it was Kilcher who had saved him all those years ago. Snape inquired directly, What is it that you desire, my lord? He understood that since Kilcher had brought this matter to light, it was undoubtedly in search of some form of recompense. Otherwise, why would he not have kept such information buried, taking it to his grave? Although in truth, he had already crossed into the grave. Kilcher waved his hand dismissively. In fact, I received my reward for saving you on the very day I rescued you. Now, I seek to engage in a transaction with you, the particulars of which I trust Grey has already conveyed. As for the secret, it intertwines with the transaction and my act of saving you, but it serves merely as one of the bargaining chips to ensure your agreement to the deal. Snape furrowed his brow, restraining himself. Then, sir, what is it that you have taken from me? What secret are you about to reveal? Snape felt a surge of irritation. Kilcher's actions made him feel as though he were being toyed with. Moreover, as Kilcher's silvery gaze bore down upon him, Snape sensed that he was not merely confronting a portrait, but a living, imposing figure of authority. Intuition whispered to Snape that this individual had not been an ordinary man in life. He could even be more formidable than Voldemort. Yet, what did that matter? He was already dead. With this thought, Snape's resentment towards this enigmatic man diminished considerably. I took a drop of blood from you. A drop of blood? For wizards, their blood holds immense significance. It can be wielded to curse them, or even clandestinely lead to their demise. Yet, it was evident that if this man intended to use his blood for nefarious purposes, he would not have waited until this moment. Snape, however, remained unperturbed, instead quietly awaiting Kilcher to continue. Our family possesses an alchemical method, utilizing some exceedingly rare and precious materials, along with the blood of our kin and others, to create a life form indistinguishable from one birthed by nature itself. Snape gasped, the alchemy of creating life. Though he was not well versed in alchemy, he understood the implications of such a statement. The ability to conjure life through alchemy indicated that the practitioner must be a master of the craft. However, what truly shocked Snape was Kilcher's subsequent revelation. The drop of blood I obtained from you, combined with my child's blood, has created a new life. If Snape could still digest the previous statement, this one struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving his mind a blank slate. All his previous feelings of anger, annoyance, and dissatisfaction evaporated in an instant. After a prolonged silence, Snape gradually regained his composure. During this interlude, Kilcher spoke not a word, simply observing Snape calmly, granting him the necessary time to process the information. After all, such news would be startling for anyone. Once he had collected himself, Snape struggled to articulate. You mean to say that you used my blood to create a child? Which means I have an additional child of whom I was entirely unaware. Kilcher replied with remarkable tranquility. It is quite a lucrative transaction, is it not? Given the circumstances at the time, would you have rejected the exchange of that drop of blood, even if you were fully conscious, knowing I would not harm you, and was willing to bind myself by an unbreakable oath? The answer was evidently no. At that moment, Snape could not foresee the future. He would have agreed to relinquish a drop of blood, as it posed no threat to him. A Slytherin excels at weighing the pros and cons. This deal was advantageous for him. Snape closed his eyes, skillfully employing a mental occlusion technique to maintain his composure. The news he had just received was overwhelming, difficult to digest in one sitting. Soon his eyes appeared vacant. Then why do you believe I would trust your claims, which bear no evidence? Kilter shrugged nonchalantly. The veracity of my words can be ascertained with a simple bloodline spell, cannot it? Indeed, a bloodline spell would suffice. He could not lie in this regard. Thus, the likelihood that he was indeed a father was overwhelmingly high. Snape closed his eyes once more. His heart a tumultuous sea of conflicting emotions. At that moment, he found himself utterly incapable of articulating his feelings. Before he could fully process this revelation, Kilter continued, "She is a beautiful girl. You ought to have met her. She is already attending Hogwarts, a student of Slytherin House. If you wish to learn the truth, simply cast a bloodline spell on her after the Christmas holiday." A Slytherin student? Who? For some reason, the image of the black-haired, dark-eyed Loxis surfaced in Snape's mind. Loxis? Kilter beamed with pride. Indeed, that is her. Our little Loxis is both charming and exceptional, isn't she? As memories of the exquisitely doll-like girl flooded his thoughts, Snape found it hard to believe that she was his child. She was a remarkably gifted child, polite and mature beyond her years. At this moment, he finally grasped why she possessed such prodigious talent in potion-making, rivaling even his own skills in his youth. Wait, he interjected. You just mentioned that this secret was one of the bargaining chips to ensure my agreement to the transaction. Utilizing his mental occlusion technique, Snape rationally pieced together all the information he had received. Soon, he formed a hypothesis regarding Kilter's words. A wave of unease washed over him. If that child truly was his blood relative, there was no way he could simply ignore her. And if the potions mentioned in the transaction were intended for her, then her health was at stake. Snape immediately voiced his concerns. So the potions referenced in the transaction are for her? Her health? Kilter clarified. You need not worry. Her health is excellent. The potions are indeed intended for Loxis, but due to the unique manner in which our family members' magical power increases, it differs from that of wizards. Typically, a wizard's magical power grows gradually, incrementally, and this increase reinforces their physical form, making them stronger and better able to accommodate their magic. However, in our family, due to our bloodline, the increase in magical power occurs abruptly, often surging overnight. The physical growth cannot keep pace with the surge of magical capacity, necessitating the use of potions to enhance our physical strength during this period. This was clearly an answer Snape had not anticipated. No wonder he believed that once I learned this secret, I would acquiesce to his demands. He could only hope that there were no further complications with their bloodline. Although Snape had yet to determine how to confront this unexpected child, he resolved to fulfill his paternal responsibilities, protecting her and ensuring her safe upbringing. He would not become like Tobias. Even if this child was an unforeseen arrival, Kilter observed Snape's less-than-pleased expression without offering a reply. In truth, how should one put it? There were indeed a few lingering issues. Hesitating for a moment, Kilter ultimately refrained from divulging the remaining matters to Snape. Best to secure the deal first. After all, there were still too few potion masters in the Carrington family. At last, just before Severus Snape took his leave, Kilter uttered a few more words. By the way, I once inquired with Locke whether she wished to learn about her father, if she desired to be reunited with him. She declined, stating that regardless of who it might be, a child conceived outside of a plan, born not from love, is a burden to anyone. Thus, Locke remains oblivious to her father's identity. As for whether you shall choose to meet her in the future, that decision lies with you. Upon hearing this, Snape's departing figure hesitated. This child seemed to possess a maturity far beyond what he had anticipated. Having encountered numerous young wizards of her age, Snape recognized that such thoughts were entirely uncharacteristic of a normal child. Considering Snape's understanding of pureblood families, alongside the scant interactions he had had with Lockhart, he realized that Lockhart's life might bear some resemblance to that of pureblood heirs, perhaps even more stringent. Standing before the door of his study, Snape grasped the doorknob and voiced his speculation. So she is the heir of your family? Kilter did not conceal the truth. To be precise, she is the current head of the family. Snape understood the implications of a noble family head. He had encountered many such individuals in his past. To appoint an 11-year-old child as the head of the family, had your lineage truly come to an end? Kilter's tone was tinged with sorrow. In truth, yes. Our family consists solely of Locke. She shall be our everything. My actions and choices may seem somewhat base to you, but if possible, I hope you will come to know her. She is exceedingly lonely, and you are her only blood relative. Snape said nothing, pushing the door open and disregarding Gray as he departed through the Selwyn family fireplace. At that moment, he felt utterly unsettled. Not even the biting cold wind could bring him solace. His conversation with Kilter echoed relentlessly in Snape's mind. The drop of blood I acquired from you. combined with my child's blood, has created a new life. He had a child. She is exceedingly lonely, and you are her only direct blood relative. He could not turn a blind eye to her plight. This necessitated the use of potions to enhance their physical endurance to weather this period. At the very least, he must protect her, ensuring she grows up safely. He was her only blood relative, and she, in turn, was his sole kin, but how was he to confront her? He had taught many students but had no inkling of how to nurture his own child. The two roles were fundamentally different. Moreover, he had never envisioned himself as a father. What does it take to be deemed a competent parent? On this matter, Snape remained uncertain. His past experiences offered no answers. The parenting experiences of those around him seemed hardly worthy of emulation. Faced with all this, the question of whether to acknowledge Lockhart became secondary. Snape was in turmoil. At that moment, he felt he would rather choose to remain at Hogwarts to confront that band of trolls. At least in doing so, he would not have to face the Selwyns who had sought him out, nor would he have to grapple with this disconcerting news. Yet, he ultimately had to confront this matter. He needed to face it. Suddenly, snow began to fall gently from the sky, interrupting Snape's thoughts. He looked up, extending his hand to catch a flake drifting through the air. Chapter 29. Confinement número 1. The subsequent days passed swiftly for Snape. He merely brewed a few potions for Lockhart before the time came for him to return to Hogwarts to keep watch over Quirrell. On that morning, Snape did not traverse the staff corridor. Instead, after deducting a few points from Gryffindor, he made his way from the dungeons to the Great Hall. In truth, he did not feel compelled to have breakfast in the hall. However, ever since learning that news, he inexplicably yearned to observe Lockhart, his own child. Going to the hall was undoubtedly the quickest way to see her. During breakfast, numerous small creatures scurried to the hall, particularly those who had missed dinner the previous night while catching up on homework, and were now eager to fill their empty bellies. Unbeknownst to them, their potions professor was approaching with an aura of low pressure. Following the deduction of points from a few Gryffindors, the small creatures wisely made way upon spotting the floating black robes. After all, they had merely had a short break. They had not forgotten the terror of their potions professor. Ultimately, Snape only deducted the initial few points from Gryffindor, yet that sufficed to elevate his mood slightly, dispelling the shadows cast by sleepless nights spent monitoring Quirrell. Heaven knew how severely his sleep had been lacking during this period. While staying up late brewing potions for his child was one thing, keeping a vigil over Quirrell truly left him feeling quite discontented. Upon entering the Great Hall, Snape immediately spotted Harry, whose hair was a tangled mess and who wore glasses, alongside the red-haired Ron. Oh, that disheveled hair, and those glasses were strikingly reminiscent of his insufferable father. Snape glanced at them once and swiftly turned away, making his way to the staff table. He then surveyed Slytherin. The green was certainly more pleasing to the eye, though Draco's excessive use of hair gel left much to be desired. But where was Lockhart? Snape looked around, yet he did not spot her in Slytherin's seats. He cast a glance at his watch with his wand. This was unusual. Why had she not arrived at the Great Hall for breakfast at this hour? The child was not one to arrive at the last moment. Perhaps she was not seated with Slytherin? It wouldn't be unacceptable for her to befriend students from other houses. With a furrowed brow, Snape shifted his gaze to the other house tables. Still, he did not see Lockhart. Was it possible he had arrived late? That could be the case. However, by midday, Snape had overturned his morning assumptions. Like Draco Malfoy, who initially intended to glare at him, he still had not seen the person he wished to find. But he was not Draco. He had his methods for locating those he sought. Snape set down his knife and fork, hastily concluding his lunch before making his way to Slytherin's table, opting for a method that would allow him to ascertain Lockhart's whereabouts. Malfoy, as the head boy. I trust you can inform me of Miss Fay's location. Draco, caught off guard at being called, instinctively replied, Headmaster? You are searching for Lockhart? She should be in the furthest abandoned classroom on the right side of the second floor. With the answer in hand, Snape did not linger, turning immediately to exit. Draco was left bewildered, still trying to process what had just happened. Surely the headmaster wasn't going to confront Lockhart? That seemed unlikely. Snape strode quickly to the location Draco had indicated. Given that it was lunchtime, he encountered no small creatures along the way. He reached his destination without impediment. As he neared the door, Snape heard voices emanating from within the classroom, and caught the scent of food. This one, eat this one, it's delicious. Don't put it in the spicy pot. It's too hot. The sesame sauce is the best. Cilantro is the key. I don't want cilantro. Don't put it in the pot so early. The classroom door was ajar, and Snape stood outside, peering inside. He beheld a group of small badgers gathered together. With two cauldrons of varying colors at their center, surrounded by an array of ingredients. In the center of a group of little badgers sat a small snake, wielding two objects that resembled wands but were not, deftly picking food from a cauldron. She appeared to be in perfect harmony with the little badgers, entirely devoid of any sense of discord. Severus Snape paused momentarily, honestly taken aback by the sight before him. The image of a small snake comfortably cohabiting with a group of badgers, who typically harbored a fear of serpents, was certainly unexpected, as was the usage of a cauldron, typically reserved for potion brewing, for culinary purposes. Snape had initially contemplated barging in to issue them a substantial deduction of points, coupled with a week of detention for Loxis. However, the recollection of a particular intention he had lingered in his mind. Thus, before disturbing the small creatures within, Snape hesitated for a moment and ultimately cast a bloodline spell. A vivid crimson thread extended from the tip of his wand to Loxis, extinguishing any last flicker of hope within him. Snape stared blankly at his wand for a moment before lifting his gaze to Loxis, who was joyfully indulging in her meal, and he let out a deep, melancholic sigh. His journey as a caretaker of children seemed to be laden with burdens. With a flick of his wand, he dissipated the crimson line and stepped into the cozy little classroom, effectively obliterating the warm atmosphere that had previously enveloped the space. The badgers trembled in fear at the sight of Snape. The lone snake, however, calmly set down her utensils and stepped forward to shield the quaking badgers. Headmaster. Snape looked down at the girl before him, whose black hair and eyes mirrored his own, standing before him with unwavering dignity. Snape found it challenging to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. It was certainly not tranquility. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Due to the improper use of the cauldron, Hufflepuff loses 10 points, and as for you, a week of detention. This was clearly an unexpected turn of events for Loxis. Improper use of a cauldron? Well, she supposed that was accurate enough. Loxis could find no fault in Snape's reasoning. Had she known, she would have had Gilly commission a proper hot pot. Standing protectively in front of her fellow badgers, Loxis asserted, Headmaster Snape, this was my idea. You may penalize me, but they are not to blame. Yet they did not prevent your foolish actions, did they? Loxis found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, Hufflepuff was tearfully docked 10 points, and Loxis received a week of detention. Watching Snape's retreating figure, Loxis resolutely returned to her spot and resumed eating. You're a Gryffindor, aren't you? One badger quipped. Points have already been deducted. Is it not foolish to forego my meal? Loxis replied. True, in light of the lost points. I shall indulge in another large bowl. To the last drop. Chapter 30, Detention? A roundabout form of study? Upon returning to the common room, Loxis was greeted by the ever-patient Draco, who had been waiting for her. Are you all right? The headmaster asked where you were, and I told him without hesitation. As Loxis entered, Draco rushed over, his tone tinged with urgency. Loxis settled onto the couch, replying, I'm fine, just sentenced to a week of detention. Hearing this, Draco appeared perplexed, yet more concerned about the potential loss of culinary delights. But you didn't break any rules by not dining in the Great Hall. He fretted. You're not going to stop exchanging foods with me over this, are you? Panic seized him, for the house elf at his home would not be making those dishes, and he had gone an entire Christmas holiday without them. Loxis clarified, it's not about that, it's because I used the cauldron to make hot pot. He said I misused it and assigned me a week of detention. Draco, recalling the flavor, mused, that hot pot? Yes. He lamented. Does this mean we can't enjoy it anymore? Not exactly. I plan to have Gilly commission a proper pot in a few days. All right, count me in. Loxis did not refuse, as hot pot was best enjoyed with company. This predicament was not Draco's fault. Even had he remained silent, Snape would have learned of her whereabouts through other means. The reason for her detention stemmed from her own negligence regarding the cauldron. She had no one to blame but herself. Subsequently, Draco elaborated on the details concerning Snape's detention protocols. Time swiftly passed, and evening approached. Loxis arrived at the cellar door 10 minutes early. She recalled Draco advising her to arrive early, but to wait until the appointed time to knock. Arriving too early could provoke Snape's ire if he were in a foul mood or disrupted his potion-making, potentially resulting in an extended detention. Conversely, knocking on time would shield her from penalties stemming from Snape's fluctuating temper. Yet, before Loxis could check the time, the cellar door swung open automatically. Inside, Snape, grading papers, addressed her. What's this? Do you wish for your old professor to personally invite you in? Loxis retorted, well, arriving early doesn't he mean I won't find fault either. Headmaster. Ignoring Snape's jibe, Loxis stepped into his office and respectfully greeted him, closing the door behind her. Snape gestured toward a collection of caterpillars nearby, stating, these caterpillars are your task for today. Understood. Complying, Loxis diligently gathered her tools and commenced her detention. In truth, the number of caterpillars Loxis needed to handle was relatively small, far fewer than those assigned to others in detention. Upon completion, she realized she had not spent nearly as much time as Draco had indicated was typical for detention. Loxis pondered, should I slow down and stretch this out? Though she entertained the thought, she ultimately tidied her workspace, returning everything to its original place and disposing of the waste she had created. Headmaster, I am finished. She reported her progress, standing before Snape's desk. What potions can you brew? Snape posed a question Loxis had not anticipated. She answered truthfully. The potions you discussed in class. Snape's expression revealed his dissatisfaction. To him, Loxis' actions seemed a waste of her considerable talent. He set down his papers and fixed his gaze upon her. Have you ever attempted to practice the questions and theories you noted in your textbook? Loxis paused, incredulous at his knowledge of her notes. How could he possibly know about those? When studying potions, she occasionally jotted down her whimsical ideas or queries in her textbook, intending to delve deeper when time permitted. However, she had never shown that textbook to anyone, nor had she engaged in any advanced study. Each time she flipped through it in class, the pages remained blank. Logically, Snape should not have been aware of this. Furrowing her brow, Loxis inquired, Headmaster, how did you know? In a rare display of patience, Snape explained, you once left your textbook in the classroom. I only left it once. Loxis protested. Without waiting for her to elaborate, Snape coldly remarked, I trust you are aware of the duration of your detention. I hope you will not squander this time like those Gryffindors. Understood. Loxis lowered her head, nearly falling into the category of those Gryffindors Snape had mentioned. Snape returned his attention to his papers, marking a significant deduction in bold letters atop the page. There is an abundance of cauldrons over there, and you may freely utilize the materials at my disposal. As for the excess, I believe it is unnecessary for me to instruct you further. Very well. In order to prevent Severus from unleashing toxic fumes, Loxis unhesitatingly seized the cauldron set aside, and embarked on her experimental journey. After concocting two nearly identical potions through different methods, Loxis meticulously compared the two vials. What have you discovered? At that moment, Severus had set aside his paper grating and approached Loxis. She answered truthfully, voicing her perplexity. The newly sprouted daisy root seems to possess superior efficacy compared to the ordinary daisy root. So why do we not impose regulations on this during potion brewing? Severus explained. Because the newly sprouted daisy root can only be harvested during a specific period, is difficult to preserve, and its quantity is significantly less than that of mature daisy roots. To minimize production costs, and considering that using mature daisy roots does not substantially diminish the potion's effectiveness, the potion-making community has adopted this method. Upon hearing the explanation, Loxis comprehended the rationale entirely. However, if that is the answer, why did Professor Severus not directly convey it to her, instead leading her through such a convoluted process? Loxis felt somewhat bewildered. She discreetly glanced up at Severus, whose countenance was perpetually stern, and wisely chose not to voice her internal inquiries. Chapter 31, Conversations. During the subsequent confinement, Loxis found herself with little to occupy her time, most of it spent in a roundabout manner of supplementary lessons. Even attending classes in the cellar on the day of the spring festival, Loxis felt a twinge of confusion. She had even indirectly inquired with others and found that their confinement consisted solely of labor, while she alone had an additional phase of supplemental lessons. Despite her numerous uncertainties, the gravity of Severus's demeanor deterred her from probing too deeply. After all, she had to acknowledge that she was in some respects benefiting. Loxis thought. Those who know how to adapt are truly wise. Due to her confinement, Loxis's alchemical pursuits were regrettably curtailed. At last, the week of confinement was drawing to a close. To be honest, Loxis felt a pang of reluctance. The euphoria of immersing herself in potion-making was far more pleasurable than the compulsion to study the history of magic or the alchemy she was obliged to learn. Yet, she remained acutely aware of her responsibilities as the head of the Carrington family, and her commitment to the study of alchemy could not wane. As Loxis clutched her textbooks, preparing to leave Severus's office, he unexpectedly called out to her. Professor? Without lifting his gaze, Severus remarked. Do not let me catch you brewing peculiar substances in a cauldron again. Loxis felt compelled to defend herself. Otherwise, this accusation would linger unjustly upon her for the next 6 years at Hogwarts. In truth, Professor, I do not use the same cauldron for brewing potions as I do for cooking hot pot. I have made a clear distinction between the two. Of course, after you pointed out my error, I took the precaution of acquiring a dedicated pot for hot pot preparation. Severus fell momentarily silent, encountering an unfamiliar realm. Hot pot? Loxias explained. A dining style from my homeland, Hua. Suddenly, Severus recalled something, a conclusion he had drawn during his observations. I remember you rarely dine in the Great Hall. Loxias elaborated. Yes, I grew up in Hua until the age of 8, and I find the local cuisine unpalatable. Upon my return, the house elves even learned recipes from that region specifically for me, and since the school regulations do not mandate it, I hardly partake of the Great Hall's offerings. Severus appeared slightly taken aback by this revelation, lifting his gaze to scrutinize Loxias. You were raised abroad? Loxias did not conceal the truth. Yes, they said it was unsafe. I believe you are aware of the circumstances surrounding my birth. This answer was both unexpected and yet somehow fitting for Severus. Indeed, during that time. Soon. Severus's eyes once again took on a hollow expression. Loxias, having observed him closely, did not miss this change. Having progressed through her studies, she recognized it as a manifestation of mental occlusion. So, had she inadvertently touched upon a painful subject for the professor? Instinctively, Loxias felt it was best to take her leave. Professor, if there is nothing else, I shall return to the common room. Very well, Severus replied coolly. After slipping out of the cellar, Loxias returned to her dormitory and resumed her alchemical creations. In the days that followed, her life returned to its previous rhythm. Just as Loxias became engrossed in her alchemical studies, someone approached her. It was Hermione. Since forging a new friendship on Halloween, they had seldom encountered each other outside of class, even though Hermione frequently visited the library. That Loxias, you are a seer, correct? Hermione whispered to Loxias, ensuring the vicinity was clear of others. Loxias shifted her gaze from her book to Hermione. How did you deduce that I am a seer? Initially, I did not notice, but I recently came to realize it. In our first flying lesson, you predicted that Harry would be fine, and before Halloween, you asked if I wished for Gryffindor's friendship, and advised me to steer clear of the girls' bathroom recently. Loxias had no intention of concealing the truth. Members of the Carrington family often operated under pseudonyms while portraying themselves as seers. And so what of it? Upon receiving confirmation, Hermione's expression reflected an undeniable astonishment. You being a seer is quite remarkable. I read in several books that seers are exceedingly rare in the magical world, particularly those with foresight. Loxias nonchalantly turned a page. Then since you are aware, I must ask you to keep this confidential. If you would be so kind? I shall. After a brief pause, Hermione hesitated, as if weighing her words. Speak freely, Loxias encouraged, sensing that Hermione's intent was not solely based on her newfound knowledge of Loxias's prophetic abilities. Hermione, Loxias, since you are a seer, may I inquire if you know anything about that thing on the 4th floor? Loxias set down her book, calculating the timeline they had traversed. Due to the Christmas holiday and her confinement, she had not been attentive to the matter for some time. Are you asking if the individual you suspect is responsible? Loxias responded directly. Hermione nodded. No. Hermione instinctively retorted. How could it not be? Possessing foresight of the future, Loxias remained composed. I understand you will stand by your answer, but in the end, you will realize you are mistaken. As a friend, I can assure you that my response is based on the future I have foreseen, rather than a defense of my headmaster. Hermione instinctively pressed on. If it is not Severus, then who could it be? Chapter 32. Young Love? Loxias closed her book and turned to face Hermione earnestly. To be frank, according to the rules, I cannot overly intervene or disclose important knowledge of the future, unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, Hermione, some matters you must seek the answers to on your own, even if those answers may be erroneous. Hermione appeared somewhat bewildered. What rules? These matters do not concern you. Whenever family-related issues arise, Loxias refrained from elaborating. Is there anything else? Loxias rose, clutching her book, directing her gaze at Hermione, prepared to conclude the conversation. Then may I ask, do you know who Nicodemus is? Faced with her inability to extract further information from Loxias, Hermione decided to pose one last question that had been troubling her. Loxias reflected on the content of her premonition, and ultimately offered a subtle hint. Perhaps you could take a closer look at the chocolate frog cards. The mention of chocolate frog cards left Hermione in a state of utter bewilderment. A faint smile graced Loxias's lips as she opted not to elaborate further, playing the role of a cryptic oracle. Turning away, Loxias found herself reflecting once more on the visions of the future she had foreseen. Before long, they would uncover Nicodemus, and thus learn of the Philosopher's Stone. This revelation would further deepen her suspicions regarding Professor Snape, particularly after witnessing him threaten Quirrell. Shortly thereafter, Hagrid would be found nurturing a baby dragon within his humble hut, a discovery made by Draco, who reported them, resulting in their collective punishment. It seemed that this grand savior, destined to become a hero, would remain oblivious to the live broadcast of events. She recalled how much Draco adored dragons. What would transpire if he were to join the ranks of the saviors? After all, this situation differed from Hermione's predicament. As long as they were all punished together in the Forbidden Forest on the same day, witnessing Voldemort siphoning the blood of unicorns, everything would be well, wouldn't it? The young and theatrical Loxis mused. Thus, when months later, Draco exuberantly approached Loxis to announce that he had discovered a young dragon at Hagrid's, and that the trio of saviors planned a nocturnal escapade to release it. Intent on informing a professor to ensure Gryffindor would suffer a significant penalty, Loxis proposed a novel direction. Draco, with a name like yours, do you have a fondness for dragons? Without a moment's hesitation, Draco lifted his platinum head and proclaimed, "Of course I do. I even possess a complete set of dragon models. If my father had not objected, I would have raised a dragon at home." Loxis gleaned from his words the depth of his affection for these magnificent creatures, and she had no intention of probing the veracity of his claim regarding raising one at home. After all, her focus remained steadfastly on the live version of the Grand Savior. She and her fellow Badgers eagerly awaited the principal's offerings. Loxis stirred the sugar cube in her coffee, lowering her gaze. "Have you considered utilizing this leverage against the Savior in a different manner?" "What do you mean?" "Join the Savior's ranks. Use this leverage to compel Potter to accept you, and in doing so, you can also establish a close bond with the young dragon. Besides, do you truly wish to miss out on this encounter with a baby dragon? Or are you comfortable entrusting it to a group of reckless Gryffindors?" Loxis artfully appealed to Draco's emotions and reason, showcasing the cunning and pragmatism inherent in Slytherin. Unsurprisingly, Draco was swayed by her words. As she watched him depart, Loxis could not suppress a triumphant smile. Simultaneously, she activated her alchemical communication device, relaying the news of her successful persuasion to the Draco Harry support group. This communication device was a creation inspired by the mobile phone she had used before returning. However, her technical skills were still in need of refinement, and for now, she could only manage messaging and voice calls without regard for distance. In her plans, she intended to incorporate video calls and emoji functions in the future. But that was a matter for another day. When Loxis sent the message to the group, the lurking members immediately erupted into excitement. "Dinner time!" exclaimed the Badger. "I'm coming!" chimed in the Eagle. Thus, as Draco and Harry convened to discuss how to relocate the dragon, Loxis, accompanied by a group of Badgers and a few articulate Eagles, observed from a distance, playing the role of curious onlookers. Though they could not discern the specifics of Harry and Draco's conversation due to the distance, it did not hinder their imaginative speculations. The eloquent Eagles busily penned fanfiction about Harry and Draco as they watched. "I want to be the first to read it when you're done," Loxis whispered to one of the Eagles. "Sure," was the reply. "I want to read it too," added another Badger. "All right," the Eagle responded. Once Harry and Draco departed, the Draco Harry support group gradually dispersed. However, as Loxis prepared to leave, she sensed someone watching her intently. "Miss Parkinson, might I inquire what business you have?" Loxis turned with her hands on her hips. Pansy Parkinson, having been discovered, did not shy away but confronted Loxis directly, posing her question. "Do you not have feelings for Draco?" "Huh. Why would I like him? A childish fool coated in hair gel?" Loxis struggled to comprehend Pansy's line of reasoning. Pansy reflected on Loxis's conversations with those Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws regarding Draco and Harry's relationship, and she had come to believe Loxis was indeed indifferent to Draco. "I apologize. I should not have targeted you earlier," Pansy said, offering her regrets upon receiving clarity. Loxis grasped the situation. "So your previous actions against me were based on the misconception that I liked Draco?" Pansy nodded. "I have grown up alongside Draco, and I am destined to become Mrs. Malfoy." "Huh." Loxis felt a wave of naive incredulity wash over her. Isn't dating something that can only happen after reaching adulthood? They are so young, embarking on early romances? They even engage in unrequited love? In my primary school, such matters would require parental intervention, and they don't see anything wrong with it. Loxis expressed her disbelief. Why would you entertain such thoughts at such a young age? Childhood friendships may be sweet, but they are not meant to be considered until one reaches maturity. After adulthood? What are you thinking? Arranged marriages among pureblood families are often established during school years, unlike those of you half-bloods. Therefore, I must act first, and the Malfoy family is my best option. Pansy failed to comprehend Loxis's perspective. So, Your marriage is merely for the sake of alliance, not love? Loxis seemed to grasp the underlying truth. Such situations did exist within her family. However, those responsible for arranged marriages were typically the beneficiaries of inherited wealth. This seemed fair enough to her. Yet Pansy disagreed with Loxis's viewpoint, raising her chin defiantly. Of course. There is love. I truly adore Draco. Observing Pansy's self-assertion, Loxis found herself at a loss for words. But you seem barely 12. A child who has not yet reached 12. How can she comprehend what love truly is? Pansy crossed her arms, her tone somewhat fierce. How could I not understand? I feel jealous when I see others around him. I want to give him the best of everything. Is that not love? But do you feel your heart race when you see him? Loxis suddenly recalled the younger generation at the Gu family, all starry-eyed as they spoke of love. Of course not. Why would my heart race? I'm not sick. Upon hearing this answer, Loxis concluded, then that is not love. Someone once told me that true love makes your heart race when you see them. They occupy your thoughts entirely. What you feel for him is merely a calculated choice, born out of possessiveness among friends. Pansy found herself at a loss for words, unable to refute Loxis's perspective. Did she truly love Draco? Perhaps she did. Everyone insisted she loved him, that she was destined to become the future Mrs. Malfoy, a perfect match. Yet why did her heart not race when she saw him? Just as Loxis, hands on her hips like a victorious rooster, prepared to press her advantage, she felt a shadow envelop her. Looking down at the familiar outline of the shadow, a sense of foreboding washed over Loxis. Miss Fay, for discussing inappropriate topics in an unsuitable place. You are to be confined for a week. As expected, Professor Snape's voice resonated from behind Loxis. Again with the confinement for a week. Professor Snape. Two small snakes greeted Snape, one voice rather mundane, and the other steeped in resentment. The latter, of course, belonged to Loxis. She felt a twinge of exasperation. How had she found herself ensnared once more, and why was she discussing such inappropriate topics in such an unsuitable setting? The school regulations had never explicitly prohibited such conversations. Moreover, she was attempting to rescue a wayward girl from the ephemeral entanglements of romantic folly. Loxis gazed at Snape with a mixture of despair and frustration, longing to retort, yet instinctively silenced herself as memories of the past few months flooded back. Ever since Christmas, Snape had imposed an array of peculiar punishments upon her, cloaked under the guise of detention, while secretly providing her with individual instruction. She felt unable to voice any complaints, for it was not genuine confinement, but rather a tailored learning opportunity. To complain would be to show ingratitude. Her alchemy. It had been ages since she could delve into her studies. Would her progress at school be sufficient to impress Gellert during the summer examinations? Miss Fay, I trust you understand that your purpose at Hogwarts is to study magical theory and practice, not to indulge in discussions of marriage or to wallow in romantic dreams. Snape reprimanded, casting a cold glance at Loxis, who was on the verge of speaking. I know, I am merely offering her counsel, Loxis murmured softly in response. Upon hearing this, Snape narrowed his eyes. So it was a misunderstanding? Very well, as long as she had no intention of pursuing such frivolities at her tender age. As for the unfinished detention, he reasoned she would come to understand. He shot a frigid glance at Pansy, who might be leading his child astray, before turning to leave. This look sent a chill through Pansy, causing her hair to stand on end. Meanwhile, Loxis watched Snape's retreating figure with resignation, questioning how she had again unwittingly earned a detention. Pansy, regaining her composure after the headmaster's frosty gaze, spoke with a hint of guilt. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. It seems you've offended the headmaster. He has been relentless with your detentions these past months. Loxis replied. I can hardly claim that he is punishing me when he is merely providing extra lessons under the pretense of confinement. She dismissed the matter, concluding, in any case, I think it unwise to dwell on love and marriage at such a young age. This is a time of great potential. Pursuing what you genuinely enjoy is far more fulfilling. She waved her hand dismissively, offering her counsel once more. Pursuing what you genuinely enjoy? Pansy echoed, momentarily taken aback. Before she could ponder further, she noticed Loxis turning to leave. Anxiously, she grasped Loxis's arm, exclaiming, And what about you? Do you not desire to find someone of good standing? To become a noble? To benefit yourself? Loxis met Pansy's gaze directly, her voice steady as she replied. In truth, my family's circumstances are quite different from what you envision. In our lineage, neither males nor females are permitted to marry outside our clan. This means my husband must reside with us, and I am expected to uphold my family's legacy. Pansy, taken aback, murmured incredulously, he must reside with you? You uphold your family's legacy? But what of your brothers? Do they support you? Loxias explained, in my family, regardless of gender, only the strongest may inherit the title of head of the family, while others must submit to the head's authority. What? Pansy's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a family operate under such rules? Why was it that girls did not have to exhaust themselves to marry off, but instead could have men join their households and inherit the family estate? She had never heard of such a family before. Did such families truly exist? Observing Pansy's astonished expression, Loxias stepped closer, leaning in to whisper, consider carefully what you truly desire, Pansy. Once you have clarity, come find me, and I shall assist you. Chapter 34. From Snape's perspective, since discovering that Loxias was his child, Snape had contemplated much. Ultimately, his thoughts coalesced into a remedial plan for her studies. In his estimation, she possessed a talent for potion-making that rivaled his own. Enhancing her knowledge in this field was essential to prevent squandering her innate abilities. Naturally, he also discreetly inquired with other professors regarding her performance in other subjects to ensure her holistic development. A well-rounded witch would always be able to safeguard herself and adeptly navigate the challenges of the wizarding world, regardless of whether a paternal bond would flourish between them. As a father, he felt that nurturing her into a versatile witch could be a commendable gift. However, it appeared that her various subjects did not require his intervention. Even in flying, a subject he was least proficient in, she exhibited remarkable agility, despite her evident lack of enthusiasm for broomstick flying. As for Loxias's potion studies, under his guidance, she had made rapid strides in merely a few months, far surpassing the level expected of a second-year student. It would not be long before she could master the knowledge of a third-year potions class, occasionally even proposing innovative ideas. Oh, Merlin's beard, she truly was his child, and he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Yet, one aspect continued to perplex him. Despite her evident passion and talent for potions, she was unwilling to dedicate time outside of lessons to pursue further study. If she devoted her private hours to her craft, her skills could soar even higher. But then again, children her age were often inclined to seek enjoyment, and as long as she maintained commendable grades across her subjects, perhaps her reluctance to invest time in additional studies was understandable. She was still young after all. He could oversee her academic progress, and it would be unwise to impose excessive demands upon her. Compared to her peers, she was already remarkably accomplished. As long as he remained vigilant, this child would inevitably become a master of potions. However, her period of confinement had concluded, and he needed to find a way to extend it. Truth be told, concocting reasons to detain her had proven to be an arduous task. Unlike Potter, this child was exceedingly well-behaved, never flouting school rules and even contributing significantly to Slytherin's points. Truly, she was a far superior offspring than Potter's. Of course, this made him feel rather guilty about subjecting her to detention for reasons that did not infringe upon any regulations. After all, she had done nothing wrong. But then again, a detention could not be overlooked, and neither could her lessons. His own father had often found himself reluctantly working overtime, hadn't he? As he pondered, he quickened his pace in search of her. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to scouring the school for her. This time he located her with remarkable efficiency. Unsurprisingly, she was nestled in a corner with a group of Hufflepuff badgers and Ravenclaw eagles, fixated on the confrontation between Malfoy and Potter. Her cheeks were puffed out, her mouth busy stuffing itself with food, making her utterly adorable, infinitely more so than Potter's lot. For the first time, he found the sight of a young witch munching like a hamster rather charming. However, he often observed her watching closely whenever Malfoy troubled Potter. This instance was no different. He wondered what was so captivating about the spectacle. Wouldn't it be more prudent to utilize that time for studying? Was the altercation between Potter and Malfoy truly that entertaining? Yet, judging by her expression, it appeared Malfoy had refrained from provoking Potter this time. A rare occurrence indeed. Never mind. This child has never possessed any particular hobbies. If she wishes to watch, so be it. It is hardly a matter of great significance. The book advises one to embrace a child's interests and provide encouragement for their development. This sentiment is echoed by Lucius, a man of parental experience, who concurs. It must be true, I suppose. However, encouragement aside, tolerance is the utmost limit of what he can offer. As for confining her, she is currently surrounded by a group of little badgers, the very source of his greatest vexation. They seem on the verge of tears at the slightest provocation, huddled together, trembling. Afterwards, Pomona will come to lecture him. Once they have departed, he will devise a way to impose her confinement. Just as that group of little badgers left, he had not even taken a step forward to concoct an excuse for her confinement when Parkinson from their house approached Loxis. He remembers that she had previously sought to trouble Loxis through the upper years, but fortunately, Loxis had triumphed over them with her own prowess. Truly, she is his daughter. What are they discussing? Marriage? A racing heartbeat? Love? TSK. How can Loxis, at merely 11 years of age, consider such distant matters? Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forth from the shadows, directly announcing her confinement. Observing her expression, he felt a sense of relief. Let us see if she dares to indulge in early romance again. One should act according to their age. At this stage, she ought to focus on her studies, rather than daydreaming about love. To his surprise, she quietly protested, claiming she was merely advising her. Advising her? So is it Parkinson who has fallen in love? Had he known, he would have listened more closely, avoiding this misunderstanding. Ah well, she should comprehend the rationale behind his decision to confine her. It is merely an excuse. Surely, she would not be disheartened by his wrongful accusation, would she? TSK, how bothersome. He must take his leave. Before departing, he cast a wary glance at Parkinson, ensuring she would not lead his dear child astray. In the evening, he sat in his office within the cellar, awaiting Loxis's arrival for her confinement. Today, he found himself devoid of other pressing matters. Thus, his thoughts wandered, confronting a long-ignored dilemma. Should he reveal his identity to Loxis? This posed a significant quandary. If he were to acknowledge their relationship, would she be willing to suddenly accept a father? A father who had once been a Death Eater? Moreover, with Voldemort not entirely vanquished, he would inevitably return one day, and he could not simply stand by unaffected. Should he choose to reveal himself, he might even expose her to danger. Given her talents, if Voldemort were to take notice, she could become entangled in his machinations, potentially joining the ranks of the Death Eaters. This is hardly a prudent approach, and it is a conclusion he would prefer to avoid. Yet, if he refrains from acknowledging her, others have remarked that she is utterly alone, lonely, and he is her only blood relative. His own youthful experiences taught him that children at this stage require the care and affection of family. Furthermore, the impact of accompanying her as a father far surpasses that of a mere teacher. She is, after all, his sole blood relation. Their recognition of one another, if they could coexist harmoniously, would foster mutual emotional solace. This appears to be a contradiction. Neither choice seems particularly wise. It was only upon the moment the door to his office was rapped that he remained without an answer. Skillfully employing the mental sealing charm, he suppressed all thoughts, his gaze returning to a vacant state, before opening the office door to welcome Loxis's arrival. Chapter 35, The Night Adventure. Following the commencement of her confinement, Loxis was not remiss in addressing the gap she had created. At a designated hour, she stealthily slipped a note of denunciation into the assignment intended for Professor McGonagall, which was to be submitted by Gryffindor. Thus, whether it was points to be deducted or confinement to be served, or even the scene of Voldemort consuming unicorn blood, everything aligned perfectly. Loxis munched on an apple as she observed Harry and Draco, who had been caught by Professor McGonagall after delivering the baby dragon, resulting in points being deducted and confinement imposed. Oh, Draco is a member of Slytherin, the points she had painstakingly earned. Seeing this, Loxis tossed aside the apple core and cast a disillusionment charm upon herself, making her way towards the room of requirement, not far from the headmaster's office. Chocolate frogs? Utilizing her abilities, Loxis successfully deciphered the password once more. Knowing full well that this time of night would not be when the adults retired, she strode boldly into the headmaster's office. Oh, Loxis, what brings you here? Dumbledore inquired, lifting his gaze towards the door of the office. Loxis dispelled her disillusionment charm. Headmaster Dumbledore, might you have time to accompany me on a night adventure? Even if you choose not to come with me now, you shall need to come check it out shortly, Loxis stated directly. Is something amiss? Dumbledore could think of no other possibilities. Loxis glanced at Fawkes, who was nestled in his perch, preparing for slumber. In truth, Voldemort had struck against the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Oh, that is hardly good news. Then let us commence our night adventure, with the Forbidden Forest as our destination. Dumbledore rose, cradling the drowsy Fawkes in one arm while placing a hand on Loxis's shoulder. Fawkes yawned. A flash of red light enveloped them, and Dumbledore transported Loxis to the Forbidden Forest. They landed deftly not far from Harry and Draco, employing the disillusionment charm to conceal their presence. The night within the Forbidden Forest appeared particularly eerie, evoking memories of ghost stories Loxis had heard in her childhood. This prompted her to inch closer to Dumbledore's side. Meanwhile, Harry and Draco stood paralyzed with fright before Voldemort, who was consuming unicorn blood. Draco, terrified, fled back the way he came, while Harry remained rooted in place, unable to move. Ultimately, It was the centaurs who arrived to drive Voldemort away and escort Harry to safety. Witnessing this scene, a silver luminescence flickered in Loxis's eyes, just as foretold. Without a hint of deviation, "What do you intend to do?" Dumbledore inquired, turning his gaze towards Loxis. He knew she had summoned him not merely to witness the embarrassment of Harry and Draco. She must have had something in mind. Loxis parted the grass before her, and approached the lifeless unicorn, gently removing a subtle white clip that had been affixed to its ear. Subsequently, the chest of the unicorn, which had appeared devoid of life, began to rise and fall. Though faint, it was undeniable that life still coursed through it. Without a moment's hesitation, Loxis produced several vials of potion from her satchel, and poured them into the unicorn's mouth. Before long, the wound on the unicorn's neck healed completely, and it regained its vitality. The rejuvenated unicorn nuzzled Loxis with its head, and she affectionately stroked its forehead. "For the time being, refrain from straying from your herd," Loxis instructed. The unicorn nodded in response to her directive. "Now return to your herd." At her words, the unicorn circled Loxis twice before gently nudging her and then departed, glancing back multiple times. In Loxis's possession now was a unicorn horn. "Who would have thought you would even consider the unicorn?" Dumbledore remarked at last, having observed the entire event. "The unicorn is a sacred and beautiful creature. It is worthy of my efforts to save." Dumbledore smiled and subsequently shifted the conversation to another topic. "Is that device you placed upon its ear an alchemical creation of yours? A rather ingenious idea to safeguard its vital essence while inducing a state of apparent death." Loxias nodded graciously, acknowledging, "Indeed, it took me quite some time to craft it. Your proficiency in alchemy appears commendable. Therefore, in recognition of your act of mercy, Slytherin shall be awarded 30 points. At that moment, Firenze, the centaur who had escorted Harry away, returned. He glanced at Dumbledore, then at Loxias, finally fixing his gaze upon her. "You saved him." Loxias nodded, "Yes. I am profoundly grateful for your willingness to intervene." Firenze then looked up at the starry sky. "Carrington, a star set apart from the cosmos, your choices impact everything. You may choose to transform and bring forth renewal, or you may choose indifference and witness tragedy unfold." This seemed to be a widely acknowledged truth. Loxias was well aware of his meaning. It was not universally recognized, and moreover, although Carrington stands apart from the stars, it does not imply that every Carrington wields the power to influence all. Firenze denied Loxias' assertion. "Have I perhaps overestimated Carrington's capabilities?" Loxias shrugged nonchalantly. She admitted that most Carringtons, due to their compassion, had meddled in matters that were not theirs to entangle. Consequently, their family rules had largely become mere formalities. Yet, she did not feel she would excessively interfere in such affairs. What she was doing now was merely a benevolent act to mitigate unnecessary casualties. "This is not a reflection of your capabilities." Just then, sounds emanated from the depths of the forbidden forest. Firenze glanced towards the source of the noise and took a few steps in that direction. He had to return to his kin, but before departing, he turned to Loxias and said, "The paths of the stars are not immutable. I foresee that you will make a choice, one that you deem to be right." Watching Firenze's retreating figure, Loxias yawned. At this hour, it was rather late for someone with a regimented routine like hers. "It seems our nocturnal adventure is drawing to a close." Dumbledore, who had observed the entire exchange, winked at Loxias. Shortly thereafter, another flash of crimson light enveloped them, and Dumbledore escorted Loxias back to the headmaster's office. Chapter 36. A dispute. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore, Loxias returned to the room of requirement once again. She wished to avoid being caught for her night escapade, which would jeopardize the points awarded to Slytherin today. Hence, she decided to spend the night in the room of requirement. As long as the room met her comfort needs, it sufficed. Loxias recited her usual accommodation requirements and found herself in a familiar chamber. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Betty, who had already fulfilled her duties as a prefect, and was waiting for her. Loxias sighed. "You really needn't have come. Patrolling is already taxing enough, especially since you ventured into the forbidden forest for me just days ago." Betty replied, "I must ensure your safety." Loxias, somewhat exasperated, countered, "With Headmaster Dumbledore present, what danger could there possibly be? He is the most powerful white wizard in the magical world. And what if something were to happen?" Betty was adamant. "Very well, Betty Mum. Do you not see that I have returned unscathed?" Loxias spread her arms and twirled in place, showcasing her intact self to Betty. Betty scrutinized Loxias seriously, fearful for her well-being. After all, she was their first-level protected creature. Only after confirming that Loxias was indeed unharmed, did she exhale a sigh of relief. "To be honest, I believe I could have handled what you set out to do today. There was no need for you to go in person. Loxias replied earnestly. But I must also consider your safety. You ventured into the Forbidden Forest to rescue a unicorn without Headmaster Dumbledore by your side, did you not? There was also the mysterious figure lurking about, which posed significant danger. Finally, Betty voiced her underlying concern. By the way, why did you feel compelled to save that unicorn? Loxias paused momentarily before revealing her heartfelt reasoning. As you know, my very existence is the result of a unicorn's voluntary sacrifice. Unicorns are such a sacred and benevolent species. I possess the ability to save them. What reason do I have not to rescue one? This answer surprised Betty. Yet it was also entirely reasonable. You truly embody the kindness and compassion of Carrington. Perhaps, Loxias replied. By the way, what do you plan to do tonight? Will you return to Ravenclaw's dormitory? Or shall we spend the night together here? Loxias was not inclined to discuss this further, and promptly shifted the topic. Betty hesitated for a moment but ultimately opted for the sensible choice. She decided to stay and sleep alongside Loxias. The reason was simple. She feared she might not be able to answer the questions required to enter the dormitory. And there was a high likelihood she would end up sleeping outside with the other Eagles. She had no desire for such an ordeal. Time had slipped away, and Loxias fell asleep almost as soon as she touched the bed, drifting into a dreamless slumber. Due to her late bedtime, she awoke much later than usual. By the time she opened her eyes, Betty had already left for class. Fortunately, she had no classes that day. After tidying herself up slightly, Loxias departed the room of requirement, making her way back to her dormitory. On her way, she encountered Hermione. Loxias! Hermione exclaimed, pulling her into an empty classroom. What is it? It's Snape. He's the one trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Your prophecy was incorrect. Hermione whispered urgently to Loxias. No, my prophecy is not mistaken. Loxias countered. But we have already established that he is indeed attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione remained resolute in her perspective. Based on the time frame, Loxias understood what stage they had reached. At this juncture, they were firmly convinced of Snape's intentions to steal the stone. They would need to wait until he witnessed Voldemort residing in Quirrell's body, before they would believe it was Quirrell. Thus, no matter what she said to Hermione, it would not alter her conviction. Loxias crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, calmly inquiring, do you have any evidence? Witnesses, material proof, written records, or otherwise? Hermione recited what she knew. Harry saw him casting a spell on his broomstick during the Quidditch match, and he even heard him threatening Quirrell. Plus, just last night, Harry witnessed the mysterious figure drinking the blood of a unicorn. Spells can be curses or counter-curses. Threats can be prohibitions or impediments. As for the mysterious figure drinking the unicorn's blood, did you see him assisting the mysterious figure? Loxias pointed out the discrepancies. To be frank, knowing the entirety of the events, Loxias found herself applauding Snape's villainous portrayal. Given his antagonistic behavior towards Gryffindor, he could easily be blamed for any incidents involving them. Of course, the actions of the trio of saviors had also served as a lesson for Loxias. At the very least, she learned that she should not approach her deductions with prejudice in the future. However, on Halloween, Snape had seemingly engaged in a skirmish with the guardian of the Philosopher's Stone, taking advantage of the troll's emergence. Did this not indicate something significant? Hermione once again presented their suspicions. So the headmaster is indeed a suspect. Just as Hermione believed Loxias had been swayed by her words, Loxias shifted her stance. Did you see the headmaster fighting with the guardian? Hermione opened her mouth, unable to respond. They had not witnessed it firsthand. They had only seen Snape's pant leg seemingly torn by something that day. Hermione, convicting someone requires substantial evidence. Without it, everything is merely conjecture and subjective assumptions. Therefore, it cannot possibly be Professor Snape, Hermione argued passionately. Why are you so certain it isn't Snape? We see him almost every time. This cannot be mere coincidence, Hermione countered. In stark contrast to her fervor, Lockhart remained remarkably composed. Because my prophecies have never been erroneous, and Professor Snape has been teaching at Hogwarts for a decade. If he truly posed a threat, Headmaster Dumbledore would not have allowed him to teach for so long. However, Lockhart, recognizing Hermione as a friend, was willing to engage in conversation, even knowing she might not believe him, though he did not wish to engage in an endless debate. Alright, Hermione, at this stage, you are indeed steadfast in your beliefs, but the revelation will not come until after the final examinations. You can come to me then, it is not too late. Lockhart interjected, cutting off Hermione's forthcoming words. You mentioned after the finals, she remarked. Indeed. So do seek me out then. For now, focus your energies on more pressing matters. Study diligently, he advised, patting Hermione on the shoulder before departing the classroom. Chapter 37. The exams conclude while others were nervously preparing for their final exams. Lockhart continued to spend each day in confinement with Professor Snape, and even found time to delve into her alchemical studies. Why is the headmaster still confining you so close to finals? Typically, professors do not impose restrictions on students at this juncture, Draco pondered, observing Lockhart's return from the dungeons with a look of confusion. Lockhart replied, I can't exactly say I'm in confinement while secretly receiving extra tutoring, can I? The headmaster knows I do not require the same level of review as you all for the finals, and he requires assistance with potion materials. After careful consideration, this was the only explanation Lockhart could offer Draco. The headmaster was kindly giving her a leg up, and she could not expose this arrangement lest it reflect poorly on him. In truth, Lockhart was not entirely deceiving him. Aside from receiving extra help, she did indeed assist with potion materials. However, as finals approached, the workload had significantly diminished, and it was primarily the extra tutoring that occupied her time. Are you not worried about the exams? I haven't seen you studying at all, Draco questioned. Lockhart shrugged, not in the least. Throughout the finals week, the atmosphere at Hogwarts was notably somber, with young wizards seen clutching books and waving wands in frantic review. In contrast to them, Lockhart, who had not studied extensively, appeared remarkably relaxed. Yet, she deftly managed her finals and ultimately achieved the top score. Draco exclaimed, how is it possible that she who hardly studied could achieve such results? Where is the justice in that? Meanwhile, a group of badgers, having finished their exams, could not contain their curiosity, asking, why was your finals experience so effortless that you excelled so remarkably? Because I have mastered each concept, and I regularly practice, Lockhart responded candidly. So, every week feels like finals week for you? The badgers widened their eyes in disbelief. Was this the stark contrast between them and the academic prodigy? Every week akin to finals week was indeed daunting. Lockhart mused on their realization. Oh, why not? However, I have grown accustomed to it. For the sake of my future laid-back life, all of this is worthwhile. Speaking of which, the trio of saviors had embarked on their adventure recently, hadn't they? In the end, Headmaster Dumbledore even awarded them points during the final announcement of the House Cup, allowing Gryffindor to surpass Slytherin by a narrow margin. No. The House Cup must belong to Slytherin. Otherwise, what meaning would my relentless point accumulation hold? She needed to devise a plan before the term concluded to add a few more points. Yet, relying solely on her efforts was limited. She needed to rally the entire Slytherin house. Although there were few opportunities left in the final days to earn points, Lockhart squinted, resolved to muster her determination. Taking a hearty bite of the spicy snack in her hand. Did the exams not conclude? Why is she still so full of vigor? One badger questioned. We cannot fathom the life of a little serpent. Let us simply enjoy our food, another chimed in. As everyone reveled in the leisure following the finals, Lockhart led a group of Slytherin students, diligently employing various legitimate strategies to accumulate points. Before the final feast of the semester, Lockhart encountered Hermione once more. As they ascended the astronomy tower, Hermione remarked, it's quite rare to see you. I haven't spotted you in the library lately, nor have I encountered you in the Slytherin common room. Well, lately Slytherin has been engaged in some point-earning activities, and as a member, I am required to participate. Lockhart explained, leaning over the railing. She got straight to the point. You've come to find me because you've discovered that Quirrell is the one trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and that Voldemort is possessing him, correct? Yes, I can hardly believe you even foresaw this, Hermione remarked, witnessing the power of prophecy for the first time. Curiously, Hermione inquired, but if you knew, why did you not disclose it? Lockhart turned her gaze towards the undulating mountains in the distance, a scenic view that eased her spirit. In truth, shortly after my prophecy, I approached Headmaster Dumbledore. He was already aware of the outcome that would unfold today. You informed Headmaster Dumbledore? But why? Hermione's confusion was palpable. Lockhart articulated her hypothesis. Perhaps the outcome of the prophecy is favorable, and there is no need to alter it, thus avoiding unnecessary casualties. Or perhaps the young savior requires this trial for growth. Or maybe there are other reasons altogether. Hermione's face reflected her bewilderment. But doesn't Headmaster Dumbledore fear for the safety of the young wizards in the school? Do you recall the incident where Harry witnessed Professor Snape threatening Quirrell? Lockhart continued. What of it? I only discovered later that Headmaster Dumbledore has been keeping a constant watch on Quirrell through Professor Snape. No wonder the headmaster's demeanor had grown increasingly somber. And why he was deducting points from Gryffindor with such frequency. Upon hearing this, Hermione paused. clearly taken aback by the revelation that the points she had worked so hard to earn were being deducted for this reason. At this point, Lockhart too found herself puzzled by the headmaster's generosity towards her. With her free time dwindling, he still made time to assist her. Honestly, since Christmas, she had learned a great deal from him, and her potion skills had skyrocketed. She was truly grateful to her headmaster. Perhaps I should express my gratitude with a gift. But what would be appropriate? As Lockhart pondered this, a voice abruptly pulled them back to reality. Hermione, how can you associate with Slytherin? They are all wicked villains. Ron. Hermione turned to see Ron, who had come to fetch her to visit Harry. Lockhart's gaze followed, spotting Ron, someone she was not particularly fond of. Though they had never interacted in reality, she had seen enough of him in her prophecies. He indeed possessed courage and could even sacrifice himself for others. But there were certain aspects of his behavior that she found unappealing. Whether it was the smile exchanged with Draco at the onset of the school year, the peculiar behaviors and attitudes displayed towards Hermione before Halloween, or his disposition towards Slytherin, it was evident that Loxias understood. She could not hastily judge someone she had yet to encounter in the tangible world. As the first academic year drew to a close, Loxias introduced herself with a warm smile. Hello, Mr. Weasley. I am Loxias Fay from Slytherin. Hermione stood resolutely before Loxias, locking eyes with Ron. Ron, Loxias is my friend. I've known her since the beginning of term. Yes, she belongs to Slytherin, but she is kind and has offered me substantial support. She is my friend. Ron retorted quietly. But she is a Slytherin. Hermione countered passionately, yet she is my friend. She is a good person. Ron, unconvinced, replied. Who knows what she might be plotting behind your back? She is not that kind of person. Hermione exclaimed, casting a slightly apologetic glance at Loxias, who had not anticipated Ron's outburst. However, Loxias was indifferent, as she and Ron were hardly acquainted. She saw no need to engage in internal conflict spurred by the words of someone unfamiliar. Meanwhile, Ron continued to argue, how many good people can there be in Slytherin? Most dark wizards hail from Slytherin. They are mostly Death Eaters. You cannot make such sweeping generalizations simply because she is a Slytherin. Loxias is not like that. Loxias found Ron's assertions somewhat exasperating. Are you suggesting that all are to be condemned en masse? It is unreasonable to judge someone merely based on their house, especially when Loxias is far more complex than that. All right, Hermione, since Mr. Weasley harbors such disdain for Slytherin, let us meet only in his absence from now on. Clearly, he has matters to discuss with you today, so you should accompany him, Loxias interjected, unwilling to squander her time on their futile quarrel. Apologies, Loxias. I did not foresee this situation, Ron said quietly. Not at all. By the way, remember to contact me via OWL over the summer, Loxias advised, shaking her head. With summer vacation just days away, she figured they would not cross paths again, thus she chose to impart this reminder. I will. Loxias replied before gracefully maneuvering past Ron, and departing down the staircase, leaving him and Hermione still embroiled in their dispute. It's fortunate I left early, she mused. Shortly thereafter, it was time for the awarding of the House Cup. Thanks to the tireless efforts of Loxias and her peers, Slytherin's score had soared to 512 points. A full 200 points ahead of Gryffindor. All the little snakes held their heads high in pride, their achievements a testament to their relentless dedication. In the end, with Professor Dumbledore awarding Ron an additional 50 points, Hermione another 50, Harry 70, and Neville 20, Slytherin emerged victorious, clinching the House Cup for the 8th consecutive year. A jubilant cheer erupted from the Slytherin table. Having anticipated the commotion, Loxias had wisely donned enhanced earplugs, thus safeguarding her eardrums. It was only when the cheers began to wane that she removed the earplugs. Draco leaned in closer. Loxias, how did you predict that the headmaster would award points to Gryffindor during the feast? We were on the verge of losing the House Cup. With an elegant sip from the goblet before her, Loxias explained, isn't it obvious? Haven't you heard the rumors about Harry and his friends' exploits? When one accomplishes something worthy of commendation, points are to be awarded. The absence of prior announcements only indicates points would be given at the feast. And with the headmaster being a Gryffindor himself, it was rather evident that he would grant a substantial sum. We had to prepare accordingly and act preemptively. I refused to let my hard-earned points go to waste, Loxias added. At the table below, the little snakes clinked their goblets together, celebrating their triumph. On the stage, even Snape, usually stoic, wore a rare smile as he shook hands with the heads of other houses. For Slytherin, securing the House Cup once more was indeed a cause for celebration. Meanwhile, the Eagles and Badgers had come to accept the outcome, cherishing their farewells as the feast drew to a close. The Lions, however, wore expressions of discontent, lamenting their close miss, only 10 points shy of victory. It seems that the joys and sorrows of people seldom align. Afterward, they packed their belongings for the express train home, eager to embrace a delightful summer vacation. Before that, Loxias made a special visit to the dungeons. It was not only the young wizards who were preparing for their summer. Their professors were also making arrangements. Thus, when Loxias arrived at the dungeons, the space had become quite sparse, as Snape had already stowed away his potion materials and supplies. Headmaster, he acknowledged upon seeing his daughter, devoid of any impatience typical of the last day of school. What is it? Loxias presented a small box, cradled delicately in her hands. Thank you for your guidance this past year, Headmaster. This is a gift for you. Snape accepted the offering in silence, contemplating his words before finally saying, I hope your summer does not lead to complacency. Regarding potions, that is not necessarily the case, Loxias replied hesitantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Snape threatened, You shall be confined to Filch if you do. Confined to Filch's quarters? Without the aid of magic for cleaning or anything else? Loxias protested. Feigning innocence, she exclaimed, But my family has arranged for me to take remedial alchemy and charms courses over the summer. And I must also manage some family business. I truly have little time to spare. Loxias was convinced that a child who cried would be rewarded with sweets. Embarking on her sob story, it seemed Miss Fay's summer would be quite full, leaving no room for the review of potions. I shall visit your home this summer. If you dare deceive me. Snape's narrowed gaze was fixed on Loxias, fully aware of her act. After all, who better than a parent to recognize their child's ploys? If what she claimed was true, there was little need to be overly harsh. For alchemy bore a complexity akin to potions. Engaging with it at her age certainly required considerable effort, making her lack of dedication to potion studies more understandable. As summer approached, Loxias' awakening period was nearing its climax, a time fraught with peril, as it heralded the peak of her magical growth. Even with ample consumption of fortifying potions, she could not be certain of weathering this sudden surge. Thus, she declined all invitations to venture outside, preferring instead to remain within the confines of the Carrington family castle. The entire Carrington family, along with its affiliates, prepared with vigilance, instituting a 24-hour watch. Even Loxias' summer remedial classes had been relocated from Nemontgard to the Carrington castle. Grindelwald, in a bid to protect his sole disciple, finally stepped forth from Nemontgard. A commendable turn of events, indeed. Loxias even contemplated penning a letter to her headmaster, inviting him to Carrington Castle for a reunion akin to a couple's sudden encounter after a half-century apart. It would surely be a picturesque meeting, adorned with a pink backdrop and resplendent with red hearts. Tears in her eyes, he would be overwhelmed with emotion. Oh, how splendid that scene would be, Loxias mused. Yet, she dared not act upon such thoughts. Under Grindelwald's watchful gaze, she felt utterly incapable of doing anything. Moreover, their sole potions master, Fickney, had also taken residence in Carrington Castle. His bedroom and potions lab were situated adjacent to Loxias' quarters, prepared to address any exigencies. The healer among them, employed at St. Mungo's, had also taken leave to remain at Carrington Castle, safeguarding Loxias. It could be said that Carrington Castle was under a state of heightened alert. I prefer Chinese cuisine. Loxias remarked politely to her dining companions as she surveyed the table laden with Chinese dishes. Although she was not accustomed to the local fare, and held a fondness for Chinese food, she did not wish to impose her preferences upon others. After her explanation, they began their meal. Faced with unfamiliar foreign cuisine, they felt a sense of novelty, eager to sample a few dishes, rather than immediately reverting to their usual selections. This was not their first meal in Carrington since Loxias' return, but it was indeed their inaugural experience with Chinese cuisine. Previously, they had dined here only during specific holidays and gatherings, with the house elves preparing meals according to past requests. This time, lacking a particular occasion and without special instructions from Loxias, the house elves had prepared generous portions of Chinese dishes to suit her tastes. Grindelwald, seated directly opposite Loxias, raised an eyebrow as he picked up a plate of tomato-braised beef positioned nearest to him. He recalled Loxias having brought this dish to Nurmengard before, and he remembered the flavor being quite pleasant. Tangy yet sweet, with the sweetness far outweighing the tang. The acidity of the tomatoes enhanced the dish's overall deliciousness, and the beef was tender, making it quite enjoyable, a taste that Al would surely appreciate. Observing that everyone around him was serving themselves directly from the plates rather than using utensils, he noted that only 2 vegetarian dishes remained before Loxias, utterly failing to meet her customary requirement of 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup per meal. Loxias fell into silence. Should she inform them that this was not the proper way to dine? Perhaps it was best to let them enjoy their meal, After all, it was merely one occasion. And she could manage. A fully vegetarian meal would not lead to nutritional imbalance. At most, it would leave her palate and stomach somewhat displeased. Just as Loxias was convincing herself to accept a vegetarian meal, a pair of small hands placed a meat dish before her. Looking down, she discovered it was the house elf, Rocco. With a smile, Loxias expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Rocco. Rocco executed a slight bow, lifting her skirt. As long as you are happy. That is what Rocco should do. Very well, Rocco. You should go have your lunch as well. Don't starve yourself. Having watched soap operas with Gilly, Rocco no longer behaved like an ordinary house elf, and, after expressing her thanks, departed gracefully. Loxias turned her attention back to her lunch. Time passed swiftly. And soon July was more than half over. Loxias could sense that the final surge of magic during this awakening period was imminent. Thus, even when she received invitations from Hermione, Draco, and several others while cooped up in the castle, she resolutely declined. Letting out a long sigh, she downed a bottle of strength potion in one go and gazed out at the sky. Merlin, let that day arrive swiftly. Otherwise, when would this confinement, under constant scrutiny from her teachers, ever end? Not long after Loxias had uttered her thoughts, perhaps sensing her wishes, she had barely taken 2 steps away from her seat, when a surge of magic erupted within her. Loxias collapsed to the floor, rendered immobile, even the ability to cry out becoming a distant luxury. The pain was far more intense than any she had previously experienced. She lay there silently, feeling the anguish of her veins and muscles tearing from within. She even saw blood trickling from her orifices, gradually pooling at her arms. The first to arrive was Grindelwald, who had sensed something amiss when Loxias failed to join him for class. Realizing the disturbance and the magic that permeated the air, he forcefully pushed open the door to Loxias's room, only to find her helplessly sprawled on the ground, bloodied and unable to move. Lox. Grindelwald's voice startled the others in the castle. Within mere breaths, Loxias's room was filled with people. They had not anticipated that in less than half an hour, Loxias would commence the final surge of her first awakening. They swiftly collaborated to move Loxias onto her bed, where the healer assessed her condition. Her body could not withstand the influx of magic. She required a substantial dose of strength potions, blood replenishing potions, and healing potions. Before that could happen, someone needed to alleviate the surging magic within her. Fickney, who had experienced several awakening periods at Carrington, decisively stated, I will brew the potions. Gray, you go fetch Professor Snape and bring him to the castle. Gray appeared momentarily taken aback. Bring him to the castle? Fickney nodded emphatically yes to the castle. You heard me right. Don't ask too many questions, just go. Gray immediately dashed out, understood. Next, Fickney addressed Grindelwald, who was already working to release Loxias's magic. Mr. Grindelwald, I entrust the task of managing the surge of magic within our mistress to you. Grindelwald did not respond, his gaze growing increasingly intense. The others, save for Sylar, exited the room to wait outside, aware they would be called upon if needed, and not wishing to hinder the process. Rocco, Gilly, ensure the logistics are handled well. Once everyone was properly organized, Fickney left Loxias's room to hasten the brewing of the required potions. Chapter 40, Healing. After Gray departed Carrington Castle, he immediately utilized his fireplace to arrive at number 19, Spinner's End. At that moment, Snape was engrossed in researching a new potion, having gone several days without sleep. Gray's intrusion undoubtedly disrupted Snape, ruining his batch of potions. Selwyn, you'd better have a pressing matter. Snape glared at Gray, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Snape, come with me quickly. Loxias is in trouble, she needs you. Ignoring Snape's demeanor, Gray seized Snape, who was seated in a chair, and dragged him toward the fireplace. Snape immediately rose. You say Loxias is in trouble? What happened? Gray briefly explained. Her magic is surging uncontrollably. She cannot bear it, and requires a significant amount of potions to get through today. What potions does she need? Strength potions, blood replenishing potions, and healing potions. Upon hearing this, Snape broke free from Gray's grasp, waved his wand, and several vials of potions flew from the shelf into a black leather case. Let us go. All right. First we'll use the fireplace to get to Selwyn Castle. Gray informed Snape of the route. Upon reaching Selwyn Castle, they then traveled through the fireplace to an unfamiliar house, and finally, through the fireplace in that house, arrived at Carrington Castle. Follow me. Snape followed Gray to Loxias's room. Sylar, here are some essential potions, Gray said to Sylar, who was standing guard at the door. Upon hearing the words, Snape extended the potion box in his hand to Spear. He then glanced into the room. There lay his daughter, motionless on the bed, her face marred by a continuous flow of crimson blood. The magical energy in the air was palpably volatile. An elderly man with white hair was soothing the surging magic within her. The entire atmosphere was suffused with tension and unease. Snape instinctively furrowed his brow. Witnessing the usually obedient and charming Loxias lying there, drenched in blood and utterly still, caused an indescribable anguish to swell within him. It felt as if his heart had been constricted by an invisible force, rendering him breathless with pain. He had never anticipated experiencing such a feeling again. The world around him seemed to dissolve into a void. It was only when Gray placed a hand on Snape's shoulder that he emerged from his reverie. What is it? The master requires additional potions. The potion room is over there, stocked with all necessary ingredients. Should we find ourselves short, inform us, and we shall procure whatever is needed. Very well, Snape replied, casting another glance at the still figure of Loxias before turning to the potion room, where he would concoct potions alongside the adept Fickney for Loxias. Time passed, neither long nor short, and a day later, Loxias's magical energy ceased its tumultuous surge. Simultaneously, the relentless strain on Loxias from her own magic rendered her completely unconscious. Rocco tended to Loxias, cleansing her of blood and dressing her in fresh garments and bed linens. The remaining individuals finally breathed a sigh of relief, and began to exchange shifts. Grindelwald retreated to his quarters to rest. Only the potions master Fickney, Snape, and healer Sir remained on the front lines, tirelessly laboring. The master requires a few vials of healing and blood-replenishing potions to fully recover. All else appears satisfactory. Sir concluded after casting numerous diagnostic charms. Fickney inquired, so we merely need to brew a few more potions before we can rest? His advanced age rendered him ill-suited for such relentless overnight endeavors. Sir nodded. Indeed, that is the case. Fickney expressed some confusion now. Sir clarified, in truth. Have you not noticed that the strengthening potions you brew are of less benefit to the master than to the other members? Fickney pondered for a moment. That is indeed the case, but it is an unavoidable situation. The master's innate talent vastly exceeds that of others, resulting in a more substantial surge of magic during awakening periods. Sir summarized, thus, in order for the master to navigate the next and subsequent awakening periods safely, it is imperative that you enhance the strengthening potions. Very well, there remains time before the next awakening period. We should be able to manage. From the sidelines, Snape interjected. So you imply that such perilous circumstances shall arise 2 more times? Seeing Snape had been brought to Carrington Castle, Sir did not conceal the truth. Yes. Members of the Carrington family will undergo 3 awakening periods before reaching adulthood. Reflecting on Loxias's suffering, Snape frowned. Is there truly no way to avert this? Sir regarded Snape with an odd expression. A potions master privy to certain information yet lacking full comprehension, yet granted entry into Carrington Castle. He appeared a paradox of contradictions. Fickney, who understood the entirety of the situation, patted Sir on the shoulder and shook his head. As Sir departed, he refrained from further words. I believe you are aware that within the wizarding realm, various extraordinary bloodlines harbor diverse powers. Your prince bloodline is a prime example, as is that of the Carrington family. The power inherent in bloodlines cannot simply be halted at will. As for what the Carrington bloodline signifies, I cannot disclose that to you, Fickney stated to Snape. Is that so? Snape narrowed his eyes. Enough, we must prepare potions for the master. Fickney redirected the conversation, turning towards the potion room. He needed to hasten his brewing in order to rest. Age had rendered him weary, unable to endure prolonged exertion. Snape chose not to respond further. He cast one last glance at the pallid Loxias before following Fickney out. Once they had brewed all the necessary potions, and administered them to Loxias, they could finally seek respite. Truth be told, Snape harbored lingering concern. Although the detection charms indicated that Loxias was unscathed, his unease persisted until he witnessed her eyes open. After enduring 6 consecutive nights of toil, Snape succumbed to the encroaching drowsiness, surrendering to a deep slumber. Before his consciousness faded entirely, 2 photographs from Loxias's room flashed in Snape's mind. Chapter 41, Awakening. Before succumbing to sleep, the images of those 2 photographs lingered in Snape's thoughts. One depicted Loxias as an infant, cradled in the arms of Kilcher, her cherubic face adorned with a crown that was ill-fitting for her tiny head. Several hands were poised to steady the crown. In her right hand, she grasped a magnificent silver diamond ring, while her left hand was held by Kilcher, who presented her with a gem-studded scepter. Behind her loomed an ornate, ancient throne, as if she were in the midst of a coronation. Yet the subject of the photograph, an innocent babe, gazed not at the grandeur around her but at a nearby feeding bottle. The other photograph captured a much younger Loxias, seemingly around 8 years old. In this image, she wore the same ring from the previous photograph on her left index finger, but this time she was crownless, her hands resting atop the scepter. Clad in a pristine white shirt and black trousers, she stood in stark contrast to her peers, who donned dresses. This time she faced the camera directly, her expression grave and devoid of a smile, resembling a child attempting to appear serious. The background was no longer a throne but a castle that dwarfed even Hogwarts. When Snape awoke once more, the castle felt markedly emptier, no longer bustling as it had been on his arrival. Not one for crowds, Snape found this solitude agreeable. He stepped out of his room and promptly made his way to Loxias's quarters, yearning to see her and ascertain her condition. Upon arriving at Loxias's door, Snape knocked gently. To his surprise, the door was opened by Rocco, who was tidying up Loxias's room. Rocco gracefully inclined her head. "Greetings, Mr. Snape. I am aware of you. The master mentioned you are her potions professor. How may Rocco assist you?" Momentarily taken aback by the unusual house elf, Snape paused before responding. "I am here to see Miss Loxias." Initially intending to refer to Loxias as Miss Fev, he reconsidered. This was Carrington Castle, and thus, the name would be Loxias. Rocco replied, "Oh, the master is currently dining in the restaurant downstairs. Since you have just awakened, I presume you have not yet eaten. You may join her there." "Very well." With this information, Snape turned on his heel and descended to the restaurant. Inside, apart from Loxias, was the elderly man he had encountered previously. However, Snape's thoughts were solely consumed by Loxias. "Headmaster? You are awake? Thank you for your assistance. What would you like to eat?" Upon seeing Snape enter the dining hall, Roxas rose to greet him. As he responded, Snape discreetly scrutinized Roxas to ensure she was unharmed. "Feel free to have some." "Very well. Would the headmaster care to try some Chinese cuisine?" Roxas inquired, speculating that the house elf likely had not prepared any dishes other than Chinese. Hearing her question, Snape's gaze shifted to the food laid out before her. He recalled hearing of Chinese food in his youth, which seemed quite lavish and could only be savored in Chinatown. This was not the first occasion he had heard Roxas mention it. If it is something she enjoys, it should be satisfactory. It wouldn't hurt to give it a try, Snape mused, acquiescing to her suggestion. Upon hearing his response, Roxas beckoned the house elf to serve Snape the meals that had already been prepared. Snape settled into his seat, and, after confirming that Roxas was well, finally directed his attention to the others present. There was the elderly gentleman who had dispelled Roxas's magical energies that day. The ability to do so indicated a commendable proficiency in charms, suggesting he held a respectable reputation within the wizarding community. Yet, Snape could not recall his identity until the elder met his gaze, and then it struck him. Gellert Grindelwald. A surge of alarm coursed through Snape at the sight of those distinctive mismatched eyes. This raised a pressing question. Why was such a perilous individual in Roxas's company? Moreover, their rapport appeared rather amicable. Initially, Snape felt a twinge of anxiety due to Grindelwald's presence, his hand instinctively resting on his wand. However, as he watched the elder and young girl tussle over the last dumpling on the plate, Snape's concerns for his daughter's safety dissipated entirely. Failing to secure the final dumpling, Roxas shot an indignant glance at her teacher, reminding herself of the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Subsequently, Roxas noticed Snape awaiting his meal, his gaze fixed on Grindelwald. She quickly recalled her teacher's reputation outside. "Headmaster, allow me to introduce you. This is Gellert Grindelwald, my tutor." Turning to Grindelwald, she continued, "And this is Severus Snape, the headmaster of Hogwarts, responsible for teaching potions." After finishing his dumpling, Grindelwald finally expressed interest in Snape. "You are a professor at Hogwarts?" Snape, unperturbed by the former Dark Lord, nodded calmly. "Indeed, Mr. Grindelwald." Grindelwald acknowledged Snape's response with a nod, but refrained from further comment. Fixing his gaze on Snape for an extended period, it was not until he had finished his breakfast that he wiped his mouth and took his leave. Snape was left perplexed. That headmaster. Snape's attention shifted to Roxas at her call. "Could you refrain from spreading news about Gellert, especially to Professor Dumbledore?" Roxas implored. Snape did not immediately acquiesce. "Why? Enlighten me on the reason for your secrecy." Roxas found herself at a loss for words, grappling with how to delicately convey to Snape the nature of the relationship between Grindelwald and Dumbledore. "I made a promise to Gellert that I would not reveal his departure from Nurmengard as a condition for changing his place of study. To be honest, Gellert is not particularly concerned about others learning of his absence. His sole fear lies in Dumbledore discovering it." Snape was somewhat bewildered. Why? He speculated it might be due to Dumbledore having defeated him and imprisoned him in Nurmengard. "What do you know about the headmaster's private feelings regarding Dumbledore?" Roxas pressed. Snape was taken aback by her inquiry. "Your old professor has no interest in your headmaster's personal life. So you know nothing at all?" Roxas scrutinized Snape cautiously. Snape, gritting his teeth, retorted. Do you require your old professor to reiterate this? How could his child be so inquisitive about others' private matters? It was inappropriate behavior. How was he to teach her this? Just as Snape was contemplating the framework for his daughter's education, she dropped a bombshell that shattered his carefully constructed ideals. This revelation was even more shocking than when he had learned, after over 30 years of bachelorhood, that he had a daughter. In fact, Dumbledore and Gellert are a couple, Roxas whispered. What? Snape was momentarily taken aback. A couple? What kind of couple? Snape still struggled to grasp the meaning. A couple, Roxas reiterated, raising her thumbs and gesturing animatedly. Snape thought to himself, is it the kind of couple he imagines? Surely not the kind he envisions. Snape felt his throat dry up as he turned to Roxas, struggling to ask, what do you mean by a couple? I mean lovers, Roxas stated, exasperated. Snape's mind momentarily faltered. Grindelwald and Dumbledore as a couple? This was far more incredulous than the idea of Dumbledore and Voldemort being a couple. Snape covered his face, unwilling to confront this reality. After a lengthy silence, he once more looked at Roxas. Are you certain? Roxas nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Of course. Snape could hardly believe it. He decided to inquire about the source of this information. How do you know this? My grandfather is a friend of theirs, and I learned it from his portrait. Snape remained skeptical. Could it possibly be erroneous information? Roxas shook her head. I have seen Gellert write to Professor Dumbledore, and Fawkes has visited Nurmengard. Snape questioned further. Is it possible you saw another phoenix? Roxas replied, but the wizarding world is not home to multiple phoenixes, is it? Everyone knows that Phoenix belongs to Professor Dumbledore. Snape mused. Why can't the wizarding world have more than one phoenix? After what felt like an eternity, as Snape's breakfast grew cold before him, he gradually came to terms with this explosive revelation. In that moment, Snape thought the study of magical history held no credibility. It stated that Dumbledore and Grindelwald were arch-enemies. More so than he and Potter had ever been. Yet now he was being told they were a couple. How absurd. Snape picked up his fork and mindlessly began to eat his breakfast. Then why should Dumbledore not be informed of Grindelwald's departure from Nurmengard? Roxas reasoned. Because Dumbledore and Gellert's current dynamic resembles that of a couple in the throes of an argument. Gellert is the one at fault. And if Dumbledore were to learn of it, their situation could escalate uncontrollably, potentially leading to a complete fallout, which is something Gellert absolutely wishes to avoid. Snape felt a headache coming on, and even the delicious food in his mouth could not alleviate it. You say they are like a couple arguing? What couple argues for half a century? Roxas leaned her head on her hand. They are indeed arguing, and the duration of their dispute is considerable. I know not what transpired between them. My grandfather refuses to divulge. All I know is that the spark ignited during their confrontation in Godric's Hollow half a century ago. Severus Snape viciously stabbed a small steamed bun, as if he intended to impale his entire fury within it, applying extra force in the process. Lockhart, he said, you are now fully aware of everything, so could you refrain from informing Headmaster Dumbledore that Gellert has departed from Nurmengard? Lockhart gazed at Snape with pleading eyes. Eventually, succumbing to his daughter's request, Snape relented. As for the matters between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, what concern were they to him? They could bicker to their heart's content, as long as it did not involve him or Lockhart. Afterwards, Lockhart commenced her typical summer vacation life. She attended remedial classes at Nurmengard, ventured out with her close friends, completed her summer assignments, and tended to her family estate. This was the quintessential summer existence one ought to embrace, rather than being shackled to relentless lessons under the watchful gaze of a teacher. With her return to a normal life, Lockhart was overwhelmed with emotion. However, her blissful days were abruptly shattered. To better concoct the new physical enhancement potion, Snape accepted an invitation from Fickney to temporarily reside at Carrington Castle. How is it that I have just escaped the scrutiny of my teacher, only to find myself under his watchful eye once again? Lockhart mused. Fortunately, unlike Grindelwald, Snape was preoccupied with potion research and could not constantly monitor Lockhart's circumstances. At this realization, a genuine smile illuminated Lockhart's face, dispelling the shadows that had lingered in her heart. To speak candidly, Fickney's invitation for Snape to come to Carrington Castle was extended only after Lockhart's consent. Initially, she hesitated to agree, but upon reflecting that it was for her own benefit, and considering that Snape might decline, she acquiesced. Much to her surprise, Snape ultimately accepted the invitation. Was it truly the allure of potion research that captivated her headmaster? As for Snape's reasons for acquiescing, it was not solely the temptation of potion research. Days after receiving the invitation, he remained uncertain whether to reject or accept it, mirroring his indecision about whether to acknowledge this child. His emotions were tumultuous. Yet considering Lockhart's well-being, he decided to proceed, setting aside other considerations. Proximity to the subject of his research would naturally facilitate his studies. Thus, Snape arrived at Carrington Castle with a glimmer of anticipation, embarking on a life of close proximity with his daughter. Chapter 43. Father? Even in her twilight years, when Lockhart reflected upon that day, she felt it had come so unexpectedly, dressed in the most ordinary of garments, lacking the grandeur of Lolita or the ethereal elegance of Hanfu. The only merit of her attire was its coolness. Yet, she still deemed that day to be extraordinarily beautiful. If she could relive it, she would likely don her most exquisite attire to meet her blood relative. On that day, Lockhart concluded her remedial classes at Nurmengard on time, joyfully returning to Carrington Castle, intending to expedite her other tasks to free up her time for tomorrow's leisure. However, as she passed by the study, she overheard voices emanating from within. This study was generally devoid of visitors aside from herself, with only Kilcher occasionally summoning others for special discussions. Initially, Lockhart planned to depart without eavesdropping, but upon realizing the conversation pertained to her, she paused. Surely listening wouldn't hurt, she thought. And so she stealthily pressed her ear against the door after casting several spells for protection. I have devised an optimized approach for your family's physical enhancement potion, came Snape's voice, which Lockhart immediately recognized. Yes, he has a plan for optimization? How impressive! Truly deserving of the title of the youngest potion master. Before Lockhart could revel in this news, another revelation that stirred her emotions followed. Severus, you are truly remarkable. Your prowess in potion making is unparalleled. Many potion masters might take a decade to refine a single formula, Kilcher praised. Please cease your empty accolades. I am here to discuss other matters, Snape replied. What matters? Kilcher inquired. I believe you have concealed information regarding Lockhart's condition from me. On what basis do you assert that? Kilcher challenged. You mentioned minor issues but did not specify their frequency, and your demeanor that day was peculiar. I suspect there is more you are withholding, Snape pressed. You are quite perceptive. Indeed, I have withheld some information regarding Lockhart's situation, Kilcher admitted. What issues are those? Snape demanded. That concerns the secrets of the Carrington family. Kilcher replied. As Lockhart's father, I believe I have the right to know. Inside the study, a heated exchange ensued between Snape and Kilcher. Outside, Lockhart felt her equilibrium falter. Thud. Although she had cast a spell on herself, she had neglected to enchant the floor beneath her. Consequently, upon receiving news that left her utterly disoriented, she collapsed to the ground, which naturally drew the attention of those inside the study. Who goes there? Snape exclaimed as he approached the door and flung it open. Thus, the two individuals, one large and one small, found themselves unexpectedly gazing into each other's eyes. Snape, she knows? Lockhart, should I admit that I know? Snape had already realized that Lockhart had overheard their conversation, implying she was now aware of their connection. At this thought, he instinctively tightened his grip on the doorknob. How would she react? Would she choose to act oblivious, or distance herself from him, or perhaps? The intricacies of familial relationships were not Snape's forte. He possessed little experience in navigating such matters. The insights from Eileen and Tobias were hardly applicable. For Lockhart, the revelation was utterly unforeseen. As he grappled with how to confront her, he was caught off guard by her sudden awareness. Lockhart had narrowed down her potential father to a very select group, a male of a certain age with a lineage steeped in potion-making. Because this revelation was so unexpected, she had never pursued the matter further, nor did she ever consider her headmaster as a possibility. Thus, when he unexpectedly offered her special treatment under the pretense of punishment after Christmas, it made perfect sense. The situation left her both elated and somewhat uncertain. She was in the dark about his thoughts regarding her, unsure of how he perceived her existence. Thus, the father and daughter remained ensnared in their own worlds, unable to regain their composure until Kilcher shattered the silence that enveloped the room. I believe you both would like to have a serious discussion. The two shared a glance. Then, in unison, turned their attention toward Kilcher. Smile, he instructed. Once more they exchanged looks. Snape extended his hand and bent down to assist Lockhart to her feet. Subsequently, he silently closed the door, casting a spell to ensure no one else could eavesdrop. Lochiathus promptly began to search for the exquisite tea set stored in the adjacent room, preparing a pot of fine tea and pouring a cup for each of them. After serving the tea, Lochiathus settled onto the sofa, observing as Snape cast his spells. She felt a fleeting urge to remind Snape that there was no need for such incantations, as perhaps she alone required protection from eavesdropping within the entire Carrington castle. However, considering Snape's ambiguous attitude towards her, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Once Snape had completed his spell work, he turned to find Loxis gazing at him, lost in thought, her right hand unconsciously tracing the ring on her left index finger. This ring was remarkably familiar to Snape, having appeared in both of Loxis's photographs. He speculated that it might be a symbol of the Carrington lineage. Did not all pureblood families possess such tokens? Without further ado, Snape made his way to the sofa opposite Loxis. At this juncture, Kilcher interjected. "Shall I act as an intermediary for you both?" Loxis shook her head. "You've already achieved your objective, it's best to give us some space." With that, Kilcher's figure faded from the portrait, and Loxis stepped forward to draw the curtain across the image. Understanding Loxis's implication, Snape quickly grasped the meaning. "You meant to say that he summoned me here today to convey the nature of our relationship?" Loxis nodded. "Precisely. For this information holds value only for me within the confines of this castle. Furthermore, I pass by this room daily after my lessons with Gellert. It is evident he chose this room, and this moment deliberately." Chapter 44, Recognition. Since arriving at Carrington Castle, Snape had confined himself to the potions classroom and his quarters, emerging only for meals. "What are your thoughts regarding the unexpected emergence of this child in my life?" Loxis inquired. Before Snape could respond, she, adhering to the philosophy that it is better to address matters sooner rather than later, boldly posed the question. Yet as she spoke, she dared not meet Snape's gaze, feeling a twinge of apprehension about hearing a rejection. No child could be devoid of a yearning for parental affection, and despite having grown up in love, Loxis was no exception. Though she was the head of the Carrington family, this did not mask the fact that she was merely 12 years old. The education she received as a young heir taught her to conceal her emotions and navigate various situations. Yet it did not prepare her for interacting with a father she barely knew, nor for managing such an abrupt circumstance. She could only rely on her rational judgment to make what she deemed the most appropriate choice. Should Snape choose to acknowledge her, she would gain a blood relative. Should he choose to distance himself, she would remain in her rightful place, simply another ordinary Slytherin student. Snape furrowed his brow, attempting to articulate his thoughts in a gentler manner. However, when the words escaped his lips, he merely stated in a detached tone, "I shall fulfill my responsibilities as a father. Everything else is at your discretion." Upon saying this, he felt a pang of regret for his own indifference. Nevertheless, Loxis was undeterred by Snape's cold demeanor. She gleaned a glimmer of hope from his words. "Is there a possibility?" Realizing this, Loxis ceased to stroke the ring on her finger, her eyes sparkling as she leaned forward, tentatively asking, "Then, would you be able to stay at Carrington Castle with me during normal times?" Snape countered, "Am I not already at Carrington Castle? I meant beyond this current phase. Will you be able to remain at Carrington Castle in the future?" She clarified, "Of course, if you wish to return to your own residence. That is acceptable as well. I could also stay with you for a brief period, but not for too long. Louise and the others are overly concerned for my safety. I would love to live with you. Sometimes Carrington Castle feels too lonely with just me." In her excitement, Loxis found herself somewhat tongue-tied. Snape understood her meaning. It was only natural for a child to desire the companionship of their parents, and he had no intention of refusing her. At the tender age of 11 or 12, children ought to be nurtured by their parents. He was unaware of what Loxis's life had entailed before she turned 8, but from the snippets he had gathered from Kilcher, it was clear that her life after that age had not resembled that of a typical child. She had been deprived of familial companionship and affection, even lacking peers her own age. Observing this entirely different Loxis, one he had come to know at Hogwarts, Snape felt the weight of the responsibility ahead of him in raising her. Immersed in his thoughts, he did not keep Loxis waiting long. When she received her answer, she embraced Snape tightly, exclaiming then, "I look forward to your care in the future, Father." Snape, momentarily taken aback by Loxis's affectionate gesture, eventually returned the embrace, albeit with a certain stiffness, replying, "I look forward to it as well. By the way, Father, do you have time tomorrow? I would like you to accompany me on an outing." Loxis tilted her head up from Snape's embrace, her eyes, so reminiscent of his own, pleading with him. Lacking experience in parenting, Snape found it difficult to resist her imploring gaze, and without hesitation he acquiesced. "Yea," Loxis exclaimed, leaping with joy before dashing out. "I shall go prepare and take care of what we need for tomorrow." Faced with such a vibrant Loxis, Snape couldn't help but smile wryly. "By the way, Father, tomorrow we are going to the Muggle world. Do you have any Muggle clothing?" Just after rushing out, Loxis swiftly returned, leaning against the doorframe to gaze at Snape. The Muggle world? Yes. There is little of interest in the wizarding world, and I have grown tired of Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. If you do not possess Muggle attire, I can have Kira prepare an outfit for you. She makes wonderful clothing, Loxis explained. The following day, Snape found himself somewhat disoriented, dressed in a tailored black suit, as he and Loxis traveled through the fireplace to one of her properties in a Muggle neighborhood. First, let us visit the amusement park, Father. Before Snape could fully absorb the array of Muggle products and decorations surrounding him, Loxis eagerly proposed. Snape was aware of what a Muggle amusement park entailed. It was a favored destination for many children, though he had never experienced one himself. Is it truly enjoyable? He queried, recalling that Lily had also cherished such places in the past. With a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, Snape accompanied Loxis to the amusement park. After experiencing the carousel, roller coasters, Ferris wheel, bumper cars, and various shooting games, Snape turned to see Loxis beaming with joy. This smile radiated genuine happiness, unlike the superficial smiles he had often witnessed at Hogwarts. In that moment, Snape comprehended why amusement parks were so beloved. They could evoke joy, and one person's happiness could be transmitted to another. They fostered delightful memories, capable of healing the heart deep within one's recollections. As Snape watched the lively Loxis beam with delight, she approached him, clutching 2 cotton candies. Father, here. Snape reached out to accept them. Quite sweet, he remarked. The father and daughter duo spent the morning exhausting their energy at the amusement park, and by noon, hunger struck. Loxis led Snape to a restaurant she frequently visited. Father, I must tell you, I have sampled all the restaurants in the vicinity, and only this particular Western cuisine establishment has impressed me. Even I, who am not particularly fond of Western fare, found myself captivated. To ensure I can indulge at any moment, I even went so far as to invest in this place. Sitting on one side of the hall, Loxis eagerly shared his impressions of the tasting session with Snape, who listened with a gentle expression. Chapter 45. The Miracle of Snape. After a hearty meal, Loxis inquired, Father, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Having little experience in the Muggle world, Snape could only think of one thing. Return to brew potions? Loxis protested, but we've only just come out. Then what would you like to do? Snape chuckled at Loxis, who resembled a 12-year-old child. Loxis's eyes sparkled. Let us go shopping. Very well, Snape acquiesced. However, when the time for shopping arrived, Snape began to regret his hasty agreement. This looks lovely, and this one too, Loxis pointed enthusiastically, declaring, charge it. The attendants swiftly took the card Loxis presented, while others packed the items he had chosen. Deliver them to the usual spot, he instructed, linking his arm with Snape and leading him to the next store. Loxis proceeded to clear out 7 or 8 shops before Snape realized the futility of the stack of pounds he had exchanged at Gringotts. When they returned to Carrington Castle that evening, Snape fully grasped the magnitude of Loxis's shopping spree. The house elves had already brought the items back and arranged them in the hall, which was now nearly devoid of space. The portraits of the Carrington family had gathered around, eager to witness the commotion. Upon his return, Loxis began categorizing the items. This goes in my wardrobe, this is for Raccoon, oh, and this. Father, you must try this one. It's for you. Your old father has no need for such garments, Snape instinctively declined. Yet when he glanced down, he found Loxis gazing up at him with wide, pleading eyes, reminiscent of a forlorn puppy. Snape relented. It is merely a set of clothes. He took the garments and changed. The outfit was exceptionally casual, entirely different from his formal suit of the day, consisting of a gray sports top and matching trousers, colors he did not despise, and the fit was loose and comfortable. Upon seeing Snape emerge, Loxis paused her categorization. The moment I laid eyes on this outfit, I knew it would look splendid on you, Father. What do you think? Snape glanced down at himself and replied honestly, it's quite nice. It's suitable for private time without the need for social engagements. Excellent. Now try this one on. Loxis insisted, presenting him with an outfit clearly unsuitable for the season. Snape contemplated refusing, but the expectation in Loxis's gaze compelled him to comply. Having donned the first outfit, the second seemed less daunting. This ensemble comprised black leather boots, fitted trousers, a gray turtleneck, and a light brown trench coat. Once dressed, Snape transformed into a brooding artist. Wow. Wait, Father, don this watch as well. The moment he stepped out of the room, Loxis deftly retrieved a watch from the shopping bags and handed it to him. After a quick comparison, Snape fastened it on. Perfect. Perhaps I shall also pair it with a scarf come winter. That should look quite nice. Just as Snape thought Loxis might cease her relentless pursuit, she presented him with yet another pile of clothing to try on. Could you not try them on first before purchasing? He inquired. If I did that, we wouldn't be able to buy as much, Loxis retorted. Having visited twice already. Snape no longer resisted and reluctantly tried on one outfit after another. Consequently, his wardrobe expanded significantly, no longer limited to his singular black robes. As Snape finally concluded his exhaustive fitting session, and anticipated a moment of respite, he asked Loxis, who was still energetically sorting items. Why did you purchase so many Muggle garments and accessories? Of course, to wear them, Loxis replied cheerfully. Then allow your old father to remind you that the majority of your time before graduation will be spent at Hogwarts. Loxis shot back. But the school rules and the Ministry of Magic laws do not explicitly state that one cannot wear these clothes. In fact, students often wear them privately at school. Except for those pureblood aristocrats in our house. Snape paused to reflect. When does this occur? After dinner and during weekends. It's only natural that you wouldn't know since you've hardly ventured out of the cellar. Snape quipped. That was precisely the time I should have been deducting points from you all. In the midst of their conversation, Snape suddenly spotted Fickney emerging from his room clad in Muggle attire. Thank you for the suit, it's simply marvelous. I can't believe you remembered I wanted one adorned with roses from Christmas. Snape swallowed his inclination to critique Fickney's taste and turned to see Gilly entering the hall, having swapped his tailcoat for suspenders. Thank you, Master. I absolutely adore these suspenders. I shall use my wages to purchase many more. Snape raised an eyebrow. You still pay them? The conversation swiftly shifted. Why not? They provide me with excellent service. And I believe in treating them with the same respect as any other hired help. Is that not fair? Loxis stated matter-of-factly. What led you to this conclusion? In the wizarding world, house elves occupy a very lowly status. This has become a consensus among wizards. Even the house elves themselves do not seem to find it objectionable. Snape did not doubt that Loxis was aware of this reality. He sought to fathom her true thoughts, not merely to bridge the gap between them, but to gain a deeper understanding of his daughter. Enslavement and exploitation are inherently unjust. Even if everyone deems it normal, that does not make it right. According to the rules of the Carrington family, I cannot stand in the limelight nor excessively interfere with worldly matters. I cannot remedy the injustices of the entire wizarding community. However, under my jurisdiction, such inequities shall not transpire. Loxis asserted, holding Snape's gaze with conviction. This declaration illuminated Snape's realization that his child was indeed growing, alleviating his concerns regarding her moral compass. That is an admirable sentiment. Loxis beamed at the compliment. Snape turned back to observe Fickney engrossed in a discussion with the house elves about whose attire was superior. He found himself reflecting that under Loxis's guidance, life at Carrington seemed rather pleasant. Loxis, he called. She responded while tidying up, yes? You must grow up well. I will, she assured him. Chapter 46, The Heir of Slytherin. Time passed quietly, and soon it was time for the school year to commence. Unlike Loxis, who would remain behind, Snape, as a professor, was required to arrive a week early. Consequently, Loxis urged Snape to take her to Diagon Alley to procure her school supplies. Although this meant she would miss the first encounter between Draco and Harry this term. Indeed, Loxis had foreseen the occurrences of this semester as early as the end of the last term. With the presence of Voldemort and the Basilisk, along with a multitude of petrified students, it was a matter of significance, despite the fortunate absence of casualties. It was not a fear of being petrified that occupied Loxis's mind, but rather an intriguing curiosity about Voldemort, who resembled an indomitable cockroach, an aspect worthy of exploration. However, prior to delving into that, Loxis, unafraid of petrification, was crouched on the floor of the storage room in Carrington Castle, rummaging through various trinket boxes. Following Gilly's guidance, Snape, who had come to escort Loxis to the train station, observed her incessantly opening and closing an array of jewelry boxes. What are you searching for? Why not enlist Gilly and the others for assistance, if you still recall their existence? Snape leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. As she continued her search, Loxis replied, in truth, this place houses many precious items, and by regulation, they cannot enter here. Thus, I must take it upon myself. Snape inquired. What exactly are you looking for? Do you require my assistance? Loxis shook her head. Though I wish I could, many items here bear dark magic. If I do not open them, they could be triggered, and clearly, we do not have the luxury of time to resolve new troubles. Snape did not press further. I appreciate your awareness of time. If you wish to catch the express train, remember, you have but 1 hour remaining. Loxis assured him, rest assured. I shall find it shortly. Even if I am late, I trust that you would graciously allow me to utilize the fireplace in your office. I will. Snape replied with a resigned tone. After a flurry of searching, Loxis eventually unearthed her desired item. A serpentine ring, adorned with a crimson gem in the serpent's eye. Exuding a distinctly Slytherin aesthetic. She slipped it onto the middle finger of her left hand. What is this? Snape casually inquired. This is the Slytherin heirloom ring passed down from Salazar Slytherin. Loxis extended her left hand, allowing Snape to inspect the ring closely. The Slytherin heirloom ring? How did it come to be here? Snape's casual demeanor shifted to one of excitement as he carefully caressed the ring. As a Slytherin himself, his admiration for Salazar Slytherin was genuine and deep-rooted. Thus, the sight of Slytherin's remnants stirred profound exhilaration within him. It was worth noting that since Slytherin's departure, not only had his presence vanished from the annals of magical history, but his possessions had also become exceedingly scarce. Did I not mention? During the Middle Ages, a Carrington wed the daughter of Salazar Slytherin, the lady in the green gown depicted in the painting at the foot of the staircase. Since then, the blood of Slytherin has flowed through the lineage of the Carrington family, though few have inherited his gifts. As for this ring, it has remained here since Salazar Slytherin's passing. Snape abruptly lifted his gaze to Loxis, who maintained a placid expression. You claim to be a descendant of Salazar Slytherin? Indeed. Loxis affirmed with a nod, then turned to extract a book from a shelf, its cover predominantly green with a silver serpent inlaid at its center. Behold. This is the Slytherin family tree. All descendants of Salazar Slytherin are recorded herein, even those who may be mute or descendants of the mute, as well as children born of married daughters and adopted sons. However, thanks to the inbreeding within the Torgant family, this tome would be significantly thicker were it not for that. As Loxis spoke, she leafed through the weighty family tree. The first page bore the unmistakable name of Salazar Slytherin. This is Salazar Slytherin. She then flipped to the last page, pointing to the sole illuminated name. This is me. Snape followed Loxis's gesture, his eyes widening at the sight of her full name inscribed there. Loxis Lilith Snape Carrington. He felt momentarily bewildered. Was he truly now connected to Slytherin himself? His daughter was a descendant of Slytherin? Loxis, oblivious to Snape's state of confusion, continued her search in the family tree. Look at this. She placed the tome before Snape, indicating a name that had faded to gray. Tom Marvolo Riddle. What is this? Upon seeing the name, Snape felt his heart race. Though he refrained from uttering the name, the answer was unmistakably present in his mind. It was Voldemort, currently existing in a state teetering on the brink of life and death. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. Do you not realize? According to the family tree, he is 1 generation younger than I. I am his aunt. And you are his forebear. Snape was rendered speechless. Loxis's words brought clarity, dispelling the anxiety that had enveloped him moments earlier. What had this child just stated? Had she truly placed emphasis there? Ha! So you pointed this out to convey that? Snape found himself bemused. What else? We have been discussing familial relations, have we not? Loxis blinked innocently. Snape, exasperated, sighed. Enough. Loxis. Heed my words. Do not disclose your heritage as a Slytherin descendant to anyone outside, and refrain from uttering the Dark Lord's name. He has placed a curse upon his name. Anyone who speaks it will be censed. For your safety, you must not draw his attention. Snape grasped Loxis's shoulders, gazing intently into her eyes as he earnestly cautioned her. I understand, but we are in Carrington Castle, where the magical wards can provide protection. Loxis nodded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Snape exhaled in relief, releasing his grip on her shoulders. As long as you comprehend. Chapter 47. The beginning of the second year. You have yet to explain why you sought that ring. After departing the storage room with Loxis, Snape suddenly recalled his previous oversight. He understood Loxis's character well enough to know that she would not don the Slytherin heirloom ring without a compelling reason. The likelihood of her feeling pride in Slytherin and wearing the ancestral ring for that reason was exceedingly slim. After all, she had been enrolled for a year. If she intended to display it, she would have done so long ago. In response, Loxis halted, taking Snape's hand in hers. Close your eyes, father. Then, Loxis led Snape to witness the future she had foreseen. Voldemort emerging in the Slytherin chamber at the end of the academic year, along with his admission of controlling the basilisk. What is this? Loxis elucidated. This is the future I have envisioned. During this upcoming semester in his youth, he will open the chamber and command the basilisk, petrifying students. According to records, that basilisk is Slytherin's pet, and unlike a typical Parseltongue, it will be more obedient to one bearing the Slytherin heirloom ring. Regardless of whether I choose to intervene through the ring, at the very least, its presence ensures that should circumstances arise, the basilisk will heed my command rather than respond to other Parseltongues. What of that diary? How did he accomplish that? And why is Potter also a Parseltongue? His name does not appear in the family tree you showed me, Snape queried, perplexed. That is not our concern, Father. In a few days, I shall inform Professor Dumbledore and allow him to address it. Loxis felt no trepidation, knowing that no actual harm had been done. Upon hearing her words, Snape suppressed his lingering questions. Let us allow Dumbledore to be troubled by this. For the poor old professor must confront an array of trolls as the school year commences. Subsequently, Severus Snape escorted Loxis to King's Cross Station. At that moment, there remained merely 20 minutes until 11 o'clock. I have already sent your luggage to Hogwarts. Be cautious on your journey, and I shall refrain from accompanying you inside. We shall meet at Hogwarts, Snape remarked, draping his arm over Loxis's shoulder as they surveyed the bustling crowd ahead. Due to the peculiar nature of Snape's profession, even after the term commenced, they would see each other daily, thus Loxis and Snape were devoid of any sorrow regarding separation. Until we meet at Hogwarts, Father. Loxis smiled at Snape before proceeding towards the passage. Yet halfway through, she turned back and whispered in his ear, Father, please wait here for 20 minutes before departing. This way, you can avoid unnecessary exertion, and perhaps even stumble upon an unexpected gain. Snape bent down in compliance to listen. An unexpected gain? He pondered, sensing that this phrase might not bode well. As you wish, he acquiesced. Loxis then resumed her journey toward the passage, waving goodbye to Snape as she walked. Snape returned her gesture with a smile. In the ensuing 20 minutes, he observed the parents and children on the platform, reluctant to part ways, while counting the seconds. At that moment, he felt a measure of gratitude for his position at Hogwarts, where he did not have to endure such farewells with his daughter. Had he not been a professor at Hogwarts, he surely would have felt the same pangs of separation experienced by the other parents, for his Loxis was truly delightful. 20 minutes, neither too long nor too short, passed in a fleeting moment. It was then that Snape caught sight of the unexpected gain Loxis had mentioned. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, who had missed the express train, and appeared to be concocting some nefarious scheme. Snape had already overheard whispers of a car. Excellent, he mused. He could deduct points from Gryffindor on the very first day of school, and expelling Potter would be even better, though Dumbledore would never allow the savior to be expelled. Ah, what a fortuitous discovery, he thought. Let me observe. Potter and Mr. Weasley, the celebrities of last term. It seems you have become so inflated by your fame that you relish the grandeur of a dramatic entrance? Alas, this time, fate has thwarted you, causing you to miss your express train. Snape's cold voice echoed behind them. They turned stiffly, gazing up at Snape, who appeared exceptionally fearsome. Professor Snape, they stammered. Snape, arms crossed, continued to unleash his venomous remarks. You should consider yourselves fortunate that this is not Hogwarts. Otherwise, Gryffindor would lose points on the very first day for your impudent misnaming of professors. But we didn't, Harry attempted to argue. However, it was evident that Snape was not inclined to listen. By school regulations, you ought to be expelled. You should be grateful you are not in Slytherin. Otherwise, you would be barred from stepping foot in Hogwarts again. Snape forcefully interrupted Harry's protest. Now, grasp my cloak, and I shall escort you to Hogwarts. As he spoke, Snape shot a menacing glare at the duo. Ron's and Harry's eyes met, and they could only weakly grasp Snape's cloak. Snape first used apparition to transport them to the dust-laden Spider Alley. He had spent the majority of the summer at Carrington Castle, leaving Spider Alley shrouded in dust. However, Snape paid little mind to such matters. Upon reaching Spider Alley, he distanced himself with a look of disdain as he observed Harry and Ron collapse onto the ground, retching uncontrollably. At an age when his own child could adeptly use apparition, these two were suffering so. Snape's disdain for them grew. If you happen to vomit on my floor, I would not hesitate to make you sample your own regurgitation. Though Spider Alley was far from pristine, Snape could not abide the thought of their vomit contaminating his domain. At his words, Harry and Ron desperately covered their mouths, fearing they might indeed lose their stomachs. For they believed Snape was capable of such threats. After a brief moment of recovery, Snape produced some Floo powder. I trust you both know how to use this. The destination is the Hogwarts cellar office. Having said this, he allowed Harry and Ron to go ahead, with him arriving at his office last. Upon entering his office, Snape promptly seized the two and brought them to the Great Hall. Given the time, all other teachers, apart from him, were likely already present, and he needed to address these two before the other students arrived at Hogwarts. Chapter 48, Knight's Deed. Severus, you have finally arrived. A throng of professors beckoned Snape to hasten as he entered the Great Hall, eager to complete the final preparations before the returning students arrived. Snape, striding forward, stated directly, now is not the time for such discussions. There is a more pressing matter we must resolve first, Minerva. What is it, Severus? McGonagall inquired as she stepped forth from the crowd. There are 2 Gryffindors who wished to make a grand entrance but missed the express train. I happened to be there, and overheard their intentions to use a Muggle car to reach Hogwarts. Snape cast a glance toward the direction of the Great Hall's entrance, where Harry and Ron were still approaching, panting and lagging behind. McGonagall followed Snape's gaze and recognized Harry and Ron, who were struggling to catch their breath. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, I believe I require an explanation from you. The passage at King's Cross Station closed early, so we considered alternative means to reach Hogwarts. Harry and Ron exchanged glances before recounting their tale. No, the passage does not close early. It has operated for years without ever doing so. Professor McGonagall refuted their claim. But it was clearly not yet 11. Harry protested. Indeed, it was not 11, but I distinctly observed the second hand nearing the hour. Moreover, apart from the 2 of you, there were no other Hogwarts students left behind, not even any Muggle-born first years, Snape derided. Under Snape's scornful gaze and the scrutiny of all the professors, Harry and Ron felt a chill run down their spines, fearing they might be expelled from the school. Professor, are we going to be expelled? Ron summoned the courage to ask. No, McGonagall replied. Despite McGonagall's reassurance, Snape's mood remained less than favorable. He did not expect such a trivial matter or a simple lapse in judgment to lead to the expulsion of the savior. Harry and Ron exhaled in relief. At that moment, they heard McGonagall continue, however, to instill in you the importance of punctuality and arriving early, you will face a month's worth of detention. Furthermore, I hope you understand that should any issues arise, you may send an owl for assistance rather than resorting to that modified Muggle transportation. If Severus had not laid eyes upon you today, and if you had indeed employed the modified Muggle transportation, only to be spotted by other Muggles, I dare say you would have found yourselves in considerable trouble. By the way, I shall inform your parents of this incident, ensuring that your perspectives are thoroughly altered. As for notifying the parents, Harry appeared unperturbed, for the Dursleys were oblivious to the significance of the matter and, naturally, would not care. Ron, on the other hand, harbored some trepidation, as he anticipated a rather scathing letter. After all, just days prior, he and his 2 brothers had already taken that enchanted car to fetch Harry. This was a case of repeated transgressions compounding his offenses. Subsequently, the 2 were seated in the spacious section designated for Gryffindor, awaiting the arrival of their fellow students. The professors took their places, preparing for the final arrangements before the commencement of the school year. The sorting hat was also brought to the Great Hall by Professor McGonagall. Everything unfolded in a well-organized manner. Meanwhile, inside a nearly empty compartment on the express, Loxis was indulging in the scenic view. As the foremost of Slytherin, Loxis had chosen a compartment in the snake-gathering area, where the astute young serpents wisely avoided her presence. Just as she was admiring the landscape outside, the door swung open with a bang, and Draco took a seat opposite her. Loxis, why did you decline my invitation to the summer gathering? He demanded, brimming with indignation. Loxis straightened her posture, arms crossed. In fact, if you had paid attention, you would have noticed that I turned down all party invitations. Draco pressed on, still fiery. Why? Do you have any idea how much I anticipated your presence at Malfoy Manor? Loxis felt compelled to elucidate. Well, my coursework has increased. Initially, I only had to study charms and potions, but my father believes I should not squander my aptitude for potions. He insisted I take an additional potions class. Considering my responsibilities in managing the family estate, my leisure time has dwindled significantly. You know I detest the insincerity of aristocratic socializing. Naturally, I prefer to invest my free time in pursuits I genuinely enjoy. Draco retorted, even so, can't you spare a day? Loxis remained resolute in her refusal. I had merely 8 days of rest throughout the summer. The rest of the time was a continuous grind. Why squander my time on activities I find distasteful? Draco gritted his teeth. Yet you still found time to stroll with that mudblood? I enjoy shopping, and her name is Hermione Granger. Kindly refrain from using such derogatory terms. Do not lose your gentlemanly composure. In that moment, Draco felt not like a peer but rather as if he were facing his father. Draco seethed. Is Muggle culture that captivating to you? Loxis replied coolly, you are merely confined within your insular world. Had you engaged with Muggle artifacts, you would likely appreciate them as well. I would not. Draco slammed the table in frustration. You are so certain without even trying? Loxis observed him with an amused demeanor. Draco declared, even if I did try, I would not become enamored with Muggle trinkets. Loxis, employing a bit of provocation, suggested, next summer, I shall take you into the Muggle world. Let us see if you remain indifferent. I doubt you would shy away. Draco glared at Loxis, enunciating each word. I am a Malfoy. I would never shy away. I shall try if I must. I will seek you out next summer. Amidst their banter, the train arrived at its destination. They joined the throng boarding the Thestrals en route to Hogwarts. Loxis, Draco, Pansy, and Clark shared the same carriage. What is pulling the carriage? Draco inquired, gazing curiously out the window. After a brief silence, Loxis answered, Thestrals. Thestrals? The group turned to Loxis. Indeed. They are magical creatures visible only to those who have witnessed death. Draco followed Loxis's gaze, seeing nothing in the void before him. Can you see them? He asked. Yes. I have encountered death and comprehend its significance. Thus, I am able to see them. In time, as you experience life, you too shall see. Loxis had bid farewell to many cherished elders, all of whom had lived past a century, passing away peacefully. She understood death well, having witnessed many coffins and cold gravestones. Chapter 49. The first night of second year. The Thestrals moved swiftly, and they arrived at Hogwarts after a brief journey. Loxis followed the crowd into the Great Hall. Being among the first to arrive, she immediately spotted Harry and Ron seated in the Gryffindor section. They occupied a central position, making them particularly conspicuous in the otherwise empty hall. Whether they were blissfully unaware or regarded this as a matter of pride remained uncertain. Shortly after taking their seats, Severus Snape and the other professors entered the Great Hall, taking their places at the staff table. The subsequent proceedings for sorting the new students and the headmaster's address bore little difference from the previous year. Loxis nibbled at her meal in a perfunctory manner before setting down her cutlery, preparing for a late-night snack. Are you planning a late-night snack? Draco leaned over. Loxis nodded in response. Count me in, Draco implored. I shall be heading to the headmaster's office for a late-night snack. Are you coming? Draco exclaimed. Are you jesting? You see me jesting? Loxis replied. How can you dare? That is the headmaster. Loxis shrugged nonchalantly. I have become quite accustomed to detention last semester. Draco insisted. No. I have often defended you against the headmaster's frequent detentions. How did you become so familiar with him? Noticing the time, Loxis retrieved her earbuds and asked one final time. Are you coming? Draco responded. If not, will you bring me something back? I haven't eaten all summer. Loxis replied. I shall simply have Gilly deliver some to your dormitory. With that, Loxis donned her earbuds. Having learned from past experiences, Draco quickly put on his own. Next came the raucous singing segment. Once the festivities concluded, they made their way toward the Slytherin common room. Newly returned to school, they needed to tidy their dormitory and organize their belongings. With Gilly's assistance, Loxis had little concern for such matters. Thus she veered off toward the cellar. Fermat. Upon uttering the password, the door to the cellar swung open automatically, and Loxis entered Severus's office. Having spent much time in detention, she was intimately familiar with the space. Upon entering, Loxis collapsed onto the office sofa, which had been her coveted seat the previous year. The sofa was far more comfortable. Let others contend with the wooden benches. Severus, entering the room, found his daughter sprawled on the sofa, utterly devoid of her usual grace and decorum. Yet, this sight pleased him, for it indicated her complete reliance on him, shedding the persona of the mature and rational head of the Carrington family. This was what a child her age truly needed. Loxis, upon seeing Severus return, transformed into an inquisitive pup. Father, what do you think of this unexpected turn of events? Quite satisfactory, he replied. By the way, do you know what consequences they originally intended to cause? What? A group of 6 or 7 muggles had witnessed the flying car, resulting in a significant increase in the workload for the Ministry of Magic. Mr. Weasley found himself suspended pending investigation, due to his son's actions. The ancient Whomping Willow at Hogwarts suffered severe damage, and considerable effort was expended to restore it. Lockhart meticulously enumerated the tangible losses incurred as a result of this incident. The Whomping Willow was harmed because of their actions? And yet muggles glimpsed the flying car? They were not expelled? No. How fortunate for them, remarked Snape, tinged with a hint of regret. All right, father, let us have our supper, said Lockhart, as she gently tapped her wand against the table, causing the prearranged food to appear before them, as if a cover had been lifted. It was a bowl of river snail rice noodles, lavishly garnished with fried eggs, deep-fried pig's trotters, and marinated chicken feet. Is it river snail rice noodles today? Under Lockhart's fervent recommendation, Snape had tried the dish during the summer. His initial resistance had gradually transformed into acceptance, aided by Lockhart's eager enthusiasm. As a new father, he found it difficult to withstand such charm from his daughter, especially since it was not against his principles. Snape sat down at the table, deftly picked up his chopsticks, and began to savor their supper alongside Lockhart. After they finished, Lockhart reclined on the sofa, while Snape expertly cast a spell to clear the dishes and dissipate the lingering scents in the room. Father, I intend to visit Professor Dumbledore in a couple of days to show him the prophecy I shared with you that day. Lockhart brought up the matter. It was essential to inform the headmaster regarding the safety of Voldemort and the students and staff at Hogwarts. How to proceed was a matter for the headmaster to decide. Snape nodded, tentatively inquiring, "Would you like me to accompany you?" "If you wish to, Father," Lockhart replied, her face lighting up with a genuine smile. "Oh, and about that house elf, let us not inform Mr. Malfoy for the time being. He still has a part to play," Lockhart instructed before departing. "All right," Snape acquiesced. After washing up, Lockhart lay in her bed, contemplating the future she had altered. Harry and Ron had driven to school, causing the Whomping Willow to sustain damage, which subsequently required considerable effort from her father and Professor Sprout to remedy. She did not wish to burden her father further, thus she had prevented the incident from occurring. Consequently, Mr. Weasley's wand remained intact, and the flying car did not reach Hogwarts. His wand's intactness was manageable, resulting merely in a rebound effect of oblivion. As long as she presented Lockhart South accomplishments in place of another S during that time frame, with only her lack of magical prowess as evidence, she could successfully expel him from Hogwarts. As for his memories, she had numerous subordinates who could easily cast oblivion on Lockhart in a secluded corner. The only real complication now was the flying car, which remained parked at the Weasley residence, unable to fulfill its role of aiding Potter and Weasley in escaping from the Acromantula swarm. Such an inconvenience. She could not allow Potter and Weasley to perish in the clutches of the Acromantula. Perhaps she could enlist the help of the Centaurs, or transport the flying car into the Forbidden Forest to utilize its capabilities. Although she possessed the ability to escape a horde of Acromantula, it was undeniably perilous. She refused to join the Savior's ranks alone. What then was she to do? Troubleshoot with Dumbledore? Wait for the Acromantula? Her father should be quite interested in the Acromantula venom. This should not be considered excessive work, should it? She felt as though she had meddled excessively. Indeed, sometimes excessive interference proved to be detrimental. Chapter 50. The Mature Flower. Lockhart's first week back at school had been relatively pleasant. The basilisk had yet to emerge to cause havoc. The new students, having heard of Lockhart's formidable reputation from their seniors, chose to keep their distance. No one sought to trouble her. As for the greasy Lockhart she had foreseen in the prophecy, this semester, Lockhart had still not attended defense against the dark arts class, and typically avoided the dining hall. Lockhart was unable to enter the Slytherin common room or the dungeons. Furthermore, aside from her morning exercises and attending class, Lockhart's farthest excursions were merely to Snape's dungeon, thereby minimizing any chances of encountering the greasy Lockhart. Thus, she had become the only student at Hogwarts who had not suffered from Lockhart's banal onslaught. "I truly envy you for not having to attend defense against the dark arts class," Lockhart remarked. "You have no idea. The papers Lockhart assigns during class are entirely about him. Who cares to know about that? Moreover, he had released Cornish pixies, which he couldn't even control, causing a ruckus throughout the classroom. I can hardly endure it. I even question the legitimacy of his Order of Merlin. Do those people at the ministry simply collect their salaries without working? I must tell my father about this." In the common room, Draco, munching on the cookies his mother had brought, grumbled incessantly. Lockhart calmly turned the page. "Just bear with it. You must understand that the professors for defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts change annually. You won't see him again in your third year. I can't endure even a single class. I must tell my father." Draco fumed. Lockhart, however, remained largely unconcerned, for Lockhart would stay at Hogwarts for a full year. Even if Draco informed Mr. Malfoy, it would have little effect. She also pondered why Headmaster Dumbledore had hired him. If she had to speculate, she thought it was far more likely that Lockhart, being the sole applicant for the position, was more incompetent than the elderly Dumbledore. "By the way, did you notice? We were among the first to arrive at school yesterday, yet Weasley and Potter were already seated." After expressing his frustrations regarding Lockhart, Draco shifted the conversation to Harry. Upon hearing Potter's name, Lockhart's eyes sparkled, and she ceased her reading to listen intently to Draco. Their seating location was far too conspicuous. They ought to have chosen a corner to sit in, less noticeable, Lockhart responded, seeking to draw out the conversation. Draco's words flowed freely. "I learned that they missed the express and were fortuitously encountered by Professor Snape, who brought them back to Hogwarts via the Flu network. Consequently, they were given a month of detention. Now that is truly worth celebrating. The Savior is in quite a predicament," Lockhart replied casually. She continued to engage with Draco's discourse, eager to glean his recent thoughts and any notable happenings worth witnessing. as she intended to pass by at the opportune moment. After all, the only recent spectacle worth attending had been that Quidditch match, and her disinterest in Quidditch ensured she would not be present. Other encounters between the two were merely fleeting moments, predominantly consisting of mutual glances with only the occasional exchange of words. This had led to a scarcity of fan content. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for they had matured into self-sufficient fans, adept at creating their own content, whether through real-life pairings or private fanfiction. They were now independent and mature fans. However, Lockhart was disappointed to find that Draco had no intention of taking action. He merely sought to taunt Harry during their punishment. Observing this, Lockhart redirected her focus back to her hefty alchemical tome, occasionally responding to Draco's remarks. That night, Lockhart followed Snape to the headmaster's office. With Severus leading the way, they traversed effortlessly to the headmaster's office. "Oh, I did not anticipate that you, Severus, would maintain such a cordial relationship with Loxias." Inside the office, Dumbledore regarded the two individuals who had unexpectedly appeared before him in private for the first time, his cerulean eyes filled with astonishment. He harbored no doubts that the pair had coincidentally encountered one another at his office door, for he was well aware of Loxias's capabilities. Should she wish to keep her affairs concealed, she could deftly avoid others. This current situation could only imply that Loxias had acted with intention. A hint of pride laced Severus's tone. "In fact, I am already aware of what she intends to convey to you today." At these words, Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Loxias, a contemplative glimmer emerging behind his crescent spectacles. "Oh, Loxias. I truly did not expect you to place such complete trust in your headmaster within such a brief span of time." Loxias responded with a gracefully modest smile. Dumbledore mused that he must have consumed an abundance of bewildering sweets this evening, for how else could he account for this succession of surprises? "Kilcher had mentioned this to me, yet I had not anticipated that the individual in question would be you, Severus. It appears you and your daughter share a delightful rapport." Severus, unreserved before his former superior, replied with a trace of lightness. "Indeed, I am exceedingly pleased to have Loxias as my child." Dumbledore observed both Severus and Loxias, a look of contentment gracing his features. "This is indeed a matter worthy of celebration. Now let us address the matter at hand." Having processed this revelation, Dumbledore deftly shifted the conversation to the main topic. Loxias comprehended Dumbledore's intention, extending her right hand to clasp his left, then gently closing her eyes. When she reopened them, Dumbledore had already gleaned the information Severus had acquired from Loxias. Dumbledore quickly grasped the crux of the matter. So he utilized that notebook to unlock the Slytherin chamber, leading to students being petrified. "Loxias, can you divulge the precise location of the chamber? I must ensure the safety of all young witches and wizards." "I would appreciate a moment to contemplate this." Loxias hesitated, her fingers brushing over the serpentine ring on her left hand. She was acutely aware of what resided within the chamber, a formidable basilisk. According to family lore, it was the guardian left by Slytherin for Hogwarts. Had it not been for Voldemort, who employed Parseltongue to compel the basilisk to violate its pact with Slytherin, the creature would pose no threat to Hogwarts' students and could even be deemed a form of protection. She understood Dumbledore's intentions, to slay the basilisk and ensure the safety of Hogwarts' students. This bore resemblance to the endeavors of Potter within the chamber in the future. Chapter 51, Wariness. However, out of a Slytherin's self-interest, she was reluctant to see Slytherin's cherished guardian slain. Whether as a student of Slytherin House or as a member of Slytherin lineage, this was not a sight she wished to witness, unless circumstances became utterly dire. As for revealing to Dumbledore the location of the Slytherin ring that allowed her to control the basilisk, she was disinclined to share such information, especially regarding the relationship between Carrington and Slytherin. Therefore, she resolved to placate Dumbledore while weighing the pros and cons, making a decision before Potter uncovered the chamber. Dumbledore, perceptively noting Loxias's hesitation, inquired, "May I ask why? Or do you harbor any reservations?" Excessive intervention is not always beneficial. Loxias chose not to speak the truth, but had already prepared a response, one consistent with Carrington's usual rhetoric. Truth interwoven with deception, and within that blend, who could discern reality from illusion? Dumbledore was not surprised by Loxias's retort. After all, he had heard this sentiment from Carrington on multiple occasions. Their prophecies could only be influenced by themselves. Otherwise, they were mere established facts, and they were quite resistant to the notion of altering a predetermined future. Dumbledore earnestly addressed Loxias. "I understand your perspective, but Loxias, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, I cannot stand idly by in the face of dangers that threaten the safety of young witches and wizards." "I understand, but Headmaster Dumbledore, had I not come to Hogwarts, or had I refrained from intervening at all, This would simply be a part of their life they must endure. Furthermore, all the petrified students ultimately recovered through the use of the antidote. No one died, so there is no need for you to worry excessively, Loxias replied. Moreover, you could utilize this opportunity to further cultivate the savior, could you not? Loxias was well aware of Dumbledore's thoughts and concerns and added, additionally, should an irreparable danger truly arise, I will inform you in advance or intervene directly. Carrington has instructed me to remain inconspicuous, while Slytherin has urged me to protect my own interests. But I am not so cold-hearted as to watch my classmates suffer fatal harm when I have the means to prevent it. Dumbledore nodded. That is acceptable. As for Miss Weasley, I shall enlist Minerva's assistance to keep an eye on her. With Loxias's assurance, Dumbledore refrained from further questioning. Though this did not imply he was entirely at ease, it was merely a testament to his trust in Carrington. Carrington never made promises lightly, and once spoken, his words were never in vain. Dumbledore gazed out at the moonlit sky. I hope this year proves to be a safe one. Loxias followed his gaze. It shall be. After departing the headmaster's office, Loxias accompanied Severus back to the dungeons. Upon reaching their domain, Severus, who had been silent until now, finally posed a question. You seem disinclined to disclose your connection to Slytherin to Dumbledore. Regarding Severus, Loxias chose not to conceal the truth. The only individuals aware of Carrington's relationship with Slytherin, aside from our knight, are blood relatives. Given the current circumstances and the state of the Dark Lord, preserving this secret is evidently the most prudent course of action. At this juncture, Loxias, slumped on the sofa, paused to glance at Severus before continuing. Moreover, while I do trust Dumbledore, based on our unbreakable vow, he will safeguard our family's secrets. However, this does not imply he will not exploit them. For instance, positioning us in the limelight, using another Slytherin descendant's name to delineate the pureblood faction and confront the Dark Lord, which contradicts the intent of the Carrington family. From his past actions, even against his former lover, it is evident he is willing to sacrifice anything for the wizarding world. I must exercise caution. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Yet, as the head of the Carrington family, she could not gamble with their legacy. Loxias was unafraid of Voldemort, but as the head of the Carrington family, she bore the responsibility of ensuring the family's continuity. She must survive, along with her family and knight. In her rational assessment, she still felt that, at times, certain matters were best kept from Dumbledore, or indeed from any outsiders. As long as you are aware of it, Severus offered no judgment on Loxias's decision. Even as her father, he had no intention of overly involving himself in her affairs. He trusted her to manage everything adeptly. As for the wariness Loxias maintained, Severus believed it to be entirely appropriate. He certainly did not wish for his child to grow into someone easily deceived. By remaining vigilant, she could retain the initiative and swiftly respond to any challenges that arose. Tomorrow marks the weekend, and I find it necessary to assess your academic progress this week. With a deft change of subject, Severus Snape redirected the conversation toward studies. Loxias smiled, negotiating playfully. If I perform well, might I be granted a reprieve this weekend, father? To Loxias's surprise, Snape replied succinctly, granted. Instantly, Loxias sprang from the sofa, eagerly inquiring, really? Snape nodded affirmatively, of course. With permission secured, Loxias quickly retrieved her robe, carelessly tossed on the sofa, and dashed out of the office to prepare for her impending quiz. Watching her retreating figure, Snape shook his head in exasperation. Had the child's composure been bestowed upon her by Lucius? Initially, Snape had no intention of acquiescing to Loxias's request for a break. However, he reflected that her summer holiday had been scant, and her social interactions were pitifully few. For the sake of his little alchemist's mental well-being, he deemed it essential to afford her time to engage in pleasant frolics with her classmates. Thus he ultimately relented. He could only hope that her success was not achieved by the means she had once described: a book, a pen, and a miracle in a single night. Should he discover otherwise, she could forget about any holiday before Christmas. Fortunately, Loxias was indeed diligent in her studies, dedicating her evenings to revision rather than previewing. Consequently, she joyfully passed the quiz that her father had tailored for her, securing a rare holiday, one devoid of any academic obligations. She could indulge in slumber until she naturally awakened, and prolong her lounging to the fullest. By midday, she would join her friends for brunch, savoring the meal before indulging in daydreams and pursuing her whims. Oh, what a splendid holiday it promised to be. Chapter 52 Loyalty. A delightful holiday commences with a leisurely rise at noon. Dressed and having enjoyed a sumptuous brunch, Loxias embarked on her splendid afternoon. Naturally, her afternoon was not spent in the dormitory. On this rare sunny day, Loxias invited her close badger friends to the grassy banks of the Black Lake. They relished afternoon tea, engaged in light-hearted conversation, and basked in the sun. Oh, Merlin's beard, this is the essence of a beautiful life. Loxias sighed with genuine contentment. After swallowing a bite of biscuit, Hannah voiced a lingering curiosity. Oh, Loxias, I've noticed you seldom invite your Slytherin classmates for afternoon tea. Despite appearing to have a decent rapport with them. Clearly, Hannah articulated the collective puzzlement of the badger group. And they all paused their eating to turn their gazes towards Loxias. She did not shy away from revealing her true sentiments. The girls of Slytherin predominantly discuss exquisite jewelry, lavish attire, or their ideal partners for the future. The younger boys, with Draco at the forefront, often center their conversations around Mr. Potter, while the older boys tend to discuss their family businesses. I find these topics rather uninteresting, hence I generally refrain from participating in their afternoon teas. The badgers nodded in unison. Oh, those conversations are indeed rather dull. The topic then shifted naturally. Let me tell you. I've recently observed signs that Cedric has taken a liking to someone. Really? He seems to be subtly inquiring about what girls enjoy, and his outings have significantly increased. Wow. No wonder I saw him purchasing items that girls would adore. Speaking of which, I often spot him around Ravenclaw, so it must be a Ravenclaw girl, right? That must be it. No wonder he often glances towards Ravenclaw during meals. By the way, why are you visiting Ravenclaw? Is it because someone you fancy is there? Loxias lifted a cup of coffee, adding a splash of milk, savoring its flavor, a delightful blend of bitterness and a hint of creaminess, as a smile graced her lips. This is the sort of conversation that normal classmates should engage in. Beneath the warm sun and gentle breeze, Loxias spent a most pleasurable afternoon, gazing at the shimmering lake. As dusk approached and the sun began its descent, Loxias waved farewell to her badger friends, preparing to join her father for dinner in the cellar. In this holiday, she enjoyed the company of friends, family, and cherished moments of solitude, a perfect blend. With a cheerful stride, Loxias descended into the underground. Miss Phoebe. It was Pansy who called out, having long sought an opportunity to speak with Loxias since the start of the term. Today, she had waited patiently for Loxias and finally encountered her. Miss Parkinson. What brings you here? Loxias surmised Pansy's intentions, but chose not to articulate them first. Pansy glanced around cautiously. This is not an appropriate place for conversation. May we move to a more suitable location? Loxias replied coolly. I hope you won't waste too much of my time. Pansy led her to a nearby classroom, locking the door and casting a privacy charm before delving into the matter at hand. I wish to pledge my loyalty to you, provided you assist me in reclaiming the Parkinson family legacy. Loxias crossed her arms, leaning against the wall. I did not expect you to come to such a realization in merely one summer. Pansy did not disguise her inner turmoil. I had no choice but to come to terms with it. My utterly inept brother, simply by virtue of being male, continues to be the heir of our family, enjoying the family's resources despite his disgraceful behavior, and the considerable losses he has incurred. Yet I, after merely voicing a sarcastic remark, am reprimanded, simply because I am female. How utterly unjust. Therefore, I must come to terms with this. Now I desire everything that the Parkinson family possesses, even at the cost of my life. As she spoke, Pansy's voice trembled, her anger unmistakable on her face. Loxias nodded, her emotions steady. It seems you have ample reasons to pledge your allegiance to me. However, before we formalize our contract, I must warn you. Once the pact is sealed, you must offer me your unwavering loyalty, with no form of betrayal until the end of your days. Otherwise, the consequences will extend far beyond merely revoking my gifts to you. Pansy smirked, a cold smile gracing her lips. That is certainly preferable to my current predicament. A mere bargaining chip for a marriage alliance. Since you have made your decision, let us initiate our pact. With that, Loxias straightened her posture. An unseen yet gentle wind began to swirl around Loxias and Pansy within the confines of the classroom. Loxias's dark hair transformed into shimmering silver, and her ebony eyes radiated a faint silvery glow. As a member of one of the 28 pureblood families, Pansy recognized this ancient oath of loyalty. She obediently placed her right hand over her heart and recited the vow, pledging her loyalty to Loxias. I, Pansy Parkinson, hereby swear to serve the individual before me, offering my loyalty and never betraying in any form. Loxias stepped forward, directing her wand at the location of Pansy's heart, and declared, I, Loxias Carrington, accept your loyalty and promise to grant you strength, necessary assistance, and protection. With Loxias's words, their pact was successfully sealed, and the ritual concluded. The wind in the classroom dissipated silently. The color of Loxis's hair, and eyes returned to their original state. Pansy Master. Loxis altered Pansy's mode of address. There is no need to call me Master. In private, simply refer to me as Loxis, and in public, you may call me head of the house. I am not he. After uttering this, Loxis opened the classroom door without waiting for Pansy's reaction. Outside stood a familiar figure who had been trailing Loxis since the start of the school year. Ethel Selwyn, the youngest son of the Selwyn family, who had just begun his studies this year. Pansy. When did he arrive? Loxis gestured towards Pansy. Ethel, you now have a task at hand. Please enlighten our new member about the rules. Receiving the coveted assignment, Ethel beamed with genuine delight. I am pleased to assist you, head of the house. Pansy. Wait, have you recruited the Selwyn family as well? Does the Dark Lord know? Chapter 53, The Exercise Regimen. It appears you have enjoyed yourself so thoroughly today that you forgot the dinner appointment you made with your father. At 12 years of age. Do you still require your old father to teach you the virtue of punctuality? Upon returning to the basement, Loxis was met with her father's elegant spray of venom. However, after a summer's respite, she had grown accustomed to her father's venomous reminders. For instance, his previous remark was merely a gentle admonition. Being late is an undesirable habit. Do not cultivate it. Furthermore, why return so late? Are you not hungry? As long as one can grasp the essence of things, all is well. Oh, father. I certainly did not forget. It was merely an unforeseen delay before dinner. As Loxis pulled out a chair and sat down, she explained her tardiness. Hearing her justification, Snape's expression improved somewhat. His child had not fallen in with any peculiar company. Snape, then let us commence dinner. Throughout the meal, Loxis regaled Snape with the gossip she had encountered that day. Although Snape held little interest in such matters, he chose to listen and refrained from steering the conversation towards academics. In his eyes, Loxis had already dedicated ample effort to her studies. Thus, a brief respite from scholarly discussions was permissible. He trusted in Loxis's diligence. By the way, father, please do not share these tidbits. Otherwise, I shall be seen as a traitor among the masses. After dinner, Loxis leaned closer to Snape and cautioned him. Snape. Snape struggled to comprehend Loxis's line of thought but acquiesced. Subsequently, Loxis returned to her dormitory, freshened up, donned her pajamas, and settled onto her bed with a sensational romance novel. She devoted her evening to this melodramatic tale, even exceeding her intended time. Loxis, oh, what a splendid day it has been. In the days that followed, Loxis resumed her previous lifestyle. Compared to the last semester, the sole improvement was her ability to communicate with Snape, effectively managing the balance between her potions tutoring and alchemical studies. Meeting you privately this semester proves to be quite a challenge. In the library, Hermione took a seat beside Loxis, casting a silencing charm around them. Loxis did not turn her head, remaining engrossed in her book. Indeed, we are all busier this semester, are we not? Hermione leaned in to glance at Loxis's book. Is this one on potion making? I had thought you were solely interested in alchemy. Loxis. Our head of Slytherin is a potions professor. It would be remiss not to excel in that discipline. Hermione nodded in understanding, as her own head of Gryffindor taught transfiguration, prompting her desire to master it as well. Speaking of Professor Snape, have you noticed that he seems to have gained a little weight this semester? Not that I would call it fat, he simply appears less slender. At this observation, Loxis finally lifted her gaze from the book. She began to ponder seriously. Is that so? Hermione nodded. Did you not notice? Loxis recalled her initial encounter with Snape and ultimately agreed. Indeed, thank you for the reminder, Hermione. Is that all? Loxis reflected on her summer, recalling how she had insisted her father rectify his erratic meal schedule and sleep patterns. If Snape resisted, she would resort to her childhood tactics of crying, throwing a tantrum, and even threatening to commandeer his potion materials hidden throughout the castle. Ultimately, Snape, having seldom encountered such tactics, capitulated and began adhering to a timely regimen of meals and rest. From erratic coffee and sandwiches to balanced Chinese meals, coupled with her occasional coaxing for him to indulge further, Snape, who hardly engaged in physical activity, had no one but himself to blame for any weight increase. After all, he was inherently slender. Thus, he merely appeared less gaunt rather than truly overweight. Meanwhile, Loxis, who engaged in morning exercises and evening strolls, was experiencing growth and required ample sustenance, hence her steady figure. Alas, in her focus on meal schedules, she had neglected to consider her father's lack of proper exercise. Starting tomorrow, she would implement a regimen for him, lest he truly gain excessive weight, for after all, undue corpulence could lead to health issues in old age. Thus, That very evening, following her potions tutoring, Snape received the exercise regimen prepared by Loxis. Snape. What is this? Loxis replied with a smile. Father, have you not noticed that you have gained a fair amount of weight lately? While this may be acceptable for now, soon enough you will truly be overweight. You need to exercise. Snape frowned. If you had observed closely, you would see that your father engages in sufficient physical activity. Loxis firmly informed Snape. If you are referring to the distance from your office to the adjacent potions classroom and the upstairs hall, then that is truly insufficient. Snape, I also conduct patrols. Loxis, but you do not patrol every night. Snape hesitated, about to retort. Loxis, hands on her hips, looked at Snape with righteous conviction. You require regular exercise. For your health's sake. Moreover, I trust your aesthetic sensibilities. You surely would not wish to see a robust physique like Hagrid's manifested on you in the form of excess flesh. Snape. Hagrid's physique is due to his giant heritage. Your wizard father could never attain such a size, as there are no giants in his lineage. Loxis. Perhaps not? Humans can reach weight thresholds well beyond 300 pounds. Even if height is not achievable, width certainly can be. Snape. Loxis stares. Snape. In the end, Snape yielded, accepting the exercise regimen, and embarking on his journey of morning workouts. Chapter 54. Loxis's Confectionaries. Following Snape's acceptance of the exercise regimen from Loxis, he began to rise early each day to engage in morning exercises alongside her. Although he initially found it somewhat taxing and resistant, over time he discovered the benefits that exercise bestowed, thereby transforming from passive to proactive, combined with adjustments to his routine and diet. Now, Severus Snape's complexion and physique have improved significantly compared to when he was first seen by Lockheath last year. His muscles have become more toned, and he radiates vitality, with his dark circles having diminished considerably. His appearance is gradually aligning with his age. Numerous students have remarked that as long as he refrains from speaking, he is undoubtedly a handsome figure. His confidant Lucius Malfoy has even inquired privately whether Snape has discovered a new beauty potion, for the joy of one is best shared with many. Only a few professors at Hogwarts, who share a close rapport with him, are privy to the truth, and Snape has naturally been the subject of their teasing. Snape's consistent reply to them is, I have a daughter. Though succinct and straightforward, it is sufficient to disarm them. Among the Hogwarts faculty, the single status remains notably high. Where would a child come from if they are all single? During this time, Lockheath has grown closer to the Chosen One, largely due to Hermione's influence. Yet, based on her prophetic insights regarding the events of the past 2 years, she surmises that the Chosen One's future days are destined to be tumultuous. Therefore, she wisely maintains her distance, treating him as nothing more than an ordinary classmate. Of course, there is a slight advantage to her association with Harry. Lockheath can now more conveniently observe the live drama between him and Draco. No longer does she need to solely rely on the forecasts of when Draco intends to trouble Harry. After all, whenever they meet, regardless of Draco's initial intentions, they invariably engage in a tumultuous love-hate dynamic. Indeed, their affection for one another is palpable, as Lockheath observes from a different perspective, significantly enhancing the amusement of campus life. Thus, days pass simply yet joyfully, until the arrival of another Halloween. Naturally, this period was not without Gilderoy Lockhart's occasional insufferable displays of narcissism. This year, Lockheath chose to dress as a fairy. To achieve a striking resemblance, she even crafted a pair of wings, powered by alchemy, that allowed one to float slightly above the ground, a month in advance. On Halloween Day, her fairy ensemble successfully captured the hearts of many. The exquisite and enchanting wings she fashioned became a topic of discussion among the young wizards. Consequently, even without the spectacle of last year's Badger queue for treats, Lockheath's little basket was filled to the brim with candies. Moreover, it appeared that the quantity she received this year would surpass that of the previous year, as the Slytherin snakes were unwilling to be outdone in their offerings to their little serpent, and lavishly stuffed her with sweets. As a result, Snape had to seize the opportunity, while Lockheath was yet to indulge, to confiscate the batch of candies unnoticed by the crowd. The reason was simple. Lockheath, when consuming her preferred treats, tends to eat one after another until she is either full or the food is gone. During this time, she is oblivious to how much she has consumed or whether she has exceeded her limits, unwittingly finishing off an entire stash of similar delicacies. This led to Lockheath devouring every candy and chocolate that suited her taste from last year. Only when she developed a toothache from overeating did Snape realize that her self-control resembled that of a 12-year-old child. Ultimately, Snape found himself brewing a dental potion, while simultaneously chastising Lockheath. For the sake of Lockheath's dental health, he had no choice but to confiscate the candies she received this year. After all, who could predict how many candies he might inadvertently allow her to consume? Risking her teeth once again? Lockheath, however, had more than just this one little basket. It was not that he was unwilling to spend time brewing potions for her. Rather, Lockheath simply detested the unpleasant taste of the dental potion he concocted. Not wanting to drink the potion and lacking restraint, he had no choice but to seize her sweets. Nevertheless, even as Snape made this move discreetly, the other professors in his company clearly witnessed the scene. Upon observing Snape's actions, Dumbledore could not help but remark, "Severus, honestly, today is Halloween. You should not be confiscating the candies Lockheath received." Under the disapproving gazes of the informed faculty, Snape coldly retorted, "If she could exercise moderation and not ruin her teeth, I dare say she could have kept that basket of candies this year." Lockheath, aware of her culpability, shrank her head slightly. This was indeed her fault. Indulging in delicious treats while contemplating each sugary morsel's worth, she ended up exceeding her sugar intake and damaging her teeth. Despite her diligent brushing, as a fellow candy enthusiast, Dumbledore thought differently from the other professors. Oh, why not prepare more dental potions for Lockheath? Snape's lips curled into a chilling smile. Because she, unlike you, cannot appreciate the taste of my dental potion. Upon hearing Snape's words, Lockheath shuddered. The nauseating flavor seemingly flooding her mouth once more. She immediately shook her head vigorously. Recalling the taste of Snape's dental potion, Dumbledore also silenced himself. "I believe Lockheath will correct her ways, and you certainly should not have confiscated her candies today," Severus, McGonagall said, smiling as she observed the interaction between father and daughter. Advocating for Lockheath. To McGonagall's earnest suggestion, Snape refrained from sarcasm, countering, "Minerva, if you knew how much candy she has received over the past 2 years, you would not say that. This year alone, she has at least 3 baskets of this size, each overflowing with sweets, and the feast has yet to commence." As he spoke, Snape shook the basket in his hand. At this, all eyes turned to Lockheath. They all remembered what it meant to receive such an abundance of candy at this age. Is this child truly so popular? Dumbledore mused, "Oh, how I miss those days. Youth is truly a blessing." The professors nodded in agreement, except for Snape, who remained silent. He glanced at the time and said, "I must go and collect Lockheath's candies. You all may proceed to the Great Hall." With that, Snape turned and left, making his way back to the dungeons alone. Lockheath followed Dumbledore and the others to the Great Hall. In truth, Lockheath had initially intended to accompany Snape, but he had refused her. He did not wish for her to discover where he concealed the candies. Chapter 55. The petrification begins. Under the astonished gazes of the small creatures, Lockheath followed behind the faculty as they arrived at the Great Hall. Once seated, Draco incredulously asked, "Why did you come to the Great Hall with the professors?" Lockheath calmly replied, "It was simply on the way." Draco, perplexed by her response, chose not to press further, embodying the maturity expected of a Slytherin. He swiftly shifted the conversation to the matter that had captured his attention throughout the day. "By the way, I've been meaning to ask you, where did you get this alchemical product for your wings? They look rather impressive, and I would like to purchase a pair." Lockheath responded, "You mean this? Oh, I made these myself. You cannot buy them outside." Draco's eyes widened, and his tone rose sharply. "You made them yourself?" Lockheath propped her head on one hand, observing the other Slytherins who had gathered, intrigued by her wings. Aha! To her surprise, she had already mastered intricate alchemy. "You are truly remarkable." Unsurprisingly, Loxis was greeted by a flurry of extravagant praises and compliments from the little snakes. In the astute eyes of these serpentine beings, it was a further demonstration of Loxis's capabilities, and a masterful alchemist was undoubtedly someone they could not afford to offend. Loxis's standing within Slytherin had thus been elevated even further. Yet she remained unperturbed by their flattery. With a graceful smile, she deftly navigated their compliments with eloquent words. After a series of polite exchanges, one of the little snakes finally unveiled their true intention. "So Loxis, do you have any plans to sell your alchemical product?" A certain Slytherin, well acquainted with the house's character and ambitions, had already calculated how to maximize their gains. "As you may know, I am not in want of money. The act of selling holds little significance for me unless I am offered something I desire." Naturally, amidst the clinking of goblets, Loxis struck a deal with the little snakes encircling her. Once their objectives were achieved, the little snakes resumed their casual banter before returning to their respective places, reveling in the joys that Halloween had bestowed upon them. In stark contrast to the merriment surrounding them, the trio of saviors who had nearly lost their heads at the Halloween feast were not enjoying the festivities. They navigated through the throngs of ghosts, feeling an unusual chill and hunger. After considerable effort, they finally managed to extricate themselves from the discomforting soiree. Just as they approached the hall where food awaited to satiate their hunger, Harry once again heard that ominous and peculiar voice filled with malice. With the courage characteristic of a Gryffindor, he did not hesitate to follow the direction of the voice that spoke of murder. It was not until they reached a corner of the third-floor corridor that they encountered a wall. Blood-red letters adorned the wall, and under the dim light, they deciphered the message, "Beware of those who oppose the heir." As they continued to approach the wall, they noticed another shadow lurking beside the writing. They exchanged glances, steeling their resolve, and cautiously advanced towards the wall to discern the truth. In doing so, they unwittingly failed to notice a puddle at their feet. When they finally comprehended what lay before them, they recoiled in shock, splattering the puddle onto their clothes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they instinctively sought to flee. However, it was too late. In a dramatic turn of fate, the banquet in the hall concluded at that very moment. Their position was fortuitously situated along the path taken by many returning from the feast to the common room, and a throng of students and faculty approached. They were caught red-handed. A cat, hanging upside down as if lifeless, lay before the crowd, with only the three of them standing opposite, making it all too easy for anyone to suspect them. Harry, Ron, Hermione. Loxis, standing behind the crowd, silently lit a candle for the trio of saviors in her heart. Tomorrow, they would undoubtedly become the center of attention. The gossip hounds would not let them off easily. At that moment, Draco, standing beside the formidable Loxis as the second-year prefect, pushed through the crowd to the forefront. With a mischievous grin, he read aloud the words on the wall. "Oh, beware of those who oppose the heir. Watch out, mudbloods." Draco had intended to say mudblood, but recalling the backlash he faced from Loxis when he had previously referred to Hermione as such, he swiftly altered his words to Muggleborn. After all, Loxis was watching, and he did not wish to incur her wrath again. While he may not have been able to best her, he understood the wisdom of discretion. His words successfully drew the attention of Filch, leaving Draco with no further opportunity to speak. Thus, his moment with Harry came to an abrupt end. Loxis, alongside the gathered crowd, mused that it would have been much more amusing if the terms Muggleborn could be replaced with Potter or Harry. As Filch reached the front, he immediately recognized the true nature of the shadow. In an instant he screamed, "Mrs. Norris! My cat! What happened to Mrs. Norris?" Panic was unmistakable in Filch's voice. Witnessing this scene, Loxis averted her gaze, unable to bear the thought of what it would be like if it were her own Tom from the dormitory. Being Carrington was not always a pleasant endeavor. Knowing a tragedy was unfolding yet bound by house rules to remain uninvolved, she found herself in a cruel and indifferent situation. Thankfully, Mrs. Norris was merely petrified and not dead. A simple vial of the revivifying potion would suffice. Loxis's conscience would not yet bear the weight of her inaction. While Loxis averted her gaze in sympathy, Dumbledore and the professors arrived. Dumbledore, accompanied by his fellow professors, traversed the crowd and reached the center. From a distance, Snape spotted Loxis, who had turned away in distress. Without uttering a word, he stepped in front of her, shielding her view. In that moment, Loxis felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. With Dumbledore presiding over the situation, nearly everyone's anxiety began to dissipate. As Dumbledore removed Mrs. Norris, he prepared to lead everyone away to handle the matter appropriately. "Come with me, Filch, along with Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger." Chapter 56, A Lock. What transpired next, despite Loxis's foreknowledge, was of little concern to her. As a professor, Snape was obligated to accompany the proceedings, or rather, as one who understood the events, he needed to play his part in the unfolding drama. Before departing, Snape ruffled Loxis's hair and whispered, "Don't think too much. Just obediently follow the prefect back to the dormitory, and do not let me discover you missing." Loxis nodded, "I understand." The following day, the trio of saviors, along with Mrs. Norris and Filch, undoubtedly became the focal point of conversation, remaining so until another scandal emerged. Distrust surrounded Harry, while sympathy was directed towards Filch and Mrs. Norris. Despite being privy to the entire saga, Loxis chose not to dwell on the gossip, instead focusing on crafting a lock. This lock was to be her finest masterpiece in alchemical craftsmanship. Loxis was so confident in her creation that she would wager her entire career as an alchemist on its security. No unlocking charm, no matter how advanced or proficient, could open it without the corresponding key, unless one were to completely destroy the door and its frame. As for her motivation behind this lock, it stemmed from her awareness of the impending actions of the trio of saviors. To safeguard her father's potion ingredient storage, and to prevent any uninvited intruders from accessing it with ease, she meticulously fashioned this lock. Regarding Hermione, She would extend help when necessary to ensure events remained on their predetermined course. Additionally, her plans to retrieve the savior from the spider's lair were nearly ready to be set in motion. And she had also begun devising a strategy to deal with the basilisk, intending to execute it at the opportune moment. With careful stitching and mending, she finally managed to patch the holes she had created, ensuring that matters could proceed as intended. Once the lock was complete, Loxis promptly replaced the lock on her father's potion ingredient storage in Snape's presence. Snape accepted the key that Loxias handed him, remarking, "It appears we are nearing the time when Miss Granger will pilfer my potion ingredients. How unfortunate. This means I shall not have the opportunity to deduct points from Gryffindor." Loxias shrugged and settled beside Snape on the sofa, saying, "I believe, rather than deducting points, it is far more crucial to ensure that your storeroom is not as easily breached as an unguarded territory. Wouldn't you agree?" Snape wholeheartedly concurred. "By the way, Father, once the Quidditch match concludes, you will be able to inform Mr. Malfoy about that house elf situation." Calculating the timing, Loxias then shared another matter with Snape. Upon hearing her words, Snape lowered his gaze from his coffee to her. In truth, he had long sensed something amiss with Loxias. He had keenly observed her interference when she thwarted Dumbledore's efforts regarding the basilisk, ensuring events unfolded in accordance with her prophecy. Yet, out of trust in her, he refrained from questioning her motives. Similarly, with the house elf, she seemed intent on managing the situation between him and Malfoy. But it appeared she would only act once his role was concluded. He was not particularly well informed about Carrington. Though he was aware of their strict regulations against excessive interference in external affairs, Loxias had nonetheless intervened, insisting that events align with her foretold path. Thus, filled with curiosity, Snape ultimately inquired, "Why wait until after Quidditch? Is it to ensure you control the bludger to take Potter out of the game? Or is it for Slytherin to secure the Quidditch championship?" Loxias did not conceal her intentions, stating, "It is for the former. He will need to visit the hospital wing, allowing me to gather certain information during that time." "So, you desire everything to unfold according to your prophecy?" Loxias nodded affirmatively. Snape struggled to comprehend her actions, finding her approach highly contradictory. "If that is the case, you should not have intervened from the start, nor should you have worried about my relationship with the Malfoys. You ought to remain detached." "I understand, but as a Slytherin, how could I stand idly by while Salazar Slytherin's legacy at Hogwarts faces demise? Furthermore, I do not wish to see you engaged in futile endeavors." Loxias merely suggested this, prompting Snape to recall something. "Are you referring to the start of the school year?" Loxias nodded. "If they had not arrived, wouldn't you have sought them out? If Hermione stole your potion ingredients, wouldn't you be the one to tally them?" The thought of pointless exertions and busyness weighed on him. A warmth enveloped Snape's heart. This was the first time he felt such care and concern in the mundane aspects of life. "In truth, Loxias, you need not concern yourself. These are merely trivial matters." Loxias gazed steadfastly into Snape's eyes, declaring resolutely, "But you are my father, and that makes it anything but trivial." Taken aback by her response, Snape found himself mesmerized by the reflection of himself in her eyes. He acknowledged that this sensation was remarkably unique. A comforting warmth akin to the gentle sun of winter, or a refreshing oasis in a desert. He had never experienced such feelings before. The memories of his home were marred by disputes and oppression, an existence he despised and sought to escape. Consequently, he had never harbored dreams of family or children after his rift with Lily. Loxias's sudden presence caught him off guard, and his feelings toward her were complex and confusing. Yet undeniably, she brought forth the brighter aspects of life, revealing a blooming sunflower in the desolate expanse of his heart. If having a prodigiously gifted daughter to inherit his legacy was like a delightful confection, then the subsequent outings to amusement parks and shopping, as well as the shared meals, were novel experiences that dispelled his loneliness and infused joy into his life. Now, everything seemed transformed. Throughout their time together, their bond had deepened, allowing him to grasp the true significance of family, a meaning distinct from what he had shared with Lily. Snape ruffled Loxias's hair, saying, "Thank you, Loxias. You need not thank me, Father. We are family." Loxias noticed the shift in Snape's emotions, her sweet smile revealing her bright white teeth. Snape, who had just been overwhelmed with emotion, found himself smiling at her endearingly foolish expression. "Well, of course, you are my own." Taking a deep breath, Snape shifted the conversation, intent on regaining the attention of his astute daughter. "Now then, your intervention implies you may meddle. Why then allow events to unfold so closely to your prophecy's anticipated future?" Loxias was not surprised by Snape's inquiry. After all, her actions were indeed rife with contradiction. She explained, Every rule in the Carrington family was forged by the blood and sacrifice of our ancestors. One such rule is to avoid excessive interference in the predicted events. If we must intervene, we strive to guide events along the foretold path. This rule was established in the Middle Ages when a Carrington fell in love with a common human. Foreseeing her death, he sought to alter fate by preventing her from entering a room that fateful night. She survived, and the prophecy was irrevocably changed. He believed they could embark on a brighter future. Alas, a more brutal fate ensued. According to the original trajectory, the murderer would be slain by the despairing Carrington after killing his beloved, thus eliminating the threat. However, with the prophecy altered, the girl survived, and the murderer remained alive. Without the girl to kill, he turned his attention to another family, the girl's family, resulting in the massacre of 7. The girl, upon learning of the tragedy, succumbed to despair within 2 years. Since then, Carringtons have endeavored to let their prophecies guide their actions to prevent outcomes from deteriorating further. Snape concluded, thus, because you foresee this outcome as relatively favorable, you wish to prevent Dumbledore from intervening excessively, meticulously planning your course of action. Loxias nodded in affirmation. Without a moment's hesitation, Snape inquired, is there anything you require of me? Loxias, unreserved, responded, indeed, father. Are you familiar with the Forbidden Forest? The Forbidden Forest? Snape echoed, yes. Do you recall how Harry and Ron departed from the Acromantula's lair in my prophecy? Snape immediately grasped her meaning. The flying car they used to reach Hogwarts? Loxias nodded. Precisely. So, I wonder if you might be interested in the venom of the Acromantula? A flicker of excitement crossed Snape's face, characteristic of a master potion maker. Of course. I have been searching for their traces in the Forbidden Forest of late. Rest assured, I will ensure their safe departure from the spider's lair. Loxias raised her small hand. I wish to join. Seeing this, Snape furrowed his brow, his expression one of disapproval. Loxias, the Forbidden Forest is perilous. But I am not weak, father. Besides, you will be there, won't you? Loxias argued, grabbing Snape's arm with both hands and shaking it gently. Moreover, aside from the last time when Professor Dumbledore took me to the Forbidden Forest to rescue a unicorn, I have yet to venture there. Please take me, father. If you are truly concerned for my safety, I can borrow Fawkes from Professor Dumbledore. Loxias effortlessly adopted a demeanor of charming persuasion, her eyes shimmering with innocence, and her voice took on a plaintive tone, rendering her sufficiently pitiable. It was the first instance that Severus Snape witnessed someone in his presence employing such a tactic. He let out a deep sigh, acutely aware that he was increasingly unable to resist Loxias. Her mere display of affection compelled him to relent. The stern father he envisioned himself to be was utterly unattainable. Well, the allure of the Forbidden Forest is always potent for young wizards. Who among them has not breached school rules to explore its depths? He himself had ventured there in the past. Furthermore, she was no weakling. And with him by her side, her safety was assured. It was certainly preferable to the reckless antics of Potter. Having concluded this, Snape exhaled. However, you must not stray from my line of sight. Hooray! Loxias exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she leapt in place at receiving permission. Subsequently, the proactive Loxias promptly set her plan into action. Then I shall go find Fawkes right now. Observing Loxias's spirited departure, Snape couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. That night, Snape held Loxias's small hand as they strolled through the Forbidden Forest under the moonlight. Fawkes, having been borrowed, perched on Loxias's shoulder, clutching the candy she had offered as bribe. As they stepped into the Forbidden Forest, it marked the true first occasion for Loxias to explore its depths. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed around, eager to discern how this place differed from the woods outside Carrington Castle. However, the night enveloped the Forbidden Forest in darkness. With only the silvery full moon casting a faint glow, Loxias struggled to discern what lay within the murky depths of the forest. Thus, it wasn't long before she lost interest in the monotonous nocturnal scenery of the Forbidden Forest. Turning to Snape, who held her hand, she inquired, Father, where shall we go today? To the lair of the Acromantulas? Snape shook his head. Today, we shall not visit the Acromantula lair. We are here to gather some moonlight grass, as I noticed some were nearing maturity during my last visit. Moonlight grass? Loxias echoed. Indeed. Now Loxias, do you recall how to harvest moonlight grass? With a nod, Loxias confidently recounted her well-memorized knowledge. Moonlight grass thrives in damp environments and requires moonlight to grow. Under the moon's glow, it emits a gentle white luminescence, hence its name. It is exceedingly rare, not only due to the harsh conditions required for its growth, but also because harvesting it necessitates a certain skill. Its roots must remain in their original soil, and the 2 oldest leaves must be removed during the harvesting process. Upon hearing Loxias recite this knowledge without hesitation, Snape nodded in satisfaction. Well spoken. But we must not only retain this knowledge. It is far more vital that we apply it. Yes, I understand, Loxias replied. Suddenly an idea struck her, and she looked up at Snape. However, Father, I've heard that in areas where moonlight grass grows, there is a certain chance of encountering unicorns. Have you ever seen a unicorn there? At this inquiry, Snape paused momentarily. He was well aware of the correlation between moonlight grass and the possibility of spotting unicorns. However, his soul had long been tainted by dark magic, marked by its presence. He feared that the sacred unicorns would instinctively shun him. He had never imagined himself encountering a living unicorn, even in the presence of moonlight grass. After all, during the years prior to his foray into dark magic, he had traversed the Forbidden Forest, but had never glimpsed a unicorn. Thus, he simply responded to Loxias's question with a curt, I have not. Undeterred, Loxias replied cheerfully, Oh, that's all right. If we visit a few more times, we shall surely see one. Father, I must tell you. The last time I came to the Forbidden Forest with Professor Dumbledore and Fawkes, we rescued a unicorn. Given that we saved its life, I believe we stand a great chance of encountering one. Gazing at the exuberant Loxias, Snape could only mutter two words, perhaps. As they continued on their journey, Snape pondered how to facilitate Loxias's encounter with a unicorn, for his presence made such an event no simple endeavor. He wished to spare Loxias any disappointment. Thus, several strategies surfaced in his mind regarding how to enable her to witness a unicorn while he was present. Firstly, leaving Loxias alone to await the appearance of a unicorn was evidently out of the question. The Forbidden Forest harbored more than just unicorns, rendering that plan entirely impractical. Secondly, he could concoct a potion designed to attract unicorns upon his return. However, that too seemed implausible, for even he would require considerable time to develop a new potion. And there were no unicorns available to provide samples for experimentation. Lastly, he could resort to forceful means, venturing into unicorn territory to capture one. He had heard from Dumbledore of the location of their territory. Using magic to capture a unicorn there might be feasible, albeit fraught with danger, necessitating careful consideration and thorough preparation. Just as Snape was contemplating how to secure a unicorn from its territory, they arrived at their destination. Wow. Father, look. It's a unicorn. At Loxias's exclamation, Snape looked up. Under the moonlight, amidst the inky blackness of the Forbidden Forest, the moonlight grass by the lakeshore glimmered softly, and not far away, a snow-white unicorn stood by the lake, reflecting the moon's glow. This scene created a breathtaking tableau, compelling one to linger and behold. The cool night breeze gently tousled Snape's hair as he quietly observed the unfolding spectacle. A ripple stirred within his otherwise tranquil heart, akin to receiving an unexpected delight on an otherwise mundane day, filled with surprise and joy. At that moment, Loxias recognized the unicorn. It was the very one they had rescued during her previous visit to the Forbidden Forest with Dumbledore. Releasing Snape's hand, Loxias took a few steps forward and waved at the unicorn in the distance. Hello. Snape made no move to stop her, thinking the startled unicorn would flee. To his surprise, however, the unicorn approached them instead. It came to a halt before them. Loxias then extended her hand, slowly inching closer to the unicorn's head. Finally, she made contact, gently stroking its mane. In response, the unicorn nudged her hand with its head. Observing this heartwarming interaction between Loxias and the unicorn, Snape remained rooted in place. It was not that he was taken aback by the unicorn's appearance. Rather, he felt that merely witnessing a unicorn was already a significant blessing. As for close contact, would a creature so pure permit a being tainted by dark magic to touch it? Loxias's connection was sufficient for him. It felt the same. Understanding that shared joy was far greater than solitary delight, Loxias turned back to Snape, urging, Father, you should come and pet it too. Its fur is so soft. It feels wonderful. Despite Loxias's invitation, Snape continued to stand immobile, shaking his head. Not swayed by his refusal, Loxias persisted. Father, won't you come and touch it? The fur of the unicorn is remarkably soft to the touch. Severus Snape, with an air of sternness, declared, Rahis, you must understand that your father is a mature adult, disinterested in such fluffy sensations. Rather, he is solely concerned with the utility of these materials in potion making after they have shed. However, scarcely had Snape's words faded when the unicorn, previously by Rahis' side, approached him, nuzzling his palm. Snape, feeling the gentle softness of its fur, instinctively caressed it a couple of times. Following this brief interaction, the unicorn frolicked with Rahis for a while before departing. While the unicorn played with Rahis, Snape lowered his gaze to the hand that had stroked the creature. He could still sense its warmth lingering in his palm, and upon closer inspection, he noticed several naturally shed strands of unicorn hair resting there. All of this served as a testament to the event's authenticity. In the world of wizards, there exists an ancient belief that a wizard fortunate enough to see and touch a unicorn is endowed with great luck. Lucky. Reflecting on his past, Snape did not consider himself particularly fortunate. Yet as he resolved to dismiss such thoughts, he looked up to see Rahis bidding farewell to the unicorn. Lucky. Perhaps Snape thought he might indeed be fortunate. Chapter 59 Quidditch. Rahis and Snape's inaugural venture into the Forbidden Forest was both smooth and delightful. However, when Rahis wished to linger a while longer after collecting moonlight grass, Snape firmly denied her request, insisting on escorting her back to the castle. In truth, Snape was correct. For Rahis' biological clock was already signaling its effect as she stood at the entrance of the common room. Her eyelids drooped, stifling yawns, and she appeared on the verge of dozing off. Observing this, Snape understood the necessity of timing their future excursions to the Forbidden Forest. "All right, it's time for bed," he stated. "Good night, Father," Rahis replied. "Good night, Rox." As he watched her enter the dormitory, Snape departed from the Slytherin common room and returned to his dungeon. In the subsequent days, whenever time permitted and the weather was agreeable, Snape would take Rahis to the Forbidden Forest. Albeit they had yet to visit the lair of the Acromantula, Rahis did not inquire about when they would go, for she recognized that Snape must have his reasons, and that they would venture there in due time. As for Snape leaving her behind, that was out of the question. Both had classes to attend during the day, and Snape's limited free time was confined to the evening, which he spent in his office. Thus, it was impossible for him to venture into the Forbidden Forest alone. On this day, a Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor was set to unfold. Indifferent to such events, Rahis initially had no desire to attend. Yet Draco insisted. "You've been cooped up in the headmaster's office for too long. Even if he hasn't confined you, I haven't enjoyed a meal with you in ages. If you don't come to watch my match, it will be as if you're severing our friendship." Seeing Draco's mock-serious demeanor, Rahis found it difficult to suppress a laugh. However, witnessing his earnest expression, she stifled her amusement and acquiesced. She believed that if she rejected him this time, he would indeed end their friendship. She simply could not afford to lose her meal companion. Her father could not guarantee his availability for every meal, and the Badgers sometimes had conflicting schedules. Slytherin's little snake. Aside from Draco, who had developed a fondness for food, most of the others found it challenging to embrace new experiences. Of course, the food-loving Goyle and Crabbe were exceptions. But dining with them left Rahis skeptical about her ability to satiate her hunger. Thus, Draco was irreplaceable as her meal companion. Faced with Draco's threat of friendship termination, Rahis found it difficult to resist. After all, dining alone felt lacking in some way. On the day of the Quidditch match, Rahis bundled herself in warm clothing and cast several warming charms before appearing at the Quidditch pitch. Upon her arrival, she first spotted Hermione cheering for Harry. Rahis nodded in acknowledgement, and out of friendship, offered a cautionary reminder. "It's best not to let Lockhart near Harry today." Hermione grasped Rahis' implication. "You mean?" Rahis nodded and placed her index finger to her lips, signaling for Hermione to be silent. Hermione promptly ceased her chatter, and began to keep an eye on Lockhart. Next, Rahis glanced toward the Slytherin seating area. A fleeting look revealed an exceedingly crowded section, seemingly filled to capacity with Slytherins. Rahis pondered whether their presence was driven by a sense of honor or a love for Quidditch, as they braved the cold wind in such close quarters, disregarding their noble lineage. Shaking her head, she surveyed the professor's section, which appeared significantly less crowded than Slytherin's. Without hesitation, Rahis decided where she ought to sit, and made her way toward the professor's seating. Gracefully, she maneuvered past several professors and settled beside Snape. He naturally noticed his round little ball. "What brings you here?" Rahis rubbed her slightly chilly cheeks with her gloved hands and replied, "I didn't wish to come, but my meal companion threatened to end our friendship unless I attended to cheer him on." Snape, with a moment's thought, deduced the answer. "You mean Draco?" Rahis nodded. Before the father-daughter duo could exchange further words, a voice emerged from Snape's left. "Severus, I seem to have heard you mention Draco?" Rahis turned to find another platinum-haired individual, who bore a striking resemblance to Draco, marked by the same haughty demeanor and gray eyes. In an instant, she recognized him as Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father. Beside him sat an elegantly composed lady, whom Rahis surmised to be Draco's mother, Narcissa Malfoy. Feeling the weight of the Malfoy's gaze, Snape introduced Rahis to his old friends. "Allow me to introduce my daughter, Rahis." Upon hearing Snape's introduction, Rahis extended her hand toward the Malfoys, greeting them, "Good day, Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. Malfoy. I am Rahis Snape." The Malfoys politely returned her handshake. Then Lucius regarded Rahis before casting a knowing look at Snape. Last time, you did not address me in such a manner, Severus. Snape refrained from elaborating. It is a most peculiar fate, and I take great joy in having such a daughter. Narcissa smiled, remarking, Congratulations, Severus. As they exchanged pleasantries, the match commenced. The Malfoys, having come to watch their son, naturally ceased their conversation with Snape and Rahis, focusing intently on the game. Leaning against Snape's arm, Rahis raised her gaze to the match. Just as she had foreseen, Harry was knocked off his broom by a bludger, while simultaneously capturing the golden snitch, securing victory for Gryffindor. After the match concluded, the first to reach Harry was Lockhart. Despite Lockhart's long legs and the reminder from Roxas, Hermione was unable to outrun him, and could only watch helplessly as Lockhart cast a spell that transformed Harry's hand into a rubber-like substance. In contrast to Harry's physical discomfort, Draco was not faring much better, as he was engulfed in a torrent of mental anguish. The Slytherin team, who revered strength and sought glory, were in a rather poor mood, each harboring some degree of resentment towards Draco for failing to seize the golden snitch. Draco himself was deeply distressed by this failure. After the match, estimating the time, Snape summoned the Malfoy couple to his office for adult socializing, to discuss Dobby and the diary. Meanwhile, Roxas skillfully located Draco at the astronomy tower. Care for a snack? She inquired as she settled beside him, nudging a bag of seaweed-flavored snacks towards his direction, while popping a few into her mouth. However, the defeated Draco had no appetite, even for his favorite seaweed-flavored treats. Understanding his feelings, Roxas offered comfort, saying, You need not be so heartbroken. It was merely one match lost, not a complete defeat. Draco, somewhat despondent, replied. But I still lost, didn't I? Roxas countered. Then what was your reason for participating in Quidditch? Draco stated simply, Because I enjoy it. Nodding, Roxas asked, Have you considered pursuing a career in professional Quidditch? Draco looked at her incredulously. How could I? I am to be the future head of the Malfoy family. I cannot possibly become a mere Quidditch player. Roxas continued, If that is the case, why do you care so much about losing one match? Even the most sought-after professional Quidditch players experience defeats. What matters is that you did your best, and did you not enjoy the thrill of playing Quidditch? Draco's expression softened slightly, though he remained silent, pursing his lips. Observing him, Roxas surmised that there was more to his distress. Was it because he lost to the Chosen One? She hesitated to utter Harry's name, opting instead for the Chosen One, as Draco's mood was particularly gloomy, and referring to Harry by his given name seemed inappropriate. Upon hearing her words, Draco protested vehemently. How can that be the reason? I am upset because I failed to bring glory to Slytherin by losing to Gryffindor. Seeing him struck by his insecurities, Roxas could not help but chuckle. You still insist it isn't so? Draco retorted loudly, It is not. It is absolutely not. How could I be upset over losing to him? Roxas chose not to continue the argument, saying, Truth be told, Draco, you need not feel sorrow for losing to him in Quidditch. There is a saying that every talent has its strengths and weaknesses. From what I know, the Potters are naturally gifted in Quidditch. That is their forte. But it is not yours, Draco. The Malfoy family's talents do not lie in Quidditch, do they? In any other field, academic performance, magical proficiency, potion brewing, or financial acumen, would he stand a chance against you? Why compare yourself in an area where he excels, akin to competing with Goyle and Crabbe over weight and appetite? Moreover, your life does not solely revolve around Potter. As Roxas finished speaking, Draco's expression brightened somewhat, as if her words had begun to resonate with him. Yet, he remained defiant. Why should I compare myself to Goyle and Crabbe? Sensing an opportunity, Roxas pressed on, Draco, you say you participate in Quidditch out of passion. So why are you overly concerned with winning and losing? Simply relish the joy Quidditch brings you. As for the outcome, as long as you have put forth your utmost effort, you should be at peace with yourself, should you not? And regarding the opinions of others, I believe our young Malfoy has the ability to silence them. After Roxas's speech, Draco fell silent, gazing quietly at the setting sun. Roxas, too, glanced at the sunset before placing down a green apple and leaving the astronomy tower, granting Draco a moment of solitude. Meanwhile, Snape had taken this time to inform the Malfoys about Dobby, and in return, arranged for Dobby's freedom upon receiving notification. Thus, the course of events returned to its rightful path. Before Roxas finished her second year, Dobby became a free house elf. Even though Dobby was unaware of this, and despite the fact that he achieved freedom as foretold by Roxas, the nature of his liberation, aided by the Chosen One, was entirely different from the current situation. To say nothing of the implications, at least in the latter scenario, The Malfoy family was fully aware of the circumstances and maintained a degree of control, preventing excessive complications or loss of face. Originally, Roxas had been indifferent to the fate of the Malfoy family. However, as her friendship with Draco deepened into a sisterly bond, and upon learning of the close ties between Lucius Malfoy and her father, she felt compelled to bring Dobby's situation into the open within the Malfoy family. As for the potential consequences Dobby might face upon being discovered, Roxas remained unconcerned and felt no guilt. While she admired his bravery in pursuing what he believed to be right, and respected his longing for freedom despite the oppression and brainwashing, it did not mean she would soften her resolve and withhold information from the Malfoy family. Firstly, in comparison to a house elf she had never met and with whom she had no connection, the Malfoy family was undoubtedly of greater significance. Secondly, weakness is a chief folly for anyone in a position of leadership. Thirdly, being a true Slytherin, she understood the importance of weighing advantages and disadvantages, knowing what was most beneficial for herself. As for what would become of Dobby after gaining his freedom, that was outside the scope of Roxas's considerations. According to the original trajectory, Dobby was destined to achieve freedom, and thereafter, Harry would not be involved for a considerable time. Whatever he was capable of before, it could not be that a change in the circumstances of his liberation would render him incapable. However, should he struggle to adjust to society, Roxas intended to have her people reach out to him, offering him a position with a salary comparable to that of wizards or muggles. The specifics depending on the nature of his work, thereby allowing him a transitional period. As for what lay ahead, it would be of no concern to Roxas. He had no ties to Carrington, and she was under no obligation to be responsible for his future. Chapter 61. The Dueling Club in the period following the Quidditch match. Nothing particularly captured Roxas's attention. She devoted her days to honing her alchemical skills. It was not until Lockhart organized the Dueling Club that she finally set aside her nearly completed work to glance outward. She held no expectations of learning anything from the club, primarily because her father would also be in attendance, and she felt compelled to support Lockhart's grand endeavors. At this moment, it coincided perfectly with Hermione's brewing of the Polyjuice potion, and she needed to pay close attention to her progress, providing her with the necessary assistance to achieve her goals as foretold in the prophecy. On the day the Dueling Club commenced, Loxis followed closely behind Snape as they arrived at the venue of the club. She remained steadfastly by Snape's side. When Lockhart appeared at the entrance with his greasy smile, Loxis instinctively wrinkled her brow. "He's so oily it makes me nauseous," she muttered, tugging at Snape's sleeve. Aware that she had something to convey, Snape leaned down to listen. In a hushed tone, Loxis whispered in his ear, "Father, don't go easy on him later." Snape, sharing her disdain for Lockhart, had already intended to be ruthless. So without hesitation he agreed, of course. Following Lockhart's lengthy monologue, it was time for Snape's demonstration. The two stood facing each other. Lockhart waved his wand to conjure flowers, while Snape merely nodded impatiently at him. Subsequently, both raised their wands to their chests. Throughout this, Lockhart continued to babble. "This is a dueling stance for holding your wand. In a moment, I will count down from 3, and we shall commence our duel, casting our first spells. Rest assured, we shall not harm each other's lives." Lockhart proclaimed loudly, "Now, I shall begin the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Simultaneously, both raised their wands over their shoulders, but the flamboyant Lockhart, lacking genuine combat experience, stood no chance against the battle-hardened Snape. With a decisive incantation, Expelliarmus, Snape's wand emitted a red light that struck Lockhart directly, sending his wand flying far away. Along with him, Lockhart crashed into the wall and slid down it, leaving a crack in his wake. Many of his fans gasped in shock, deeply concerned for his well-being. Meanwhile, Loxis was fervently applauding Snape among the Slytherins, creating a stark contrast. "Father, that move was spectacular," she exclaimed, struggling to rise unsteadily. Lockhart made his way back to the center, and Loxis could even see the damage on the back of his robe. Observing his forced smile, Loxis knew without a doubt that he had not noticed the tear in his clothing. Lockhart continued, "As you all can see, that was Expelliarmus, and I have lost my wand. Everyone should be cautious of this spell during duels." Loxis thought, when will this man stop talking? Eventually, Snape could no longer tolerate Lockhart's incessant chatter, his aura exuding menace. This compelled Lockhart to halt his lecture and begin pairing the students. Finally, they reached the stage where they could engage in duels. Loxis's face lit up with joy and excitement as she sought a partner, though not Draco, but rather a Slytherin several years her senior. However, the Slytherins, well aware of Loxis's prowess, hastily paired up. After all, they had come to the Dueling Club to genuinely learn something, not merely to be on the receiving end of a one-sided thrashing. With just a turn, Loxis found herself singled out within the Slytherin ranks. As she resignedly sought Draco, she discovered that her father had already paired him with Harry. Feeling slightly dejected, Loxis set aside her wand, preparing to enjoy the spectacle. After all, it was a rare opportunity to witness the dual practice of the boy who lived. It would be a pity to miss it. Just as Loxis contemplated lounging around, a large hand grasped the collar of her robe, dragging her away from the crowd. Turning her head slightly, she realized the person performing this unsolicited act was her father, prompting her to lower her wand once more. Despite being considerably stronger than her peers, Loxis possessed the self-awareness to recognize that she could not best her father, especially given their familial bond and the inherent bloodline pressure. Once they had distanced themselves from the crowd, Snape ceased his tugging. "Father?" Loxis tilted her head in confusion, gazing up at Snape. He looked down at her, explaining, "I believe our Loxis did not come to this dueling club merely for amusement, did she?" Under Snape's intense scrutiny, Loxis could only reluctantly nod in agreement. Cold words slipped from Snape's lips. "Very well then. I shall be your opponent. Cast Expelliarmus upon me." Loxis was left with no recourse. She could only emulate the dueling scene she had just witnessed, bowing and raising her wand to her chest. In response to Loxis's attempt, Snape did not even cast a spell. He merely sidestepped slightly, evading her. Loxis, feeling incensed, unleashed a flurry of Expelliarmus spells. Snape continued to sidestep with ease. Growing frustrated, Loxis intensified her speed and accuracy with her spells. However, just as her attack was about to connect, Snape summoned a protective shield. This is the end, Loxis thought, fully anticipating that her father would unleash hell upon her. From that moment on, her tutoring sessions would include an additional dueling class, with none other than her father, Professor Snape, as the instructor. It was at this juncture that Loxis realized the unfortunate reality of being the child of a faculty member, particularly one who was a multifaceted warrior. Her weekends, her holidays, her precious downtime, all vanished. Who among children would desire a weekend filled to the brim with remedial lessons? Certainly not her. Loxis's mind began to wander. It was an unremarkable weekend. Rising early, she engaged in her morning exercises, followed by a study session on herbology. Afterward, she ventured to Snape's office to commence her potions remedial class. Upon finishing lunch, she wasted no time diving into alchemy, and by dusk, she was engrossed in managing her business affairs. After dinner, she assisted her father with the accumulated first-year potions assignments. Until curfew, she practiced dueling under Snape's watchful eye. Life is devoid of hope, Loxis lamented. Chapter 62, Parseltongue. After enduring a prolonged period of one-sided torment at the hands of Snape, Loxis found herself at the moment she had witnessed in the prophecy, the duel between Draco and Harry. As she eagerly awaited this spectacle from the sidelines, Lockhart called her name. "Loxis. What do you want?" she inquired, immediately glancing at Snape. Although she could duel Harry, she hesitated, wondering if it would be inappropriate to publicly dominate the boy who lived. Furthermore, she preferred to watch the exchange between the young master and the savior. As Loxis turned to Snape, all the Slytherins present gazed at her with wide eyes. Having previously achieved the remarkable feat of defeating 7 opponents, including upperclassmen, Loxis had undoubtedly cemented her reputation as the strongest student among Slytherins. With Loxis in the fray, victory against the Gryffindor savior was assured, thereby bringing honor to Slytherin. Aware of Loxis's intentions and the implications of her strength against Potter, Snape understood the potential consequences. If she did not hold back, it was highly likely that Potter would find himself in the hospital wing by the end of the day. Though she appeared weak in his presence, against her peers, she was undeniably formidable. Considering the actual circumstances surrounding Loxias and the prophecy she had shown herself, Snape hesitated for a moment before substituting Draco as the chosen contender. He had no desire to endure Dumbledore's incessant lecturing due to the Savior's return to the infirmary. Moreover, judging by the glance he received from Loxias, it was evident that she was not particularly eager to step into the fray. Snape cast a cold glance at Harry, stating, "I do not find this arrangement to be reasonable. A duel is only intriguing when evenly matched opponents face each other, is it not? Malfoy, let's see what you can achieve." With that, Snape gestured toward Malfoy, who understood the cue, a smirk lifting the corners of his mouth as he swaggered onto the stage. What transpired next unfolded precisely as foretold in Loxias's prophecy. In their exchange of spells, Draco summoned a black snake using a haphazard incantation. The serpent materialized on the ground, rearing its head as if searching for a target, and launched its assault. The sudden emergence of the black snake sent the crowd into a panic, retreating and forming a vacuum around the creature. However, astonishingly, Loxias found herself able to comprehend its words. The snake exclaimed, "Where am I? So many people, how terrifying. I want to go home, ah." Loxias pondered, what is happening? Just as she grasped her newfound ability to understand the snake's speech, Lockhart preemptively cast a spell at the creature before Snape could intervene. The snake, initially bewildered and frightened, transformed into a state of frenzy and anger. "It hurts. Ah. Who is it? Who struck me? I shall bite you to death." Loxias, squeezed by the retreating crowd, fixed her gaze upon the snake and, at that moment, realized she had inherited the ability to speak Parseltongue from Slytherin. Yet, if she were indeed a Parselmouth, she should have possessed this trait from birth, as Parseltongue does not require any external stimulation to manifest. Why then had she only just discovered this ability? Foreseeing what was to come, Loxias remained still, contemplating why she had only now become aware of her Parseltongue heritage. After a moment of reflection, just as Snape approached to dispel the snake, she arrived at her conclusion. Parseltongue is the capacity to communicate with serpents. Throughout her 12 years, she had never encountered a living snake, let alone engaged in conversation with one. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that she had not realized her abilities. Nevertheless, this revelation was, in a sense, a delightful surprise. After the conclusion of the dueling club, Loxias followed Snape back to the dungeon. Snape walked at a leisurely pace, having noticed Loxias trailing behind him on several occasions, and slowed his stride to allow the diminutive Loxias to keep pace effortlessly. Upon entering the dungeon, Snape settled into the sofa with his legs crossed, awaiting Loxias' arrival. Once she closed the door, Loxias took a seat on the sofa opposite Snape. Observing her settled posture, Snape initiated the conversation. "I trust your father need not reiterate the issues you encountered in the dueling club today." Loxias immediately shook her head upon hearing Snape's words. Through their time together, she had come to realize that while her father could be quite accommodating at times, he became less agreeable when it came to her studies. In such moments, obeying him was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Snape continued, "I hope that such issues will not resurface in the future." Loxias nodded in affirmation, replying, "I will, father." Having addressed Loxias' academic concerns, Snape fell silent, leaving the floor open for her. Loxias ventured, "Father, I have made a discovery." Snape, picking up a nearby newspaper to peruse the latest happenings in the wizarding world, responded, "Oh?" Loxias got straight to the point. "I am a Parselmouth." Snape halted his actions, turning his gaze toward Loxias. "What did you say?" She reiterated, "I just discovered that I am a Parselmouth." Snape's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "You mean to say you only just realized you are a Parselmouth?" Loxias confirmed with a hiss, "Yes." Listening to Loxias' utter incomprehensible snake language, coupled with her once black eyes now mirroring Voldemort's crimson gaze, Snape found himself momentarily speechless. Yet, the seasoned double agent quickly assimilated this revelation. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, "Can you explain why you have only just uncovered this inheritance from the Slytherin lineage at such an age?" Loxias responded softly, "Because today was the first time I encountered a living snake, and the first time I heard one speak, which led to my realization of being a Parselmouth." A sardonic expression crossed Snape's face. "Really?" Loxias explained timidly, "Before I turned 8, where I lived prioritized children's safety, routinely employing specific methods to eliminate snakes and pests. After I turned 8 and before arriving at Hogwarts, I only spent time at Carrington Castle and Numengard. The former had not seen a Parselmouth in 7 generations, and thus no snakes were kept there. The latter was simply too cold for any snakes to survive." Chapter 63, The Plan. Upon hearing Loxias' explanation, Snape felt a headache coming on, his voice involuntarily rising. Does the Carrington family not have a standardized talent assessment, given their awareness of their situation? Loxias innocently shook her head. "We all discovered our talents through personal exploration during our studies, or by testing potential abilities one by one." Snape retorted, "That is absurd." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "So you mean to say that if you had never discovered your talents, you would simply leave it be?" Loxias nodded. "Because the foundation of the Carrington family lies in alchemy and temporal power, these two abilities are inherited by every Carrington, while other potential talents are merely supplementary. Therefore, we do not place much importance on other abilities. If we discover them later, that is fortunate, but if not, it is of little consequence." Snape could hardly fathom that the talents so coveted by the outside world were treated with such indifference by the Carringtons. He felt a sense of futility akin to striking a cotton ball. Frustrated, Snape articulated his thoughts with deliberate emphasis. "You are truly squandering your potential." Loxia replied, "Ah." Snape fixed his gaze on Loxias, warning her, "Do not let anyone discover your Parseltongue ability. Your circumstances differ from Potter's." He is the savior. And many things are not problematic for him. Your poor father does not wish to concern himself with your safety after toiling through a heavy workload. Fully aware of the initial motives behind Voldemort's rise, Loxias promised, I will. Having assured Snape, Loxias immediately presented her request to utilize her Parseltongue. However, father, with this ability, I can command the basilisk without the need for the ring, allowing us to deal with the creature in the Chamber of Secrets sooner. Snape's lips twitched as he set aside the newspaper he had held for quite some time, yet had not begun to read. He felt he would not be able to focus on the paper before Loxias departed. Snape urged, tell me your plan. Loxias eagerly laid out her intentions. I plan to let things unfold as foretold in the prophecy, and at the crucial moment, I will preemptively capture the basilisk and transfigure an ordinary snake into it, then apply the basilisk's venom to the snake's fangs to serve as a substitute. Severus Snape mercilessly mocked the flaws in Loxias's plan. If your mind is still functioning, you should be aware that a single drop of basilisk venom is sufficient to kill an ordinary python, let alone one coated with venom. Furthermore, how can you guarantee that the substituted basilisk will not be discovered by the Dark Lord? The basilisk's eyes, having been slain, are certified by Dumbledore to the Ministry of Magic, and as a master of transfiguration, he is not easily deceived. Loxias blinked, realizing that she had overlooked these discrepancies. After spending time with Snape, she had unconsciously begun to rely on him, and given the lesser importance of capturing the basilisk, she had not thoroughly contemplated the plan, leading to these oversights. Her mind raced as she added, perhaps we could command it not to close its mouth, or maybe administer the antidote in advance. I could attempt alchemy, or perhaps we could utilize the polyjuice potion. As she spoke, a spark of inspiration illuminated her expression. Yes, we can enhance the polyjuice potion so that it works on animals as well. I recall that once someone drinks the polyjuice potion and dies, their altered appearance does not revert, which also solves the issue of being discovered by Professor Dumbledore afterward. The more Loxias spoke, the more feasible her idea seemed, and she eagerly glanced at Snape, who was seated across from her on the sofa. Snape conceded that her proposal was indeed a clever solution. Yet he wondered if she had considered whether her father could concoct the basilisk antidote while simultaneously improving the polyjuice potion within 6 months. With a hint of resignation, he asked, have you thought about what to do if the improvement of the polyjuice potion is unsuccessful within that time frame? Loxias shrugged. Then we'll just let it be. We can assume the basilisk's time is nearly up. After all, we did our best, and I believe Lord Slytherin would not hold it against us. It's merely a matter of long-term materials becoming short-term ones. Snape replied dryly, I thought you would stop at nothing to achieve your goal. Loxias retorted, the basilisk is a creature left by Slytherin to guard Hogwarts, and as his descendant, I am willing to intervene to save it. But that does not mean I am prepared to sacrifice everything for this creature. It is not that crucial. At her words, Snape unexpectedly smiled. It appears my dear Loxias is indeed an exceptional Slytherin. Loxias responded with gratitude, thank you for your praise, my father. Following the formulation of their plan, Snape became increasingly busy with potion making, while Loxias diligently assisted him in the cellar daily, allowing him some respite. Meanwhile, Harry was enduring pointed fingers and whispered rumors. Feeling utterly miserable and desperately wishing to uncover the identity of the puppet master behind his recent tribulations, Loxias, having a few classes with Gryffindor, and thus exempted from several meals in the Great Hall, became aware of Harry's predicament. She had to admit that it was indeed a distressing situation, akin to being isolated by the entire school. Fortunately, he still had Ron and Hermione by his side. Loxias thought. Subsequently, she monitored the trio of saviors closely, timing her delivery of materials to Hermione. Hermione, astonished at the items in her hands, inquired, how did you know I needed these? Loxias, stroking the languid Tom resting in her lap, candidly replied, I saw it. By the way, the lock on the storage room in the cellar was an alchemical object I crafted some time ago. Hermione immediately grasped the implication. Wait, you knew all along? Using your abilities? Loxias affirmed, aha. Hermione, perplexed, asked, why did you lock Professor Snape's storage room to stop me, only to help me now? Loxias shook her head. I wasn't trying to stop you. I merely wished to avoid increasing my workload. After all, I have been the one organizing that storage room since the beginning of the term. Hermione was incredulous. What? Professor Snape entrusted his storage room to you? Don't potion masters usually place great importance on their ingredients? Loxias explained, he wants me to memorize these materials. Hermione's excitement bubbled over. So, he intends to take you on as an apprentice? Loxias shook her head and leaned closer to whisper in Hermione's ear, he is my father. Hermione was taken aback. She could hardly believe that her adorable friend was the daughter of the notoriously dark potions professor. How could such contrasting individuals be father and daughter? Chapter 64. Another Year of Christmas. Seeing Hermione in shock, Loxis found it amusing and playfully poked her chubby cheek with one hand while holding the cat with the other. With a smile, Loxis asked, "Is it really so surprising that I am my father's daughter?" Hermione replied, "How could it not surprise me? You two look nothing alike." Loxis tilted her head, feigning curiosity. "Really not at all?" Hermione nodded vigorously. Loxis instantly shifted her expression. "How about this?" Hermione blinked. Taken aback as Loxis adopted a stern demeanor, her eyes reflecting a hint of indifference and disdain, casting a shadow over her features. In that moment, Hermione felt she was gazing upon a younger version of Snape. Aside from the nose, the resemblance exceeded 70%. Hermione earnestly remarked, "You truly make me feel like I am seeing Professor Snape." At that moment, she fully believed in the father-daughter relationship between her dear friend Loxis and her potions professor. Coming back to herself, Hermione pondered, "But if you are Professor Snape's child, why do you have the surname Pfeff?" After noticing the similarities, Loxis, now back to her usual self, rubbed her cheeks that had stiffened from her earlier expression. Hearing Hermione's confusion, Loxis answered, "Well, could it be possible that Pfeff is an alias?" Hermione immediately recalled what she had read in the books. "But I saw in a history of Hogwarts that the Book of Admission." Loxis interrupted her, "But the magical world is quite extraordinary, isn't it? There are always ways to bypass the Book of Admission." Although it is not an easy feat, Loxis was well acquainted with the Book of Admission. Salazar Slytherin's journal resided in the Carrington family library, containing detailed accounts of the book. Furthermore, given the Carrington family's expertise in spells and alchemy, obscuring names in the Book of Admission would not pose a significant challenge for them. Hermione, ever curious about the unknown, asked, "How did you manage that?" Loxis simply explained a few concepts: alchemy, magic, and a touch of curses. "It might be a bit complex for your current understanding." Having already gained some insight into alchemy, Hermione remarked, "That does sound quite complicated. But why would you want to conceal your true name?" Loxis, with narrowed eyes and a smile, replied, "That is a secret I cannot disclose." Having grown accustomed to Loxis's air of mystery, Hermione refrained from pressing further. "All right." Suddenly, Hermione had a thought. "Since you can see what I do you know who is controlling the basilisk that petrified our classmates?" Loxis did not conceal this information. "I know." "Who?" Loxis did not provide a direct answer. "I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal that. However, I have shared everything I foresaw with Professor Dumbledore. So you can rest assured or conduct your investigation at your own pace." Loxis's words left Hermione deep in thought. It is not permissible to disclose the information to her. Yet it is acceptable for Professor Dumbledore to be informed. This suggests that the matter does not infringe upon the regulations that Loxis is obliged to uphold. Loxis refrains from revealing the answer to herself, while simultaneously providing her with a sense of reassurance, allowing her to investigate at her own pace. But why is this so? Is it a matter of not being able to inform her, or is it? Hermione suddenly has an epiphany. It is not that they cannot tell me, but rather that they cannot let Harry know. And Harry, being the focal point of the current discourse surrounding this issue, is the one they wish to cultivate and mold into a savior. Loxis does not deny this. After all, it aligns with one of Dumbledore's intentions regarding this matter. "A clever girl," she muses, "but it is not you who is pivotal, it is them. The fate of the savior has no bearing on me." "Oh, my apologies, Loxis," Hermione responds. Once the matter is resolved, Loxis prepares to return to her dormitory. "It's nothing, rest well, Hermione. I need to go back to my father's for lessons tomorrow. Farewell." "Good night, Loxis," Hermione replies. Loxis bids her good night with a smile. "Good night, Hermione." Soon after, Christmas arrives. This year, Draco remains at school, while Loxis chooses to return home. Not only because there are no significant events occurring at Hogwarts during Christmas, but also due to her own commitments. She needs to gather with her knights for a feast, visit the lonely elder at Nurmengard, and assess her family's income from their enterprises this year. Thus, she has compelling reasons to return home. Festivities should indeed be a time for family reunions. Severus Snape, too, decides to leave the school alongside Loxis to spend Christmas with his daughter. As for matters at Hogwarts, there are plenty of professors who remain. His presence is not crucial. He trusts that the Slytherins can manage themselves, and will refrain from causing him any trouble. Otherwise, he would make them aware of just how many leaves a nettle can bear. Thus, Loxis departs Hogwarts in the empty professor's carriage alongside Snape. On the first day after leaving Hogwarts, Loxis holds a gathering for the knights to summarize the year's events. On the second day, She meticulously reviews all accounts and inspects various enterprises. The third day, coinciding with Christmas, marks the true commencement of Loxia's holiday. This day, she arrives early at Nurmengard prison with her family in tow. Upon entering, Loxias mimics the Malfoy family's aria, saying, "Oh my dear teacher, your beloved student has brought her father to celebrate this splendid Christmas day with you. Additionally, Merry Christmas, my dear teacher." Unfortunately, her heartfelt words fail to elicit the desired response. Grindelwald continues to gaze out the window, not even casting a glance in Loxia's direction. Instead, Snape, having followed Loxias to Nurmengard, begins contemplating 100 ways to impose confinement on Draco because of Loxia's peculiar manner of speaking, learned from the Malfoys. He cannot fathom where his beloved daughter might have encountered such influences. With a Malfoy nearby, he must keep them apart to prevent any corrupting influences upon his daughter. Today, it is merely a matter of speech. Tomorrow, it could be something entirely different. Chapter 65, Time Travel. The atmosphere during Christmas at Nurmengard feels somewhat forlorn. After all, among the 3 individuals present, 2 are strangers to one another. Aside from dark magic, they have little in common to discuss. Yet, during such a festive occasion, Loxias is disinclined to delve into profound topics and sternly prohibits any inhumane supplementary lessons. Grindelwald wishes to discuss Dumbledore, but Snape's superficial knowledge fails to satisfy Grindelwald's thirst for understanding. Ultimately, the two find themselves at an impasse, relying solely on Loxias to alleviate the awkwardness. Consequently, Loxias retrieves a mahjong set. "We are one short. Let's invite the guard outside to join us." Playing mahjong seems to be the best means Loxias can devise to lighten the mood. Thus, she calls upon the guard outside to partake in the game. Grindelwald observes the guard, who readily abandons his post. Snape quips, "So you truly volunteered to be here?" The guard, unable to refuse, responds, "Well." Yet, all grievances dissipate after a few rounds of mahjong. Grindelwald exclaims, "I'm out." Loxias retorts, "Where are you out from?" Grindelwald insists, "Isn't it clear?" Loxias counters, "No. You need 3 of a kind and a pair. You're missing one. Are you growing so old that your mind is failing you? Take that back. Play your cards." Grindelwald grumbles, "What a nuisance. 1 bamboo." After Snape draws a tile, he declares self-drawn. The guard, bewildered, stares blankly. After finishing the game, the 4 gather for Christmas dinner. Once the meal concludes, the guard returns to his post, and Grindelwald begins to usher his guests out, stating, "The snowstorm at Nurmengard is quite fierce. You should return now." Loxias, nestled under a thick blanket on the sofa with a cup of warm water, inquires, "Are you certain, dear elder, that you do not require company?" Grindelwald shoots a disapproving glance at his student, realizing that she has become increasingly mischievous with age. Were it not for her status as his student, he would certainly consider teaching her a lesson in fire protection spells. Sensing Grindelwald's disdain, Loxias beams with delight, but chooses not to overstay her welcome, aware of the precise limit that ensures her safety. Moreover, she believes that on such a special day, her teacher deserves time to write to her headmaster, even if no reply has yet arrived. Turning to Snape, she says, "Father, let us return home." Naturally, Snape has no reason to linger here. Accompanying Loxias, he will depart when she decides to leave. He is merely a father wishing to celebrate Christmas with his daughter. In the final moments before departure, Loxias leaves Grindelwald with a parting remark. "I've placed your Christmas gift on the table. I believe you will appreciate it." Upon returning to Carrington Castle, the hour is still early. Loxias settles on the sofa with Tom and Snape, turning on the television and engaging in casual conversation. "Dad, thank you for the Christmas gift. I absolutely adore it," she says. Snape warns, "Do not let me catch you using it inappropriately." "I understand, Father," Loxias replies. "By the way, remember to use the Christmas gift I prepared for you tonight. It is a special aromatic incense from my homeland, designed to aid sleep. I have personally tested its efficacy." Snape pauses, recalling the gift he received that morning, a spice that promises pleasant dreams, accompanied by a matching incense burner. She has evidently noticed his long-standing struggle with insomnia. Even though she has made efforts to adjust his schedule, ensuring he sleeps early and rises early, he still finds it difficult to rest without resorting to an excessive dose of the elixir of life, unless he has pulled an all-nighter and is utterly exhausted. To be candid, he wishes he could enjoy a good night's sleep without relying on the elixir. Yet that seems to have become an insurmountable challenge. "How did you come to realize this?" he inquires. Loxias explains, "I have memorized most potion recipes, and since you entrusted me with managing your storeroom, I can ascertain how many ingredients are missing each day, thus deducing what potions you have brewed and in what quantities." I once discovered you had brewed a significant amount of the elixir, but when I delivered it to the infirmary, there was not nearly as much. Later, I found the elixir in your office, clearly prepared for your own consumption. Upon hearing Loxias's response, Snape nods in satisfaction. It appears that during this period, his tutoring sessions with Loxis have proven to be remarkably effective. Suddenly, Snape recalled an aspect he had overlooked. What do you mean by personal experience? Are there times when you find it difficult to sleep? Loxis did not conceal her response. During my childhood, there was a phase when I was plagued by nightmares. And my sister, skilled in the art of perfumery, concocted a suitable incense for me. Indeed, it banished the nightmares, and I slept soundly. I found it beneficial. So I sought her guidance during my free time to learn the craft. Upon hearing Loxis's words, Snape instinctively inquired, "Do you still suffer from nightmares?" Loxis leaned her head against Snape's arm. "Father, I am a big child now. How could I still have nightmares?" Snape fell silent, raising his hand to gently caress Loxis's head. He had to admit that he had missed many pivotal moments of Loxis's growth, and he felt a pang of regret for not having recognized her sooner. As Snape briefly succumbed to his thoughts, Loxis called him back. "Father, look. A twist is coming." Snape shifted his gaze to the television, and sure enough, the identity of the final perpetrator was revealed. It was the assistant who had been by the protagonist's side all along. An unexpected twist indeed. Observing Loxis's exuberance and enveloped by such a warm atmosphere, Snape found that indulging in those seemingly trivial Muggle soap operas was, at times, a delightful diversion. On Christmas Eve, the father and daughter sat before the television, snacking and exchanging pleasantries, warmly celebrating the holiday. In the days that followed, they devoted their days to potion research and seamlessly mirrored the routine of an ordinary Muggle family, by sitting together in the evenings, watching television and conversing amiably. Loxis also prepared a birthday surprise and gifts for Snape, fostering a harmonious bond between them. This experience allowed both Snape and Loxis to truly appreciate the warmth and beauty of home. Time slipped away quietly, and before long, it was nearly time for the new school term to commence. One day, as usual, Loxis sat with Snape in front of the television. Suddenly, she grasped Snape's hand. Loxis sensed a rapid fluctuation in the fabric of time and space and exclaimed, "Father, I can feel the tremors of the space-time continuum. I think I am about to embark on my first journey through time. Do not worry, I will return swiftly." Upon hearing this, Snape, who was well versed in the matter and had prepared a sufficient dosage of potions for Loxis, grasped her hand in return and cautioned, "Stay safe, do not act recklessly. I will be waiting for you at home." "Very well." Moments later, with a visible distortion in the air, Loxis vanished before Snape's eyes. In the vast Carrington castle, only the numerous portraits and Snape remained, leaving the atmosphere eerily desolate. Snape gazed at the spot where Loxis had been seated, his heart racing with anxiety and concern, knowing that all he could do was wait and pray. Merlin, may his daughter return safely. Chapter 66, Salazar Slytherin. Loxis felt a sudden dizziness, and fragmented images flashed before her eyes. Moments later, she found herself in a dense forest. As soon as her consciousness cleared, Loxis grasped her wand and cast a disillusionment charm upon herself. She needed to ascertain the era in which she found herself in order to determine her next steps. Based on the experiences of other Carringtons, first-time travelers typically do not stray far from their original timeline. The most prudent course of action was undoubtedly to make haste to Carrington Castle, where she could safely remain for 3 months in this alternate timeline. This would ensure her safety while preventing her from altering events at this particular juncture. How could she ascertain precisely when she had arrived? Loxis retrieved her family tree. Within the weighty tome, the names of those alive in her current timeline glimmered. She had brought it along upon realizing she was about to embark on this time-traveling adventure. What could be more precise in pinpointing her era than her family tree? Nothing else. Loxis leaned against a large tree, first reinforcing her disillusionment charm with a shielding charm for safety, before opening her family tree. She began with her own page, as according to the experiences of others, their first journeys through time rarely took them far from their own era, thus allowing her to flip through pages more swiftly. However, after flipping through several pages, she found no other names glowing besides her own. So, O God of time and space, where have you led your descendant? Loxis pondered inwardly, hastening her page-turning. Eventually, after flipping through nearly half the book, she discovered a glowing name, Zimmer Carrington. Loxis recalled him, the dragon dancer of the Carrington family. He had fallen in love with a dragon, and even in portraits, the dragon remained prominent. His son was the one who married the daughter of Slytherin. Thus, she had arrived in the Middle Ages, during the time of Salazar Slytherin, a period rife with witch hunts. Loxis promptly stowed away the Carrington family tree and retrieved the Slytherin family tree. She had recently been researching Parseltongue and had not yet returned it to its rightful place. So it was fortuitous that she had it now. This Slytherin family tree, authored by Salazar Slytherin himself, bore the same function as that of the Carrington family. This time, with her hypothesis in mind, Loxis flipped directly to the first page. There, she beheld that the formerly black name of Salazar Slytherin had transformed into a silvery hue, identical to the color of Loxis's own name. Thus she had indeed arrived in the Middle Ages. However, although she, as a Slytherin, longed to meet Salazar himself, was it truly normal to be thrust so far back on her first journey through time? Moreover, she recalled that during this era, Carrington Castle had been automatically sealed due to Zimmer's prolonged absence, and with her current abilities, she could not possibly breach that enchantment. This was the Middle Ages, a time when witch hunts were rampant. Furthermore, according to records, the island where Zimmer resided had long since sunk beneath the waves in her own time, rendering her unable to locate him. Thus, her best course of action was to seek refuge with Salazar Slytherin. Even if Salazar, a proponent of pure-blood ideology, was known for sheltering young witches and wizards in his school, surely he would not disregard his unfortunate descendant. Just as Loxis contemplated seeking Salazar's aid, she heard a faint rustling nearby. Holding her breath and sharpening her senses, she finally discerned the source of the sound and the words being spoken. Perhaps due to her being cast into such a distant timeline, the god of time and space had placed her near Salazar himself. Hiss, Sal. I want to eat beef tonight. Hiss, Buster, be good. Wait until I finish setting the spell in the Forbidden Forest, and then you can have your beef. Hiss, Sal is the best. Parseltongue. Sal. Forbidden Forest. Could it be Salazar Slytherin? Loxis peered around the tree, and there stood a handsome young man with black hair, green eyes and fair skin, clad in a medieval dark green wizarding robe, accompanied by a long serpent. Moreover, this man bore a striking resemblance to the Seraphina she had seen in portraits. So this is Salazar Slytherin? In the brief moments that Loxis was lost in thought, Salazar approached her vicinity and accurately detected her presence. Salazar halted a few steps away from Loxis and declared, "A guest arrives. Hogwarts shall surely welcome you. So why conceal your form with a disillusionment charm?" Rahis was acutely aware that her words were directed at herself. She could confidently wager on Carrington's temporal powers that only she and Salazar Slytherin were present. As for why her disillusionment charm failed to conceal her from Salazar, Rahis surmised that the disparity in their magical energies was so pronounced that he could easily perceive her magical fluctuations. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her attire and, cradling the hefty Slytherin family tree, emerged from behind the tree, simultaneously dispelling her charm. With an elegant nod befitting an ancient sorceress, she greeted Salazar. "Mr. Salazar Slytherin, I, the 153rd head of the Carrington family, extend the most sincere greetings on behalf of my lineage." She paused momentarily before switching to Parseltongue. Hiss, permit me to introduce myself. I am Rahis Carrington, hailing from the future, and I am your 32nd descendant. If Salazar, who was aware of the existence of the Carringtons, remained unfazed by Rahis' initial statement, he was evidently incredulous upon hearing the latter part spoken in the serpent's tongue. He even suspected that Rahis might be suffering from some delusion. After all, traversing time and space was an exceedingly arduous feat even with the ample heritage of the Carrington family. It would be improbable for them to choose an underage wizardling for such a temporal journey. Moreover, he pondered how he could possibly have offspring, let alone descendants. Rahis, fully cognizant that her words would be met with skepticism and perhaps even concern for her sanity, swiftly added, "I understand that my claims may seem unbelievable to you, but I possess ample evidence to substantiate my assertions. Alternatively, you may employ veritaserum or legilimency upon me. Both methods are infallible." With that, she presented the Slytherin family tree she held. Chapter 67, The Revelation. Rahis explained to Salazar, "This is the Slytherin family tree, crafted by your own hands in the future. Every descendant of your bloodline will be recorded within this tome. I believe you can discern whether this is indeed your handiwork. The wonders of magic are boundless." Observing Rahis, who spoke earnestly, evoked memories of her earlier display of the Slytherin family emblem, the crimson eyes and the serpentine tongue. Salazar, with a mix of belief and skepticism, accepted the family tree from Rahis. The moment it touched his hands, a familiar sensation confirmed its authenticity. Nevertheless, he meticulously scrutinized it further. Ultimately, he affirmed that this was indeed a creation of his own, serving the purpose of identifying his bloodline descendants, albeit not from the present or past, but rather from the future. This realization implied that this child before him was undoubtedly his descendant. What on earth had transpired in the future? Salazar shook his head, attempting to dispel the swirling thoughts in his mind. Yet his expression remained grim as he took a deep breath and opened the family tree. The very first page bore his name, devoid of any other names alongside it. But beneath his, 3 names were inscribed, indicating he would have 3 children. Gazing at these 3 unfamiliar yet familiar names, Salazar felt a wave of disorientation. Noticing the subtle relaxation in Salazar's demeanor, Rahis leaned closer and pointed out, "Your name is on the first page, mine is on the second to last." As she pointed, Salazar observed the serpent-shaped ring adorned with a ruby on Rahis' middle finger, which seemed to be the same ring he had crafted not long ago, and was now worn on his left ring finger. Instinctively, he caressed the ring on his finger, his heart stirred by a tumult of emotions. Salazar cast a fleeting glance at Rahis, striving to regain his composure, and turned the family tree to the second to last page. There, in bold letters, was Rahis' name. He also noted that the only names glowing with a silvery light throughout the tome were his and that of this child, while the rest had faded to black. Was it due to the passage of time, or was there another explanation? Rahis seemed to sense Salazar's confusion. That is because in this era, only the 2 of us remain alive within the family tree. However, in my time, I am indeed your only surviving descendant. Well, there is also one whose soul is fractured and barely clinging to life. Upon hearing Rahis' words, Salazar felt a pang of melancholy. He understood that a family's fortunes could rise and fall, yet witnessing the decline of his bloodline firsthand was still profoundly moving. After a brief examination, Salazar closed the family tree and returned it to Rahis. At that moment, he had come to accept and believe the fact that she was indeed his descendant. The family tree and her parcel tongue could not be fabricated. In mere minutes, Salazar's thoughts traversed a vast spectrum, from disbelief to suspicion, then to confusion, terror, and finally, reluctant acceptance. Subsequently, he made a concerted effort to dismiss the troubling questions that had lingered in his mind without any answers, for he lacked the courage to voice them. Instead, he posed another question that held relative significance for him. "Are you pureblood?" Rahis did not provide a direct answer. "I thought you were aware of my ancestor who danced with dragons," thus rendering this question rather trivial. Salazar felt a headache coming on. This contradicted his steadfast belief in pureblood ideology. Everything indicated that his future self had undergone a tremendous transformation, one significant enough to alter his principles. He could not fathom why his future self would experience such a profound change. Perhaps it was natural for changes to occur when one had descendants? No, that was not normal at all. Salazar struggled to convince himself. He had always been a purist, unwavering in his beliefs, and such transformations were inconceivable. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Salazar redirected his inquiries. Then why would I permit my daughter to marry a half-blood? Even going so far as to place the family tree in her possession? Rahis blinked innocently. "Oh, why would you ask your distant descendant about something that pertains to generations removed from you?" Salazar exhaled deeply, choosing to bypass this exasperating question, reminding himself that he should not vent his frustrations on an innocent child. Moreover, perhaps there was still hope for the future. Well, let us set that aside for now. "Tell me, how did you arrive here?" Rahis did not withhold the truth, explaining to Salazar the circumstances that brought her to this time. In conclusion, she requested that he swear an unbreakable oath to keep her secret. Witness Serpent Baster. Therefore, you will experience several temporal journeys before reaching adulthood. And these will occur beyond your control? Rahis nodded. How long do you intend to remain here? Salazar inquired. Generally, for 3 months, Rahis replied. And during this time, what do you plan to do? Seek out the Carrington of this era? Rahis shook her head. I'm afraid that won't be possible. According to records, the only Carrington in this time frame is currently dancing with dragons on some island, and I am unaware of his precise location. May I stay by your side? Salazar acquiesced. Certainly, you may accompany me and reside at Hogwarts. It is sufficiently secure and has numerous young wizards of your age. Very well. As Salazar spoke, he performed a transfiguration spell, transforming Rahis' attire into a medieval style. Now let us change your clothes. Rahis gazed down as her outfit morphed from a fluffy pink robe into a deep green medieval gown. Ah, but I wanted pink. Rahis glanced up at Salazar, waving her wand to transform her clothing into a delightful shade of pink. As she observed Salazar turning back towards her, she whispered playfully, Girls should always wear adorably charming pink, don't you think? Salazar, who had yet to bear any children, replied skeptically, Is that so? When was it decreed that girls must don pink? I much prefer green. Meanwhile, Buster, who was incapable of understanding human speech, piped up, hissing Sal, I'm hungry. Are we done yet? While Salazar was lost in thought, Buster, having spotted another person, assumed there would be a sumptuous feast, and had been eagerly awaiting commands. However, he was disappointed to find the two engaged in lengthy conversation without any mention of his meal. Alas, yet another day without sustenance for Buster, who felt a twinge of frustration. Chapter 68. Settling and noticing Buster's increasing agitation, Salazar realized it was already evening, and it would be unwise to linger in the forbidden forest with a young one in tow. She turned toward Hogwarts, saying, "Follow me." Along the way, Salazar introduced Buster and Rahis to one another, encouraging them to coexist peacefully. "Buster, the serpent, inquired curiously, your child? When did that happen?" Rahis, intrigued, asked, "Is the basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets yours?" Though appearing amicable, both Rahis and Buster were preoccupied with their own thoughts. Before long, they arrived at the Hogwarts castle of a millennium ago. From afar, it bore a striking resemblance to the Hogwarts of Rahis' time, though the Quidditch pitch was conspicuously absent. As they entered the castle, it was quite late, and the corridors were devoid of students. Salazar led Rahis directly toward the Hufflepuff common room. Despite the passage of 1,000 years, the overall layout of the castle remained largely unchanged, allowing Rahis to quickly recognize their destination. Trailing behind Salazar, Rahis remarked, "In truth, I am a Slytherin. You cannot place me in the Hufflepuff dormitory. The fierce little serpent might frighten the adorable badgers." Ever since her enrollment, Rahis had developed a profound sense of belonging to her house, and even a millennium prior, she was reluctant to depart from Slytherin. Although she could blend in with the badgers, it did not mean she wished to be cast aside into another house. Salazar understood that his child rightfully belonged to Slytherin. Even though he harbored some reservations about this child, he had no intention of placing her in a different house. He glanced back at the struggling Rahis and explained, "You will need some personal belongings, won't you?" Rahis replied, "I see." Eventually, Salazar knocked on Helga's door. When Helga opened it, she inquired, "Salazar, is there a problem in the Forbidden Forest at this hour?" Rahis stood behind Salazar, unable to see, but could infer from her voice that Helga was undoubtedly a kind-hearted individual, just as recorded in the history of magic and Hogwarts. In contrast to Rahis's fanciful thoughts, Salazar addressed his old friend directly. "There is currently no issue in the Forbidden Forest. Helga, my distant niece, has come to stay with me for a while, and I could not find another soul in this castle to assist me." He then stepped aside to reveal Rahis, introducing them. "This is Rahis Slytherin. Rahis, meet my dear friend Helga Hufflepuff." Rahis gracefully bowed and adeptly introduced herself. "It is an honor to meet you, Madam Hufflepuff. I am Rahis Slytherin. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Helga warmly embraced Rahis, exclaiming, "Your niece? Oh, what a delightful little witch. Hello there, my dear. May I call you Rahis?" "You may, of course, refer to me as Helga. Welcome to Hogwarts." Rahis returned the gesture with a polite smile. "Of course, Helga." After their introductions, Salazar seized the moment to present his request. "Helga, Rahis arrived in quite a hurry, and I have not had the chance to prepare. She requires some personal items." Helga nodded in agreement. Indeed, girls tend to be more particular than boys. "She certainly needs some essentials, and I just happen to have plenty that she would like." She then produced bedding and toiletries, asking Salazar, "Where do you intend to accommodate her?" Salazar responded, "Right next to my room. She is unfamiliar with this place, and I ought to keep a close watch over her." Rahis looked at Salazar in surprise, having assumed her accommodation would be within the Slytherin dormitory, not adjacent to Salazar's own room. Once Rahis' room was arranged, Helga left a generous supply of food, and tenderly advised her before returning to her own quarters. With only the two of them remaining, Rahis spoke directly. "I thought you would place me in the Slytherin dormitory. I resided there a millennium later." Salazar explained, "Your arrival was sudden, and your departure will undoubtedly be equally abrupt. Placing you in the Slytherin dormitory could lead to unwanted attention, and I wouldn't want to burden those young witches with confusion." Rahis nodded in understanding. "That makes sense. However, Helga is truly a remarkably gentle person, just as described in the history of magic." Salazar wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, Helga is an exceptionally kind and wonderful lady. He surveyed the room to ensure Rahis had everything she needed before exiting, allowing her the chance to rest. Before departing, he advised, "All right, it's getting late. Young witches need their rest. I am just next door. Feel free to seek me if you need anything." After Salazar left, Rahis refrained from further exertion, as the temporal journey had drained her of considerable energy, and she desperately needed rest. After a brief freshening up, she lay down on the bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. The following morning, upon awakening, Rahis learned that the remaining two of the 4 Hogwarts founders were aware of her distant Aunt Salazar's niece's arrival, who would be staying for a while. As she rose, she instinctively glanced at the table beside her, where, during her time at Hogwarts, Gilly would always place her breakfast each morning while she prepared for the day. To her dismay, the table was bare. Staring at the empty surface and the unfamiliar room layout, Rahis realized she was indeed in Hogwarts over a millennium ago. Gilly had not accompanied her. She was not skilled in cooking, which meant Rahis would be enduring 3 months of British cuisine. At that moment, a wave of desolation washed over her. She had meticulously prepared for her time-traveling adventure, amassing potions, alchemical products, genealogies to ascertain timelines, and various life-preserving spells. Yet, she had neglected to prepare any food that suited her palate. Chapter 69. Fainting, Rahis stared blankly at the empty table, until the pangs of hunger jolted her back to reality. Donning the elaborate medieval gown prepared by Helga, she resolved to venture to the Hogwarts Great Hall to satiate her hunger. As they set out, Salazar took the time to knock on the door of Salazar's room, ensuring that her ancestor would accompany her. At that moment, Salazar had already been waiting for him in his chamber for quite some time. He had intended to summon Salazar for breakfast earlier, but mindful of the propriety of their respective genders, he chose to remain in his own quarters. When Salazar escorted her to the hall, it was still early, and few young wizards were present for the meal. However, the remaining 3 founders of the 4 great houses had already arrived, seated at the professor's table, partaking in breakfast while keeping a watchful eye on the young sorcerers below. Just as it had been in the era of Salazar, it seemed that the tradition of professors dining above and observing the students had been established since the inception of Hogwarts. Salazar seated her at the professor's table, and magically transformed a plate into a seat next to his own. "Oh, is this your niece who arrived yesterday?" a male voice inquired. Without hesitation, Salazar recognized him as Godric Gryffindor, for among the 4 founders, 2 were men and 2 were women. She had already met one of each, leaving the last 2 to be easily identified. As she turned to follow the sound, she found a man with fiery red hair, who inexplicably seemed familiar to her, as if she had encountered him before. Salazar cast a glance at Godric and replied coolly, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. "Allow me to introduce you to my friends, Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga, whom you already met yesterday. This is my niece, Loxis Slytherin." Displaying her good manners, Loxis offered a polite greeting. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Gryffindor, Ms. Ravenclaw. I am Loxis Slytherin. I look forward to your guidance in the future." She added, "Good morning, Helga." Godric responded with a friendly hello. Rowena smiled warmly. "Greetings, young lady. You may call me Rowena, just as Salazar does." Helga chimed in, "Oh, good morning, Loxis. Did you sleep well last night?" "I slept quite well. Thank you for the provisions you prepared for me, Helga," Loxis replied. Apart from Godric, who appeared slightly perturbed, Loxis received friendly greetings from 2 of the 4 founders. By the conclusion of breakfast, the entire Hogwarts community was aware of the arrival of the Slytherin head's niece. Thus, Loxis officially commenced her scholarly journey at Hogwarts, a millennium after her previous tenure. Due to the considerable differences in curriculum between 1,000 years ago and the present, Loxis often found herself receiving private tutelage from the 4 founders. The subjects leaned heavily towards her strengths in spellcasting and alchemy, as well as her notable aptitude for potion making. By synthesizing her knowledge from both eras, Loxis discerned the contrasts between them, significantly enhancing her abilities. Immersed in her studies and free from supervision, especially with Gilly absent to provide her meals, she soon succumbed to hunger and fainted. When Loxis regained consciousness, she found herself in the infirmary, her first visit since enrolling. Sitting by her bedside was none other than her ancestor, Salazar. Salazar's cold voice broke the silence. "Awake, are we?" Loxis, surveying her surroundings, replied, "Salazar? Is this the infirmary?" Before she could rise, Salazar launched into a reprimand. "I've never seen anyone faint from hunger before. Why not go ahead and starve yourself to death?" As she listened to his scolding, Loxis attempted to sit up, but after several futile efforts, she resigned herself to leaning against the pillow, continuing to absorb Salazar's chastisement. "At your age, why can't you simply eat properly? Your body is yours to care for. How can you expect others to do it for you?" At that moment, Helga entered the room. Witnessing Salazar standing with his arms crossed, lecturing Loxis, who was turned away, avoiding his gaze, Helga immediately interjected, "Oh, Salazar, you cannot scold Loxis right after she has just awakened." Salazar retorted, "Helga, this child hasn't even taken care to eat. It's imperative she learns discipline." Helga planted her hands on her hips, pointing a finger at Salazar, "Salazar, but she has just awoken and is still weak. I believe this experience will teach her a valuable lesson, and there is no need for further reprimands. She will amend her ways. With Helga's intervention, Salazar ceased his chastisement, and Loxis breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for Helga's defense, allowing her to temporarily evade Salazar's wrath. After all, what child does not fear the ire of their guardians when they err? Yet, observing Salazar's still somber expression, Loxis understood that she could not evade his displeasure indefinitely. She quietly added, "Helga, I acknowledge that I did not eat properly," which caused Salazar concern. His reprimands are indeed warranted. Children must learn from their mistakes, and it is the duty of adults to guide them. Salazar's expression softened slightly at Loxis's words. "I am glad you understand." At that moment, a wave of hunger washed over Loxis. "Oh, may I have something to eat? I feel rather famished." Upon hearing this, Helga promptly moved aside to fetch the food she had prepared for Loxis. "Of course, Loxis. I have prepared suitable provisions for you." Loxis expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you." Helga, overwhelmed by hunger, she paid little attention to the meal's contents or flavor, devouring it in haste. To her surprise, the food turned out to be quite palatable, ranking among the best she had tasted, aside from Chinese cuisine. Consequently, she polished off the entire bowl. Helga beamed at Loxis's empty plate. "Oh, Loxis, it seems this food suits your palate well. I was concerned you might not adjust to it, as I noticed you had scarcely eaten in the hall these past few days." Loxis hastened to clarify, "I apologize, Helga. I did not grow up here, so I find some difficulty in adjusting to the local cuisine." Chapter 70. Salazar's Imagination. This time, Salazar was taken aback. "You did not grow up here?" Loxis nodded. "Indeed. I was sent to the distant east for my safety during the war, when I was just born. If you had tasted the food from there, you would understand why I struggle with the meals here." Upon hearing this, both Salazar and Helga displayed varying expressions, as they were acutely aware of the devastation wrought by the witch hunts and other such calamities. Salazar furrowed his brow. "War?" Helga's face softened with sympathy. "Oh, my poor child." Clearly, both were focused on Loxis's previous statement, entirely missing her intended message. After expressing her concern for Loxis, Helga sensed the conversation had taken a grave turn, and realized she should not linger, quickly excusing herself to leave the two alone. Once Helga departed, Salazar inquired, "So, was it the war you mentioned that led to the decline of the Slytherin family?" Loxis shook her head. "Not entirely. The reasons are complex, but it can be said that the war is one of the primary factors affecting my lineage. The other lineage, largely, is due to the detrimental effects of inbreeding." Subsequently, Salazar elucidated the reasons in a general sense, encompassing certain factors, including Voldemort. Upon hearing Salazar's words, it dawned on him that his descendants seemed to have grown up in exceedingly arduous circumstances. War, bloodshed, the extraordinary circumstances of her birth, living under the roof of others, and bearing the responsibility of a family at a tender age. All these elements seemed to indirectly clarify why she mentioned that during her era, he was left with only her as the sole surviving descendant, while another languished in a state of near death. A millennium had rendered the passage of time too distant for him, and the rise and fall of a family was merely a natural trajectory in the annals of history. Thus, upon encountering Salazar and grasping the diminished state of his family 1,000 years hence, he felt little more than a fleeting pang of nostalgia. Moreover, during their time together this month, he recognized Roxas's prodigious talent. With her presence, the Slytherin lineage would undoubtedly flourish once more. He need not fret over the decline of the Slytherin family in the distant future. Furthermore, his sentiments towards this so-called descendant were far from positive. Consequently, for Roxas, who had journeyed from a millennium later, Salazar's thoughts were solely focused on ensuring her peaceful passage through these months under his protection while imparting some useful knowledge. This was his way of fulfilling his responsibilities as an ancestor. However, he had not anticipated that his last descendant would face such formidable challenges, having to be sent abroad for the sake of her safety. The architect of all this turmoil turned out to be another ambitious descendant of his. In an instant, Salazar found himself at a loss for words to encapsulate his feelings. He admired the ambitious descendant who sought to unify the wizarding world. Yet he found his methods utterly distasteful. Violence was never the optimal solution to any problem. Moreover, given the apparent frailty of his own spirit, he was likely beyond salvation, leaving him with only Roxas as his surviving heir. After coming to this realization, Salazar had to concede that he must indeed be concerned for her well-being during her formative years. After all, in such a perilous environment, she hardly cherished her own health, neglecting even the most basic necessity of regular meals. When she arrived, her body was as frail as a kitten, and now, encountering unsuitable food, she had grown even thinner. Roxas the cat. My slimness is merely a result of intentional weight management. Meow meow meow. He could not simply stand idly by while this last potential heir remained in peril of not growing up. Although he had a penchant for nurturing cold-blooded creatures, it did not imply he himself was devoid of warmth. In that moment, Salazar's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. His myriad emotions condensed into a singular inquiry. Have you not had a rather difficult time these past years? Upon hearing Salazar's words, Roxas realized she may have overthought things. She never anticipated that her brief remarks would lead the revered Salazar, whom all Slytherins admired, to concoct an elaborate narrative of her hardships, believing her life to be filled with trials. If she were to articulate her situation, she would say that prior to the age of 8, life in the Gu household was blissful each day. After 8, her time at Carrington was marked by solitude and the rigors of study. Assessing her circumstances, were they good or bad? Well, Roxas perceived Salazar's initial attitude toward her as that of a somewhat affectionate mentor, albeit tinged with a hint of aloofness. This moment marked the true unveiling of his emotions, revealing the depths of his pain and guilt, thus advancing their relationship. This, undoubtedly, was advantageous for her. After all, she was currently on his territory. Cultivating a rapport with him would not only enrich her knowledge, but also facilitate her endeavors. Moreover, she was acutely aware that being a descendant did not equate to being a child. She was too distant from him, with only 3 short months to bridge that gap. In the absence of meaningful interaction, could she truly expect anything special from him? Therefore, Roxas resolved to convey that she had not fared well. However, she did not intend to be forthright. She had a cunning cousin who frequently employed the art of subtlety to achieve her desires, with remarkable success. Cousin, I acknowledge this may not serve as a commendable example, but I never suggested you apply it to elders. I only utilized it to pursue girls. Furthermore, the paramount rule was to never utter falsehoods. Thus, Roxas's performance commenced as she spoke softly. Salazar, I appreciate your concern. Truthfully, I have been managing quite well, though I am unable to venture outdoors, and I lack companions to share meals and leisure with, leaving me to study and handle the burdens of family affairs alone. However, things have improved. I now have my father by my side, and I have met several classmates at school. Overall, I am doing well. These words, upon reaching Salazar's ears, transformed into an image of Roxas's solitude and overwhelming responsibilities, as if she were merely holding on. Now Salazar's heart ached for Roxas even more, and he resolved to prepare adequately for her in the past, ensuring her safe growth in the future. The first step was to instill good habits in Roxas, ensuring she ate and slept regularly. Secondly, he aimed to teach her various skills and survival techniques. With a little Voldemort in her, she would need to learn much to thrive under his guidance. Finally, he contemplated leaving her something of significance, the specifics of which required careful consideration. Chapter 71, Slytherin and Gryffindor. With a plan formulated in his mind, Salazar promptly set to action. From now on, you must eat well. I will find a house elf to oversee your meals. Regardless of whether they are to your liking, you must consume enough and cannot be picky. Roxas weakly interjected. I do eat well. Even if the food is not to my taste, sometimes I become so engrossed in my research that I forget to eat. This time, I simply forgot to bring Gilly to remind me at mealtimes. Salazar. Following that, Roxas's curriculum expanded significantly. Simultaneously, she gleaned a wealth of knowledge from Salazar. With this newfound oversight, her meals were monitored diligently. Helga even took to cooking for her on numerous occasions. As time flowed by, in the blink of an eye, Roxas had spent 2 months in the Middle Ages. It was now summer vacation at Hogwarts, and apart from the 4 founders, all the young witches and wizards had returned to their families. Thus, only the 4 founders and Roxas remained within the castle. One evening, having successfully completed an alchemical product and officially entered the ranks of alchemical masters, Roxas was escorted by the 4 founders to stroll by the Black Lake. Immersed in her alchemical pursuits, Roxas initially intended to decline the invitation, but she found herself unable to withstand the combined insistence of the 4 founders. During the walk, being the shortest, Roxas naturally fell to the back. However, Helga and Rowena, mindful of her, slowed their pace to walk alongside her, ensuring she was not left behind. As her mind momentarily emptied, Roxas suddenly noticed Salazar come to an abrupt halt, taking Godric's hand, and they exchanged a knowing smile. In that moment of shared joy, Roxas even perceived pink bubbles and caught a whiff of the scent of romance, her mouth inexplicably filled with something that was not meant for her. She glanced around, still convinced she must be imagining things. How could these two possibly be a couple? The annals of magical history had never indicated such a pairing, and she, coming from the future, ought to know better. Just as Roxas was reassuring herself, a voice drifted from beside her. Helga, is this your first time witnessing their closeness, Roxas? After Salazar and Godric became a couple, they indulged in a tender affection for one another. However, mindful of the young wizards in their school, they significantly restrained their displays of intimacy in public. Helga's words shattered Loxis's lingering hopes. Upon hearing them, Loxis's eyes widened in bewilderment. What? Together? They are a pair? Roina, observing Loxis's dazed expression, queried, Did Salazar not mention this to you? Loxis stood frozen, mechanically shaking her head. What could she possibly tell her? That her ancestor was, in fact, of a different inclination? That her existence was the result of infidelity? After all, the challenge of two wizards creating their own children was monumental. Helga, rarely witnessing the usually astute Loxis in such a state of confusion, couldn't resist teasing, Oh Loxis, it seems you find it difficult to accept that Salazar's partner is another wizard. Loxis opened her mouth as if to respond, but ultimately remained silent. She felt as if she had been misled by a false history of magic. Her teacher and headmaster Dumbledore were in such a relationship. Her ancestor and Godric were also in such a pairing. And she was expected to accept this so easily? If acceptance came so readily, how were Serena and the others conceived? How was she born? To her knowledge, the only ways for two wizards to have their own lineage were through the creation of life via alchemy, and the use of childbirth potions. Yet, alchemical creation? If it were that simple, how could Carrington's progeny have dwindled? Furthermore, the beings created through Carrington's alchemy were based on his divine bloodline, crafted by several master alchemists, making it impossible for them to draw inspiration from that. Even a millennium later, aside from Carrington, no other alchemist had achieved such a feat in the wizarding world. Thus, the only plausible explanation remained the childbirth potion. But who would bear the children? Him? Or would they all? Even if they all did, the youngest, Serena, would still be 20 years away from birth. Not to mention, the difficulty in gathering the necessary ingredients for just one potion was exceedingly high. According to her father's recollections, the couple of wizards who had sought his help in brewing a childbirth potion had searched for ingredients until their hair turned white. If it were that easy, wouldn't they have been in despair? Loxis's mind raced, desperately seeking clues that might explain how Salazar and Godric had together produced 3 children. Yet in the end, Loxis remained perplexed, choosing to abandon her thoughts. Shaking her head, she resolved to face the sight of the two in front of her, hand in hand, gazing at each other amidst a flurry of pink bubbles. With some difficulty, Loxis finally spoke. So, do I now have to call Godric uncle? Roina nodded in affirmation. That is indeed the proper form of address. Loxis glanced upward, as various details that had previously eluded her came rushing to her mind. For instance, the complex expression Salazar had displayed upon realizing his connection to her lineage. The many times Salazar had hesitated to speak after giving her special attention. Godric's peculiar expression upon first meeting her. The familiarity she felt when first encountering Godric, as if she had seen him before. Indeed, she had seen him, in a portrait within Carrington Castle. He was the first red-haired Gryffindor in the Carrington family. Prior to him, there had never been a redhead in Carrington, nor anyone as exuberant as a lion. By lineage, he was Salazar's great-grandson, and his father was a vampire. Looking further back, the Carrington family had never had any ties to the Gryffindor family. This meant that his striking resemblance to Godric could only be inherited from Serena. There was no doubt that Serena's father was Salazar. But who was the individual that had conceived Serena alongside Salazar? The history of magic offered no answers. Nor did Carrington's collected documents, and even the records of the Slytherin family yielded no clarity. When she had the rare opportunity to converse with Serena, she had refrained from bringing it up. After all, not everyone was like Draco, who always mentioned his father. Thus, she remained ignorant of the identity of the one who had helped Salazar bring forth 3 heirs. She was unaware of what had transpired in their future. Why there were no answers. However, if that individual were Godric, then everything she had discovered would fall into place. Chapter 72, Revelation. Yet if that individual were Godric, then everything she had discovered would indeed be explained. Salazar was likely well aware of the challenges posed by potions and alchemy, probably having long since abandoned the idea of having children, let alone 3, upon realizing that he could not have descendants. Therefore, encountering a definitive future heir would be difficult for him to accept, leading to the complexity of his expressions. Salazar yearned to know whether he and Godric had indeed created offspring together, yet he lacked the courage to voice his inquiries, resulting in repeated hesitations. Godric, understanding that his beloved had no relatives and suddenly found himself with a distant niece, wore a strange expression. Within the Carrington family, The presence of Godric Gryffindor's bloodline had led to some inheriting his appearance and character, which explained why Loxis found Godric familiar upon seeing their portraits. Everything made sense. Loxis's gaze returned to the exceedingly affectionate pair before her. She felt compelled to have a conversation with Salazar. At the very least, she wished to share certain truths with him, so he would not remain in this state of turmoil. To ensure that the bond between these two remained intact, and that Serena could be born without complications, and that she too could be born without issue. Of course, it wouldn't hurt to inform Godric of certain matters as well, considering that their future selves were initially unaware of these truths. For what was known could not be altered, and for the unknown, circumstances would dictate. Had she not remained unchanged? The resourceful Loxis did not wish to jeopardize herself due to a temporal journey. Thus, the proactive Loxis set her plans into motion that very evening, choosing an appropriate moment to knock on Salazar's door. At that instant, Godric had only just entered Salazar's chamber 5 minutes prior. They were on the verge of doing something. Yet nothing had transpired thus far. Salazar, wearing a grim expression, opened the door. Loxis understood the reason for Salazar's demeanor, so without waiting for him to dismiss her, she slipped inside with agility and greeted Godric. "I have matters to discuss with you both." "Hello, Godric." Godric instinctively replied, "Oh, hello, Loxis." Salazar, grappling with an urge to provide her with a complete childhood, realized that with her now inside, he could not simply excuse her with words. Thus, he reluctantly closed the door to converse with her. Hopefully, she was here for something of importance. Facing the interruption of his private moment, Salazar's tone was decidedly unwelcoming. "You better truly have something to discuss." Loxis cut to the chase. "I have the answers to the questions you've always wanted to ask but never have. It's good news." Seeing that the two had matters to discuss, Godric intended to rise and give them space. "Since you have something to talk about, I shall take my leave." Loxis stopped Godric from standing. "Oh, Godric, you need not leave. This concerns you as well." Upon witnessing the demeanor of Loxis, Salazar felt a tightening in his chest. "What exactly are you planning?" Loxis candidly replied, "In fact, it is today that I seek to uncover the answer. Although I am perplexed as to why there exists no record of your counterpart, I can assert with certainty that Carrington bears the bloodline of Gryffindor, a lineage bestowed by Selena." Salazar furrowed his brow. "Are you certain?" Loxis nodded and articulated his analysis. Indeed, prior to Selena, there was no connection between Carrington and the Gryffindor family. Subsequently, her grandson, born of a Carrington mother and a vampire father, possesses the quintessential Gryffindor appearance. Does this not suggest that the father of his child is none other than his beloved Godric? It indicates that his counterpart remained Godric even 20 years later. They have always been together, never apart. The anger that had simmered within Salazar, due to Loxis's untimely appearance, dissipated instantaneously upon receiving the long-sought answer. The unease that had weighed heavily upon him in recent days finally vanished. Godric, having overheard the entire exchange, was left in a state of confusion. He had heard Loxis reference the Gryffindor bloodline, which indeed pertained to him, yet he struggled to comprehend the implications of their discourse. After Loxis concluded his conversation with Salazar, Godric voiced his inner turmoil. "So, what exactly are you discussing?" Loxis smiled and said, "There are matters that, bound by an unbreakable vow, Salazar cannot disclose to you. Therefore, allow me to elucidate, but we too shall require an unbreakable vow for this." Godric turned to Salazar, who nodded in affirmation, signaling his consent to Loxis's unbreakable vow. Under Salazar's witness, Loxis and Godric forged this sacred bond. Loxis commenced with a classic introduction to the ancestors. "Permit me to introduce myself. I hail from the future. I am Loxis Lilith Snape Carrington, the 153rd head of the Carrington family, and I am also your and Salazar's 32nd descendant." Following her introduction, Loxis, adhering to custom, performed a complex and elegant wizarding bow to Godric. "Mr. Godric Gryffindor, I now extend the most sincere respect on behalf of the Carrington family." Godric, perplexed, inquired, "What jest is this? Or is there a recent trend among young wizards that I have missed?" Clearly, as a wizard well-versed in magical prowess, Godric understood the formidable challenges of traversing time. He would rather believe that Loxis was indulging in a playful ruse than accept her assertion of being from the future. Loxis shook her head, reiterating earnestly, "This is no jest. I am indeed from the future, the child of you and Salazar." Stunned by Loxis's definitive statement, Godric turned to Salazar, only to find his beloved nodding in agreement, affirming that Loxis spoke the truth. It took Godric considerable time to digest this revelation, which was nothing short of astonishing. Then a wave of undeniable excitement washed over his face as he stepped forward. "So, Salazar and I will have a child of our own in the future? Loxis retreated repeatedly. Yes. Godric pressed further. Is it a boy or a girl? Does he resemble Salazar or me? Loxis, with nowhere left to retreat, replied. You will have both a son and a daughter. I only know that the youngest resembles Salazar. The others I have not seen. Godric exclaimed, how wonderful. Was it I who bore them or Salazar? Loxis responded, how could I possibly know? You and Selena have not informed me. At that moment, Godric resembled a new father, brimming with excitement over the impending arrival of new life, and he grasped Loxis, eager to glean every detail she might possess. Yet Loxis, being from an era so distant, could provide little insight, unable to withstand the fervor of Godric, who had just learned of his potential future as a father. Thus, with nowhere to turn, Loxis cast a pleading glance at Salazar. Salazar, in a relatively pleasant mood given his desire for information, swiftly intervened to alleviate Loxis's predicament. He approached Godric, saying, Oh Godric, let our young Loxis be. She comes from a millennium hence, and cannot possibly be well versed in these matters. With Salazar's soothing words, Godric regained his composure and rationality, returning to Salazar's side while fixing his gaze intently on Loxis, seemingly wishing to discern whether this descendant from 1,000 years hence bore more resemblance to him or to Salazar. Unfortunately, Loxis had inherited only the parcel tongue from Salazar, and bore no resemblance to either of them, rendering her appearance a blend that mirrored neither. Once Godric had thoroughly calmed his emotions, the atmosphere among the three shifted. Godric finally grasped the significance of Loxis's initial remarks directed at Salazar. He boldly asked, So, regarding my existence, why is there no record? Loxis corrected him. It is not that there is no record of you. Rather, there is no record of Salazar's partner. The history of magic depicts you both as very close friends, like kindred spirits, but not as lovers who bore a shared lineage. Godric's eyes widened in astonishment. This revelation was even more unfathomable and difficult to accept than the notion that Loxis was a descendant from the future. Why would the future record them merely as very good friends and kindred spirits, yet not as lovers? Godric urgently inquired. So what exactly transpired? Loxis, with no intention of concealing the truth, spread her hands. I do not know. It is not documented in the history of magic, and Selena has never spoken of it, as few people would continuously mention who my father is. Salazar remained relatively calm. Then, what of Godric's other half? Loxis continued to spread her hands. I do not know. Salazar, somewhat exasperated, queried, Why do you know nothing? Loxis, with a hint of resignation, explained, We were unaware of our Gryffindor lineage. Thus, why would a member of the Slytherin family bear the family tree of Gryffindor, especially one from so many generations past? At this point, Loxis recalled something and added, Moreover, I believe you have noticed that much of the recorded history of magic contains inaccuracies, often altered for personal gain. In the history of magic as I know it, there is no trace of your love. Loxis's statement left no room for rebuttal, as it was grounded in truth. Salazar's brow furrowed. So what truly transpired in the future? He felt fortunate that he and Godric had progressed further together, yet he was troubled by the potential issues that might arise between them in the future. Similarly, he did not wish for the cold historical tomes, or the family tree of their descendants to merely depict them as ordinary friends rather than lovers. Godric too sought answers. Yet his demeanor was evidently more composed than Salazar's. Salazar, there is no need to dwell on the distant uncertainties of the future. What is meant to be will come to pass. Instead, we must focus on the present. We are still in love, and we should cherish each day together. As he spoke, Godric took Salazar's hand before Loxis, affirming their bond. Salazar was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped Godric's hand, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. No longer entangled in the uncertainties of the future, they were acutely aware that they would traverse one challenge after another together, enduring the cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Meanwhile, Loxis was left to endure a mouthful of romantic sentiments. After a heartfelt gaze shared between Godric and Salazar, a thought suddenly struck Godric, prompting him to turn towards Loxis. By the way, how many of our descendants will be Slytherins and how many Gryffindors? Upon hearing this, Salazar also directed his gaze towards Loxis, equally curious about the answer. Loxis had not anticipated such a question, and after a brief moment of silence she responded, Based solely on Carrington's lineage, there are more Hufflepuffs. Upon receiving this answer, Godric and Salazar exchanged surprised glances, clearly taken aback. After all, considering the traits associated with both Gryffindor and Slytherin, it seemed improbable that their offspring would predominantly manifest Hufflepuff characteristics. It wasn't that they held any disdain for Hufflepuffs, rather, They were simply astonished, as they were acutely aware of the nature of their family's members, influenced by the legacy of bloodline and familial values. The personalities within their family tended to be quite homogeneous, with few exceptions. Could it be that Gryffindor plus Slytherin equals Hufflepuff? A most peculiar equation indeed. They were open to exploring it. The idea of having a little badger child was simply delightful. Feeding it would surely be a joyous experience. Unbeknownst to Loxias, the two were silently contemplating their shared thoughts, mistakenly believing they were akin to those from future generations who boasted about their respective houses, convinced of their superiority. Thus, Loxias felt compelled to explain, in fact, this has a bit to do with our Carrington lineage. Upon hearing Loxias's explanation, both Salazar and Godric felt a twinge of disappointment. Did this mean they could not nurture their own little badger child? Oh, what a pity! They had even contemplated when they might approach Helga to learn culinary skills. Judging by Loxias's demeanor, if they were to have a Hufflepuff offspring, Helga's culinary expertise would surely win the child's heart. Seeing that their bond remained unaffected by her presence, and perhaps even strengthened, Loxias sighed in relief, a spark of inspiration igniting within her. Chapter 74. Continuation. Loxias was exceedingly pleased that Salazar and Godric were so open-minded regarding their partnership and the matter of their children's house. She understood that Salazar's partner was not chronicled in the annals of magical history. This also implied that even if she utilized her abilities to glimpse their future and discern the events that led to such outcomes, she could not intervene. She must adhere to the immutable rule of not altering known truths. Without her intervention, even if Salazar and Godric were to learn the reasons behind it and endeavored to avoid such outcomes, they would remain unable to escape their fates. Merely knowing such things would only serve to heighten their distress. Thus, it was fitting as it was. As for the moment of inspiration, she would put it into practice. After that day, Helga and Rowena noticed a remarkable shift in Godric's demeanor, who had previously been indifferent towards Loxias, now wholly engrossed in her. Even Loxias found herself somewhat overwhelmed by Godric's newfound enthusiasm, which permeated every facet of her life. During her morning exercises, Godric exclaimed, "Oh, Lox, you've come to practice too. You run splendidly, and your physique is impressive. Would you be interested in learning swordsmanship with me?" At mealtime he remarked, "Loxias, being picky is not commendable, and you're looking rather frail. You must eat more." While she practiced her spells, he complimented, "Loxias, your spellcasting is improving remarkably. Splendid progress. Do you have any questions in this regard? I can assist you." When she struggled with accessory choices, he suggested, "Lox, look at this gemstone necklace. Isn't it beautiful? It would pair wonderfully with your new dress. Do try it on." Even Salazar noticed Godric's apparent neglect of him in favor of Loxias. However, considering Loxias's short stay and her connection to both himself and Godric, he suppressed his displeasure, choosing to turn a blind eye while being more stringent regarding Loxias's studies. Godric's evident transformation sparked immediate intrigue among their circle of friends. Helga leaned in and asked, "What on earth has transpired?" Rowena followed suit, speculating, could it be that Loxias, upon realizing Godric is her uncle, has endeared herself to him, prompting Godric to treat her as his own child? Helga further conjectured, it's also possible that Godric has recognized that mere love and connection with his partner is insufficient. To sustain a lasting relationship, one must also cultivate good relations with their partner's family. Indeed, even a millennium ago, there existed the ever-curious badgers and eagles, eager to gossip. In any case, under Godric's attentive care and Helga's generous contributions, Loxias enjoyed a bountiful month in the medieval era, even regaining the weight she had lost due to the initial acclimatization challenges. 3 months swiftly passed, and soon it was time for Loxias to depart. As she sensed the unique fluctuations of time travel, she quickly bid farewell to everyone, leaving behind gifts she had crafted with her own hands. In her final moments, Loxias waved goodbye, saying, "Farewell, Salazar, Godric, Helga, Rowena, Buster. I shall miss you dearly." Another wave of dizziness swept over her, and Loxias, adorned in a medieval gown, found herself back in the very place she had departed, Carrington Castle. At that moment, 3 days had elapsed since Loxias's departure, and the Christmas holidays had come to an end. However, an anxious Severus had taken leave to await Loxias's return at the castle. When Severus sensed a disturbance and came to investigate alongside others, he beheld the return of Loxias, whom he had long worried about. "Lox!" Severus rushed forward, brandishing his wand and casting several spells to assess Loxias's condition. Only after confirming that she was indeed unharmed did he finally exhale in relief. As he gazed at Loxias's safe return, a rare gentleness flickered in his obsidian eyes. "I am glad you have returned safely." Loxias blinked in surprise, her eyes welling with tears. Although only 3 days had passed for them, she had genuinely spent 3 months in the medieval era, and her longing for her family was inescapable. Loxias stepped forward, enveloping Severus in a warm embrace. "Father, I'm sorry to have worried you. I've been well these past days. Please don't fret." Taken aback by such intimacy, Severus momentarily froze before regaining his composure and reciprocating the embrace, awkwardly running a hand through Loxias's hair. They held each other for a brief moment before parting, and as they did, Severus's stiffness slowly dissipated, returning him to his usual demeanor. He was unaccustomed to such close contact with others, yet he did not reject it. It was then that Loxias found the opportunity to turn her attention to the others. She nodded in greeting. "Oh, Louise Gray Sky. I apologize for any concern I may have caused. I regret not noticing you sooner." Louise smiled warmly, saying, "It's nothing, Loxias. We are just relieved that you have returned safely. It's getting late, and having confirmed your well-being, we shall take our leave." Loxias nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. Thank you for your efforts." Subsequently, the trio who had remained in Carrington Castle since Loxias's temporal journey departed. At last, only the father and daughter remained, and Loxias eagerly began to share her experiences from her time-traveling adventure with Severus, regaling him with tales of various historical figures in the realm of magic. After Roxas changed into his attire, he settled cross-legged on the sofa, brimming with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "Father, I must share with you the myriad of fascinating experiences I encountered during my temporal journey. You would never believe it. My illustrious ancestors, Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor, were a pair." Severus was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. "Who are you referring to?" Roxas reiterated their names, Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor. Clearly, Severus found it difficult to accept any relationship beyond that of like-minded friends and colleagues between the two. "My dear Roxas, you must awaken from this medieval reverie. If they were indeed a pair, how did you come into existence? Surely it cannot be through a child-making potion?" Roxas feigned ignorance to the sarcasm laced in Severus's words, nodding earnestly. "Indeed, it was a child-making potion, though I am uncertain who the progenitor was." Severus, after a brief silence, chose to believe him, for Roxas would not deceive him, and the prior events involving Dumbledore and Grindelwald lent some credence to his words. Chapter 75, a short interlude. Since Roxas's departure, Salazar, in stark contrast to Godric's optimism, possessed a profound understanding of the arduous challenges surrounding the birth of their offspring. As a master potion maker, he was acutely aware of the complexities involved in brewing the child-making potion and sourcing the necessary ingredients. This was not a task to be undertaken lightly. Moreover, having perused their family tree, he recognized that only 3 years remained until the birth of their eldest child. In 3 years, procuring all the ingredients for the potion seemed an insurmountable challenge. Thus, Salazar understood that they could not rely solely on potions. Beyond potions, the only method he could conceive for creating life was alchemy, but he knew all too well that Godric would never consent to the creation of life through such means. Consequently, he embarked on clandestine experiments in alchemy to create a being. It was not that the process of creating life through alchemy was particularly straightforward, but the Slytherin family had previously conducted such experiments, albeit with failures akin to those of others. Armed with their notes, Salazar believed that 3 years would suffice to bring forth their first child through alchemical means, though he could not guarantee success. Ultimately, Salazar failed, mirroring the dismal fates of previous alchemical masters who had sought to create life. The child he fashioned appeared indistinguishable from any ordinary infant, yet it lacked a soul, a fatal flaw. Perhaps due to this absence of a soul, since its birth, the child remained perpetually at the age of 5, never growing. Even with his heart steeled for the outcome, witnessing the child's vacant gaze, reminiscent of a marionette, pierced Salazar's heart with profound sorrow. Nevertheless, he refused to abandon his quest for summoning a soul for the child. For the subsequent 5 years, Salazar dedicated himself to experiments, striving to endow the child with its own soul, enabling it to grow like a normal being. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, success eluded him. If his initial aspiration in creating the child was to fulfill his desire for eternal companionship with Godric, that wish had since morphed into an obsession for the child, to lead a life akin to that of a normal offspring. He believed that as long as he persevered, the child would inevitably become a typical child. However, before success could arrive, betrayal did. He was betrayed by a student from a Muggle family. While he admitted to being a blood purist, he treated all students equally upon their admission to Hogwarts, regardless of their heritage, for they were all his pupils. He endeavored to impart the necessary skills for survival in this harsh world. Yet he was betrayed by a student of Muggle lineage, who led the authorities to his experimental sanctum. A great fire consumed the entire laboratory, along with his immobile child who lacked a soul. Damn filthy blood traitors. How it sears my very being. Salazar lost his composure, driven by instinct to retaliate, unleashing a torrent of curses upon the traitor, far more than he could count. Ultimately, the traitor succumbed to a painful demise. From that point forward, Salazar, engulfed in the anguish of losing his child, transformed. Previously, he merely disapproved of admitting Muggle-born students. Now, he vehemently opposed their admission, even regarding those within the school with disdain. He recognized that his attitude was erroneous, yet the agony of loss gnawed at his soul, making it impossible for him to simply let go or convince himself to do so. He observed himself spiraling into despair. It was only upon witnessing the bullying of Muggle-born and half-blood students by his own Slytherin house that he realized his attitude had influenced his students. Unable to continue on this path, he recognized that it must not extend to those children. He was no longer suited to teach at Hogwarts. However, he was reluctant to part ways with Godric, unwilling to separate from his beloved. After all, Godric, oblivious to Salazar's plight, would find it challenging to empathize with him. He would never willingly leave the Hogwarts they had built together. Yet, it was during this time that a quarrel erupted over the continued acceptance of Muggle-born young witches and wizards. Naturally, Salazar held an opposing stance. Their argument escalated, reaching such a fervor that even Helga and Rowena's attempts to mediate proved futile. Exhausted in body and spirit, he seized the opportunity to depart, leaving Baster in his chamber to oversee the affairs of the house, while he wandered away from Hogwarts to clear his mind and soothe his troubled heart. He did not plan to be gone for long, as he intended to return, for there were still those he cared for within Hogwarts. After leaving Hogwarts, Salazar wandered aimlessly, rescuing many wizards from persecution at the hands of the authorities, and encountering unimagined sights and experiences. However, amid his meandering, he realized that nowhere was home without Hogwarts and Godric. Ultimately, he returned to Slytherin Castle, the ancestral abode of the Slytherin lineage, which was also his birthplace. Yet, within those walls, he found himself utterly alone. Even the last house elf responsible for maintaining the castle had passed away. Salazar was left to clean the castle himself. While tidying up, he stumbled upon the heritage of the Slytherin family. However, upon accepting this legacy, he discovered that he could not complete the trials to leave the Slytherin estate in the near future. By this time, more than a year had elapsed since his departure from Hogwarts, and while he had sent word to Godric of his well-being, it was undeniably too long a separation from his beloved. He began to regret having left Hogwarts so hastily. Yet, no matter how much he lamented, he could only caress their engagement ring, gazing out at the moonlight that spoke of his endless longing. In the days that followed, Salazar found himself exceedingly busy and fulfilled, to the point of nearly forgetting the passage of time and the loss of his child. Just as he was nearing the completion of his trials, Godric, who had searched for him for a considerable time, arrived at Slytherin Castle and entered without hindrance, thanks to the ring Salazar had given him. Upon encountering the beloved whom he had yearned for day and night, Salazar was momentarily struck dumb with astonishment, caught in a state of disbelief, even momentarily convincing himself that he was ensnared in a dream. Chapter 76. A brief interlude. Upon seeing Salazar, Godric stormed forward, furious, and seized Salazar by the collar, exclaiming, "Salazar, what do you mean by vanishing without a word for all these years? And what does it mean that I am perfectly safe and you need not come searching for me? Is it that you wish to abandon me? Why do you keep everything from me? Is there anything we cannot bear together?" Faced with his lover's inquiries, Salazar turned his head away. Even after 4 or 5 years, he still found himself incapable of confronting Godric's questions, unable to face the tragedy of the child's death. At that moment, a profound sorrow engulfed Salazar once more, as if his heart were tightly gripped by an unseen force, rendering him breathless. Godric, naturally attuned to the shifts in Salazar's emotions, softened his tone upon witnessing Salazar's distress, saying gently, "I know everything, including about the child I never met. I am sorry for allowing you to shoulder so much alone over the years." Among the few who were privy to the truth, Godric had witnessed the charred ruins and understood the burden Salazar had borne in solitude. Yet he could not fathom why, when their future undoubtedly held children, and the search for the potion's ingredients had been relatively smooth, Salazar would take the risk of using alchemy to create their child. All the heartache and questions dissipated into nothingness upon witnessing Salazar's grief. He no longer wished to inquire or delve into matters that had already passed. He did not want to see his Salazar reopen old wounds and suffer anew. Salazar rasped, "Godric, I am sorry." He was apologizing for leaving Godric in worry. Immediately thereafter, the two embraced. The subsequent content is rated M for mature audiences. After their reunion, Salazar and Godric embarked on a life devoid of modesty. Of course. Mindful of their obligation to not remain away from Hogwarts for too long, Salazar hastened his trials, leading a life both busy and blissful. When Salazar successfully completed the trials, and was ready to leave Slytherin Castle with Godric to return to Hogwarts, he paused, ultimately deciding against returning. Even Godric, who had been eager to return to Hogwarts, chose to stay. It was not that Salazar remained ensnared in his grief for their lost child, nor was it due to his disdain for Muggle-born wizards. Rather, it was because one of the rewards from his trials was an egg, capable of nurturing life, passed down from the ancient serpent god. After both he and Godric had dripped their blood upon the egg, it radiated a brilliant white light before hatching into a small infant, a boy. 16 years after the departure of Loxis, Salazar and Godric finally welcomed their second child, the first to live a normal life. Thus, the reason for not returning to Hogwarts was solely to care for their child. They had contemplated taking the child to Hogwarts, but ultimately abandoned the idea. The reality was prohibitive. Slytherin Castle was simply too far from Hogwarts, and the existing means of transportation were ill-suited for their journeys with an infant. First, the castle's fireplace connected to the outside world solely for warmth. Second, the child, still a fragile infant, could not endure the strain of apparition. Third, traveling by Muggle means would be excessively arduous, and the child's health could not withstand it. Therefore, they could only remain in Slytherin Castle to tend to their child. Naturally, they managed to make a few brief trips back to Hogwarts while the child slept. But their time there was far too short, merely allowing them to hurriedly convey a few words to Helga and Rowena. Fortunately, after many years of development, the school's faculty had been significantly bolstered, allowing it to function smoothly in their absence. Particularly in Slytherin House, the student to whom Salazar had entrusted the headmaster's duties handled everything with remarkable efficiency, alleviating him of any concerns. While Salazar and Godric thrived in their newfound happiness, Helga and Rowena bore the brunt of the burden. They not only taught but also managed various school affairs, now additionally shouldering the responsibilities of Salazar and Godric. They found themselves exceedingly overwhelmed. Helga Rowena, for the sake of the child. However, due to the overwhelming demands of school affairs, Gryffindor House struggled to find a suitable replacement for Godric's position as headmaster. Until the child grew older or a proper successor was found, Godric could only oscillate between home and school, just as the two believed that such a routine would not endure for long. With hopes of taking the child to Hogwarts as he grew or finding a suitable successor for Godric, they gathered all the necessary materials for the childbearing potion. At that moment, despite the joy of having a child with their shared bloodline, Godric had no intention of brewing the childbearing potion. He felt that one child was sufficient for him and Salazar, but Salazar promptly dismissed his notion. "No, Godric, we still need another child." Godric, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Why? Is not one enough with male?" Salazar broached the topic he had long avoided. "Do you remember our first child? I don't believe I ever shared with you the urgency behind my desire for his birth, even resorting to alchemy, a method that had never succeeded before." Godric's heart tightened, reluctant to revisit old wounds. "Yes, you have never spoken of it, and I do not wish for you to, Sal." Salazar grasped Godric's hand, gazing deeply into his eyes. "But now I must speak. Do you remember the child named Loxias from 19 years ago? Our descendant?" Godric paused, taken aback. "Of course I remember," Salazar continued. "Upon our first meeting, she showed me the Slytherin family tree I crafted, which revealed that we would have 3 children, the eldest born approximately 3 years after that time, and the youngest arriving next year. I knew that if we followed that trajectory, we would still be together 20 years hence. Thus, I used alchemy to bring that child into existence. I acknowledge that bringing him into this world through such an unrefined method was a grave error on my part. Yet for the sake of our enduring union, I do not regret it. I only grieve my inability to grant him a soul, allowing him to live as a normal child. Therefore, for us to continue together, and for Loxias to be born, I believe we must use this childbearing potion to welcome our final child into the world." "Very well." After listening to Salazar's heartfelt words, Godric contemplated briefly before acquiescing. Then Godric proposed, "However, let me bear this final child." Salazar was not entirely in agreement with Godric's idea. "But you still have your duties at Hogwarts. Having a child is not an easy task, and the back and forth between home and school is far too taxing." Godric stood resolutely. "I know, Sal. In fact, I returned today to share good news. I have found a suitable candidate to assume the position of headmaster for Gryffindor. He has officially become my deputy. After a few months of acclimatization, he will be fully capable of taking over Gryffindor, thus allowing me more time at home." Salazar remained steadfast in his disagreement with Godric's perspective, believing that he should take on the responsibility himself, as it was his notion that prompted the desire for this child to come into existence. Salazar remarked, "Yet you still hold the position of headmaster, continuing your teaching at the school, which will undoubtedly be strenuous. Meanwhile, I remain at home. It is best suited for me to take on this burden." Godric gently caressed Salazar's cheek and replied, "But Salazar, fate has decreed that we shall have 3 children. The first 2 were born thanks to your efforts, while I contributed little. Thus, I wish for the 3rd child to be born through my own endeavors." Salazar shook his head. "Godric, we are a family. I love you, and I willingly accept all of this. It cannot be measured in such a way." Godric spoke earnestly, "I understand truly, but I wish to nurture this life for you. Moreover, consider this. You are a master of potions. Childbirth is inherently perilous. If it were I would have you by my side, but if it were you, I could do nothing." Ultimately, under Godric's persistent insistence, Salazar consumed the potion for childbirth, resulting in the birth of their 3rd child, Selena. Chapter 77. The Reason. At this moment, Severus felt a throbbing headache. How had they, after a millennium, managed to become entwined? What would happen if the truth of their relationship were to be revealed, especially with the already strained ties between Slytherin and Gryffindor? It was akin to discovering that a lifelong enemy, with whom one had always clashed, was in fact a long-lost brother. His studies in the history of magic had never suggested such a narrative. Should he continue to trust the history of magic, he might as well perform a dramatic act of consuming Potter raw. Contemplating these thoughts, Severus replied nonchalantly, "I suspect Gryffindor." "Why?" queried Lucius. "Intuition," Severus stated. "Slytherin can only be one." Lucius responded, "Very well. Also, father, I must tell you, the original Malfoy actually possessed Vela blood. How much Vela blood do you think runs through the current Malfoy lineage?" The father and daughter conversed for quite some time until Severus noticed the clock struck 9, compelling him to interrupt the delightful atmosphere and remind Lucius that it was time for her to rest. Lucius, upon checking the time, acknowledged it was indeed time to retire, and she ceased her sharing. "Oh, all right then, good night, father."
Good night, Luc, Sévru replied.
The following day, Lucius awoke in accordance with her biological clock, but arrived at the dining hall considerably later than usual. Severus initially thought she was simply fatigued and deserved to rest. However, as he passed through a certain corridor, he spotted Lucius before Selena's portrait. She appeared to be engaged in conversation with Selena, who he recalled was the daughter of Salazar and Godric. Approaching her, Severus inquired, "What is it, Lucius?" Lucius turned to respond, "Ah, father. Oh. Selena just informed me that Salazar and Godric left something for me at Gringotts, and reminded me to take the ring with me." As she spoke, Lucius raised her left hand, displaying a serpent-shaped ring upon her finger. This ring, even after a millennium, still radiated its unique brilliance, the ruby glimmering vibrantly. Gazing at the ruby, Lucius suddenly realized that it did not symbolize Slytherin's red eyes when speaking Parseltongue, but rather represented Godric's sun-like, resplendent crimson gaze. Lucius mused aloud, "So, does the ruby on the ring represent Godric?" Selena, familiar with the ring, nodded. "Indeed, it symbolizes Godric. This ring is essentially the token of affection between my fathers." Unable to contain her curiosity, Lucius asked, "But if they loved each other so deeply, why is Godric's name absent from Salazar's lineage? We even remain oblivious to our Gryffindor heritage." Selena did not conceal the truth. "Oh, in fact, it's just you. If you trace back about 7 generations, everyone knows. You children have neither inherited Slytherin's bloodline, nor have any connection to Gryffindor. And you don't care to listen to us old-timers regale stories, so naturally, you remain unaware. Regarding Slytherin's genealogy, Godric's name does appear. Should you cast a transformation spell on Salazar's section?" Lucius appeared puzzled. "Transformation spell?" Selena continued, "Yes, the transformation spell. Initially, this genealogy was akin to a 2-sided mirror, with 4 volumes in total, allowing for simultaneous communication. One was with Salazar, another with Godric, one with me, and one with my brother. This was a precaution Salazar took when Godric could not be present to care for us. Both my brothers and my own have been damaged as we grew, and we even ruined Salazar's copy. Our destructive tendencies were quite astonishing back then, leaving only the one in Godric's possession intact. The first page belongs to Salazar, the second to my brother, the third to me, as Godric valued it highly, ensuring its preservation. Due to our damage, it eventually lost its utility, and in Salazar's later years, Godric suggested transforming this meaningful artifact into a family tree. Thus, Salazar modified it into a genealogy, which is why Godric was initially absent. Lucius questioned, "But how can a genealogy exist without Godric?" Salazar then made a slight adjustment. By utilizing the transformation spell, one could view its truest form. A nostalgic expression crossed Selena's face, as this explanation evoked cherished memories of happier times. Alas, time is the most merciless entity, taking all away without a sound. Upon hearing this, Lucius retrieved the Slytherin genealogy that she had kept on her person, and cast the transformation spell on the first page. The page, which had previously featured only Salazar, transformed into an image of Salazar and Godric sharing a smile. After their laughter, Godric waved, seemingly greeting the one who had discovered the other side of the genealogy. As Lucius beheld the images of Godric and Salazar, she felt a wave of nostalgia and sorrow. They had been so vibrantly present in her life just yesterday, and now, she found herself back in her own time, while they lingered only as portraits on the wall. Lucius gently caressed the image of Salazar and Godric, voicing her innermost query. Then why does no one know, whether it be the other side of this genealogy or the external perceptions of their relationship? Having known the two, who were so deeply in love a millennium ago, Lucius could not fathom what reason could justify the concealment of their true relationship. Upon this topic, Selena appeared somewhat pained. She began to address the genealogy situation. As for the genealogy, it is much like your ignorance of your Gryffindor heritage, which also traces back about 10 generations. Those children are well aware. They often use their elders' wands to play with transformation spells during their childhood. After explaining the genealogy, Selena sought to clarify another matter to Lucius. But upon considering it, her expression grew peculiar, a mix of resignation and mild irritation. Chapter 78, Vault 19. Selena. The outside world was not initially unaware of the relationship between my fathers. Rather, Slytherin House has long upheld Salazar's pureblood ideology. After he departed, he never returned to Hogwarts in a legitimate manner, and aside from Helga and Aunt Rowena, no one knew of his whereabouts. Those who venerate pureblood lineage harbor a deep disdain for those purebloods who associate with Muggles, deeming them to be the dregs of pureblood society. How could they possibly allow their followers to associate with someone they labeled a pureblood disgrace, even if that individual was none other than Godric, who was equal to Salazar in renown? They erased the historical fact of Salazar's companionship with Godric from the annals of magic. By that time, my brother had already passed away, and his descendants, infatuated with the pureblood doctrine, endorsed this erasure. Our family was not present on that timeline, and by the time we returned, the opportune moment had been lost. Everything had become a foregone conclusion. Thus, the genuine relationship between Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin was deliberately expunged from magical history. Loxius could not fathom that their traces had been obliterated, simply due to the pureblood theory believed by Slytherin students. As Loxius pondered the significance Salazar and Godric placed on their bond, he mused. If Salazar and Godric were to learn of this, they would likely wish to leap from their portraits and deliver a proper reckoning to these individuals, perhaps even casting a couple of avadas for good measure. Selena nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Loxius's sentiment. Indeed, when my fathers learned of this in their portraits, their reaction was precisely as you described. Loxius, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "They left behind portraits? Then why have I never seen them?" Selena's gaze shifted. "Because I did not place them in Carrington Castle, but rest assured, you will see them." Loxius's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Really?" Selena affirmed, "Truly. I would not deceive a child. You will indeed see them. However, remember to take your ring to Gringotts. Salazar and Godric left something for you. They were always concerned that Carrington might not provide for you, so they left a substantial inheritance." Loxius's eyes gleamed with excitement at the prospect of their bequest, and she turned to Snape behind her. "Let us go today. Father, let us extend our leave for another day. I wish to visit Gringotts." Snape acquiesced, though his mind was elsewhere. Very well. Having listened intently to the entire exchange, Snape felt a tumult of emotions. Just yesterday, he had heard Loxius claim that Slytherin and Gryffindor were a pair, and despite his disbelief, he found himself convinced by her words. Yet, he had never witnessed their interactions and could not envision how two individuals, historically regarded as brothers, might have behaved as lovers. Today, he witnessed it and found it strange yet entirely fitting. The dark-haired man and the red-haired man in the portrait were indeed meant to be so intimately connected. Ever since he and Loxius had acknowledged one another, everything he had learned in the history of magic seemed to have been turned on its head. How much of the world's true essence remains recorded in the chronicles of magic? Amidst this whirlwind of thoughts, Snape escorted Loxius to Gringotts. Loxius expertly approached a goblin, displaying her serpent-shaped ring. "Greetings, I would like to view my inherited vault." The goblin leaned forward from behind the counter, scrutinizing the ring on Loxius's hand. and recognized it immediately, his eyes glinting with avarice. "Ah, it appears we shall now refer to you as Miss Slytherin. Miss Slytherin, are you here to claim the vault left to you by Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor?" Luxius nodded yes. The goblin hopped down from the counter. "Very well. Please follow me." Subsequently, Luxius and Snape boarded the small cart of Gringotts, which was even smaller than a theme park roller coaster, darting through the pitch-black tunnels at a breakneck speed, with Luxius feeling the wind rush past her ears. She was certain that such a contraption would never operate in an amusement park, as there were no safety measures in place. Had she not been a witch, she would never have dared to risk her life aboard it. The vault number left to Luxius by Salazar and Godric was quite near the Carrington family's vault number, necessitating a lengthy journey before they arrived at their destination. Once the cart halted, the goblin led the way with his lamp. "Vault 19 has arrived." With the light as her guide, Luxius cautiously followed Snape off the cart. Snape, concerned for Luxius, extended his hand to ensure her safe descent. Once all three had safely arrived, the goblin stated, "To open this door, in addition to that ring, the blood of both the Slytherin and Gryffindor families is required." Luxius was not surprised by the method of unlocking the door. Some ancient noble families utilize such a means for their vaults in Gringotts. Having prior experience with opening the Carrington family vault, Luxius adeptly approached the task. First, she dripped her blood onto the gem at the center of the door, then inserted the ring into the emerging opening. Upon unlocking the vault door, Luxius was greeted by a mountain of galleons, an array of jewelry, and various rare artifacts. Yet, even amidst the glittering treasures, her gaze was ultimately drawn to something unassuming, obscured by a plain black cloth. The outline of that cloth gave Luxius the impression that it concealed portraits beneath. Moreover, it suggested that there were two portraits. Coupled with Selina's earlier words, Luxius surmised that what lay beneath the black cloth were the portraits of Salazar and Godric. She turned to tug on Snape's sleeve. "Father." Snape discerned Luxius's anxiety. While the galleons were indeed abundant, they did not seem to warrant her distress. There must be something more. Thus Snape crouched down, softly inquiring, "What is it, Luxius?" Luxius swallowed hard, gesturing toward the black cloth and whispering, "I believe what lies beneath that black cloth might be the portraits of Salazar and Godric." Snape followed Luxius's pointing finger, observing that the cloth's outline indeed resembled that of a portrait. Chapter 79. The Vault and the Portraits. After Luxius returned to this era, Snape performed a magical examination on her. Observing that Luxius was unscathed and had not lost much weight, Snape realized that the two founders had taken excellent care of her. Given Luxius's particularity regarding the taste of food, had she not been well cared for, she would have undoubtedly lost considerable weight. Moreover, Luxius must have regarded them as family, yearning to see them again in the future, even if only in the traditional form of portraits. Snape remarked to Luxius, "Perhaps that is indeed the case. Let us unveil it." Luxius nodded and stepped into the vault alongside Snape, approaching the location of the black cloth. As Luxius entered the vault and prepared to remove the black cloth, she could feel her heart racing intensely. The moment she lifted the cloth, before even catching sight of what lay beneath, she heard the sound she longed to hear. Snape, standing behind her, also beheld the true visages of the two founders, clearer than those in the family tree. After all, their portraits could not be altered or beautified. In the painting, Godric initially stepped back, squinting against the sudden burst of light. "Ah, the dawn has arrived, Salazar. We should never have allowed Selina to veil herself in darkness to shield us from the blinding brilliance of galleons. After enduring such a protracted night, I would much prefer the radiance of galleons to pierce my eyes." Upon uttering these words, Godric gradually acclimated to the brightness outside, and beheld the unveiling of the black cloth by Loxis. Upon seeing her, Godric's eyes sparkled. "Oh Loxis, it has been far too long. You have grown even more exquisite." Once Godric finished speaking, Salazar slowly interjected, "Indeed, it has been a while, Loxis." With her eyes slightly reddened, Loxis smiled in return. "It has been a long time, Salazar, Godric. Additionally, I am grateful for your care and for the many treasures you have preserved for me." Godric waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it is nothing, Loxis. We cannot turn a blind eye to the plight of our descendants." Salazar nodded in fervent agreement with Godric's sentiments. Loxis acknowledged that, a millennium ago, she had deliberately portrayed herself in a pitiable light to draw closer to Salazar, yet she felt it was necessary to clarify certain matters now. "In truth, although I still face some unresolved security issues, the Carringtons are relatively affluent." Salazar scoffed. "Affluent? That young man was destitute when he whisked away my Selina, not possessing a single galleon. Had it not been for Selina's insistence, I would have never consented to their union." Godric concurred wholeheartedly with Salazar's assertion. While I believe that wealth holds little significance in matters of love, his poverty was egregious. When he came to meet us, his garments bore patches. As a parent, I, along with Salazar, was unwilling for our daughter to endure hardship alongside him. Loxis pondered the Carrington family's history and swiftly grasped their meaning. The Carringtons had never prioritized the accumulation of wealth. Their family vault contained only essential alchemical materials, alchemical goods, and the family's heirloom wands. It wasn't until Shirt, Salazar's great-grandson, that he established his commercial empire, which enriched the Carrington vault with galleons and various treasures. Subsequently, the Carringtons never had to fret over galleons again, and their knighthood finally began to flourish, no longer burdened by concerns for their livelihoods. Moreover, to ensure that the family fortune would not be squandered by any profligate heir, even after Shirt's passing, his portrait remained actively engaged in the family business. When she wished to withdraw from family affairs, this ancestor became part of the management. If one were to describe this ancestor, it would be a blend of Slytherin's Parseltongue, Gryffindor's visage and temperament, combined with a vampire's modus operandi and the capabilities of the Carringtons, inheriting traits from several closely related forebears. Upon hearing Salazar and Godric's references to poverty, Loxis harbored grave doubts, suspecting that this ancestor, having experienced childhood poverty, developed an affinity for wealth. After all, every time he received the documents she passed to him, he could hardly suppress a grin. For others, stewardship was a burden. For him, it was a delight. Loxis failed to comprehend, yet she respected his disposition. She elucidated. Well, indeed, at that time, the Carringtons were quite impoverished, but your great-grandson had a remarkable penchant for amassing wealth. He was quite adept at business, and under his stewardship, the Carringtons became exceedingly prosperous. Salazar immediately thought of the one descendant who bore the greatest resemblance to Godric, the sole child who made Godric feel he had not merely received an honorary mention. Salazar inquired, "You mean Shirt's child?" Loxis nodded affirmatively, yes. Hearing this, Godric proudly placed his hands on his hips. "I knew this child would not disappoint us, Salazar." Salazar nodded in agreement. "I have always thought well of him, however. Regardless of the current state of the Carringtons, I believe, Loxis, you would not reject an abundance of wealth, would you? For these are treasures that I and Godric have deliberately set aside for you." Loxis sincerely expressed her gratitude to her two ancestors. "I understand. In any case, thank you both." Godric, disliking sentimentality, promptly redirected the conversation. "Well, let us conclude this trifling discussion. Now, Loxis, could you introduce us to the gentleman in black behind you?" At this, Loxis turned to glance at Severus Snape, since she had lifted the black cloth from Salazar and Godric's portrait to converse with them. He had remained quietly standing there, observing their exchange and affording her ample time with her ancestors. Loxis approached Snape, drawing him closer to the portraits, and introduced them to one another. "Allow me to present to you both. These are Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor, two of Hogwarts founders. This is Severus Snape, my father, and the current head of Slytherin House at Hogwarts." Following Loxis' introduction, it was time for mutual greetings. Godric warmly greeted, "Oh, good day, Mr. Snape." Salazar nodded curtly, "Good day." Snape politely returned the greeting. "Greetings to you both, Mr. Slytherin and Mr. Gryffindor." Chapter 80, Return to School. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Snape concluded his conversation with the two founders. After all, there was little of substance for them to discuss. Subsequently, Loxis departed Gringotts with the two portraits and Snape, returning to Carrington Castle. Upon arriving at Carrington Castle, a heartfelt reunion ensued. Leading the way was Selina, along with others from the Carrington family who had interacted with the founders, engaging in amiable exchanges of sentiments. It was a grand gathering of familial recognition. Following this was the Hogwarts alumni reunion, as nearly all Carrington since Selina had attended Hogwarts, and the Carrington family welcome. After the welcome event, Loxis discussed the arrangement for placing Salazar and Godric's portraits with the two parties involved. After all, she was uncertain whether they preferred to remain with their family, spend time with their children, visit Hogwarts, their jointly established school with friends, or venture elsewhere. Upon hearing Loxis' inquiry, Salazar promptly replied without hesitation, "Just place us in Carrington Castle." Godric added, "Yes, keep us in Carrington. We have portraits at Hogwarts, and over the years, we can visit Hogwarts and those charming children whenever we wish." Upon hearing Godric's words, Loxis was somewhat taken aback. "You have portraits at Hogwarts? Why have I never seen them?" Godric explained, "Our portraits were once prominently displayed there. We were inundated with young wizards seeking our counsel daily, leaving us no private time whatsoever. While speaking, Godric feigned a dramatic sigh. Our popularity. Locke has recalled something. Are Helga and Rowena portraits also present? Salazar added. Indeed, that is why we concealed our portraits, if we wish to see the outside world. We visit the portraits of others, and they are always agreeable to our presence. Upon hearing their explanations, Locke has experienced an epiphany. Realizing why she often felt as though she was being watched, when she turned to look, she discovered it was merely an unremarkable portrait. Locke has remarked, "So, you have been observing me through others' portraits at Hogwarts?" Salazar affirmed Locke his deduction. "You are a perceptive child. Indeed, it was us. However, at that time, you had yet to embark on your journey through time, so we did not approach you. We merely watched you from the shadows. Lockys, your speed is quite impressive. Every time I turn around, I cannot spot you." Godric chuckled. "Oh my dear Locke, you must understand that if our agility were lacking, how could we have concealed ourselves within Hogwarts for a millennium?" Lockys nodded in acknowledgement. After confirming the intentions of Salazar and Godric, she engaged in further discussions with them regarding several pertinent matters before retiring for the night, as Snape had arranged for her return to school the following day, necessitating an early rise. Upon her return to Hogwarts, Lockys was met with her classmates' bewilderment and concern regarding her absence at the start of the term. Alongside a plethora of gifts reminiscent of the previous year, she graciously thanked those who inquired about her well-being, attributing her absence to family matters, and took a moment to visit and comfort Hermione in the infirmary. Having resolved these matters, she was confronted by a visibly upset Draco. Observing him sulking on the sofa, Lockys silently questioned what could possibly be troubling him. After all, she had merely arrived a few days late, and had not offended her usual dining companion. As for the Yule Ball, she had long since expressed her intention not to attend, and he had agreed. After exchanging pleasantries with others, Lockys approached him. "What troubles you, Draco? You seem rather unwell." Noticing that Lockys had finally acknowledged him, and with no one else around, the haughty young master slammed his hand on the table. "Why did you keep the fact that you are the headmaster's daughter from me? I learned it from my father." The sound of his hand striking the table was so thunderous that, according to the law of mutual action and reaction, his hand was left quite pained. Yet, determined to maintain his imposing demeanor, Draco stifled his discomfort, hiding his throbbing hand behind him, and shaking it vigorously. Lockys tilted her head in confusion. "So? You have been angry about this all along?" Witnessing her nonchalant demeanor, Draco's frustration only intensified. They were good friends, and she had concealed this from him, seemingly indifferent to its significance. He had even worried for her when the headmaster confined her, and had gone so far as to plead with the headmaster when her punishments became too frequent. It appeared that the headmaster was favoring his own daughter, rendering all his efforts a mockery. Draco was unaware of the pain in his palm as he crossed his arms tightly, glaring at Lockys as though she had betrayed their friendship. This matter. Clearly, you do not value the bond between friends, and you think I am merely being unreasonable, don't you?" Lockys blinked, acknowledging that she understood the root of Draco's anger. Yet she had not deliberately hidden it. It was merely that she had not volunteered the information. Well, perhaps she was at fault. She had informed Hermione after all. Failing to balance the scales among friends, an oversight indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Lockys chose to apologize. "I am sorry for not informing you sooner. It was my oversight. In truth, I only reconciled with my father last summer, hence I did not intend to conceal it from you." She paused before continuing. "Moreover, during this semester's Quidditch matches, Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy were already aware of my relationship with my father, and I assumed they would inform you." Upon hearing this, Draco was momentarily stunned. "You mean my father and mother knew long before, and I was the only one left in the dark?" Lockys hesitated but nodded. Draco felt as though the sky had fallen. "So all of you conspired to keep this from me?" Lockys replied, "It wouldn't be accurate to say we conspired, as you never inquired." Draco retorted, "Oh, how convenient that I never asked." Noticing Draco's expression resembling that of someone in distress, Lockys gently patted his shoulder. All right. Don't be angry. How about I offer you 3 bags of spicy snacks as compensation?" Draco responded, "I want 5 bags and 3 bowls of snail noodles." Lockys agreed. "It's a deal." Chapter 81. The Valentine's Day love letter incident. Shortly after returning to school, the spring festival arrived. This time, Lockys was not destined to spend this family reunion holiday alone. She and Snape shared a warm celebration reminiscent of Christmas, first inviting other professors to partake in a feast. Once the banquet concluded, the father and daughter enjoyed a leisurely conversation accompanied by delightful treats. Not long after, Valentine's Day approached. Ultimately, Loxis could not evade the unrelenting affections of Gilderoy Lockhart. Just after Christmas, Valentine's Day loomed, and Lockhart arranged for house elves to act as little cupids delivering Valentine's cards throughout Hogwarts, making it utterly impossible to escape. He even audaciously suggested that they consult her father on brewing love potions and seek Professor Flitwick's advice on enchanting spells. At that moment, Loxis could almost envision her father's darkened expression, as if he wished to eliminate Lockhart on the spot. Initially, she thought the situation was manageable. Yet, when she found herself under the onslaught of love-struck house elves, she realized just how overwhelming it had become. To her astonishment, she discovered that not only had someone penned her a love letter, but there were multiple missives. Furthermore, someone had the audacity to dispatch those enchanted elves during her potions class. Was her father being overly lenient, his authority diminished, or was the person sending her these letters simply oblivious to the class schedule? Alternatively, could it be an intentional plot to ensnare her, wishing for her esteemed potions professor to unleash his fury upon her? Before she could cast a silent charm to prevent the house elf from reading the letter aloud, Loxis recognized that none of these scenarios were accurate. The sender clearly intended for her to become the subject of gossip, though it was possible that was not their original intent. Nevertheless, they had undeniably transformed her from an observer into the observed. Indeed, the observer would ultimately become the subject of speculation. "Oh Loxis, I have discovered that I am in love with you. Your eyes, akin to obsidian, have deeply etched themselves into my heart, day and night." The house elf began to recite, and within mere seconds, Loxis had not yet managed to silence it. But the beginning of the letter had already been divulged. During this time, all eyes in the classroom were fixed upon her, including Snape's piercing gaze. Loxis stiffly turned around to find Snape's expression dark and menacing, as if he were ready to take drastic measures. Given Snape's previous statements that she had come to Hogwarts to learn rather than to engage in romantic pursuits, she was certain he would disapprove of any budding campus romance. Though she herself had no intention of entering a premature relationship, she could not ignore the fact that someone was intent on ensnaring her. "Dad, please let me explain. I truly did not intend to pursue a romance at this age." Loxis desperately wished to clarify her situation, but the timing was far from ideal. She could hardly throw herself at her father's feet in front of so many classmates, exclaiming, "I am innocent, Dad. I never intended to fall in love." As Loxis awkwardly fidgeted and trembled in fear, the house elf finally concluded reading the letter and departed. However, she was not yet free from scrutiny. The gazes of all her classmates remained firmly fixed upon her. "Why is this drama only half revealed?" others murmured, prompting several to transform into curious badgers. Her nearby Slytherin companion, and even distant Gryffindors leaned forward, eager to discover the latter half of the letter, and the identity of its author, all vying to catch a glimpse of the letter that had become so scandalously hot in her hands. It is undeniably the class they dread the most, the potions lesson taught by the formidable Professor Snape. Infuriated by someone attempting to lead his daughter astray into the realm of early romance, Snape's ire intensified upon witnessing the scene before him. His deep voice resonated from the front of the classroom. "It appears you all believe you have mastered the subject matter of this class to such an extent that you can afford the luxury of meddling in the affairs of others. Should I discover that any of you have failed to grasp the material presented today, you shall find yourselves in detention with Filch this weekend." As he spoke, Snape advanced towards Loxis, ultimately halting right beside her. Loxis swallowed hard, cautiously raising her gaze to her father, wearing a countenance of contrition. Naturally, Snape would not resolve this matter within the confines of his classroom. He simply instructed Loxis to visit his office after class. "As for you, report to my office after class." With that, before Loxis could react, Snape strode back to the podium, clutching the letter of affection she had received. Regardless of what awaited Loxis after class, one thing was clear. Under Snape's formidable threat, she finally found solace in the classroom, as no one dared to pay her any further attention. Evidently, the looming specter of weekend detention held far greater sway over their nerves than her relatively trivial predicament. This was true even for those who typically found the subject arduous. As for those who had never successfully navigated Snape's class, they were already cursing him in their hearts. Throughout the remainder of the potions lesson, Loxis remained exceedingly cautious, fearful that her actions might displease Snape. At long last, she endured until the end of class, preparing to venture to Snape's office to plead her case and quell her father's wrath. However, as Loxis hastily made her departure, a swarm of house elves, swifter than she, intercepted her at the doorway of the potions classroom, brandishing several letters of affection, at least half of which were intended for Loxis. "Oh, woe is me," she lamented. In that moment, Loxis could feel Snape's piercing gaze upon her, as if it were a death ray. And she dreaded how many more classes she would have to endure in the dungeons, how many nights she would have to spend in torment. With her head bowed and overwhelmed by despair at the pile of letters, even Pansy could no longer contain herself. Oh Loxis, while we all know you have resolved to abstain from romantic entanglements until adulthood, the sheer volume of love letters you have garnered speaks to an unparalleled charm. Surely, that is a good thing? Draco nodded vigorously in agreement. If I received as many love letters as you, I assure you the entire school would know, and my parents would swell with pride at my allure. The little snakes of Slytherin cast envious glances at Loxis. Thank you for the invitation. But such parents are non-existent in my homeland. Chapter 82. The Valentine's Day Love Letter Incident 2. Regardless of what others thought, Loxis resigned herself to clutching the bundle of love letters as she made her way to the nearby dungeons. Having traversed the teacher's corridor, Snape, whose long legs had allowed him to arrive at his office well ahead of her, awaited Loxis' arrival behind his desk. He had already devised a plan to address the situation. Not only would he firmly admonish Loxis to extinguish any notions of early romance, but he would also keep a vigilant watch over the school's ruffians, lest they lead his daughter astray. On this annual Valentine's Day, Professor Snape, Hogwarts potions master, faced an unpleasant reality, one that every father of a daughter dreads. The daughter he had only just recognized might one day be whisked away by some unknown blonde interloper. The mere thought of such a possibility ignited a primal urge within him to rend that hypothetical intruder to shreds. Yet he was acutely aware that his daughter would inevitably encounter her destined partner. It was an inescapable truth. For that eventuality he would extend his blessings. However, that could only occur after she reached adulthood. In the interim, this period was meant to serve as a buffer for him, allowing him to gradually come to terms with the fact that his daughter would one day marry. Now, he needed to delicately convey to her the importance of warding off those unsavory suitors who might easily lead his daughter astray. As Loxis entered his office, Snape had already composed a mental script, ready to impart a lesson on the pitfalls of early romance. Dad, here are all the letters I just received, Loxis declared upon entering the office, dutifully presenting all the love letters she had garnered. Having observed younger relatives at the Gu family submit their love letters at school without facing any repercussions, she believed her father would show leniency and not impose extra lessons upon her. Snape was taken aback by Loxis's unexpected compliance, and gazing at the mountain of letters that had accumulated on his desk, he fell into deep contemplation. Was there truly such a multitude of individuals intent on wooing his daughter? Sighing, Snape urged himself to remain calm, then spoke in a low tone. I trust you are aware that I do not endorse you diverting your attention from your studies to indulge in romance. Of course, if you genuinely believe you have encountered someone worthy of your affections, I hope you will maintain your rationality and strive for excellence together, rather than allowing infatuation to distract you from your academic pursuits and squander your potential. Loxis listened intently, and once Snape had concluded, she replied, Rest assured, father. Not only do I currently harbor no thoughts of early romance, but my ideal partner would be someone with whom I could engage in discussions about alchemy or potions. Otherwise, we would lack any common ground for conversation, which would be exceedingly dull. Hearing Loxis's words, Snape finally felt a sense of relief. As long as his daughter remained oblivious to such matters, those detestable ruffians would not achieve their nefarious aims. Very well, class is dismissed. Snape nodded in satisfaction. As long as you are aware of your priorities, you may take these letters back with you. Do not allow them to distract you. Loxis was taken aback that Snape would return the letters to her. Typically, one would expect them to be confiscated until graduation. What should I do now? To read or not to read? She pondered, torn between her options. Ultimately, Loxis resolved to read each letter thoroughly and privately respond with polite refusals. Sitting on the sofa, she openly began to unwrap the letters in Snape's presence. After perusing a few, a look of confusion washed over her face as she encountered lines such as, Oh Loxis, your spicy strips are truly delectable. If I go a day without savoring them, I find myself consumed with longing. And Miss Feifei, do you remember the hot pot we enjoyed a few months ago? I can still vividly recall it. It was far superior to a heap of cockroaches, especially that tomato-flavored broth. Sweet and tangy. Loxis. In that moment, she found herself bewildered, unable to discern whether these individuals were professing their love to her, or to the food in her hands. However, having read these letters, which bore little resemblance to traditional love notes, Loxis surmised that most of her correspondents were likely students from Hufflepuff, expressing their sincere affection for delicious cuisine. Upon grasping this realization, Loxias hastened to tear open the letters, successfully sorting them into two distinct piles, one expressing affection for food, and the other for her. The stack of letters devoted to culinary admiration towered to the height of her potions textbook, while those professing love for her were but a scant few. Most of the missives dedicated to food were penned by the younger Hufflepuff badgers, among whom were several girls. Observing this, Loxias found them all the more endearing, a smile dancing in her eyes. However, upon witnessing this moment, Severus felt a surge of alarm within him. Despite his earlier remarks to Loxias regarding the consequences of her falling in love, he was deeply averse to the thought of his daughter being whisked away. His previous comments had merely been a veiled attempt to dissuade her from early romantic entanglements, allowing him ample time to reconcile with the notion of her future marriage. Consequently, a visibly anxious Severus paused his grading and inquired, "What's the matter, Loxias?" Loxias lifted the letter in her hand, exclaiming, "Oh father, these little badgers are simply adorable. Their hearts and minds are wholly consumed by food, and every time I dine with them, my appetite flourishes." Severus vacated his seat to sit beside Loxias, asking what? She handed him the letter expressing love for food. After taking it, Severus glanced down, swiftly perusing its contents, and in that moment his anxious heart finally eased. "What a relief," he muttered. "It seems these letters are not intended to abduct my daughter." As he set the letter down, his gaze unwittingly drifted to several others atop the pile. Though he did not pick them up, he distinctly recognized the one delivered by the impudent pixie that had barged into his classroom. Severus immediately understood that this collection of letters was, in truth, genuine love letters addressed to Loxias. "These, I presume, are the letters that hold true significance for you," he stated darkly. Loxias offered an awkward smile, regretting her decision to summon her father to share in the whimsical charm of the badgers. Severus did not even bother to lift the remaining letters. He merely cast a glance and, recalling the classroom incident, seethed, "Your obsidian-like eyes have left an indelible mark on my heart. If only these creatures, whose minds seem occupied by incomprehensible substances, could channel the energy they expend on love letters into their studies, they would not be inundated with such folly." As Severus's words settled in, Loxias felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment wash over her, especially considering her education in Hogwarts, which firmly denounced early romantic pursuits, particularly at the tender age of 13. This internal conflict rendered her unable to engage openly in the trifecta of budding romance, preparation, involvement, and dissolution, while also seeking her family's support. Psychologically, she found herself at an impasse. Loxias knew that Severus, with his acerbic wit, was not targeting her specifically, rather, he was venting his frustrations. Yet, in the face of such an awkward situation, she felt quite uncomfortable. In a moment of inspiration, Loxias blurted, "Father, have you noticed? My eyes resemble yours quite closely. If they complement my eyes, they are, in essence, praising yours as well." After uttering this, Loxias fell into silence, regretting her sudden burst of cleverness. "I wish I could rewind time to before I said that." Severus, upon hearing his daughter's words, simply replied, "Thanks for the invitation." Ultimately, Loxias could only reassure him once more, "Rest easy, father. I assure you I will not engage in early romance. You must trust my judgment. My standards are exceedingly high, and I will not fall prey to any adverse consequences stemming from romantic entanglements." After a brief moment of silence, Severus pointed to the letters on the table. "What do you intend to do about these?" Without a moment's hesitation, Loxias stated her original plan. "Of course, I shall respond with a firm refusal." Severus was not entirely satisfied with Loxias's response. In his view, these letters warranted no reply and should be incinerated immediately. However, respecting Loxias's autonomy, he merely remarked, "As long as you have a plan." Thus, Loxias navigated this Valentine's Day without incident in Severus's presence. After composing her rejections and entrusting them to Jerry, she rewarded him with a generous handful of jerky and asked him to deliver the letters. To avoid any potential encounters with the pixies, Loxias opted to remain in Severus's office for the remainder of her time. Those pixies might have the audacity to invade the classroom, but they dared not trespass into a professor's office. Even Gilderoy Lockhart would knock before entering. With no classes left for the day, she settled into her sanctuary. As curfew approached, Loxias stealthily returned to the Slytherin common room, having successfully navigated the day unscathed. The following day, Loxias learned from Draco about various happenings beyond her own, such as Ginny writing a love letter to Harry, which was delivered by a pixie, though Harry was not particularly fond of it. This revelation sparked an idea in Loxias, and she eagerly decided to share her thoughts with Severus. "Father," she exclaimed, "the diary has been with Miss Weasley for some time now. Do you recall? I foresaw that the younger version of the Dark Lord acknowledged having comforted Miss Weasley, and offered her advice." Severus, perusing the newspaper, did not seem particularly concerned, as Loxias had already shared this segment of the future with him. What of it? He inquired. Loxias elaborated on her analysis and speculation. Considering the timeline of Miss Weasley's feelings for Harry, the duration for which the diary was in her possession, and the timing of Valentine's Day, I have reasonable grounds to suspect that a significant portion of the content in Miss Weasley's letter to Harry was authored by the Dark Lord himself. She paused deliberately, creating an air of suspense. Thus, it can be equated to the notion that the Dark Lord penned a love letter to Harry. Upon hearing Loxias's conclusion, Severus sighed. His daughter possessed an extraordinary imagination, even conjuring the idea of Voldemort writing love letters to Potter, a feat indeed. Observing Severus's impassive demeanor, Loxias surmised that he simply did not believe her hypothesis. She directly asked, "Father, are you not at all surprised? Or do you not believe me?" Severus chose to refrain from expressing an opinion on the matter, responding instead, "Loxias, if you devoted your abundant energy to studying potions, I am confident you would have avoided the continual minor errors you seem to make." Loxias protested, "Father, that is not fair. You're breaking the rules." Having a teacher as a father had its drawbacks. Whenever she did something outlandish, he would invariably cite her academic shortcomings to curtail her errant behavior. Consequently, Loxias found herself resigned to her small desk, diligently working on the additional potion exercises Severus had assigned her. Meanwhile, as Loxias immersed herself in her potion studies, Severus could no longer focus on the newspaper, his mind preoccupied with her recent remarks. Loxias's conjectures were not without merit. Thus, did Voldemort truly pen a love letter to Potter? The nature of their relationship, him writing a love letter? By Merlin S. Beard, it is indeed unfathomable. What were the contents of that letter? He recalls Draco reciting it during a meal in the Great Hall. If it genuinely originated from Voldemort, it would be a lamentable comparison, even lacking the eloquence of those who pursue his beloved Loxias. That scoundrel at least had the sense to liken Loxias's eyes to obsidian. Yet in his letter, he audaciously compared those exquisite eyes to pickled toads. How absurd. Indeed, Voldemort's mind is so consumed by matters of the heart that he pales in comparison to a mere troll. As Snape contemplated this, a surge of indignation filled him. But before he could dwell further, sorrow and regret reclaimed dominion over his heart. Chapter 84. Loxias's thoughts. Although Loxias was engrossed in her studies, she quickly discerned Snape's melancholic demeanor. She set aside her quill, picked up a sheet of parchment, and approached him. Pretending to be puzzled, Loxias inquired, "Father, what does this mean? I find myself somewhat bewildered." As Loxias's voice broke through his reverie, Snape responded, "Loxias, is there something you do not understand?" Subsequently, as he accepted the parchment she offered, he deftly employed the mental occlusion technique, rendering his eyes vacant. Observing this version of Snape, Loxias fell into a prolonged silence. She had committed to memory the fleeting glimpse of Snape's despondency, and pondered the potential causes of his distress. Yet after considerable thought, she found herself unable to identify any reason that could elicit such an expression from him. As far as Loxias understood, if Snape were struggling with potion research, he would likely engage in thoughtful contemplation. If he were dissatisfied with the love letters penned by suitors, he would display a look of disdain. And if it were the academic pursuits of other students troubling him, he would exhibit irritation. That particular expression, however, bore the weight of remorse, as if he had erred gravely and was tormented by the consequences. What could possibly be the source of such turmoil? Surely, it could not be the incident she had mentioned about Voldemort writing a love letter to Harry, a notion he had dismissed entirely. Nor could it be that her father harbored feelings for Voldemort. Moreover, given that Kilter had glimpsed his past and future, if he were to fall in love with Voldemort, he would not have become her father. Thus, it must pertain to some obscure past of which she was unaware. Loxias felt a profound sense of frustration. This was the first time she had witnessed such an expression from Snape, yet her instincts told her it was not a harbinger of good tidings. In that moment, she realized she and Snape were akin to familiar strangers, only able to sense his despondency while being powerless to alleviate it. She remained entirely ignorant of her father's past, as well as his other family members. He had never divulged anything regarding his history. Truth be told, if Loxias truly desired to uncover Snape's past, it would be a simple task. With the influence of the Carrington family or her own abilities, answers would be readily accessible. However, Loxias understood clearly that she could not pursue such a course. Not everyone is willing to unveil their past, especially in an involuntary manner, through the investigation of others. Severus Snape was her family, her father, and she owed him the respect he deserved. She neither wished nor was willing to learn of Snape's past in such a manner. Every individual carries regrets. Perhaps her father was merely reflecting on his own. Regret can indeed influence a person, yet it should not lead to despair. Therefore, Loxias ultimately resolved not to delve into the unspoken past of Snape. After all, she would remain steadfastly by his side. Should she misjudge, there would still be opportunities for timely rectification. For an extended period thereafter, Loxias remained in Snape's office, subtly observing him while assisting with the enhancement of the polyjuice potion. Judging by their progress, they should be able to complete the improvement before Harry discovered the Chamber of Secrets. Moreover, Loxias had inquired of Salazar regarding the chamber and the basilisk. She had confirmed that the serpent was none other than the basilisk she had encountered a millennium ago. Salazar had even shared with her the antidote formula for its venom, greatly reducing the difficulty of their task. Thus, they were well prepared. All that remained was the favorable winds of fortune. Once they perfected the polyjuice potion, they could execute their plan. Before that, Loxias recollected the petrified classmates and the necessity of venturing into the lair of the Acromantula to rescue the Savior and Ron. The former was manageable. Regular vigilance within the castle would suffice, aided by Betty and Ethel. The latter, however, was pressing, as the timing was now critical. Consequently, she and her father would once again find themselves wandering the Forbidden Forest. To be frank, prior to Christmas, Snape had already taken her to explore the Forbidden Forest to ascertain specific locations, and they had spent considerable time there, even collecting a hefty supply of Acromantula venom. During that period, they traversed the forest as if it were their own backyard, and she had grown weary of it, lacking the desire to return. Although they could act directly based on their prior reconnaissance, to avoid any unnecessary complications, they needed to venture into the Forbidden Forest a few days in advance to reassess the actual circumstances. As a result, Snape's storeroom had acquired several large vials of Acromantula venom. Gazing at the ample collection of venom, Loxias remarked, "I am truly grateful for Hagrid's cultivation of Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest. Otherwise, we would not have procured such invaluable venom." In response, Snape scoffed. "Yet he raises those spiders in the forest without regard for the lives of the young witches and wizards in this castle. I wonder if Dumbledore has truly aged to the point of permitting him to oversee the Forbidden Forest and harbor such dangerous creatures." Loxias arched an eyebrow. Perhaps Headmaster Dumbledore is unaware of the rapid breeding rate of spiders? Moreover, it is precisely because he raises them that we can obtain this priceless venom without expending a single galleon, is it not? As their conversation flowed, Loxias had already secured Snape's storeroom and accompanied him to the sofa in his office. Suddenly, Loxias hatched a mischievous idea. "Father, what do you think of setting a fire to deal with some of the Acromantula when we venture into the Forbidden Forest the day after tomorrow?" Snape's lips twitched. He could hardly fathom how his child could conjure such peculiar notions. "If your mind is still lucid enough to remember where that is." Loxias playfully winked. "Oh, my dear father, I certainly recall that it is the Forbidden Forest, teeming with countless trees, with the Acromantula nests situated beneath them. However, I am confident in my ability to control my magic, ensuring that no trees will ignite, and if an incident occurs, I shall extinguish the flames promptly. Do not attempt this at home." As Loxias concluded her statement, Snape was immediately struck by a foreboding sense. He felt that Loxias intended to utilize this opportunity for something. Thus, knowing Loxias well, Snape did not hesitate to inquire directly, "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 85. Concerns. Snape did not hesitate to ask, "What do you intend to do?" Loxias revealed a wicked grin as she divulged her long-considered plan. For instance, to utilize a special method to inform Headmaster Dumbledore of the connection between Gellert and myself. Severus Snape was perplexed. "But didn't you previously instruct me not to disclose Grindelwald's departure from Nurmengard?" He found himself struggling to comprehend what Loxias intended, as she had earlier insisted that he keep Grindelwald's exit a secret. Yet now she seemed eager for Dumbledore to know of her connection with Grindelwald. This contradiction was baffling to Snape. Loxias replied, "Indeed, not revealing that Gellert left Nurmengard does not conflict with the existence of my mentor-student relationship with him, does it?" Snape furrowed his brow. Although the two matters were not in opposition, he remained uncertain of Loxias' intentions. The enigmatic Loxias did not leave Snape in confusion for long. She clarified, "In truth, I learned this from the shifting dynamics between Salazar and Godric a millennium ago." She then succinctly recounted the events of that time. After sharing, Loxias took a sip of tea before articulating her insight. When a situation has stagnated for far too long, and the inner turmoil is intractable, perhaps an external force can intervene and break the deadlock. At this point, Snape grasped her intention: to reconcile Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Loxias continued, It is evident that the relationship between the headmaster and Gellert has reached an impasse, one that has remained unresolved for nearly half a century. This indicates that relying solely on their efforts, they may never reach a resolution. Thus, I might intervene from the outside, and perhaps create a breakthrough. I plan to use a fire-based protective charm to dazzle Dumbledore amidst a swarm of spiders, directly revealing my connection with Gellert, encouraging him to reconsider his thoughts on Gellert. Who knows, he might even venture back to Nurmengard to reconcile with him. Loxias spoke with such enthusiasm that she vividly painted the scene for Snape. However, no matter how grand her visions sounded, Snape was not in accord with her actions. After years of collaboration, he had developed a profound understanding of his superior, the former headmaster. Dumbledore was a remarkable and powerful wizard, yet he was not entirely benevolent. For Dumbledore, the tranquility of the wizarding world was paramount, and he would sacrifice anything for it, whether it be Lily in the past or Harry in the present, or even himself. It was easy to foresee what he might do if he deemed someone a threat to that peace. Grindelwald's experience at Nurmengard served as a testament to this, albeit he had his own reasons. Through his interactions with Loxias, Snape had also gleaned some knowledge about the Carrington family's influence. Though they remained hidden from public view, they were immensely powerful. Once they emerged, even the Sacred 28 might struggle to contend with them, even if only Loxias remained. Snape was uncertain of how much Dumbledore truly understood of the Carrington influence, but he was certain it was not insignificant. He had learned, albeit through chance, that Grindelwald's followers, the Saints, were not entirely dispersed. Over the years, new members had quietly joined their ranks. If he was aware, Dumbledore would surely have some inkling as well. The mentor-student relationship between Loxias and Grindelwald was one of intimacy within the wizarding community. As Grindelwald had no heirs, Loxias would logically inherit all his possessions and power after his passing. With the Carrington family coupled with the Saints, such a formidable force made Snape wary that Dumbledore would not exclude Loxias from his list of suspects. Especially since Loxias was a Slytherin, a true Slytherin, inheriting the Parseltongue like Voldemort. In comparison to Voldemort, she was far more adept at winning hearts. Just look at those badgers who, having once avoided him, chose to attend detention in his office for the sake of her tutoring. That was the strongest testament to her influence. Snape could not believe that Dumbledore, serving as headmaster in the same school, could be so blind. Moreover, he did not think that under these circumstances, Dumbledore would relax his vigilance toward Loxias simply because of her slight Gryffindor lineage. He trusted Dumbledore, but that did not mean he was at ease with the possibility of Dumbledore doing anything untoward to his daughter. Snape candidly expressed his viewpoint. I do not agree with your plan. You do not understand Dumbledore. Revealing your connection to Grindelwald will only serve to highlight the strength of the forces behind you. And as a Slytherin, it may provoke suspicion that you could become the third Dark Lord. Upon hearing Snape's words, Loxias, though puzzled by what Dumbledore had done to prompt such thoughts from her father, contemplated for a moment, and concluded that it was of little consequence. Father, Dumbledore will not suspect me, even as a Slytherin. His understanding of the Carrington traits, shaped by my grandfather's actions, is deeper than anyone else's. Snape paused, taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered the term. The Carrington traits? Loxias nodded. The Carringtons possess great power. Yet we share a common trait. We are reluctant to step into the limelight, to become renowned figures like the Minister of Magic or those like Dumbledore. After a moment of reflection, Loxias smiled. This is not merely a binding family rule. It is a collective choice made from the heart. Initially, Loxias did not understand why her ancestors established such a rule, nor why they adhered to it with such seriousness. It was the only family rule that had never been broken, lending it a semblance of dignity. As she matured and came to recognize her connection with Snape, she gradually understood the reasoning behind it, and like others made the same choice. Preserving the family secret was merely the superficial purpose of this rule. In reality, they believed that sometimes, a simple life filled with familial happiness far outweighed all else. To stand in the spotlight and be renowned would invite too many eyes upon them, and draw them further from what they truly sought. Chapter 86, Bonds of Family. Loxias gently caressed the ring on her left hand. Without me needing to elaborate, Father, you must understand how notorious the Dark Lord truly is. Snape, once a key figure under the second Dark Lord, responded gravely, indeed, quite notorious, causing many to tremble. Snape continued, but what if? He already knew that Loxias would not easily change her mind. He took a deep breath, leaning back in his seat, feeling a sense of agitation over his inability to sway Loxias's thoughts. He truly did not comprehend what was so compelling about meddling in the affairs of a couple, making their lives more complicated rather than allowing them to resolve things on their own. Yet, Loxias smiled and shrugged in response. Let him suspect. After all, I have no such intentions, and he possesses no evidence. The innocent will remain clear. Even if he were to reach a point of confusion and attempt to act against me, even if I cannot best him, I have ways to ensure both you and I can retreat unscathed. Observing Loxias's unworried demeanor, Snape, burdened with concern, felt she had yet to experience the harsh realities of the world. Despite being a head of household capable of facing various challenges, she still seemed quite naive. However, Snape soon considered that perhaps this was not entirely unappealing. For indeed, no individual's journey of growth occurs instantaneously. Even if one appears to ascend rapidly, they have undoubtedly traversed through myriad trials. Just as he once did. He does not wish for Loxias to endure the same shadows and pain he experienced. His Loxias deserves nothing but the finest, the utmost happiness. Even if she requires growth, it should be nurtured beneath his wings, within his protection, guided by him towards gradual and gentle maturation. She need not, nor should she, endure such tribulations to achieve swift advancement. At this moment, she may remain sufficiently innocent and tender. Snape sighed, posing one final inquiry. Have you ever contemplated that all your endeavors, akin to those of your ancestors, may fail to attain their objectives, or worse, yield dire consequences? Snape had come to some realizations. Yet he remained resolute in his intention to dissuade Loxias from employing fire protection that would expose her relationship with Grindelwald. In his view, it was unnecessary to meddle in the emotional entanglements between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. They were both adults of considerable age, capable of managing their own affairs of the heart without interference, especially in situations fraught with potential peril. Upon hearing Snape's words, Loxias fell silent for a moment, ultimately choosing not to conceal anything from him. A shadow of sorrow crossed her eyes. It would not lead to worse outcomes, for I have glimpsed their future. A future where they continue to love each other, even unto death. Geralt remains as he is now, solitary in Nurmengard. On an otherwise ordinary day for him, he received a returned letter, stating that Headmaster Dumbledore had passed away. I believe there could be no more tragic consequence than this. With Loxias' statement, the atmosphere in the cellar grew markedly somber, and she was uncertain of what thoughts arose in Snape's mind. After a brief silence, Loxias took the initiative to grasp Snape's hand, continuing, I understand your concerns, Father. You wish to shield me from danger due to Dumbledore's suspicions, but I must proceed. Before our reunion here, Geralt was my closest companion, and the one who guided me into the realm of magic, my most revered teacher. Therefore, I cannot allow him to face death without the opportunity for reconciliation with his beloved, leaving behind only regret. Upon hearing Loxias's explanation, Snape met her earnest gaze, instinctively lifting his hand to gently caress her cheek. At that moment, his heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. He recalled the past Lily, and the rift that had formed between them due to his careless words. Regrets haunted him, lingering until his final breath. Snape closed his eyes, concealing the anguish within, skillfully employing the art of mental occlusion. Loxias did not miss the transformation in Snape, and upon witnessing it, she remained silent, merely tightening her grip on his hand, her eyes betraying her concern. After a considerable time, Snape opened his eyes again, exhaling a heavy breath. At that moment, Loxias returned to her usual cheerful demeanor. This time, Snape gently patted her shoulder, acquiescing to her course of action. Since you have made your decision, then act as you see fit. Just as Loxias believed there were no further impediments, Snape's tone shifted. However, be cautious in controlling your magic, lest you harm the innocent. It was evident that Snape was aware of the monumental deeds Grindelwald had accomplished using fire protection. Loxias understood his implication and nodded, assuring him, I will manage the size and power. I have practiced this spell extensively with Geralt, and am quite adept at it. Following this, Loxias and Snape delved into various other topics to divert his attention from the painful memories that threatened to overwhelm him. It was not until late that Loxias left the cellar to return to her dormitory, where she found herself unable to sleep, lying in bed with her eyes wide open, lost in contemplation. This marked the second time she had witnessed such profound sorrow in Snape's countenance. Loxias understood that this was not merely a simple sorrow. It was a pain etched deep within his very being. It could consume a person, ensnaring them in a vortex of guilt and regret from which they could scarcely escape. Loxias had long recognized that one should not dwell excessively in negative emotions, as they could yield detrimental effects. She did not wish for her only remaining blood relative to be ensnared in such turmoil, tormented within. But what could she do? Reflecting on their previous discussions concerning love letters and the finality of death, Loxias surmised that Snape's anguish likely stemmed from the separations wrought by love and mortality. Within his negative emotions lay a profound sense of remorse. The regrets he harbored were irreparable, as the objects of his sorrow had largely departed this world. Coupled with the events of that era, and his willingness to serve Dumbledore despite being a Slytherin, Loxias could only speculate that perhaps the death of that individual was linked to the bloodshed ignited by Voldemort. Chapter 87. Fire Protection. The past has forged the scars of the present, yet to erase those scars, one must not only attempt to alter the past and prevent the scars from forming, but also allow for their healing. The means to facilitate such healing, at this juncture, appears to be even more elusive than the former, especially since, without proactive investigation, she is left to navigate her actions based solely on conjecture, entirely unaware of the unfolding events and unsure of where to begin. With this thought, Loxias murmured, "What a headache." The day to venture into the Forbidden Forest to rescue the Savior, and Ron arrived as anticipated. Prior to this, Loxias had already conferred with Dumbledore, apprising him of this variable and her decision alongside Snape. Loxias vividly remembered Dumbledore's warm smile and gentle tone as he assured her and her father, "Leave it to them." Yet, she pondered whether her esteemed headmaster would still be able to smile after she employed fire protection, having familiarized himself with the terrain. Snape expertly guided Loxias to the lair of the Acromantula. However, they did not encroach upon the open space Loxias had foreseen. Instead, they continued to gather herbs in the surrounding area, while awaiting the arrival of their target. At last Harry and Ron appeared, resplendent and unscathed. Snape and Loxias ceased their outdoor practical lesson, retreating to the shadows while employing the disillusionment charm to conceal their presence. They observed as Harry conversed with the enormous, talking Acromantula, Aragog, listening intently as Aragog divulged all that it knew. Ultimately, when Aragog commanded an attack on Harry and Ron, forcing the two to flee, Snape and Loxias made their entrance. Armed with wands, Snape and Loxias expertly wielded an array of offensive spells, accurately felling the approaching Acromantula, and gradually encircling Harry and Ron for their protection. In that moment, Harry and Ron gazed at Snape and Loxias with tears brimming in their eyes. They had never felt such excitement and relief at Snape's appearance as they did that day. Never had they felt so reassured by a Slytherin. Harry clutched his wand tightly, his previous unease and fear dissipating significantly. "Professor Snape, Loxias." Yet Loxias and Snape, preoccupied with combating the swarm of Acromantulas, had no time to respond. As Harry and Ron regained their composure upon witnessing the succession of spells unleashed by Snape and Loxias to repel the Acromantulas, they understood that they needed to contribute to the resolution of the dire situation. However, being merely second years, their magical repertoire paled in comparison to Loxias, who had benefited from advanced education and had mastered numerous formidable spells. Despite their best efforts to conjure aggressive spells, they found themselves largely ineffectual. Casting a glance at them, Loxias surveyed her surroundings, identifying a suitable open space. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, she exchanged a knowing look with Snape before executing the Fire Shield charm. Fire Shield. A brilliant blue flame erupted, centering around Loxias and encircling the other three, effectively isolating the Acromantulas. Any creature that attempted to breach the fiery barrier was incinerated by the azure flames, their desperate shrieks piercing the night air. In the pitch-black Forbidden Forest, the flames roared to life, accompanied by the haunting cries of the dying spiders, amplifying the already ominous atmosphere. Fortunately, due to the recent emergence of the basilisk, adventurous young witches and wizards had ceased their explorations, leaving no one to be terrified by the horrific sights within the forest. Meanwhile, bolstered by Loxias's magic, the flames surged higher, forcing the Acromantulas into a relentless retreat. Witnessing the successful execution of her spell, Loxias allowed a slight smile to grace her lips, gracefully waving her wand to intensify the flames, while casting a glance toward Hogwarts Castle. Although she had not witnessed it firsthand, she was certain that Dumbledore had observed this spectacle. Her intention had undoubtedly been fulfilled, though she wondered what expression her headmaster would wear upon witnessing her display. Beside her, Ron and Harry were evidently taken aback by the scene. Having grown up in a relatively peaceful era, they had never encountered such a magnificent and powerful display of magic. Yet Ron, raised in the Weasley household, had some familiarity with the incantation Loxias had just uttered. He swallowed hard, managing to stammer. "Did you just cast the Fire Shield charm? The same one used by the infamous Dark Wizard, Gellert Grindelwald, in Paris?" Loxias straightened her posture, maintaining her serene smile, and replied with an air of elegance indeed. Ron gasped, "But that's dark magic. An incredibly advanced dark magic at that." Loxias seemed to grasp Ron's sentiments. A mix of admiration and aversion toward dark magic. She nonchalantly replied, "Oh please, I am a Slytherin, the house renowned for producing dark wizards. It's perfectly normal to know a bit of dark magic. Who among us in Slytherin does not? I understand your views on dark magic and dark wizards, but it is dark magic that has saved you today." With a sly glance at her father, she added, "Moreover, we also have a Slytherin headmaster present." Snape, called out, remained silent, observing Loxias's display with a watchful eye. After hearing Loxias's words, Ron cast a glance at Snape, whose expression towards Gryffindor was perpetually unchanged, and wisely chose to remain silent. He certainly did not wish to provoke the Serpent King in such a precarious situation. Furthermore, he and Harry had already breached school rules by entering the Forbidden Forest, and he feared the inevitable loss of house points. Before long, the Acromantulas, recognizing their overwhelming losses, retreated to their lair. They understood that they could not penetrate Loxias's fire shield, and that continued assault would only result in needless sacrifice. It was far wiser to withdraw, conserve their strength, and seek alternative prey. Watching the retreating spiders, Loxia smiled, contemplating whether to elegantly retract her fire shield. However, as she beheld the blazing blue flames, she was once again struck by a vision of the future, her third year, and the third prophecy she had actively experienced. Chapter 88. The Prophecy of the Third Year. Ordinarily, their Carrington abilities manifested spontaneously when they lacked conscious control, and the only explanation for such occurrences was the involvement of events akin to a world-class narrative unfolding around them. Once more, Potter remained the central figure. How fitting it was for the Savior to be embroiled in such a tale. A true protagonist of a world-class narrative. It seemed that Voldemort was indeed formidable. Loxias observed the prophecy unfolding before her with a sense of detachment. Harry's third year at Hogwarts promised to be filled with rich experiences. It began with his violation of school rules by using magic off-campus, followed by the shocking news of Sirius Black's escape, and the arrival of a new defense against the dark arts teacher. Yet as events progressed, Loxias's initial calm began to dissipate rapidly. She gleaned from the unfinished prophecy that Lupin was a werewolf. Was Dumbledore truly losing his faculties? Hiring a charlatan skilled only in the Obliviate charm for one semester, followed by a werewolf the next? While Lupin possessed some genuine skill, it hardly masked the reality of his condition. Was it truly wise to expose students, who had yet to graduate from Hogwarts, to a werewolf? And to have her father brew wolfsbane potions for this werewolf for free? That was an arduous and time-consuming endeavor. If Dumbledore had indeed lost his wits, why not rekindle his romance at Numungard with her former teacher? Why require her to painstakingly act as a bridge? While Loxias lamented Dumbledore's decisions, she glimpsed further revelations. Her eyes narrowed, revealing an unmistakable glint of menace. That ungrateful Potter had the audacity to stun her father with the stunning spell? How dare he? Sirius Black was Potter's godfather? No wonder she had found him disagreeable from the outset. Moreover, the much-discussed traitor was not Sirius Black but Ron's pet rat? A rat that had transformed into an animagus for 12 years. What a splendid performance, utterly fascinating. Meanwhile, Ron, who remained apprehensive about leaving the Forbidden Forest, glanced at Loxias, intending to speak, but instinctively took a step back as he met her fierce gaze. Snape, ever vigilant, noticed Loxias's unusual demeanor. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the silvery glow emanating from her eyes mirrored the one he had seen when she departed for a millennia past. In that moment, Snape surmised that Loxias had just experienced a prophecy. Had she foreseen something dire? Although puzzled, he understood that now was not the time for such discussions. Ensuring the safe exit of the four of them from the Forbidden Forest was paramount. As the luminous glow in Loxias's eyes gradually faded, indicating her return from the prophetic vision, Snape felt a sense of relief and approached her. In those few steps, Snape noticed Loxias cast a cold glance at Potter. So, what she had foreseen was connected to Potter. Concerned, Snape inquired, "Are you all right, Loxias?" Upon hearing her father's voice, Loxias snapped back to the present, her expression shifting instantly. "I'm fine, father." Ron was left bewildered. What did she just call him? What is their relationship? Harry remained silent, feeling like an invisible presence in the room. Perplexed by the situation, what did she just call him? What is their relationship? However, neither the father nor daughter had the luxury of contemplating their astonishment, as each had pressing matters to attend to. Naturally, Loxis was eager to return and analyze the prophecy she had just witnessed, while Snape was concerned with the sudden emotional upheaval exhibited by Loxis. Turning to Loxis, Snape remarked, "The Acromantulas have retreated to their lairs. It would be prudent to extinguish your protective flames." Loxis nodded, waved her wand, and the flames dissipated, leaving the ground charred, remnants of the charred Acromantulas. Fortunately, no flora or fauna in the Forbidden Forest had suffered casualties as a result. Snape draped an arm around Loxis's shoulders as they walked ahead, coolly addressing the two lagging behind. "Let us proceed. I trust your legs will not falter and lead you astray as well." At his words, Harry and Ron exchanged a shiver, locking eyes briefly before hastening to match Snape's stride. Upon returning to Hogwarts Castle, they were met with a scathing reprimand. Snape towered over the quaking figures of Ron and Harry, akin to quails in their trepidation. "Behold, two fools who cannot even cast a basic offensive spell," carelessly abandoning their wits, convinced that a fifth-level acromantula would pose no threat, and thus ventured into the Forbidden Forest. In the face of Snape's tirade, both Ron and Harry lowered their heads, offering no rebuttal, for they had indeed acted thus, and could find no words to defend themselves. They could hardly claim that the acromantulas were bred by Hagrid, who had been imprisoned in Azkaban. Their trust in Hagrid had led them to this folly. They knew that uttering such words would only invite further venom from Snape, and perhaps even bring additional consequences for Hagrid. After all, they were the ones who had faced the wrath of the acromantulas. The matter of Hagrid's illicit breeding of acromantulas would surely reach Snape's ears. Despite any grievances they held against Hagrid's practices, they could not betray one of their own. Hence, they suppressed their Gryffindor instinct to retort, bowing their heads and enduring Snape's scathing remarks. Snape, observing the unusually silent pair, felt no inclination to soften his tone. Rather, he intensified his scorn. "I wonder who instilled such misplaced courage in you. Godric Gryffindor, perchance? I cannot imagine he would endorse a Gryffindor lacking in intellect." As the venomous tirade drew to a close, Snape delivered his final verdict. "I must commend your audacity. For this, Gryffindor will lose 50 points each. Furthermore, considering your excess energy, you shall be confined to Filchest detention until the end of this term." Despite having steeled themselves for the penalties of point deductions and detention, Ron and Harry felt as though the weight of the world had descended upon them. They had an abundance of tasks ahead, from preparing for exams to addressing the basilisk issue, all compounded by their newly imposed confinement. With heavy hearts, they shuffled out of the dungeon, heads bowed in dejection. Chapter 89. My Little Bat. The dungeon was now left with only Loxis and Snape, the father-daughter duo. Throughout Snape's chastisement of Ron and Harry, Loxis remained silent, her gaze averted from them, for their antics could hardly compete for her attention. Instead, she was preoccupied with contemplating the prophecy she had just witnessed. The revelations it contained compelled her not only to strategize for the upcoming academic year, but also to consider altering certain pivotal events concerning Harry. While there was a hint of overreach in her intentions, as long as the ultimate outcome remained unchanged, it could hardly be deemed excessive, could it? Above all, the notion of Harry incapacitating her father was utterly inconceivable. Regrettably, the werewolf and Black must make their appearances, for she intended to prevent both from stepping foot in Hogwarts. Based on the prophecy's implication of Harry's actions against her father, Loxis resolved to introduce some challenges for Harry in the coming academic year. She contemplated starting with the Marauder's map. Meanwhile, Snape, observing Loxis lost in thought, inquired, "Loxis, what occupies your mind? Has something transpired?" Brought back to reality by Snape's voice, Loxis replied, "I have recently been studying the Patronus charm, and I was pondering what my own Patronus might be." Snape responded, "Are you interested in learning the Patronus charm?" Loxis nodded, revealing a fragment of the prophecy's content, fully aware that Snape had noticed her earlier distraction, and silence was not an option. Next year, Dementors will be stationed around Hogwarts. It would be wise to learn this. Snape regarded her, somewhat perplexed. In his 2 decades at Hogwarts, even during Voldemort's reign, such an occurrence had never transpired. Dementors? Stationed around Hogwarts? Loxis elaborated, because someone who was supposed to be imprisoned in Azkaban has escaped. Snape's expression soured. The Ministry of Magic grows increasingly inept, allowing individuals to escape from Azkaban and sending Dementors to Hogwarts. Did Dumbledore not contest this? Loxis shook her head no. Snape narrowed his eyes. In that case, you certainly need to learn the Patronus charm. Tomorrow, your practical lessons will be devoted to its mastery. Loxis, following Snape's lead, asked, "Will you teach me, Father?" Snape affirmed her inquiry yes. Loxis was taken aback by Snape's response. If he took it upon himself to teach her, then he must indeed know the Patronus charm, although it was a notoriously challenging spell. One that most wizards struggled to master. Given her father's capabilities, she felt no surprise at his proficiency. What did astonish her, however, was the notion that those adept in dark magic typically found it difficult to conjure a Patronus. Having witnessed Snape's mastery of dark arts, she understood that it was no ordinary skill. To be proficient in dark magic and also capable of casting the Patronus charm Her father was indeed remarkable, and Loxis couldn't help but admire him. She then pondered the form her father's Patronus might take. So father, what is your Patronus? Hesitating for a moment, Snape finally replied, a doe. Loxis was momentarily stunned. Given her father's nature, she had expected his Patronus to be either a bat or a hedgehog, not a doe. Could it be? Based on Loxis's understanding, the form of a Patronus was intertwined with an individual's character, experiences, and even love. Could it be related to that particular her? The one tied to her father's sorrow and regret? She swiftly shook off her surprise. I would have thought your Patronus would be a bat or a hedgehog, considering how your peers perceive your demeanor as far more aggressive than that of a doe. Loxis was fully aware that Snape would never voluntarily share details of his past romantic endeavors. Thus she steered the conversation away from emotional topics. Snape, understanding Loxis's intent, was well aware of her academic progress. He had no surprise at her theoretical grasp of the Patronus charm. He could surmise that Loxis had gleaned insights about his past relationships from her understanding of his Patronus. Yet true to his character, Snape would never broach such personal matters with his daughter without necessity. Therefore he opted to divert the conversation, tacitly avoiding the topic of his emotions, just as Loxis had. Snape spoke in a tone devoid of any inflection. Of those oafs who never concern themselves with learning, though they have never uttered a word in my presence. I know they clandestinely refer to me as the dark, ominous bat, do they not? Rahis explained. That is because, father, you truly resemble a black bat. Just look at your robes, they always billow behind you as you walk, resembling a bat in flight. After saying this, Rahis pouted and expressed the envy she had harbored since her first year. Look at my robes. No matter how hard I try, I cannot make them billow unless I run with great effort. Sometimes, I wish I could follow behind you as a little bat, but alas, it is impossible. As she spoke, Rahis lifted the hem of her own wizarding robes. To demonstrate her point, she even stood up and quickly paced back and forth in Snape's office. Her robe simply would not billow. Observing Rahis in this manner, Snape felt the tension he had held throughout the day completely dissipate, and a rare smile graced his lips. He realized, with some surprise, that since his acquaintance with Rahis, he had smiled considerably more often. After returning to Snape's side, Rahis resumed her inquisitive yet affectionate manner. Father, how do you manage it? Is it due to some special spell? Please tell me. Gazing at Rahis, who earnestly expressed her admiration, Snape affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, Oh my dear Rahis, I have not employed any special incantation. In time, as you grow taller and your legs become longer, allowing you to walk more swiftly, your robes shall naturally billow as well, my little bat. Chapter 90, A Conversation with Dumbledore. Before studying the Patronus charm with Snape, Rahis had her meeting with Dumbledore. Perhaps due to the overwhelming power of the fire protection spell, Dumbledore forwent the usual pleasantries, omitting his customary inquiry about whether she would like some sweets or tea upon her arrival. He got straight to the point. Rahis, if I am not mistaken, you employed dark magic last night, did you not? Rahis was well aware of his intent, and had adequately prepared for this conversation, eager to divert the topic towards Grindelwald. Thus, without hesitation, she nodded and brought the matter to light. Sitting across from Dumbledore, she declared, Indeed, I used dark magic, specifically the fire protection spell, a notorious representative of dark magic taught to me by my mentor, Mr. Gellert Grindelwald. Having made her statement, Rahis did not allow Dumbledore any time to react. She boldly raised her gaze to meet his eyes and continued, I believe there is no need for me to elaborate further on him or this spell, as you are already quite familiar with both, are you not? Faced with Rahis' forthrightness, Dumbledore paused momentarily before lowering his gaze to the cup of tea in his hands. Refraining from meeting her eyes again, he gently stirred the spoon in his cup, causing ripples to form in the otherwise tranquil liquid, rendering the reflection of himself therein indistinct. Observing Dumbledore in this state, Rahis intuitively understood that he was likely lost in memories of the past. Out of kindness, she chose not to interrupt his reverie. Pressing her advantage, Rahis anticipated that when Dumbledore next spoke, he would inquire either about Grindelwald or the harsh weather in Nurmengard. However, to her surprise, Dumbledore did not pose such questions. Instead, he asked something entirely unexpected, a question pertaining to her. Rahis, can you tell me why Kilter chose Gellert to be your mentor? Gazing into Dumbledore's calm blue eyes, Rahis felt a surge of uncertainty at his unexpected inquiry. Could it be that her understanding was incomplete, and the relationship between Dumbledore and her mentor Grindelwald was far more complex than she had assumed? Did Grindelwald truly embody the traits of those malevolent characters often found in antiquated tales? If he had committed such atrocities, then surely he deserved his confinement in Nurmengard. and Dumbledore's silence toward him was warranted. Yet, those villainous characters are rarely depicted as rational beings. Grindelwald appeared quite normal. If he were truly such a person, Kilter would not have befriended him. This left her pondering whether there were other events that transpired between Dumbledore and Grindelwald that she was unaware of. Caught in a whirlwind of thoughts ignited by Dumbledore's unexpected line of questioning, Rahis concealed her inner turmoil. She calmly responded with the facts. Among his circle of friends, only Gellert possesses profound expertise in both magic and alchemy while remaining out of the public eye, thus fulfilling all of Kilter's requirements for a mentor. Upon hearing Rahis' answer, a flicker of understanding crossed Dumbledore's eyes. Ah, he sought me out through a portrait last year when you were preparing to enroll. In truth, I had been aware of your existence for quite some time, as well as his impending demise. I surmised that he would seek a reliable figure among his friends to educate and protect you. I considered many, even myself, but I never anticipated he would ultimately choose Gellert. If your reasoning holds true, then it is not entirely surprising, for indeed, Gellert is the only one among his friends who remains out of the public eye. This aligns with the principles upheld by your family, the Carringtons. As he spoke, Dumbledore offered Rahis a smile and winked, reminiscent of their usual exchanges. Just as Rahis was pondering Dumbledore's intentions, he posed another question that finally brought Grindelwald into the conversation. Do you know why Gellert agreed to accept Kilter's request to take you on? Although Rahis found Dumbledore's reasoning elusive, she responded truthfully, because the Grindelwald family owes a debt to the Carrington family, and perhaps for another reason. As Rahis articulated her thoughts, Dumbledore's keen eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, scrutinized her intently, as if seeking any sign of deceit in her words. Upon hearing her response, Dumbledore pressed further. What do you believe that other reason might be? Rahis shook her head. I have not heard directly from them what that possibility is, but based on my observations of Gellert and Kilter's concern for me, I suspect it is not a matter of revenge. Rather, it is likely a desire to rekindle an old flame. Rahis believed she had hinted sufficiently, almost explicitly conveying her thoughts. Even if she did not overtly express affection for Grindelwald, it was clear that her heart could not be at peace. The pangs of youthful love had resurfaced, igniting his feelings for his beloved once more. Yet, Rahis did not fully comprehend Dumbledore. She had only witnessed his demeanor when interacting with the children of friends. Ultimately, Dumbledore remained skeptical, questioning whether Grindelwald's acceptance of Rahis was motivated by a desire for retribution, for he was well aware of Grindelwald's ambitions. It has been said that the saints continue to absorb fresh blood. Even though Carrington may not present himself publicly, it does not imply that their vast influence does not operate clandestinely, aiding Gellert in resurrecting bloodshed for the sake of a greater interest. After all, Gellert's art of persuasion is unparalleled, and Loxis, being excessively young and naive, is highly susceptible to his enchantments. Thus, when Loxis articulated her thoughts, Dumbledore only absorbed the notion of a resurgence. Subsequently, Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Loxis, having noticed this shift, was perplexed. What are you thinking about now? I merely spoke of rekindling an old flame. Rekindling an old flame. Meanwhile, far away in Numengard, Grindelwald yawned. Chapter 91, The Scapegoat. Realizing that she may have stumbled into trouble, Loxis hurriedly utilized her abilities to glimpse the forthcoming events after departing from the headmaster's office. Fortunately, although Dumbledore's thoughts might have strayed, he still proceeded to Numengard. It was not to rekindle a past relationship, but rather to confront and admonish. Yet Loki's objective was achieved. Was it not? Gellert and Dumbledore would meet, and it was not a final farewell. Her purpose was fulfilled, was it not? Henceforth, whether they could rekindle their relationship or not, what did it matter why Dumbledore went to Numengard? As long as Gellert exerted sufficient effort, would it not suffice? He was indeed eloquent and skilled in the art of persuasion. Surely he could exploit his talents effectively. Nevertheless, with some time still remaining before Dumbledore's arrival at Numengard, Loxis felt compelled to prepare Gellert. He could not be allowed to act solely on his own impulses. What folly would it be if he were to follow his whims, resulting in his beloved evading him for half a century? It would require her intervention for them to meet again. Thus, Loxis decisively penned a letter to Grindelwald, elucidating the situation regarding Dumbledore and highlighting the critical points. Simultaneously, she urgently ordered various books on winning back a partner, including titles such as How to Win a Man's Heart and Why Your Man is Distancing Himself, along with an array of romantic novels. Among them The Overbearing Male Wizard Loves Me and My Adventures with the Knowledgeable Headmaster. All were packaged and dispatched to Numengard. Jerry, tasked with multiple flights between England and Numengard, quipped, "If you fail to win him back, just wait and see if I'll peck at you." Once all was accomplished, Loxis formally commenced her studies of the summoning charm with Snape, alongside the initiation of the basilisk plan. Loxis's journey to mastering the summoning charm was fraught with challenges. Despite comprehending the underlying principles, she could only conjure a cloud of white smoke. To successfully cast the spell, one must conjure their happiest thoughts. Loxis recalled the carefree moments spent at the Goo family, relishing exquisite delicacies, as well as the joyous times spent with Snape, living in harmony. Even delightful moments shared with her classmates at Hogwarts were summoned to mind. Regrettably, these memories merely thickened the haze above her wand. In her distress, Loxis lamented her inability to conceive anything that could bring her greater joy. Yet, despite her struggles, life must go on, and time continues to flow. On a particular day, Loxis found herself despondently slumped in Snape's dungeon office. Fresh from class and having evaded a gaggle of dim-witted trolls, Snape opened his office door to this disheartening sight. It was the first time he witnessed his vibrant daughter bearing such an expression. He surmised that she must have encountered an insurmountable dilemma. According to the texts he had perused, this was the moment for him to offer comfort and guidance. Thus, Snape set aside his materials and seated himself beside Loxis. "What troubles you, Loxis?" With a weary disposition, Loxis, on the verge of tears, replied, "Recently, father. Your potions have been successfully refined. In order to ensure a smooth extraction of the basilisk from the chamber, I sought out Salazar." Sensing Loxis's troubled spirit, Snape gently patted her shoulder in consolation and softly inquired, "And then?" Loxis leaned her head on Snape's shoulder and continued, "Then I asked him about the recent rumors surrounding the heir of Slytherin. He is Salazar himself, and his portrait has never left Hogwarts. He is aware of all that transpires within these walls. I thought it most fitting to consult him." Snape nodded in agreement with Loxis's initiative. "Indeed. That was a commendable idea." Loxis pressed on, "Well, I considered that the title of Slytherin's heir undoubtedly represents him. Now due to Voldemort, it has transformed into a term of infamy. I inquired whether anything could be done to restore his reputation. To my astonishment, he replied that I am the heir. I am the heir." Upon uttering these words, Loxis sprang from the sofa, grasping Snape's hands, and lamented. "He said I am the heir. And my reputation has been tarnished by the Dark Lord. I bear a tremendous burden." The implications embedded in Loxis's revelation did not surprise Snape. Since accompanying her to Gringotts to claim Salazar Slytherin's entire inheritance, he had surmised that if there were an heir of Slytherin, it would undoubtedly be Loxis. She had inherited Slytherin's bloodline and abilities, the family ring, and the properties bequeathed to her by Salazar himself. From every angle, she was far more deserving of the title of Slytherin's heir than Voldemort. He recalled the whispers from his student days about the heir of Slytherin. It was said that Salazar Slytherin had left the basilisk in his chamber, to be unleashed by his heir upon their return, to cleanse the school of those deemed impure of blood. However, after having met and conversed with Salazar Slytherin, Snape believed the tales to be mere folklore. Slytherin would not engage in such actions. While he held a deep-seated disdain for Muggleborns, he would protect any student of Hogwarts, regardless of their lineage, treating them with equal regard. Thus, upon hearing Loxis's lament, Snape first offered comfort before inquiring, "Did Salazar have anything else to say regarding the heir and the basilisk?" Loxis, lost in thought, recalled Salazar mentioned that he kept the basilisk in the chamber to prevent betrayal by Muggleborn students. He had just suffered a betrayal from such a student, losing something of great value to him. He feared that such treachery would recur. If betrayal were to arise once more, the basilisk would cleanse the Academy of Traitors, safeguarding Hogwarts. This aligned perfectly with the records within the Slytherin lineage. Chapter 92, Loxis's concerns. Snape grasped the essence of the matter, yet Loxis remained reticent regarding the heir. Thus he probed further, "What does this have to do with Slytherin's heir?" Loxis, taking a moment to compose herself, sighed before continuing. As he pondered, he realized that if there were ever a day when Muggleborn students might betray Hogwarts, the significance of leaving Basilisk in the chamber would be rendered null. He believed that a millennium was ample time to ascertain whether such a scenario could unfold. If it were to occur, it would be his responsibility to take Basilisk away, allowing it to live the life it desired. Beyond that distant past he could neither foresee nor control, nor even touch. Hogwarts had its own trajectory, and his protection of it for over 1,000 years had sufficed. Few were privy to his thoughts, apart from the founders. Only a handful of his most trusted students were aware. However, he never anticipated that the descendants of his students would largely become fervent blood purists, distorting and disseminating his intentions, leading to the widespread rumor among students that the heir of Slytherin was well aware of Muggleborns. Indeed, they were the very group that eradicated the acknowledgement of his romantic bond with Godric from the annals of magical history. Snape concluded. Thus, Slytherin has compelled you to open the chamber and remove the basilisk, whom you refer to as basilisk. By both rumor and reality, you are indeed the heir of Slytherin. Loxis nodded, clenching her tiny fists, and indignantly remarked. So now I am bearing the blame for the Dark Lord. She then expressed her inner turmoil. The little badgers are now terrified of the heir of Slytherin, branding him as a villain. Although I know they are not referring to me. Ever since I learned that I am the heir of Slytherin, every mention of me makes me feel they are speaking about me. Loxis lamented. A colossal burden has fallen upon me, one too great for me to bear. I am so afraid that the little badgers will shun me. Snape comprehended the source of Loxis's distress. He recalled that the literature suggested that in such situations, one should align with her true sentiments. Consequently, Snape reached out, gently ruffling Loxis's hair, and spoke in accordance with her genuine feelings. It is all right, Loxis. We can clarify this matter, ensuring that everyone understands it has nothing to do with the true heir of Slytherin, that it is all the Dark Lord's doing. Upon hearing Snape's words, Loxis fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. While it is a commendable approach, Father, it would inevitably expose my identity. Snape, too, fell into silence, having focused solely on the instructions from the book, forgetting the critical fact that her identity must remain concealed. The reality was indeed such that they seemed to have entered a dilemma. Loxis, tearfully confiding in Snape, lamented. I truly suffer for this, my reputation, my innocence. Oh, they say one must uphold their purity in the world. What if the little badgers refuse to play with me because of this? Snape, at a loss, felt a profound ache as he witnessed her distress, yet he could not find a means to comfort her. The guidance from the book proved ineffective. He could not simply threaten the Hufflepuffs with his wand to ensure they would not abandon Loxis. Ultimately, Snape had no choice but to follow his instinct, embracing his daughter and awkwardly patting her back in an attempt to console her. In that moment, Snape acutely felt the challenges of parenting. Merely comforting a sorrowful child was a cumbersome task. It was also in this moment that he once again contemplated casting Avada against Voldemort. After a while, Loxis ceased her tears and confided in Snape. If I do not clarify, my innocence will be lost. The Dark Lord tarnishes Slytherin's reputation under my name, leading the little badgers to believe that Slytherin is inherently malevolent, and they may cease to associate with me. Yet if I explain, I would be revealing to everyone that I am the heir of Slytherin, a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. My future life at school would be under constant scrutiny. At Slytherin, I would be thrust into the spotlight, making it easier for the Dark Lord to notice my existence, and the little badgers may still refuse to play with me. Weighing the pros and cons, it appears that remaining silent is the best course of action. Snape began to grasp why Loxis was so concerned about her so-called innocence. However, he recognized that this was not the crux of the matter. The priority was to help Loxis emerge from her unhappiness. Rapidly, Snape's mind raced, and he proposed a plan to Loxis. Since we cannot change the situation, we must accept it. How about we find a way to prevent them from implicating you? Or perhaps seek revenge on the Dark Lord? Upon hearing Snape's suggestion, Loxis's eyes brightened. Earlier, she had been too preoccupied with the fear of being disliked by the little badgers to consider this angle. Loxis continued to articulate the unspoken thoughts of Snape. Yes, I can show them that one Slytherin does not define all Slytherins. This way, they cannot vilify everyone, and they will still want to play with me. Seeing Loxis rejuvenated with determination, Snape finally exhaled in relief. Wonderful. His dear Loxis was no longer sorrowful. Indeed, the wisdom gleaned from books often falls short compared to practical experience. Next time. No, there shall be no next time. Loxis's distress must end with this instance, surely. There can be no second occurrence. Just as Snape internally celebrated having soothed Loxis, her little mind was rapidly processing and connecting the dots of his earlier words. Loxis gazed at Snape with sparkling eyes. Father, how could you be so clever? You thought of seeking revenge on the Dark Lord. Just a moment ago. I could only think of clarifying the situation. The Dark Lord has been exalted for too long, existing in a state of fear. Few consider retaliating against him, especially with a girl's methods. As she spoke, Loxis nodded in agreement with her own perspective. Snape thought. What thoughts are now brewing in Loxis's mind? A glint of mischief flickered in Loxis's eyes, taking on the guise of a cunning villainess. Father, what if I use alchemy to stealthily retrieve the diary from Harry without alarming him? The diary itself, or the headmaster? I could subtly alter it and then quietly return it. What do you think? Chapter 93, Venting Anger. Snape's expression grew peculiar at Loxis's proposed method. Are you certain you want to proceed in this manner? Loxis nodded. I have a way to use alchemy to extract it without alerting either Harry or the diary, allowing me to make the modifications I desire. It's a win-win, isn't it, Father? Snape hesitated for a moment, reconfirming with Loxis. Are you sure this will not endanger you? That he won't detect it? It must be foolproof. Loxis confidently nodded. With her affirmative response, Snape consented to Loxis's plan. If you can manage this while ensuring your safety, then proceed as you wish. In Snape's view, as long as Loxis's safety was not compromised, allowing her to vent her frustration and seek retribution was entirely acceptable. Her happiness was of utmost importance. Loxis exclaimed with excitement. All right, I will do it. When the Dark Lord finally confronts Harry, his attire will suddenly transform into a maid outfit, then into an adorable Lolita dress, and then into a ballet tutu. Oh, how I wish I could witness that. Thus, the proactive Loxis began her endeavor that very night. Due to Snape's overwhelming concern, he accompanied Loxis to the room of requirement. Loxias introduced Snape to the room, saying, "This is the room of requirement. If you concentrate on the room you desire while walking back and forth 3 times, it will manifest." Snape surveyed his surroundings, marveling at the enchantment of the space, confessing that despite his many years at Hogwarts, he had never discovered such a place. Loxias elaborated, "Few are aware of this room at Hogwarts. Had it not been for Salazar's manuscript in my family, I would remain oblivious to its existence." She then commenced her preparations, donning a pair of alchemical gloves, a mask, and a cloak that provided absolute isolation, offering Snape a similar set. Utilizing her somewhat unstable spatial abilities, she carved a small opening in the void. On the other side of this aperture lay the bag positioned across from Potter. Loxias effortlessly retrieved the diary from within. After securing the temporal rift, she cautiously placed the diary on the table before beginning her work. Upon completion, Loxias's expression darkened as she discerned the true nature of the diary. It was a Horcrux, containing a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Last year, she had glimpsed Voldemort's state in a prophecy, and through various records, she had confirmed that he had split his soul. However, she had not anticipated that he would create Horcruxes from his own essence. It was no wonder that the vision of him in the prophecy bore no resemblance to a memory conjured by dark magic. She had promised Kilcher that she would eliminate Voldemort once she grew powerful, but it now seemed that undertaking such a task alone was an impractical notion. To eradicate Voldemort entirely, she would need to destroy all of his Horcruxes. Yet how many had he created, and where might they be concealed? This realization deepened Loxias's understanding of the formidable challenge that lay ahead. Moreover, this particular Horcrux possessed the ability to siphon the life force of others for its own use, stirring unrest in the wizarding world once again. She knew how to destroy Horcruxes, with basilisk venom and fiendfire. The former was currently unavailable to her. The latter, however, she possessed. Loxias tapped her finger contemplatively against the cover of the diary, pondering her next move. Should she obliterate it outright, or leave it for the chosen one? After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to entrust it to Harry. After all, destruction was inevitable. She need not involve herself, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Furthermore, this could facilitate a collaboration with Dumbledore. Having made her decision, Loxias promptly returned the diary through the same portal. Observing this, Snape inquired, "Is it over?" Loxias nodded, saying, "Father, just wait and see the spectacle unfold." Snape, however, did not share her enthusiasm. Struggling to envision Voldemort in such a state, he suggested escorting Loxias back to her dormitory for some rest, noting the late hour. Loxias did not respond to Snape's proposal. Instead, she introduced another topic. "Before that, I need to discuss something with you regarding the diary." She then recounted the matter of the Horcruxes in detail, believing it necessary to share this information with her father. Upon hearing Loxias's account, Snape's brow furrowed. "So in order to destroy him, we must first eliminate those Horcruxes? And we have no idea how many there are, or where they might be." Loxias nodded, replying honestly, "I might be able to discern some, but I want to use my abilities unless absolutely necessary. They should ideally be destroyed in their natural course. After all, this is a world-class narrative. Straying too far from the main plot could yield unpredictable consequences, and Carrington has never attempted such a thing." With a comprehensive understanding of Carrington's insights, Snape recognized Loxias's apprehensions. While he too wished to vanquish Voldemort, he pondered whether it was worth sacrificing Loxias in the process, concluding that it would be better for Voldemort to remain alive. He felt that this was not an auspicious day, as trouble seemed to pile upon him incessantly. He began to pace the room, yet could not conceive a viable solution. Eventually, he sighed and turned to Loxias, asking, "Will you inform Dumbledore of this matter?" Loxias nodded. "He is the primary force against Voldemort, and must be informed." she continued. Moreover, following the original trajectory, this diary, pierced by a basilisk's fang, ultimately ends up in Dumbledore's hands. Given his prowess, he will inevitably uncover the secret of the Horcruxes. I am merely providing him with a timely heads-up. As the situation grew increasingly complicated, Snape felt a throbbing headache encroach upon him. Where would they search for the remaining Horcruxes to finally end Voldemort's menace? Loxia seemed to perceive Snape's agitation and frustration. She reassured him, "Don't fret so, Father. Let Dumbledore handle it. I believe he will resolve the issue adeptly, and our early discovery of this matter is a positive development, is it not?" While speaking, Loxias flashed Snape a sweet smile. Chapter 94. End of Term Preparations. After calming his emotions, Snape escorted Loxias back to her dormitory. Upon returning, the weight of the day's revelations weighed heavily upon Loxias, preventing her from immediately succumbing to sleep. Instead, she engaged in reflection. During this process, she felt a surge of joy erupt within her, a joy that surpassed the happiness derived from reminiscing about other pleasant memories. Loxias quickly realized the significance of this sensation. She sat up and grasped her wand, exclaiming, "Expecto Patronum." A thick plume of mist emanated from the tip of her wand, gradually coalescing into a tangible form. As the fog dissipated, Loxias beheld a panda cub, stretching, yawning, and playfully swaying its rear. Loxias exclaimed, "How adorable! Oh, my inner child!" Instinctively, she reached out to stroke the cute panda cub, only to find that the summoned Patronus was not corporeal, and her hand passed through it. However, Loxias felt no regret, for it was said that a witch's Patronus often bore a connection to their animagus form, and it was highly probable that hers was indeed a panda. Oh. Her wish to transform into a fluffy creature, nestled in her blankets during winter, seemed on the verge of realization. Recognizing this, Loxias joyfully rolled around her bed, clutching her pillow. Fortunately, she had the dormitory to herself. Otherwise, at this hour, her roommate might have complained about the noise. Once Loxias settled down, she resolved to seek out Gellert over the summer to learn about becoming an animagus. With her spirits lifted, Loxias lay on her bed, her previous gloom, stemming from Voldemort tarnishing her reputation and possibly alienating her from her friends, dissipated entirely. Looking at it from a different perspective, it seemed that Voldemort had become not only the protagonist of her story, but also her source of growth. Thanks to him, she now comprehended what truly brought her joy: the care and support of her family, which enabled her to master the Patronus charm successfully. It further unveiled the secrets of the Horcruxes to her, bringing her one step closer to the complete eradication of Voldemort. The events of that fateful night ensured that Loxis would be blessed with sweet dreams. In the days that followed, Loxis found herself overwhelmed with a multitude of tasks. Firstly, she needed to assist and soothe her little badger friends, who were grappling with the immense psychological pressure inflicted by the basilisk's incessant petrification of students. After all, aside from their personalities, the majority of them hailed from Muggle backgrounds. Secondly, she had to confer with Dumbledore regarding the matter of Horcruxes. After revealing her relationship with Gellert, Loxis finally witnessed Dumbledore's suspicious nature. He incessantly attempted to glean Gellert's true intentions through indirect inquiries. Despite Loxis repeatedly assuring him that Gellert's ambitions were directed solely towards the headmaster himself, Dumbledore remained unconvinced. Loxis pondered, "Gellert, why would you be enamored with someone who doubts your loyalty yet suspects you of rebellion? Such a sentiment defies the norms of romantic relationships. Let it be obliterated." Thirdly, she had to collaborate with Snape in the final preparations to confront the basilisk. Fourthly, she was also facing her impending finals. Indeed, this year, she had to carve out time to prepare for her end-of-term examinations. Last year, she had endured the ordeal without the watchful eyes of her parents on her report card. Her teacher, indifferent to academic qualifications, focused solely on her practical abilities rather than her paper grades. Lacking pressure in that regard and with the reality that every week felt like finals week, she had scarcely contemplated preparing for the tests. However, this year, with her father, the potions professor, keeping a close watch, coupled with subjects she was not particularly adept at, she had no choice but to ready herself. After all, the knowledge she had acquired did not conform to the rigid educational systems. Her father's stringent criteria stipulated that his potions class, and the additional lessons in defense against the dark arts must be of her strength. While her proficiency in charms and history of magic was also crucial, anything beyond that was acceptable. Nevertheless, amidst all these endeavors, there was one task that required little time. Merely selecting an appropriate moment sufficed. It involved the confinement of one of the Weasley twins at her father's behest. Once the precise timing was communicated, Loxis deliberately dismissed Snape for a brief interlude. Thus, when Fred and George knocked on the cellar door to commence their confinement, they were greeted not by the daunting potions professor of Slytherin, but by an elegant little serpent of Slytherin. George cheerfully remarked to his brother, "Oh Fred, it seems we are not the only ones confined here today." Fred chimed in, "This is splendid, George. Who would have thought that a little Slytherin serpent could also falter and face the professor's punishment?" Only after they finished speaking did Loxis set down her quill and address them directly. "Gentlemen, I am not here for confinement, but rather to discuss a business proposition with you." George queried, "Business?" Fred added, Conducting business in a cellar is quite a novel experience. Wouldn't you agree, George?" George nodded in enthusiastic agreement. "Absolutely splendid." Fred continued, "Very well, little serpent. What business do you wish to pursue with us?" Loxis boldly presented an offer they could not refuse. "I am aware of your endeavors. I propose an investment of 10,000 galleons, along with the rights to a storefront in Hogsmeade. I shall not interfere with your operations, and I require 30% of the profits." Fred and George exchanged incredulous glances, their faces betraying their astonishment. "Are you certain?" Loxis nodded. "Of course, have no fear that this is a jest. I will formalize our agreement with a magically binding contract. Would you require time to contemplate this?" George placed an arm around Fred's shoulder and led him to a corner, stating, "Allow us a moment." After a series of discussions, George and Fred returned to stand before Loxis once more. George declared, "Very well, little serpent, I must admit, you have presented an offer that is hard to decline. What do you wish from us?" Fred added, "We hardly believe you would be so magnanimous as to invest 10,000 galleons in what appears to be a rather dubious venture." Loxis nodded in satisfaction, "Two astute lions. I indeed have two requests. First, you must not disclose the details of our collaboration or transaction to any fourth party aside from the three of us. Second, I require the Marauder's map in your possession." Chapter 95, Gloating. Fred and George exchanged incredulous looks before exclaiming in unison, "Just like that?" Loxis affirmed, "Just like that." After a brief exchange of glances, they acquiesced. "Then we agree to your collaboration." Loxis felt a surge of satisfaction at the outcome, reclining slightly in her chair, which had taken on the semblance of a throne under her presence. She produced a piece of parchment, densely inscribed with the terms of their partnership. "Now, let us review this. If all is acceptable, please sign." George and Fred took the parchment and scrutinized it carefully. The terms were satisfactory. Just as they were about to sign, Fred suddenly recalled something. "Wait, how did you know we possessed the Marauder's map?" Loxis, resting her chin on one hand and twirling Snape's quill, smiled enigmatically. "A secret. Furthermore, allow me to remind you, this contract is laced with a curse. Those who breach it without cause shall face consequences." Fred shook his head in resignation but ultimately signed the terms alongside George. "Very well, cunning little serpent." After they completed the signing, they handed over the Marauder's map to Loxis. In return, she provided them with the 10,000 galleons and the shop keys she had prepared. Shortly after the transaction concluded, Snape returned from outside, and Fred and George commenced their arduous confinement. Meanwhile, Loxis, having acquired what she desired, returned to the common room and cast the map into the fireplace. The flames danced towards her face, igniting a tempest within her eyes. It was not until the Marauder's map was reduced to ashes that Loxis retreated to her dormitory. In the ensuing days, Loxis remained preoccupied, awaiting the arrival of her final examinations. At long last, the time for her finals had come, coinciding with the day she and Snape would venture into the Chamber of Secrets to confront the basilisk. After curfew, the door to the cellar office swung open. Unlike others who skulked timidly during their nocturnal escapades, Loxis strode boldly, accompanied by the head of Slytherin House. Only others would divert their gaze from them. Her nighttime excursion would incur no points deducted. Were it not for the need for secrecy, Loxis would have opted not to use the disillusionment charm at all. Since Loxis had shared her prophecy with Snape, he was aware of the chamber's location, but due to the lack of mention, he had forgotten. As they drew nearer to the chamber, the memory that Snape had overlooked resurfaced in his mind. The Slytherin chamber lay hidden within an abandoned girls' lavatory. He pondered aloud. Why would Slytherin choose to conceal his chamber within a girls' restroom? Loxis, who had been stealthily experiencing the night alongside Snape, halted her furtive actions and turned to face him. In response to Snape's inquiry, Loxis gestured to herself, "Because both Seraphina and I are girls." Loxis elaborated, "Salazar established the chamber in the girls' lavatory for the convenience of Seraphina, who was a Hogwarts student. Subsequently, as I am also a girl, the location remained unchanged." Snape conceded, "That makes sense." Before entering the girls' lavatory, Severus Snape paused momentarily, steeling himself before stepping into a space that was not meant for him. Rahis observed the tumultuous expressions on Snape's face and discerned his inner turmoil. Father, think positively. You are not alone. The Dark Lord, Harry, and Ron have all ventured into this girl's lavatory. Snape replied, thank you, but I find no comfort in that. After offering her consolation, Rahis turned to push open a door and address the ghost within. All right, before we proceed, Moaning Myrtle, would you kindly vacate this space for a while? Or perhaps, would you prefer to leave involuntarily? Myrtle exclaimed, hey, how did you know I was here? With a sly smile and a finger pressed against her lips, Rahis gestured for her to remain silent. Shoo, keep your voice down and don't disturb anyone irrelevant. Myrtle initially intended to refuse, but suddenly found herself unable to utter a sound. Realizing this, fear flickered in her eyes. She had to admit that the longer she lingered in this world, the more she witnessed. This was the first time she encountered someone capable of silencing a ghost. Was this a peculiar enchantment? Typically, ordinary spells had no effect on spirits. Rahis disregarded Myrtle's astonishment and inquired, so Miss Myrtle, would you like to leave voluntarily or involuntarily? Nod once for voluntary, twice for involuntary. If you remain silent, I shall assume it is the latter. At that moment, Myrtle was still in shock, unable to comprehend Rahis' words. Thus, when Rahis silently waited for a response that did not come, she raised her hand and summoned an alchemical product that could restrict a spirit's freedom. Subsequently, Myrtle found her senses sealed, trapped in a pitch-black void. Rahis bent down to retrieve her discarded item, and turned back to Snape with a faint smile. Well, that takes care of the irrelevant parties. Now we can enter the Chamber of Secrets, Father. Snape recognized the item Rahis had thrown. He had witnessed her crafting and refining it in her office. So this is what you have been diligently working on? Rahis replied, quite intriguing. Isn't it? Snape nodded, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Time is of the essence. Let us commence. Rahis had intended to act swiftly, and upon receiving Snape's prompt, she hastily followed Salazar's instructions to locate the faucet engraved with a small serpent. Rahis hissed open. At her utterance, an unfathomable chasm appeared behind them. Snape looked down, adjusting the Lumos charm in his hand to illuminate the depths. Yet the abyss remained inscrutable. He recalled the prophecy Rahis had shown him, wherein it was stated that the depths were treacherous, with Potter and his companions sustaining injuries upon their descent, ultimately crashing to the ground. Resolving to lead the way, Snape decided he would go first, at the very least to catch Rahis should she fall. He remarked to her, I shall descend first to scout the path. Rahis swiftly intervened as Snape prepared to leap into the void. Wait. Snape queried, what? Chapter 96, The Chamber. Rahis raised her wand toward the opening and cast a spell, Paradise. After completing the incantation, she informed Snape, all right, the passage has now transformed into a safe slide. Snape replied, a slide? Rahis elaborated, this explanation comes from Selena. She and her brother adored slides as children, so Salazar converted the entrance to a slide. Of course. This is contingent upon the accuracy of your spell. Had this been in the past, Snape would have found it incomprehensible. However, he now fully understood that there was nothing more important than bringing joy to one's child. No, there was nothing. Poor Voldemort, a fellow descendant of Slytherin, was unaware of the charm set by their shared ancestor, and had likely leapt into this dark abyss multiple times. How delightful! With this thought, Snape's spirits lifted slightly. He was certain that even if Potter were to wander here and be caught by him, he would deduct only a mere 48 points from Gryffindor. Just to make a point. While Snape's thoughts wandered this way, he maintained his usual serious demeanor, though he could not escape Rahis' keen perception. Father, you seem pleased by Voldemort's misfortune, Rahis noted. Clearly, she understood Snape's sentiments. Their eyes met, and Snape comprehended the message in Rahis' gaze. He awkwardly cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation. Ahem, I shall proceed first. With that, Snape slid down the slide. The slide was nothing like Snape had imagined. Instead of the anticipated darkness, it was suffused with a soft green glow, perfectly aligned with Slytherin aesthetics. The descent was neither particularly swift nor jarring, but it was smooth and comfortable, with no sense of turbulence. Upon reaching the bottom, the landing was cushioned by a soft mat, preventing a hard fall. Rahis, following closely behind, was filled with delight as she looked up at Snape. Wow, that was so much fun. Daddy, I want to go again. Snape helped her up while responding. Perhaps we shall return another time. Rahis nodded, fully aware that they had pressing matters to attend to. Leading the way, Rahis gathered several snake skins along the path, rare potion ingredients that Snape collected with ease. Eventually, they arrived before a massive door, behind which lay the basilisk. Rahis employed the simplest of passwords to unlock it. Hisses open. Inside stood a grand statue of Salazar Slytherin. which Rahis speculated was likely a depiction of him in his later years. She couldn't help but acknowledge the ravages of time. Salazar had been quite handsome in his youth. However, Rahis had little time for wistfulness, as she needed to swiftly retrieve the basilisk and replace it with the snake to avoid staying up late. She had no desire to develop dark circles under her eyes at such a young age, knowing how difficult they were to erase. Regaining her composure, she addressed Salazar's statue. Hissus, speak to me, the greatest of the 4 founders of Hogwarts Slytherin. Rahis had to concede that the third password Salazar devised was slightly longer, yet its confidentiality left much to be desired. It was far too easy to guess. Moreover, he should have phrased it as, speak to me, the one among the 4 founders of Hogwarts Slytherin who loves Gryffindor the most. This way, with their true relationship obscured, far fewer could have deduced the password. And it would also serve as a subtle confession to Godric. The confidentiality and practicality would be significantly enhanced. After Rahis spoke, Salazar's statue opened its mouth, and a massive basilisk emerged. As soon as Baster appeared, it sniffed the air vigorously. Hissus, I sense a familiar presence. Rahis greeted the now vastly enlarged basilisk. Hissus, long time no see, Baster. Baster's serpentine eyes widened. Hissus, is it really you, Rahis? Rahis replied, Hissus, yes, it is I. Baster, I have come to take you away as per Salazar's instruction. Mentioning its previous master caused Baster to become emotional. Hissus, Sal, I miss him so much. Sobi. Rahis found herself somewhat exasperated. After a millennium, her father Buster, who was now of an age to wed, still retained his juvenile demeanor. Meanwhile, Snape, though unable to comprehend Parseltongue, was taken aback to witness tears streaming down Buster's face. Could it be that the serpent creature was capable of weeping? He pondered the potential properties of these tears, as the potion master's occupational inclinations took hold, already devising methods to test their efficacy. Unbeknownst to Rahis, who remained blissfully unaware of her father's thoughts and Buster's burgeoning significance, she tenderly reassured him. Hiss, do not cry, I shall take you to meet his portrait shortly. With tearful eyes, Buster inquired. Hiss, really? Rahis nodded affirmatively. Hiss, indeed. The melancholy transformed into joy as Buster exclaimed, Hiss, hooray. Rahis continued. Hiss, I heard from Salazar that you could shrink. Please revert to that size, for it would be inconvenient to carry you otherwise. Buster, his smile radiant, responded, Hiss, all right. Once Buster had shrunk, a sudden thought struck him. Hiss, but didn't Salazar say that if any villains appeared, I was to deal with them? There were indeed villains during the time of Merle, and I disposed of quite a few. Now that they have departed, what will become of the school that Salazar established? Rahis, realizing the weight of Buster's concerns, spent a considerable time explaining the circumstances, assuring him that Salazar's portrait would provide clarification. Before Buster finally agreed to leave, Rahis sighed. I'm exhausted, let us obliterate it all. After settling Buster comfortably around her wrist, she began the final preparations with Snape. They first administered a concocted potion to a small snake, followed by a substantial dose of antidote for serpent venom. Ultimately, through Rahis' relentless efforts, Buster yielded a copious bowl of venom. Using Parseltongue, Rahis directed the small snake to coat its fangs with the venom. After completing their tasks, Rahis instructed the substitute serpent to return to Buster's original location, restoring everything to its prior state. Finally, she and Snape departed the chamber via an alternate route. Of course, Rahis remembered to return the myrtle to its rightful place, employing techniques learned in Hogwarts to ensure the myrtle's willing secrecy. Chapter 97. Rahis' Antics, the Female Deceiver. Each subject in the second year at Hogwarts posed little challenge for Rahis. Thus, upon the conclusion of her examinations, she felt utterly liberated. Regrettably, the endeavors of the saviors did not coincide with the end of the term. Before Snape had finished grading the final assignments, the trio of saviors, this time a duo, embarked on their adventure into the chamber. Without Gilderoy Lockhart to impede them, they navigated unimpeded to confront a youthful version of Voldemort. As for Lockhart, he had been escorted away by Aurors in the Great Hall days prior, courtesy of Rahis' friendly tip-off. The individual who had cast a memory charm on him was also en route, once again thanks to Rahis' benevolent intervention. Rahis, clutching a large bag of popcorn, settled onto Snape's office sofa, utilizing her temporal abilities to broadcast the unfolding events live from the Savior's perspective. This broadcast was markedly different from the previous year's Halloween escapade. This time, Rahis did not merely observe in her mind's eye with closed eyelids. Instead, it was akin to watching a film. Her powers had evolved alongside her temporal travels, enhancing her experiences. Ultimately, Snape found himself too distracted to continue grading assignments. Snape remarked. Let someone else deal with the homework if they wish. Thus, in the spirit of casual disregard for the assignments, Snape took a seat beside Rahis and accepted the popcorn she offered, akin to a cozy evening at home watching television. They observed as Voldemort, devoid of his wand, engaged in an endless monologue with Potter. Rahis, perplexed, pointed at Voldemort and exclaimed, "Even so, why can't he simply take action? Must he waste time with these pointless words to ensure his opponent comprehends his intent?" Snape contemplated Voldemort's typical behavior and replied, "I cannot fathom it either. Yet he behaves this way each time he confronts Potter." Rahis, though baffled, respected the situation and could only exclaim, "No wonder it is said that villains perish from verbosity." The father and daughter exchanged comments and jests. At last, the moment arrived that made Rahis's eyes sparkle with excitement. She exclaimed, "The show is about to begin." At the instant Voldemort grasped his wand to spell his name, a brief glitch appeared, akin to a dress-up game, transforming his Hogwarts robes into the pink-maid outfit Rahis had meticulously designed, adorned with a maid's cap, a long skirt that fell just below the knees, and white lace stockings. Voldemort was humorously transfigured from the charming schoolboy into a sweet-maid version of himself, evoking both pursuit and evasion. In the chamber, Voldemort, the noseless version. Harry. In the cellar, Snape. 6. Rahis, ha. Rahis gazed at Voldemort in his maid outfit, genuinely marveling. Wow. Stepping out in that attire, I wonder how many would fall at his feet. Snape, suppressing a smile, handed her a tissue as he observed Rahis laughing to the point of tears. He had to concede that at this moment, Voldemort was indeed strikingly beautiful. Yet, he also acknowledged that the next time he encountered Voldemort, the most challenging task would likely be to conceal this absurd image from his mind, evading Voldemort's legitimacy. His daughter Rahis certainly knew how to present him with conundrums. However, it did afford him the opportunity to enhance his mental shielding. Just then, as Voldemort began to react to his attire, the maid outfit reverted back to his Hogwarts robes. Voldemort. Did he just imagine that? Harry. Did he just imagine that? Sharing a glance, the two adversaries, destined to be mortal enemies, unanimously decided to disregard the occurrence, convincing themselves it was merely an illusion. But could they truly ignore it? Rahis had prepared 3 sets of women's attire for Voldemort, and this was merely the first appetizer. Thus, as Voldemort continued to wield his wand to spell, his Hogwarts robes transformed once again into the second outfit Rahis had designed for him, a magnificent pink Lolita dress, given Rahis' fondness for pink in her second year. This Lolita dress remained in that hue, complete with a pink lace-trimmed hat and various pink lace embellishments, culminating in an enormous pink bow at the back. In the chamber, Voldemort, the noseless version. So, that was not an illusion, right? Harry. So that was not an illusion, right? In the cellar, Snape, unable to contain himself, ha. Rahis, not even attempting to restrain her laughter, ha. Thus, the Dark Lord found himself ensnared in an unforgettable scene of feminine attire. Voldemort clenched his fists, demanding to know what was happening with his clothing. Was this some idle prank, a side effect of his Horcrux, or an error made during the creation of that Horcrux? As the young Voldemort grappled with these questions, the time set by Rahis elapsed, and his attire transformed once more back into the Hogwarts robe, reinstating the dashing, handsome Hogwarts student. The rapid succession of transformations left both Voldemort and Harry speechless, sharing a moment of bewilderment. Voldemort. Where should I begin to make my arch-nemesis forget the recent events? Harry. What posture should I adopt to escape unscathed from his gaze after he witnessed me in women's attire? Harry glanced at the words Voldemort had inscribed in the air, swallowing hard. That Mr. Riddle. Yet the name Riddle was evidently a sensitive subject for Voldemort. As soon as Harry uttered it, he was sharply interrupted by Voldemort. Do not call me Riddle, I am Voldemort. As he spoke, he waved his wand, successfully rearranging the letters he had conjured into, I am Voldemort. However, consumed by fury, Voldemort failed to contemplate the reasons behind his previous 2 transformations. That was to say, it was his use of the wand and magic. Thus, as the letters successfully reconfigured, he found himself clad in the final piece of non-pink women's attire prepared by Bellatrix. It was a pristine white ballet dress, the kind that has a circular skirt. Please insert image here. In the chamber, Voldemort, Avada. I demand Avada. Harry, a ballet dress. Voldemort has such a peculiar hobby. In the cellar, Snape, unable to contain himself, ha. Bellatrix, the instigator, laughing heartily, ha. Justice is served, how delightful.